Lin Yi was really playing a big game. Here, Jing Shu felt she had wronged Lin Yi. The plan was originally to blow it up last year, but when Lin Yi learned Duo had a turtle-shell air defense castle that could withstand ton-level bombs, he gave up on blowing up West Mountain and switched to blowing up the oil base. Jing Shu hadn't stayed long in the underground passage alone before finding another passage, but it was still disguised with invisible floor tiles as a fake wall. If she hadn't knocked on it with a hammer, she wouldn't have noticed. Other places were solid with no sound, but this spot echoed with a dong dong dong. But this passage door won't open. It's iron. Thinking the other side might be explosives, Jing Shu didn't care and took out the grenade she had gotten from covering the sky. She knew the consequence might be collapsing the entire passage, but it didn't matter. She could dig through the rubble. Using a grenade for the first time, Jing Shu was a bit nervous. In the pitch-black passage, she strictly followed the instructions. Unscrew the cap, pierce the moisture-proof paper, pull the pin, step back with her right leg, chest out, head up, stomp left foot, tighten abdomen, flick wrist, throw. Then she dropped down. 1, 2, 3, boom! A loud explosion shook the entire passage 3 times. When the dust settled, it was all in the past. Jing Shu dusted off the dirt and coughed a few times. In the dark passage, she saw the blasted door. Surprisingly, it hadn't collapsed. Thank goodness for Sumali's luck. Looking closely, Jing Shu noticed the workmanship here was completely different from the roughly dug passage before. They clearly used air raid shelter materials. This was bomb-proof, so her grenade only blew off the door and scattered some dust. From here, Jing Shu felt she had truly entered Duo's home. She continued inside. Indeed, there was more to see. She crouched and wiped the floor, sniffing the pungent smell of gunpowder. Following the passage, Jing Shu felt her imagination limited by poverty. From underground to above ground, everything was made of air raid materials. If she had to describe it, it was a huge air raid shelter turtle shell with several meters thick blast-proof walls. This place was armed to the teeth by Duo. Jing Shu imagined Duo building his house with gold. No wonder Lin Yi's bomb plan hadn't been executed. To blow up such a professional-grade turtle shell, it would take dozens of tons of explosives. Jing Shu seemed to understand Lin Yi's reasoning. Since the outside turtle shell couldn't be blown up, why not secretly transport explosives inside the house and blow it up from within? So although Lin Yi had dug the passage early, he had no chance until today to deliver the explosives. So Sumali must have played a part? Jing Shu quickened her pace and saw detonators. Coincidentally, she was very familiar with these. In the 5th year of the apocalypse, the Wucheng government led people southward. The terrain was complex. So many areas had to be blasted flat before passage, both for vehicles and people. Without hesitation, Jing Shu collected all the detonators into her space. Dangerous things like these were better stored safely. Under the detonators was a thick tube on the ground filled with yellow paste, leading straight ahead. This was TNT. It's the world's cheapest, most versatile explosive, usable underwater with great power. It's also the least sensitive to accidental detonation. Rain or water won't affect it. Even gunshots won't set it off, but it requires a detonator to explode. TNT melts at 81 degrees Celsius and won't explode if placed in fire because it's non-flammable. It can melt into liquid and be shaped into various forms of explosives. The key to an explosion isn't burning, but the rapid generation of large amounts of gas. Any explosive detonates by producing massive gas volumes, like an overinflated tire bursting. Shockwave energy triggers TNT to explode, and 2 detonators are enough to set it off. Jing Shu's heart pounded wildly. Damn. Luckily I found it early. Otherwise these tons of explosives would have been detonated, and the whole mountain would have been leveled. Back then, Jing Shu was responsible for detonator ignition. Don't ask why. She did all kinds of dangerous jobs just to survive. So she knew well the danger and power of TNT. She deeply felt what it was like to detonate explosives by hand, with the blast roaring in her ears. One careless move could kill her. That year, blowing up a small hill only required a few arms' length of TNT, detonated by a detonator, guaranteed to flatten the hill. To put it simply, an 800 Hoard charge could obliterate a 5-story commercial building. Judging by the piles of TNT on the ground, Jing Shu estimated there were about 2 tons. Damn, this is a curse, Jing Shu muttered as she collected everything into her cube space. She hadn't even had time to check her upgraded cube space yet, but she'd already secured a pile of explosives. Her heart finally eased. This should be safe now, right? But just then, the rumbling outside began again, shaking the entire building. This was no longer a light noise, but a real roar. According to Jing Shu's 2 years of sound recognition, it was a chain of explosions. This method maximizes blast power while minimizing explosives, requiring a large-scale detonation. Detonators ignite one after another, with explosives planted everywhere. Shit, there's more. Jing Shu gritted her teeth and sprinted, not outside but deeper into the massive bomb-proof turtle shell. She was trapped in a barrel of explosives. She knew Lin Yi wouldn't just place explosives in one spot. If there were only this little, he wouldn't have spent so much manpower digging a tunnel over 10 kilometers long. So when the explosions came one after another, Jing Shu knew there had to be more. Her time was running out. She ran frantically and soon found TNT in a place like an underground sewer, collecting it all into her space. With each blast, her heart sank. How many tons of explosives had that bastard Lin Yi planted? He wasn't just blowing up this place, he wanted to level the entire West Mountain. And how big was Qianduoduo's estate? As the roaring grew louder, Jing Shu knew the detonators were about to reach her location. She had to hurry. Her ears seemed to hear the energy of the detonators activating. It was over. No time left. The detonators were triggered. Run back. Jing Shu valued her life deeply. She ran madly. The TNT was carefully calculated. Each spot would blow up a section. As long as she ran fast enough, the bombs couldn't catch her. Boom. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Jing Shu was hit by the shockwave, slammed hard against the wall, and temporarily deafened by the loud noise. A buzzing filled her ears. Luckily, it was just the tail end of the energy wave. She coughed a few times, buried under rubble. It seemed her body had grown stronger and tougher. Though it hurt and bruised, she had no internal injuries or broken skin. Good. Her cube space breakthrough had leveled up her body. At that moment, footsteps approached. Jing Shu pressed herself against the dark wall, silent under the rubble. She saw a woman in tight black clothes with a ponytail. The woman shone a flashlight, saw only rubble, and turned back saying, "Plan B failed. 4 sections of explosives missing. Suspect plan exposed, explosives stolen. Requesting instructions." Jing Shu heard a faint voice through a microphone. "Execute Plan C. Force detonate central explosives." Though expressionless, tears welled in the woman's eyes. Her voice remained emotionless, like a puppet. "Received, my boss." Jing Shu frowned. What was going on? Force detonate central explosives? That sounded serious. She sent 2 snakes ahead to follow the woman while she stayed back, shaking off rubble and keeping a safe distance. After upgrading, her cube space was incredibly powerful. The snakes acted as her eyes and scouts, controllable from afar without fear of detection. Following the ponytailed woman out of the recently blasted underground passage, Jing Shu trailed her for 3 minutes until they entered a room like a conference hall. Behind a mirror was a hidden compartment. Jing Shu felt fear. Qianduoduo's place was so huge that missing a dozen square meters wouldn't be noticed. After all, who would notice a mirror moved 2 meters forward in a 400-500 square meter hall? The compartment had screens monitoring various key points. Jing Shu wasn't afraid of being caught on camera. The darkness of the underground passage probably couldn't be captured even by infrared. But the key was the entire room was filled with explosives. This was the sum of all the explosives Jing Shu had collected today. If detonated, no matter how big Qianduoduo's house was, everyone would be sent to heaven. And outside, the rumbling continued. Clearly, the bombing wasn't over. "Arrived at the control room, requesting instructions." A cold voice came through the microphone. "Detonate the detonators." "Yes, my boss." The woman began the detonation. Jing Shu ran hard behind her, cursing herself for not following more closely. This woman was suicidal. She never expected anyone so obedient to kill herself. She hadn't resisted at all. "Oh, wait," she cried earlier. Pfft, crying without fighting back? Jing Shu was furious. She didn't care about exposing her cube space powers now. If she was a second slower, she'd be dead. Jing Shu kicked the door open with a bang. The detonators had already started to rapidly spin with a zzz sound, and Jing Shu could even see the electric arcs on them. Boom! At this critical moment, Jing Shu arrived. "Stop it!" All the explosives in the room were instantly absorbed into her space, but the detonators had already begun working. In that split millisecond, a small amount of explosives had not been absorbed, causing a boom. Jing Shu was blasted away by the shockwave for the second time, and this time it was much worse than before. Her forehead was directly split open, blood streaming down, looking very miserable. The entire conference room also exploded with a boom, but the explosion was reduced by millions of times. Jing Shu lay there for a while, not wanting to move. She felt sore all over. This day had been really damn intense. If there were more explosives, she really wouldn't be able to handle it. At that moment, the sound of a large troop's footsteps came from outside. Jing Shu thought to herself, "Damn, they come at the worst time." After some thought, she reluctantly took out nearly 4 tons of explosives and prepared to cut the detonators, creating the illusion of cutting them, since the people outside were all sharp. As someone quite familiar with TNT explosives, Jing Shu knew how to stop explosives with activated detonators, just cut off the power to the remaining explosives. Of course, it was easier said than done. At least in her past life, she didn't have the courage to try. This time, she used a safer spatial method. A bright light suddenly shone on her, and Jing Shu shielded her eyes from the strong glare. "There's a person, a living person. Catch her!" "Wait, Captain Wang, this is someone I know. She should be the person Mr. Su and Mr. Qian were looking for." Lying down, Jing Shu saw a pair of familiar military boots step closer, and when she looked up, she saw Yang Yang's delicate but serious face. "Is this Jing Shu?" Jing Shu's ears were still ringing, barely able to hear. "Yes." Yang Yang ran over with a clatter and helped her up. "Are you seriously injured? Mr. Qian brought an old Chinese medicine doctor." Jing Shu shook her head. "Not serious, but still need to bandage." Captain Wang frowned. "Yang Yang, what happened here?" "Captain Wang, this is Jing Shu, a classmate who followed Sumali in this incident. She protected Sumali all the way here. Mr. Su just asked about her. She was with Sumali but suspected Lin Yi was going to blow up the castle, so she went alone to find clues." Captain Wang's expression softened a lot. "Then hurry. Get her to a doctor for bandaging. The rest, go check the ruins." Jing Shu pointed in a direction. "A woman inside used detonators to trigger TNT explosives. I only managed to cut most of them, but she still detonated a bit. Check if she's still alive." Captain Wang looked surprised, pointing at the explosives. "You cut them while the detonators were working?" Jing Shu nodded. "I knew about this before but never tried. I thought if I didn't do it, everyone would die." "Good, good. Well done. You really saved all our lives. When we came in, we started clearing explosives but only found 2 triggers. Didn't expect the big ones to be here. Jing Shu, you've done a great deed." "I also cleared several big ones, but unfortunately I couldn't clear the main path." Jing Shu's heart bled. 4 tons of TNT, explosives were precious and useful in the apocalypse. But well, one can't be too greedy. She still had 14 tons of TNT left, which should be enough in the apocalypse. Now she could truly be called the Queen of Arms, right? "Report! That woman's upper body has been blown away, only the lower half remains." Captain Wang waved his hand. "Bring her back for DNA testing to confirm identity." Jing Shu was helped back into the castle's main hall, where many people had gathered, but no one dared speak loudly. The atmosphere was cold. The bombing outside gradually stopped. Jing Shu guessed that the entire West Mountain was probably almost destroyed. From today on, rumors that the richest man in West Mountain blew up a whole mountain would surely spread. Jing Shu even had a bit of mood to look around the so-called castle of the richest man. Before, she only passed by and glanced from afar, thinking it was a magnificent fortress, this life. Now entering, her first impression was big, really big, like a palace, with a 10-meter-high ceiling and no pillars. The spacious hall was filled with a low-key but luxurious feeling. It wasn't ostentatious, but every item was priceless. Money is great. Money is even better in the apocalypse. Having money is fun for a moment. Having money forever is fun forever. Jing Shu? Jing Shu, how are you? Don't scare me. Sumali ran over excitedly. Jing Shu attracted everyone's attention because she was the one who, when everyone was relieved to find Sumali, said someone was going to blow up West Mountain and went alone to find the bomb. Later, West Mountain was really blown up, and even a corner of the castle was destroyed. Duo's originally pale face also softened a lot. Go bandage her quickly. Then asked, how's the situation? Duo had said the castle was the safest place, but soon was proven wrong as many explosives were found inside. When a team came in to inspect, they found many problems. Duo then realized that beneath the steel castle he spent a fortune building, someone had dug an underground tunnel. But due to the materials, the intruders couldn't dig past the door, so if he hadn't ordered to open all the castle's defenses today, and the intruders hadn't exploited the tunnel door, they wouldn't have been able to plant so many explosives. Yang was the first to say, mission accomplished. Jing Shu cut the detonators of 4 tons of TNT, successfully preventing the detonators from triggering the explosives, saving all of us. Really? That's amazing! Looks like it's true. Look at how badly she's hurt. God bless us. Duo exhaled heavily and gently patted Jing Shu. Thank you so much today. Not only did you see through the enemy's plot, but you also stopped them. I, Duo, owe you a big favor. Su Xiangnian's grim face also softened, saying to Jing Shu, I'm not as stingy as Duo. I owe you 2 favors since you saved both Sumali and me. Then I owe you 4 favors. You saved my whole family of 4, Duo snorted. The afternoon will have 3 more bonus chapters. All right. Whether to owe favors or not, let's talk about that after we catch the culprit. Hurry up. I have some important questions to ask Jing Shu, Captain Wang said helplessly. This time was so dangerous, almost thousands of people were wiped out. They had to catch the culprit. Su Xiangnian glared at Duo. That old bastard always had to be 1 step ahead of him. No wonder they were arch-enemies for 1,000 years. Although this time he was framed, Su Xiangnian still hated him fiercely. As for Duo, Su Xiangnian only disliked him as a competitor, but he truly hated the government official. Sumali always thought they had a good relationship, but Su Xiangnian was really troubled by that smiling tiger. Yes, we must catch the culprit, Duo said. His tang suit was now tattered and dirty, and his beard, which he had grown for over 10 years, was gone. The atmosphere finally eased a bit after Jing Shu successfully stopped the castle from exploding. Everyone treated the life-saving hero with kindness and admiration. Even the old Chinese medicine doctor was extra careful cleaning Jing Shu's wounds. Jing Shu was afraid of pain, and now felt embarrassed to show her grimacing face. But in her heart, she cursed Lin Yi fiercely. If she had known Lin Yi was going to blow up West Mountain, she would have stolen the explosives earlier, much easier. Jing Shu scanned the people in the castle but didn't see the drama-loving, mentally unstable landlord's foolish son, nor Duo's daughter, Miss Qian, or his wife. Later, it was learned that Duo, upon hearing there were bombs in the castle, arranged for his family to leave by helicopter, while he stayed behind to clean up the mess. When the only remaining parties, Sumali and Jing Shu, were present, Captain Wang pointed at the fat piglet and said, Jing Shu, tell us the location and time of your transaction, and was it with this fat piglet? When the fat piglet behind Duo stepped forward, Jing Shu was shocked, and Sumali took a step back. In an instant, Jing Shu roughly understood the whole story. Jing Shu shook her head. The transaction was at 8 a.m. this morning in the underground casino of the abandoned manor with a person called Fat Piglet. They look similar, but the one who traded with us should have been an imposter, and the real Fat Piglet was already dead in the underground tunnel by the afternoon. This fat piglet wore a tight black suit and looked disciplined, unlike the fat piglet who was bitten by a snake and casually lying on the sofa. Sumali suddenly understood. I thought the one this morning was a bit strange. Fat Piglet also realized. So the person we chatted with on WeChat was the same, but the culprit traded with Sumali first, then imprisoned them in the underground casino. The culprit then disguised as Sumali, Uncle Goo, and 2 masked bodyguards to trade with me. Perfect timing difference. So my stated time didn't match Sumali's disappearance, making you think I was lying. Jing Shu nodded. She was probably an unexpected variable in this drama, causing both the time and characters not to match. Despite this, with such solid evidence, the crazed Su Xiangnan would definitely believe that Qian Duoduo kidnapped his daughter for some purpose. The whole plot was clever. After the bombing started, Su Mali appeared unharmed and revealed the conspiracy to frame them. But the bombing outside hadn't stopped, making Qian Duoduo suspect Su Xiangnan was behind it. After all, if they wanted them to kill each other, why not just kill Su Mali? Why let her out? Only a fool would believe a kidnapped young lady could escape and uncover the plot, especially appearing in his key castle. So they ordered the castle's defense mode activated, but that played right into Lin Yi's hands. Everything was just a setup by Lin Yi to blow up West Mountain. His real plan was to activate the castle's defense system and blow up everyone who came to West Mountain. This guy was insane. Yang Yang kicked the wall hard. Why did we let him escape and come back to take revenge? This incident was definitely deliberate. The rumors flying around are definitely connected to him. He wanted to lure our entire squad here to wipe us out. Jing Shu nodded. This man was truly a wolf with wild ambitions. After the bombing stopped, Captain Wang sent the others and Qian Duoduo's guards to clean up the mess. They heard a side of the mountain was blown up, causing a landslide, and casualties were still being counted. Report. The big database for the woman whose upper body was blown off has been retrieved. Her name is Ling Qi. Based on her last call tracking, the IP address from 5 minutes ago has been found. Jing Shu had finished bandaging her head, cleaning it with water filtered of red worms. Qian Duoduo found her some clothes belonging to Miss Qian to change into. The temperature was dropping fast and would soon get cold. Jing Shu had to wear more clothes. Chase! This time we must catch the person. Where's the address? Banana Community. All right, move out quickly. Jing Shu's hand trembled and accidentally tore her leather jacket, performing an unintentional feat of tearing clothes by hand. Those around swallowed nervously. How much strength did it take to tear a leather coat? Jing Shu had no time for anything else and quickly called Jing Nai's home. The beep 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 sound came, and with each ring, Jing Shu's heart sank a little. Hello? Jing Nai's voice finally came from the other end. Jing Shu quietly exhaled. Nai? What are you doing? Jing Nai replied irritably. What else? Cleaning up the first floor with Zijin? Jing Shu quietly relaxed. Good. Nai, don't go out these days. By the way, has our neighbor Lin Yi come to see you? He? We just talked. Jing Shu's heart pounded again. That young man said he's moving soon and might not chat with me often anymore. It's a pity. He said he'd come chat again when he has time, then left. He seemed to be in a hurry. Jing Shu. All right, Nai. Stay home, and if anything happens, press and hold 1 to call me. After hanging up, Jing Shu called Zijin to confirm the situation, then called her family one by one. No problems. Only then did Jing Shu breathe a slight sigh of relief. No, she couldn't rest until Lin Yi was caught. It felt like a bone stuck in her throat. She had to eliminate Lin Yi or she wouldn't sleep well. No. Jing Shu checked the phone surveillance, but found no footage related to Lin Yi. This person had very strong anti-surveillance awareness. It was probably impossible to find anything. However, Jing Nai had gone out with Zi Jin an hour ago. Every afternoon was their time to clean the old house, but usually that time was when Jing Nai cooked. Otherwise, what would the family eat at night? Besides, cleaning a house only takes about 10 minutes, so it was very likely that they ran into Lin Yi while cleaning the house and then couldn't leave. And the words just now might have been forced? Jing Shu exhaled deeply and closed her eyes. Take me with you. I think my grandmother might be in Lin Yi's hands. The scene at Qianduoduo's castle was chaotic. After being bombarded and beaten unilaterally, they began emergency handling. Qianduoduo even contributed a helicopter to help catch the culprit quickly. Su Xiangyan, after tallying his side's casualties, left with Su Mali. He lost over 100 gas canisters, which exploded accidentally. He didn't really want to blow up West Mountain, but some underground explosives triggered the gas canisters, causing greater secondary damage. Energy was precious after the apocalypse, and Su Xiangnan hated Lin Yi fiercely at this moment. Jing Shu, Yang Yang, and 6 Special Forces soldiers boarded the helicopter, heading straight to Banana Community. Meanwhile, Li Yutian, who had been on standby, led over 100 people to Jing Shu's villa. Jing Shu was restless. Hundreds of scenarios ran through her mind. She even considered using the new ability of the Rubik's cube space to create illusions to trick Lin Yi and rescue Jing Nai. Thinking this made her feel a little better. The upgrade to the Rubik's cube space was truly timely. Fortunately, the helicopter was fast. The straight-line distance to Banana Community was only 5 minutes. By then, Jing Shu's villa and Building 25 were already tightly surrounded, ensuring not even a fly could escape. The helicopter and the large police deployment caused much gossip in Banana Community. Watching a spectacle was a Chinese habit. Only when Li Yutian's loudspeaker announced that a serial killer had escaped into the community did everyone go home to prepare for questioning, dispersing the crowd. After getting off the helicopter, Yang Yang and his team split up to search Building 25 house by house, while Li Yutian led others to search the surroundings. Yang Yang's Captain Wang began casting a wide net around Banana Community. It was the apocalypse now. Although surveillance was not as good as before, major roads still had cameras. Jing Shu asked Yang Yang about Lin Yi on the way. How did Lin Yi escape alone when so many of you had him pinned down? Yang Yang was puzzled too. This guy is weird. Maybe everyone relaxed after the plan succeeded that day. I suggested drinking a bit, and when I woke up, he was gone. But before drinking, I confirmed he was triple locked in a sealed room, needing 3 keys to open. I couldn't have opened it myself after drinking, right? Jing Shu. That means if they let Lin Yi escape, he might slip away like an eel and never be found again. Jing Shu first returned to her villa. Jingye thought something had happened and was shocked to see Jing Shu's injuries. After a few comforting words, Jing Shu was about to rush to Building 25 when Jing Nai and Zijin returned. Jing Shu. She heard Jing Nai say to Zijin, "I don't know what's going on outside. Why are there so many police? Maybe something big happened." "I heard they're arresting a murderer." "Nai? Why are you just back?" Jing Shu looked suspiciously at Jing Nai and Zijin. Making human skin suits took a long time. It was impossible they were made into human skin suits in just half an hour, right? Jing Nai saw Jing Shu's wounds and said with concern, "What have you been doing to get hurt again? Zijin and I were just tidying up damp stuff, so it took some time." "Where's Lin Yi?" Jing Shu checked both Jing Nai and Zijin carefully to be sure. Zijin shyly lowered her head. Jing Shu is acting strange today. "You need to call him Brother Lin from now on. He's already left, driving out of the province. He said he's going far away this time and gave me 500 virtual coins to extend the house rental, saying he might come back anytime." "What a kid," Jing Nai sighed. Jing Shu looked at Zijin, who nodded. "That's what he said. We saw him drive off. He was in a hurry." No matter what, Lin Yi hadn't harmed her grandmother, so Jing Shu felt relieved. But something still felt off. Scratching her head, after arranging Jing Nai and Zijin, she hurried to Lin Yi's house. Lin Yi's house was opposite Jing Nai's. The whole building was surrounded, with 2-person search teams inside. Several people were searching for traces of Lin Yi and moving all his belongings out. When Jing Shu arrived, the house was basically empty. The last cabinet was being moved out. Yang Yang squatted in the empty living room, dazed. "Strange. He didn't harm my grandmother." Jing Shu frowned. "He ran away. We can't catch him anymore. Next time he appears, it will be a bloodbath again. This time was lucky. You broke his plan, But next time, where will he show up? Yang Yang clenched his fist and slammed the wall hard, blood immediately flowing. Yeah. Jing Shu stared at the wall, something flashing in her mind. Then suddenly a light burst forth. Captain Yang, let's take the stuff back first. If anything happens, shout outside. The brothers are searching nearby. Yang Yang waved his hand. Go ahead, I'll stay a bit longer. Bang! The last policeman closed the door. Damn it, only 10 minutes, where could he have gone? No, he didn't run. He doesn't need to run, why would he run? Compared to the dangerous outside world, this place is still the safest, Jing Shu said with bright eyes. She thought she somewhat understood Lin Yi's special ability. What do you mean? Yang Yang frowned. 0, he's still in this house. Jing Shu's fist hit the wall, making a loud thudding sound. Yang Yang was even more confused. What did Jing Shu mean? Jing Shu only suddenly remembered when she saw Yang Yang punch the wall that the fake walls in the underground tunnel and the fake mirrors in the castle were all made by the same person, perfectly matching the surrounding environment. Then, inside, a new space was added. This reflected a person's habit. Just like Jing Shu, a foodie at heart, it was something she couldn't change. So even someone as smart as Lin Yi, because of his lack of security, would always hide himself in places where no one could find him. It had become a habit. Therefore, Jing Shu believed Lin Yi was still inside this house in a secret room he had modified and hidden himself. From the outside, it was impossible to tell, and even if you looked carefully, you wouldn't notice. After all, the whole house was empty except for the walls. Who would think that in such a common commodity housing, someone had built a small secret room? Jing Shu started tapping the walls bit by bit, knocking all around. There was nothing unusual. Yang Yang didn't understand, but Jing Shu didn't know how to explain. If she explained, she would reveal her secret, like how she opened the fake door in the underground tunnel. So it was better to say less in front of smart people. Jing Shu knocked again, up and down, left and right. This time she even knocked on the wall of the walk-in closet and didn't give up. Sure enough, one section gave a crisp sound. It wasn't hollow, but the sound was different from the surroundings. This place was well hidden. Even the police probably wouldn't check here. Yang Yang and Jing Shu exchanged a glance. Jing Shu saw a strange expression on Yang Yang's face, as if he was looking at a monster. Now, let's open it. Jing Shu clenched her fist, making a crackling sound. Otherwise, she would just smash it with a big hammer. At that moment, the hidden door opened, revealing Lin Yi's face with a half-smile. He walked out and clapped his hands. Looks like I underestimated you. Next time I make a door, although it's more troublesome, I'll have to use exactly the same material so it's harder to detect. Jing Shu's vision caught the inside of the door, a hidden space less than 4 square meters, fully equipped with various foods, water, even electricity, and a cabinet bed for lodging. It had all the conditions for survival. Living there for a month would be no problem. Do you think you can still escape? Jing Shu sneered. This guy was way too self-confident. Hundreds of police were searching for him outside. Now, if Yang Yang shouted, everyone would come in. Even if he had explosives, no one could save him. Escape? Why would I escape? Jing Shu, today is the first time we truly meet, right? Why so much hostility? I don't even blame you for ruining my hard-earned plan. Lin Yi had his hands in his pockets, shrugged casually, always looking so sunny and positive, with a slight smile on his lips. Such a calm and collected demeanor. He must have a trump card to be so indifferent. Yang Yang, call the men. The big villain's standard is to be arrogant and talkative. Jing Shu was determined not to give Lin Yi time to call for help. Lin Yi tilted his head, fingers rhythmically rubbing on his pants, and said casually, Or, Officer Yang, just let me go this once. Let's pretend you never found me today. Let me live here comfortably for a few more days. Jing Shu snorted. Lin Yi really dared to say that. Yang Yang would beat him to death. Then, something that shocked Jing Shu happened. Yang Yang pondered for a moment and actually said, Fine, I'll let you go this once. Jing Shu, what's going on? Lin Yi stepped toward Jing Shu, his finger rubbing faster and faster. Looking at his long, beautiful fingers, Jing Shu felt a wave of drowsiness. So, Jing Shu, what do you think? Maybe you're tired after a long day and should go back to enjoy a sumptuous dinner you want. Your grandmother has prepared a whole table of delicious food. Your cousin is waiting to tell you about the day's new things. You're enjoying the envious and jealous looks of your family. You enjoy this atmosphere. You need to vent and express yourself. Unconsciously, Jing Shu almost agreed, almost believed your nonsense. Jing Shu's spirit suddenly jolted, activating the latest ability of the Rubik's Cube space. Illusion. She instantly recovered from the near fall into Lin Yi's trap. Lin Yi showed a surprised expression. So, your secret trump card is this ability? You say things that make people obedient? Jing Shu's lips curled. If so, everything made sense. But did superpowers really exist in this world? You're the second person I haven't successfully hypnotized, Lin Yi said regretfully. It's not a big deal. I'm the world's only hypnotist who can reach level 7 hypnosis. Usually hypnosis is divided into 6 levels. This was like Jack Ma saying it's no big deal that he's not interested in money. Jing Shu's mouth dropped open. Hypnosis? This was hypnosis? The hypnotist gives suggestions to the subject, who may experience changes in perception, thinking, memory, and behavior under hypnosis, including temporary paralysis, hallucinations, and forgetting to respond to the hypnotist's suggestions. It seemed even more advanced than Jing Shu's new illusion ability in the Rubik's Cube space, but they were not comparable. Lin Yi's hypnosis was done through voice, hand gestures, and other cues, making people do things they wouldn't remember. Lin Yi's hypnosis was more persistent and event-driven. Won't stop until the goal is reached. Jing Shu's illusions were limited to the Rubik's Cube space. But Jing Shu's illusions were pretty powerful, like cheating, using the Rubik's Cube space to directly implant suggestions without extra hand or voice cues, and if it failed once, she would keep suggesting until it succeeded. So that's why my grandmother and Zi Jin said they saw you drive away. You used their mouths to tell me you had left, making us all think you escaped? Oh, and you also made your subordinate Ling Ti commit suicide by detonating the detonator. That was hypnosis too? Last year you also used hypnosis to escape from their hands? You also used hypnosis to dig up all Uncle Gu's secrets, right? Lin Yi clapped his hands. But Ling Ti's case, I didn't hypnotize her. She did it willingly. Scumbag? My will is the sword she wields. If death can raise Ling Ti's status in my heart, she would do it without hesitation. I understand her, so I fulfilled her wish. From now on, she will forever live in my heart. But you, Jing Shu, you are heartless and desireless. What is the meaning of your life? Lin Yi, worthy of being a master hypnotist, strode calmly toward Jing Shu, exerting pressure. Jing Shu felt she was about to fall into Lin Yi's rhythm. Using external objects and requiring interaction is low-level hypnosis. But Lin Yi's voice alone was like magic, putting people into a mysterious state where they don't even realize what they've done after listening. As his trump card, he could walk through all dangers unafraid. Jing Shu now understood why in her past life, Ling, 0, was just an ordinary person, caught many times but always escaped. Of course, Lin Yi's hypnosis had limits. He couldn't use it in crowded or noisy places. That's probably why Yang Yang and his team could capture him. Whether it works on deaf people was uncertain, since a good hypnotist can use various pre-hypnosis methods. This was a showdown between a hypnotist's ability and Jing Shu's Rubik's Cube space illusion ability. Jing Shu tried many times to implant illusions and false ideas into Lin Yi to influence his decisions, but all failed. Lin Yi's hypnosis was greatly weakened by Jing Shu, even resisted outright. Ah, what a bother. Lin Yi finally gave up hypnotizing Jing Shu. Actually, I really like it here, chatting with Grandma. You're out of chances. Jing Shu had just said this when she saw surprise flash in Lin Yi's eyes. Then he suddenly collapsed. Jing Shu stepped forward and found a small hidden button in Lin Yi's pocket. After studying it for a while, Jing Shu found the pattern. First, press the button, then step on a specific floor tile, which would become a suspended trapdoor. Once stepped on, the person would instantly disappear, and the tile would restore, never opening again. It was exactly the same mechanism as the West Mountain basement. An escape device, so that's how it was. The switch was on his body. Jing Shu wondered why she couldn't find it in the basement before. This guy tried the exact same trick as Fat Piglet, and Jing Shu didn't notice. Dealing with these people was exhausting, because one moment they bluff or beg, the next moment they might escape. If Lin Yi had blended into the crowd, even with a thorough check of banana community, and with continuous cover from others, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Lin Yi clearly planned to run once he couldn't hypnotize Jing Shu. Being a psychology student, he tried to hypnotize and distract her, making her think he had a big trick. Fortunately, Jing Shu was smart and knew not to alert him. She used the drug powder collected from when her cousin's son was robbed and drugged at his wedding, scattering it from her space. Lin Yi's attention was on Jing Shu, and in the dark house, he couldn't see the powder drifting in, so he was caught in seconds. "Wake up!" Jing Shu patted the wooden-faced Yang, who showed no reaction. She then used strong illusion suggestions from her space several times, and Yang finally recovered. "What's wrong? Where's Zero?" Jing Shu rolled her eyes and explained everything. Yang pursed his lips tightly. "I see. That's why last time was so confusing, but why weren't you hypnotized?" Yang looked at Jing Shu suspiciously. Even after knowing her for so long, he still couldn't figure her out. She was a mysterious woman who always surprised and amazed him. "I have strong willpower and mental strength. Even Zero was surprised he couldn't hypnotize me. Look, he still wants to run." Yang took out handcuffs, electric ankle chains, tape, and bound Lin Yi tightly, gagging him. "Now that he can't speak, how can he hypnotize? This time we definitely won't let him escape. Now that we know his secret, we can guard against him." Jing Shu hadn't expected that her involvement changed Zero's fate from being caught only after years in his past life, and also exposed his abilities. Zero was always cautious using hypnosis, keeping it secret for many years, but it failed on Jing Shu. Jing Shu was curious. Zero said there was one person he couldn't hypnotize. Who was that? What was special about them? Anyway, Zero was finally brought to justice, removing a big thorn from Jing Shu's heart. From now on, she was completely done with the Jedian organization. No more worries about small enemies bringing bigger ones, or bigger ones bringing ancestors. "When will he be sentenced or executed?" Jing Shu asked. "Don't know. If by procedure, maybe a week or a month. But," Yang lowered his voice, "he probably won't die so easily. He stole Chinese and American core data. He knows too much. They'll want to get everything out of him first." Every second he lived was nerve-wracking. "Let me know if there's news about him." "Okay, you definitely earned a first-class merit this time. Why not join the first squad? Wang Dezhao just got promoted again, saying he needs to level up fast to meet your standards." "I just want to enjoy life in my villa. If there's anything good, call me." Yang left with the unconscious Lin Yi. Lin Yi's supplies were confiscated. Jing Shu didn't dare use them, fearing surveillance devices. The troops in Banana Community dispersed. Li Yutian invited Jing Shu to sit for a while, learned about the situation, and seeing her spirits low, sent her back. "When you feel better, come record your statement." Before dinner, Su Mali sent a message. The 50-60 people from Lin Yi's group seen in the underground casino, alive or dead, were all found and brought to justice. She also reported today's losses. Su Mali's father lost many gas canisters, needless to say. Over 30 people died. When they went to the underground tunnel to find Su Mali, someone secretly switched clothes with them, then went above ground to blow up gas canisters, causing chaos. Those people were all killed. Duo suffered even greater losses. Every place with a building was rigged with bombs, and all were detonated. Out of 600 people, over 100 died due to various reasons. The employee dormitory Duo had seen when passing West Mountain was completely flattened. The bodyguards and servants had nowhere to live. The financial losses were huge. The expensive farms and breeding grounds were ruined. However, it was said that Duo's castle still had plenty of food and should be able to hold out. In short, Today was a mutual destruction with no clear winner. Lin Yi was completely wiped out. Wait, if anyone benefited, it seemed to be Jing Shu. Jing Shu was certain that if she hadn't gone this time, the Rubik's Cube space might not have upgraded for a long time. So the upgrade was definitely a life-saving trump card for her. With the upgrade, she gained new abilities and 14 tons of TNT explosives, which would be quite useful in the apocalypse. She also earned valuable favors from Su Xiangnian and Qianduo Duo. With this network, even if she wasn't a big shot yet, she was moving in that direction. Catching Lin Yi surely earned her a first-class merit and some virtual currency as a reward. Finally, some income. Thinking of this, Jing Shu felt much less tired. Because she was eager to see the upgraded Rubik's Cube space, she ate dinner much faster. Jing Shu naturally treated the day's experience as a joke, not to brag, but to reassure her family. Jing Nai specially killed a chicken and made fish soup to calm Jing Shu's nerves. Of course, Jing Shu glossed over the explosives part, only saying she uncovered a conspiracy and was rewarded. Otherwise, Jing Nai, who had a weak heart, might have fainted. After dinner, each family member drank a sip of medicinal wine to dispel dampness and ate some available fruit. Jing Shu asked her father to look after the leeches and Jing Ye to take the chickens out. Because there were too many people in the community, even the fat chickens were given plastic raincoats and leashed like dogs. Fortunately, the heavy rain and darkness outside made it hard to tell if it was a dog or a chicken. The fat chickens had grown as big as medium-sized dogs, and it was unknown if they would grow bigger. If they got too big, would they be taken for research? The Research Institute might not have time now. There were many new mutated and evolved species. Their focus was on how to increase grain production. It was said they were researching genetically mutated animals. Due to different statuses, Jing Shu hadn't heard of this in her past life, but this time she heard Su Mali mention it. The idea was to extract genes and combine them with vectors to introduce target genes into recipient cells, creating new species or plants adapted to the apocalypse to increase food production. Jing Shu found it a bit confusing until Su Mali whispered, "Basically, it's making a chicken grow legs and wings all over, even multiple reproductive organs to lay eggs, or turning cows into egg-laying animals that can lay eggs daily, hatching a batch of cow eggs monthly, or fattening fish by injecting hormones and drugs so each generation can grow to dozens or hundreds of pounds in months. They even add anti-melatonin or remove photosynthesis abilities, forcing growth by other means. They completely ignore the genetic breakthrough's side effects, forcibly increasing yield without caring about consequences. After all, if the apocalypse continues, given the country's situation, China might be destroyed in less than 10 years. You don't know? But recently livestock and crop prices have skyrocketed again. Because the country is storing large amounts of red worms with enough feed, they want to breed more livestock." After Su Mali's explanation, Jing Shu understood how the infamous mutant food after the 6th year of the apocalypse came about. The research started heavily in the 2nd year. But Su Mali was right. From the 5th year, migration, heavy snow, and cold weather caused crop yields to plummet, starving many. Without new food, China would be wiped out. If the first 5 years of the apocalypse were eating local products like redworms, maggots, and corpse worms, then in the later years, people started eating things with no meat flavor, strange and hard to swallow. Jing Shu shuddered, unwilling to think about it. Not to mention genetically modified food, even in her past life, only the wealthy could afford it. She remembered once eating genetically modified fattened fish. The fish meat wasn't really fish meat. The cells were enlarged 100-fold. Biting into it was like chewing wood chips, hard and hard to swallow. The fishy smell was amplified hundreds of times like vomit in a gutter for months. Yes, eating fish was like eating garbage from a stinky gutter. When the market was full of genetically mutated food, the most precious and valuable were the unmodified, original ecological foods. Chickens, ducks, and fish then were like antiques before the apocalypse. Why did they become more valuable? Couldn't they be bred extensively? Because of environment and cost. First, survival of the fittest was no joke. The longer the apocalypse lasted, the more original plants and animals that didn't adapt would be eliminated. Original species were too fragile. darkness, cold, viruses, low yield, and easy death. Cost-wise, the same food might only feed one original livestock, but after genetic breakthroughs, yield multiplied 5-10 times. With a population of 1 billion, China had to choose low-cost, high-yield breeding to keep most people from starving. Original species only existed in the upper class. Shaking her head, these were still distant issues. Genetically modified organisms were a livelihood issue for China. If the father of rice hadn't invented grafted high-yield rice, maybe half of the Chinese would have starved. So living was more important than anything. After locking herself in her bedroom, Jing Shu took out the now 8th-level challenge Rubik's Cube and silently said, "Rubik's Cube space." Instantly, the Rubik's Cube space entered its second form, expanding around Jing Shu. The current space was 7x7x7 sin 343 cubic meters. If she completed the 8th level upgrade, it would be 8x8x8 EU 512 cubic meters. Great. Jing Shu was full of motivation. The 7th level space changed a lot. The central spirit spring still produced a pitiful amount daily, but now 6 new space fields were added, 36 square meters of planting area. Jing Shu did some calculations. Although the spirit spring in the Rubik's Cube space still produced only 1 gram, 20 drops per day, the 6 additional farmland plots meant the space automatically supplied 1 drop of spirit spring to each plot daily. That added 6 more drops per day. After the upgrade, the Rubik's Cube space had 24 plots. From the initial 6 plots to now 24, Jing Shu felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment. Like the early days of QQ Farm when you started with 6 plots, and the veterans at level 50 had a whole field. It was a proud feeling, especially in this apocalypse where almost nothing could grow. Having a high-yield farmland where you could plant whatever you wanted was so safe and precious that Jing Shu almost cried. However, the farmland in the Rubik's Cube space had a downside. Even if nothing was planted, the spirit spring would still automatically flow in 1 drop per day. This made Jing Shu feel that the land needed daily nourishment from the spirit spring to maintain its doubled yield. So, the farmland in the space must not be wasted. Something must be planted every day. Of course, as the space upgraded and expanded, Jing Shu's needs grew. So far, there was no overproduction or waste. The number of plots was limited, and although the output was high, Jing Shu's demand was also large. Plus, planting a batch took about 10 days. Jing Shu often fed vegetable roots and unwanted leaves to livestock and used all branches as firewood. Currently, Jing Shu arranged the 24 plots as follows. 6 plots were still used for various vegetables, producing crops every 10 days. Jing Shu would stockpile 1 or 2 months' worth before processing them into finished products. 6 plots were for fruits. Jing Shu usually made juice from them, fed leftover pulp to livestock, and transplanted some to the second-floor greenhouse for family consumption. Occasionally, she made dried fruit from the surplus. 6 plots were for medicinal herbs. Since the last upgrade was only half a year ago, some herbs had matured and were stored in the space. Jing Shu planned to dry them next year because this year was too humid. But herbs like ginseng and lingzi required years to mature, so no rush there. Now, with 6 new plots added, Jing Shu planted cotton on 3 and tobacco on the other 3. Because the farmland was limited and output constrained, Jing Shu planned to build a foundation here, but still relied on luxury goods in the apocalypse. As the saying goes, those who directly trade rice and flour in the apocalypse are courting death. They're basically telling the world they're grain merchants. The government would probably envy and find reasons to tax them heavily. But high-end goods like tobacco and alcohol were different. Jing Shu had 2 red worm farms, which were like the ubiquitous corn before the apocalypse. Huge output but cheap, half-fed to livestock, and unnoticed. These farms were seasonal, good to run during the rainy season but not later. Later, it was a matter of sales and personal use. Tobacco was different. A sustainable, safe business. Poor people couldn't afford it. Only the rich who were full and bored wanted to enjoy life and had money to spend. Luxury goods were the easiest money in the apocalypse. Some areas suffered drought, others floods, many starved, and some had no place to spend money. Although they had food, low productivity meant many things were out of stock. Whenever something appeared, everyone scrambled for it. With her title in the Medicinal Herb Association, Jing Shu's business was legitimate. To meet market demand, she planned to produce high-end cigars. She aimed to trade the fewest cigars for the greatest capital. How many cigars could 18 square meters, 3 plots, produce? Of course, some would be for personal use, like Jingye and Jingba, who had no cigarettes and were nearly going crazy. As for cotton, Jing Shu hadn't expected so many family members. So soon after the apocalypse, they started running out. Later, with cold weather, even more cotton would be needed. Cotton could be considered a semi-currency in the later period. Sending a cotton coat in winter could solve many problems by calling in favors. Another big reason? The cows in Jing Shu's space were pregnant. This time, a few more cows would be added. Jing Shu planned to breed cows vigorously and make more shredded beef jerky, beef energy bars, and braised beef. In ancient dramas, when entering a tavern, people often order a pound of beef, showing its status. When hungry, biting into cumin-flavored spicy or scallion-flavored shredded beef, slowly chewing the perfect blend of meat aroma and seasoning, or dipping thin slices of braised beef in chili sauce. Just thinking about it made her salivate. The beef jerky made last year was all eaten and not enough. Now with more space, Jing Shu could breed more livestock and produce mature meat. Cottonseed and other cotton byproducts were the best feed for cattle and sheep. Planting cotton solved the food supply problem for expanding production. If they only ate redworms, cattle and sheep wouldn't produce milk, and quality would drop significantly. So, Jing Shu fed her livestock the best feed she could. Don't ask why Jing Shu didn't use her surplus food to help those who couldn't afford meals, but fed it to livestock instead. You can't save someone once and expect to save them forever. In her past life, she never saw a rich person give her rice to eat. But anyone who helped Jing Shu would be repaid 100-fold this life. Those who framed her wouldn't be repaid 100-fold, but would be made to live hard in the apocalypse, watching her live well and hearing others envy her improving situation. If someone wanted to die because life was too hard, Jing Shu would kindly save them. If they still wanted to die, she would save them again, like Su Mei Mei. But that's another story. To reduce deaths, Jing Shu planned to store a batch of red worm cakes. She could provide these in the hardest times, but not for free, only in exchange for labor. She wouldn't give charity or expect gratitude. Just like in her past life when starving, she thought if she had lots of food, she would only trade for equal value, respecting others. The next day, Jing Shu had Jingye set up racks and lights on the third-floor terrace. She wanted to plant tobacco and cotton since the space's farmland needed to be supplemented. Hearing this, Jingba and Jingye surprisingly didn't argue but quickly built the racks. Jing Shu then planted these two crops on the 20-plus square meter terrace. Besides changes to the farmland, Jing Shu also used 8 cubic meters of space to raise fish. She planned to breed a large batch to make finished products like grilled, fried, steamed, and braised fish to keep in the space for late-night snacks. After the upgrade, whether it was an illusion or not, her appetite seemed to have increased a bit. She got hungry easily, and when hungry she became irritable. Last year she spent time drying various vegetables, and the space wasn't big enough to raise more fish. This year, with more time and space, she decided to make more cooked food for convenience so she could eat any time without the hassle of cooking. She also used 24 cubic meters to raise poultry, doubling the number. Jing Shu planned to slaughter a batch in about half a year and make cooked food, preparing early for the 5th-year migration. After the 5th year, traveling would leave little time for cooking. The main task for the second half of this year was to prepare various cooked foods and store them in the space, ensuring Jing Shu, the big eater, could always eat well. She also planned to pickle as much as possible for long-term storage, so later no one would be surprised when taking them out. For example, making canned fruit and vacuum-packed cooked corn. When many people came, these could be taken out without raising suspicion, even claimed as expired pre-apocalypse food. After the apocalypse, a pack of vacuum-packed corn was as precious as an 82 Lafite wine. These expired pre-apocalypse foods were rare and highly valued, so Jing Shu's space now consisted of 1 cubic meter of spirit spring, plus 24 cubic meters of farmland, plus 8 cubic meters of fish, plus 24 cubic meters of poultry, plus 286 cubic meters of supplies. The 286 cubic meters weren't fully used yet, over 80 cubic meters remained. Besides bulky items like gasoline, diesel, TNT, mineral water, basement rice, flour, oil, a few hammer-shaped giant stones, reusable conical steel, and 8 cubic meters of nuts, the rest were mostly various foods, each occupying 1 to 3 cubic meters. When Jing Shu used up most of the space, she planned to reorganize it. As the space grew, she sometimes wished for a tidy-up function like in games, to neatly arrange all supplies without her having to spend so much effort. Although the space was 360 degrees with no blind spots and had X-ray vision, looking at all the cubic grids made her eyes dizzy. Jing Shu's Rubik's cube space was currently level 7. The challenge in her hands was the level 8 cube. Previously, the level 6 space gained a second form, a virtual reality overlap that made managing the space more intuitive and convenient. Even slaughtering pigs and cows could be done easily by overlapping the second form with reality. The current level 7 space added the illusion ability, which could directly control and influence creatures within the second form's range, and also affect people there, though the effect on humans was minor. Still, it gave Jing Shu an extra means of control, self-protection, reconnaissance, and tracking. When practicing the level 7 cube, Jing Shu often experienced illusions, always waking up at 4 a.m. to deal with things. Jing Shu guessed that upgrading the Rubik's cube space now required more than just restoring it to its original state. New elements were added to interfere and slow down the restoration, greatly increasing the difficulty of upgrading. But the rewards were richer, accompanied by new abilities. So after studying the upgraded space, Jing Shu ate a pot of porridge and a pile of crayfish, then continued practicing the level 8 cube. She didn't know what challenges awaited this time or what new abilities would emerge after the next upgrade. But time was running out. She wanted to upgrade the space again before going to the US next year. That way, she could take more things back and not make the trip in vain. Jing Shu was full of motivation. Time flew by, and it was already late April. The temperature dropped from 36 degrees C to 29 degrees C. In 2 months, the temperature would plunge sharply, and it wouldn't be warm spring rain, but deadly cold rain. Thousands of silkworm eggs had been laid in the space. Next month, the silkworm population would double. The silkworms in the villa's yard also laid over 1,000 eggs. Jing Nai and Zijin were busy. Jing Ye made over 10 racks piled in the bedroom to hold silkworms. If there wasn't enough space later, they'd use the living room, but it was already partly occupied by garlic, scallions, and mushrooms, so it would get crowded. More than a month had passed since the last incident. The bombing of West Mountain was never known to the public, only circulating in certain circles. Duo was busy building a new one-stop base. He contacted Jing Shu several times, inviting her to visit in a few months and promising surprises, even saying he'd gift her anything she liked. Jing Shu really didn't know what the one-stop base was for, since in her past life she was at the bottom and unaware of such circles. Su Xiangyan was more straightforward. No matter how many times Duo contacted Jing Shu, Su Xiangyan always contacted her one more time, claiming he wasn't as stingy as Duo. Jing Shu was helpless and said Duo was preparing a surprise, and Su Xiangyan wasn't stingy either. He asked Jing Shu to wait a bit longer. He had a surprise too. Jing Shu was a bit hopeful but also anxious and worried, because Lin Yi was not executed but protected. Jing Shu was stunned when she heard this. Why? This kind of person should be killed quickly. Did he hypnotize your leader's leaders? Yang Yang said helplessly. After the US government learned he was caught, they sent assassins trying to kill Lin Yi. Because Lin Yi knows secrets of great value, before scientists fully study them, he won't be executed but will be strictly protected. So Jing Shu didn't know when Lin Yi would die. Not dying made her uneasy. Now she could only keep an eye on him. Fortunately, his abilities were known, and measures were taken to prevent his escape. In the past month, some small events happened. For example, Wu Yuai finally arrested the father and son who forcibly occupied Zhang Bingbing's property and sent them to labor reform. It was said they were beaten badly within days. The heavy rain continued, floods hadn't receded, but the city's salvageable items were all taken. The rest were unusable after months underwater. Not only that, but now the buildings in the city have grown a thick layer of green mold, with mushrooms beginning to sprout faintly on the mold. Jing Shu knew the era of poisonous mushrooms and toxic insects was about to begin. Whenever she walked through Banana Community, every building was covered with green-black moss. Soon they would become green hairy monsters. Various insects would grow on the moss, and after a few months, the houses would be filled with green moss, mushrooms, and crawling, biting insects. Many people were infected by insect bites and died from the resulting diseases. Thinking about living in a damp, moldy, insect-infested house, Jing Shu didn't know how she had survived in her past life. So now her family paid great attention to these issues. Every 2 days they would dry the villa inside and out. Every 3 days, Jing Shu replaced the lime desiccants inside the villa. Every 5 days, Jing Ba and Jing Shu would clean the roofs and corners outside where moss tended to grow. After months of soaking, some parts of the villa were no longer waterproof. Every month, Jing Shu reinforced the villa's waterproofing to keep the house from becoming too damp. By now, 1/5 of people in the apocalypse suffered from rheumatism, limping painfully. Jing Shu's snake medicine wine was highly sought after, but it was rare. Since she didn't have much white liquor, she bartered the prepared medicinal wine or exchanged favors. Speaking of which, the father and son who forcibly occupied Zhang Bingbing's place were surprisingly released after a few days because Zhang Bingbing was pregnant again. Zhang Dada's baby was not yet 100 days old, and these two beasts got her pregnant again. This was discovered by Wang Xuemei, who cared for Zhang Bingbing and noticed she hadn't had her period for a long time. She suspected something and took her to a doctor for a checkup. In the apocalypse, menstruation was generally ignored. Those who could would cut some cloth for sanitary use, those who couldn't just let it be, and water outside would wash it away. In the dark, no one could tell. The middle class exchanged virtual currency for toilet paper, 1 virtual coin per roll. The upper class used pre-apocalypse stockpiles since daily necessities had stopped production. Fortunately, Jing Shu had bought enough. With so many people at home, if it ran out, she could make some cotton cloth. Cotton was skin-friendly and absorbent. Adding a waterproof layer outside would suffice. Next time, if Zhang Bingbing's baby is a boy, call him Zhang Erge. If a girl, Zhang Erjia, Jing Shu said. Children were rare in the apocalypse. When schools reopened next year, the scene would be... Wu Yui shrugged. Anyway, you're the one providing milk to the baby, so you have the right to name them. Every day, Wu Yui personally brought a bowl of warm milk to feed Zhang Bingbing. Since Zhang Bingbing ate poorly, she couldn't breastfeed. Luckily, there was plenty of milk at home, so saving a baby was a good deed. This month, Jing Shu's 2 red worm feed factories were better managed, thanks to Su Mali. Previously, Jing Shu had to transport feed from the origin to the storage warehouse every 3 to 5 days, which was troublesome and fuel-consuming. Once, Su Mali invited her to a noble party to exchange information and supplies. She learned Jing Shu had arranged transport trucks, so she borrowed a natural gas truck from her father and rented it to Jing Shu. The truck and driver were dedicated to shuttling between the 2 feed factories and the warehouse. Jing Shu only needed to verify numbers and goods, paying just 30 virtual coins each time, almost half price. In recent months, virtual coins spent on red worm feed soared. Jing Shu had invested 30,000 virtual coins, enough for over 2 months of production. She might invest another 30,000, increasing her recycling efforts. Last month's deal with West Mountain's Fat Piglet went as planned. Jing Shu only got 12 tons of gasoline, so the feed investment came from profits made selling blood mushrooms auctioned by Su Mali. The more virtual coins she earned, the more she needed. To cover the feed factory's deficit, Jing Shu brewed white liquor, red wine, and the rice wine she always wanted to drink, planning to use snake wine to make money before tobacco was ready. Rice wine was the simplest. Jing Shu cooked white rice, cooled it, added sweet yeast, and fermented it at about 37 degrees C for 72 hours. The resulting rice wine was sweet and sour. Jing Shu planned to put the rice wine into glass jars, refrigerate them, And when she wanted some, scoop a few spoons, add water, boil it, cook glutinous rice balls inside, then add a poached egg and milk. The delicious rice wine soup would be ready. The poached egg had to be soft-boiled, bitten twice, half a bite each time. The egg white wrapped the yolk, slightly solid outside but with a little runny yolk inside. Then, when the person wasn't paying attention, swallow it whole, lick the yolk off the lips, and enjoy maximum taste satisfaction. But one pot with a dozen poached eggs wasn't enough for Jing Shu. She made dozens of pots, filling 2 cubic meters of space. She used several bags of rice and a whole stack of eggs, successfully solving the egg storage problem in her space. 2 cubic meters gave her great peace of mind. Whenever she wanted, she could scoop a big bowl with 5 or 6 soft-boiled eggs, enjoying cooked food anytime, anywhere. This was Jing Shu's greatest happiness now. Red wine was also easy to make. Jing Shu had saved grapes for a long time and made red wine following tutorials. The only hassle was filtering twice. The rest was fermentation. Jing Shu praised her own cleverness and discovered a new space function. The rainy, humid weather outside was unsuitable for fermentation and brewing, so she fermented inside the space. If there was no life inside, the independent Rubik's Cube space would automatically switch to vacuum time-stop mode. That meant whatever was fermented inside would remain unchanged, no matter how long it stayed. So Jing Shu put the space and the snakes she raised together. After thinking it over, she decided chickens, ducks, and rabbits had too strong a smell, which might affect the wine's taste. If the wine smelled like poultry, that would be terrible. The only odorless creatures were the little bugs Jing Shu had brought back from West Mountain. After so long breeding, the dozen or so bugs had become ferocious, eating everything. Jing Shu worried they might gnaw on the jars and ruin the wine if separated. So she put the snakes and wine together. The snakes were large but only took up 1 cubic meter. Jing Shu used iron cages to separate them from the wine. The jars were sealed, so even if a snake accidentally got into the wine, it would just become medicinal wine. Very convenient. Among the 3 types of alcohol, baijiu, white liquor, was the most time-consuming and labor-intensive to produce. The location for brewing was first resolved, but distilling baijiu gave Jing Shu quite a headache. Fortunately, her grandfather was skilled at handmade crafts. When he heard Jing Shu had no tools for distilling, he immediately started experimenting and tinkering for 4 or 5 days before making a distillation apparatus. Though his skills were limited, it was good enough for use. Therefore, the distilled alcohol wasn't very strong, but Jing Shu's goal was to make medicinal liquor anyway. Red wine could be drunk after 20 days. Since Jing Shu needed baijiu urgently, she brewed it for just a month before starting to soak large amounts of snake wine. In half a month, it would bring her a handsome profit and considerable reputation. Jing Shu now had many industries. The most profitable was blood mushrooms, but they only produced about a dozen every 10 days. The quantity was too scarce and couldn't be increased. Blood mushrooms were naturally non-cultivable, so Jing Shu's method of harvesting them, like cutting chives, was already extraordinary. She didn't dare auction them openly, but sold them at a fixed price directly to Su Mali under a confidentiality agreement. Otherwise, if others knew she always had blood mushrooms, she'd be targeted. The red worm feed factory was an investment industry. Though it wasn't profitable yet, prices would soar after this year, likely becoming Jing Shu's biggest moneymaker. Next was the medicinal liquor industry. A pound of liquor was priced around 1,500 virtual coins, providing Jing Shu with steady income. This year, giving medicinal liquor as gifts when visiting others was prestigious, more so than popular health supplements. Jing Shu's first batch received excellent reviews. People like Li Yutian and Su Xiangnian praised its dampness-dispelling effects. Su Xiangnian exchanged compressed natural gas for medicinal liquor. Li Yutian traded 300 kW of electricity for a bottle, so medicinal liquor sold easily. Then there were leeches, but they were still of limited use. They'd become valuable after next year when cold weather caused many to suffer frostbite and ulcers. In a time when most didn't need medicine, leeches could play a big role. Finally, the tobacco industry. Homegrown tobacco was made into cigars, while the Medicinal Herb Association used tobacco for insecticide. Now, all houses in Wu City were covered with green moss, and the ground was thick with mold. Stepping on it felt soft like grass. When it rained or was windy, the moss floated in the rain. It was like the song, "Seaweed, seaweed, drifting with the waves, dancing in the surf, no matter the storm, I have my joy." Soon, poisonous insects would ravage people's homes. Those with weak immunity would get infected and die. Tobacco-made insecticides would be in high demand. Jing Shu thought, since she was in the Medicinal Herb Association, why not plant the most needed herbs? First, to reduce deaths in Wu City. A little tobacco spray could save 10 families. If the association developed tobacco extensively, many lives could be saved. Second, she was about to be assessed as vice president. New officials must make achievements. A vice president should act like one. She had solved difficult problems before, but now, if she made some representative achievements, her position would be secure, easing worries about her status. Therefore, Jing Shu planted tobacco in the experimental field. Soon, it would reach medicinal quality. In May, Jing Shu's vice president assessment finally came. She had met all promotion requirements. All her medicinal herbs reached medicinal standards, with records and surveillance. However, the quota was originally pre-decided. Now that Jing Shu was taking the spot, others were unwilling. When Zhou Bapi told Jing Shu there was an extra interview stage, she immediately understood. On Thursday, May 16, 2024, daytime temperature dropped to 25 DGC, nighttime near freezing. The weather was getting colder, and the heavy rain hinted at freezing. Jing Shu received the vice president interview notice. After sharing breakfast with Zhou Bapi at Su Mali's, oil naan, fried dough sticks, and hot soup, Zhou Bapi drove his Alpha car, bumping along, arriving at the Medicinal Herb Base before 10 a.m. Oh, the old Medicinal Herb Association was renamed the Medicinal Herb Base, gathering all provincial drug-related personnel. It was much more crowded and developing rapidly. Be careful, I don't know what tricks Old Tai is playing. To keep his vice president position, he's using every means. Got it, don't worry, I'll seize this opportunity. Jing Shu was determined to grasp this chance. It was her only way to leap forward. Other paths weren't suitable. Becoming vice president was much easier if she focused on planting. When Jing Shu and Zhou Bapi arrived, many people surrounded the place inside and out. Jing Shu realized today wasn't just her assessment. A person from a medicinal herb family was also being assessed, meaning only one of the two would become vice president. Jing Shu finally understood the delay was to wait for this competitor to qualify, increasing her difficulty. Jing Shu, the vice president, plays a big role at the Medicinal Herb Base. Chairman Tai agreed to let you solve one opponent as a difficult problem. You solved 3, instantly meeting promotion requirements. Today, we mainly assess your planting. The key is to grow what the people need most. Otherwise, even if it's medicinal herbs, if they're not common or needed, the vice president position wouldn't be legitimate, Chairman Tai said with a smile. Jing Shu smiled slightly. You're absolutely right. Let's see what both sides have planted. Let's start with Jing Shu. Everyone, follow me to see what she's growing and its current demand and effect. Today's assessment is fair and depends on your votes. Please proceed. Chairman Tai, a stout man, smiled so broadly his eyes nearly disappeared. In his mind, he thought the medicinal family had over 100 people, all surely voting for their clan leader. To be safe, he had also bribed some people. Now let's see how Jing Shu would stir up trouble. Jing Shu recognized the person behind Chairman Tai. It was Zhao Zhao, the sister of Xiao Xiao, whom Jing Shu had officially kicked out of the staff. Zhao Zhao had suffered losses under Jing Shu's hand and had since become more obedient. You're definitely going to lose, Zhao Zhao silently mouthed. Jing Shu understood and made a throat-slitting gesture, ignoring the onlooking Zhao Zhao. Chairman Tai had casually promised that Jing Shu would easily solve 3 difficult problems. But real difficult problems weren't that easy. If Jing Shu really became vice president, his own position would be at risk. The pre-decided quota was meant for their side. The rules allowed only 4 vice presidents. The extra one meant someone had to step down. Led by Jing Shu, a group went upstairs to the Medicinal Herb Association's experimental fields. Wang Danai winked at Jing Shu. Zhou Bapi, fearing Jing Shu might speak out of turn, loudly introduced, "Next to Chairman Tai is Director Zhang of Wu City Tumor Hospital, specializing in cancer research and skilled in traditional Chinese medicine. He holds 2 bachelor's degrees and is very authoritative. He's here to see what medicines Wu City can offer." He secretly gave Jing Shu a thumbs up. Jing Shu understood Zhou Bapi's meaning. Director Zhang was a man in his 60s or 70s, slightly overweight, with graying hair, resembling the KFC Colonel's logo. She suddenly craved KFC's tomato sauce for fries and thought the hole should be punched in the Colonel's mouth so the sauce would have soul. "This is pharmacist Liu from Wu City Chinese Medicine Preparations, also a judge today," Zhou Bapi whispered, shaking his head. Jing Shu nodded. The overly familiar guy was this Liu, who had said a lot about planting the most useful herbs, implying her plants were useless. When the experimental field was opened, the 5-tier shelves revealed thriving tobacco plants emitting their unique scent. Pharmacist Liu frowned. "Jing Shu, you planted a whole room of tobacco? So much useless stuff. Are you planning to make cigarettes to sell to the rich? That's not good. I heard some rich folks buy tobacco from the Herb Association at high prices, but I don't believe it. Our place serves the people." Chairman Tai smiled. "Pharmacist Liu, you must be mistaken. Tobacco is also a kind of medicinal herb. Maybe Jing Shu uses it for disinfection and swelling relief." Liu chuckled. "A little tobacco as an auxiliary medicine is enough. Why plant so much? Old Tai, you're too kind. At our level, those with schemes know better." He implied Jing Shu wasn't high enough rank. The Red Face and Black Face Act was a masterpiece, making even Director Zhang frown and glance suspiciously at Jing Shu. Jing Shu smiled calmly and said little, picking up one of her plants, "This is astragalus." The group began examining it, passing it around and giving high praise. Even the pre-decided old man stroked his long beard in admiration, but Jing Shu noticed a little girl's resentful glare which puzzled her. Had she offended the girl? Wang Danai whispered, "That's Wang Daxian, your competitor. See the little girl beside him? She's Wang Xiaoxian, the so-called young lady of the medicinal family, brought by Zhao Zhao last time to compete with you. She's said to be a prodigy." Jing Shu thought carefully. "Is she the girl I made cry with a meal?" Wang Danai nodded vigorously. "That's her." Jing Shu rubbed her forehead. No wonder the little girl resented her. Life was so dramatic. If the girl's grandfather knew she made his granddaughter cry, would he beat her? Oh, this must be a revenge visit. But no, the old man smiled at her. Not only smiled, he walked over with a grin. "Little one, you grew this astragalus well." He winked, hinting at something. "Go away, go away." Zhou Bapi hurriedly shooed Wang Daxian, fearing he'd get too close to Jing Shu again. Jing Shu was puzzled. To grow astragalus like this in the apocalypse even better than before is rare. If it can be developed on a large scale, you must get the points, Director Zhang said fairly. Everyone nodded in agreement. They were experts in herb planting and medicine, and Director Zhang was the top doctor in Wu City. The assessment was, judges scored first, then all employees voted after seeing both candidates' plants, judging value and practicality. Director Zhang said, "Astragalus gets 10 points. Any objections?" Everyone shook their heads in agreement. 10 was full marks. "This Bodhi tree is well grown but useless now," Pharmacist Liu said, shaking his head. "I give it 1 point. Any objections?" Director Zhang said nothing, tacitly agreeing. Jing Shu smiled slightly. The parasitic insects might explode someday, and all China would be looking for Bodhi trees. She hoped everyone could stay calm then. Dried leeches have some use, barely medicinal, 4 points. Honeysuckle is very useful and well-grown, 8 points. Tianma gastrodia was from your bet and cure, so 5 points, but you didn't plant it yourself. As for tobacco, 2 points. Chairman Tai showed the scoreboard. Jing Shu's total is 32 points. Everyone turned to Wang Daxian, who introduced his plants, sanki, ginseng, and other precious herbs, receiving unanimous praise. His final score was a shocking 47 points. Chairman Tai was secretly pleased. After seeing both, he shouted, "All right, now we begin the voting. Both please come on stage and say a few words." Applause erupted from the audience. Wang Daxian was invited to speak first. As an elder of Wu City's old medicinal family who had grown various herbs since childhood, he had a natural affinity for medicinal plants and was considered kind. Yet his first words on stage were, "I've heard Chairman Tai praise Jing Shu every day. Today's young people truly surpass their predecessors. Chairman Tai has a keen eye. I really admire this young lady, Jing Shu." Wang Xiaoxian rolled her eyes in the audience. "If we don't score based on market demand, just on planting skills, I admit my herbs aren't as good as Jing Shu's. Her skills are a level above, and her plants can be used medicinally in about half a year. Mine take longer, require more investment, and are rare and expensive, so ordinary people can't afford them. So I feel unworthy of such high scores." More enthusiastic applause followed. As competitors, Jing Shu hadn't expected to be praised. "From my observation, Jing Shu is better at planting miscellaneous herbs with broad knowledge. I specialize only in ginseng and other precious herbs, which aren't suitable for wide promotion. Maybe I'm not fit for this position. Jing Shu seems more suitable as vice president. For example, her plants fit the apocalypse's needs. With germ spreading, herbs like bodhi, tobacco, and honeysuckle are urgently needed. Promoting their cultivation really needs Jing Shu's guidance, so everyone will likely vote for her." Jing Shu was stunned. What was going on? Wasn't this supposed to be a competition? Why was he praising her? She was a bit dumbfounded. Chairman Tai wiped sweat from his face. What did this old man mean? All this praise for Jing Shu? Did he really intend to give her the position? Wang Daxian finished speaking, stepped down, and winked at Jing Shu. She felt there was some hidden reason. Jing Shu nervously stepped onto the stage, facing a sea of faces, curious, admiring, disdainful, or schadenfreude. After recent events, her name was becoming well known in the Medicinal Herb Association. Moreover, with the merger of the Medicinal Herb Base and Tacheng, hundreds more were involved. Many loved and hated Jing Shu for winning against them. Unfortunately, this vice president selection had nothing to do with Tacheng, so familiar faces were absent. Jing Shu cleared her throat about to speak when a piercing alarm sounded. Chairman Ti and Zhou Bapi rushed to the control room. The crowd murmured. "What emergency now? Another direct order from the central government?" "Probably. The last time was 4 months ago. An urgent production of casein calcium for all citizens. Since the power outage, people haven't seen sunlight for a year. Without sunlight and calcium supplements, bodies can't cope. Central orders are top priority." Jing Shu squinted, realizing the alarm wasn't danger but a central command. She recalled the government used to distribute vitamins and calcium yearly. Now it was urgent production. The speech was interrupted. The two vice presidents went to check the documents. Jing Shu waited bored. Soon, Chairman Tai returned sweating profusely, and Zhou Bapi looked excited. Jing Shu saw Chairman Tai's legs trembling, sweat pouring down, yet he forced a smile. Zhou Bapi made several calls, then said to Chairman Tai, "You decide if you want to speak, or I announce it." Chairman Tai gritted his teeth, exhaled, closed his eyes and said, "I'll speak." Zhou Bapi adjusted his hair, took the stage, and started a slideshow. "Sorry to interrupt, but here's a new central government document." The document was displayed in blood-red letters, imposing on everyone. Zhou Bapi continued, "Due to months of heavy rain in Jiangnan, moss has grown unchecked, breeding insects and poisonous mushrooms. These insects have invaded houses, some carrying HPV, others H25 virus. Daily deaths reach tens of thousands, with hundreds of thousands infected. Central orders all provincial capitals to urgently cultivate insecticides, prioritizing herbs containing the following medicinal plants. Within 2 months, producing sufficient insecticides is required to pass. This is the preliminary test for this medicinal association. The top 10 provincial associations qualifying can enter the next round. Jing Shu understood. The reason the vice president position was given to Wang Daxian was to send him to this provincial competition. The competition was for resources. Winners get more resources, losers get less. The Wu city government was fighting hard for these resources. Though only medicinal, in the apocalypse medicine meant life, so the competition was fierce. But now the competition changed suddenly. The preliminary test was to produce enough good insecticide first. Jing Shu frowned. In her past life, Wu City only produced insecticide after 2 months and many deaths, and the quantity was small. That must have been the old medicinal association where few could make insecticide. The document listed dozens of required herbs, with tobacco prominently in the first row, indicating a large demand. The atmosphere turned strange and silent. Faces flushed red, unsure what to say, especially pharmacist Lu, who had just given Jing Shu's tobacco 1 point. Now the central government placed tobacco at the top of the required herbs. Wu City hadn't yet faced such a situation, but moss was growing long and would soon be infested by insects. Director Zhang glanced at Jing Shu but said nothing. Wang Daxian, who had been insisting on giving up the position, now winked at Jing Shu. Jing Shu wondered if he knew something in advance. Maybe he knew her tobacco would be needed, so he wanted to make friends early? After all, whether he wanted the position or not, he was the pre-decided vice president. This was just a formality, so it was fine to prepare her in advance. Jing Shu shook her head and put the thought aside for now. The information above is like this. Looks like everyone will have to work overtime again. I won't say much about the importance of this document. The headquarters competition happens once a year, deciding the allocation of strategic resources and your benefits. Pass the preliminaries, get more resources and better benefits. Fail, and resources will be scarce. You know the deal. All right, let's decide the vice president first, then talk about other things. Jing Shu, you continue, say a few words. Don't waste everyone's time. There's a lot to do. As usual, the more you accomplish, the bigger your share. Whoever plants more gets more resources, Zhou Bapi said, showing his big yellow teeth. Okay. Jing Shu smiled. At that moment, she felt victory was assured. She hadn't expected such help from fate. She thought she'd have to wait at least a month for the insects to run rampant, but the document came early to prevent that. In her past life, Wu City hadn't passed the preliminaries. Would she change history this time? There are dozens of herbs required, but I don't have seeds for any of them. I'm doomed. Since the seed storage was flooded, the rescued seeds are damp, with less than 10% germination. Should we try our luck again? There's no time to wait. Let's beg Jing Shu for some seeds. Her seeds are really good, not to mention her planting skills, but she's really lucky to have 5 shelves of mature tobacco. The preliminaries probably depend on her. Can't help but admire her. With tobacco, she has to be vice president. The noisy crowd gradually quieted. Jing Shu cleared her throat. I'll say a few words. I accidentally planted too much tobacco. You can see the seeds are plump and have a high germination rate. If you choose me as vice president, I can distribute tobacco seeds and help with guidance if problems arise. By the way, those who said my tobacco was worthless won't get seed distribution. That's all. Pharmacist Liu's face turned dark. This person really held grudges. Excited shouts rose from the crowd. For them, who became vice president didn't matter much, but if Jing Shu became vice president, she could distribute seeds and provide guidance. Nothing could be better. Wang Daxian took the microphone, smiling. Chairman Zhou, I think no need to vote. Waste of time. Just pick Jing Shu as vice president. She really knows tobacco planting. If everyone plants tobacco with her guidance, no need for other herbs. We can make insecticides directly and probably pass preliminaries easily. Zhou Bapi chuckled. That depends on the leaders inspecting today? Director Zhang, with his elderly belly like the KFC colonel, smiled. I agree Jing Shu should be vice president. She really knows her stuff. With her, Wu City's Medicinal Association will gain a lot of resources. This merit can make up for other shortcomings. Pharmacist Lu forced a smile. We still need to ask if anyone disagrees. Zhou Bapi grinned widely. Anyone disagree? Who would be foolish enough to disagree? Don't want seeds? I do. Zhao Zhao stood up and walked to the stage. Her eye attracted everyone's attention. Zhou Bapi frowned. Why do you disagree? Chairman, what Jing Shu plants belongs to the Medicinal Association, so the tobacco she plants should be decided by the association. It's supposed to be collected and redistributed. Isn't that the right thing to do? If we don't vote for her, can we still get tobacco seeds? It belongs to the association. Why should it need her approval? Then the vice president selection has nothing to do with this. Wang Lao is more authoritative. I think he's better to lead us, Zhao Zhao said fluently, with a hint of pride. Everyone understood Zhao Zhao's point. The association's plants belong to the association, so Jing Shu has no right to distribute seeds. Wang Daxian stood up, smiling. Young lady, why don't you come work and contribute without salary? That's not possible. People work for salary, otherwise who would work? Jing Shu stepped forward, smiling. The association's rule is, if you use your own seeds, the harvested herbs count as contribution points, but the seeds produced belong to the owner. Sorry, these seeds are mine. I can contribute tobacco for points, but the seeds remain mine. I'm not obliged to share. Zhao Zhao frowned. Impossible. When was this rule made? Jing Shu smiled slightly. She had asked Zhou Bapi about this 2 months ago. She accepted that planted herbs belonged to the association, but seeds from her own seeds should belong to her. Later, Zhou Bapi said to encourage workers, the new rule allowed seeds from self-brought seeds to belong to the owner. Most workers didn't know this because they couldn't get more seeds anyway. This was added 2 months ago, agreed by all 3 vice presidents, Zhou Bapi said. Zhao Zhao's face turned pale, and she slumped back. Complaints rose from the crowd saying Zhao Zhao meddled and angered Jing Shu, who might refuse to distribute seeds. Any more objections? Good. Now Chairman Tai has an announcement, Zhou Bapi said with a grin. Chairman Tai took a deep breath. After today's assessment, we know Jing Shu is capable of being vice president, and Wang Lao is also qualified. But Wu City's quota is limited. I can't let the association decline, so I decide to abdicate. I'll step back to work in the pharmaceutical factory and hand over the heavy responsibilities to more capable people. Now I announce that both candidates have passed the assessment and will become vice presidents simultaneously, Chairman Tai said excitedly, tears streaming down his face. He was forced to step down. That damn Zhou Bapi gave him 2 choices. Either announce his abdication himself or have Zhou Bapi announce the result. Zhou Bapi sneered. I'm just giving you some face. You decide. Chairman Tai was desperate. What else could he do? Amid cheers and applause, both were crowned as vice presidents of the Medicinal Herb Association. After tedious procedures and computer entries, their information was stored in the big data archives. This included many transfers of authority. After the announcement and assessment, Jing Shu and Wang Daxian were taken through formalities, while others went to collect seeds. The Medicinal Herb Association was set to work hard for 60 days. Jing Shu had Wang Danai distribute seeds to be planted first. If problems arose, they could come to her. Oh, the seeds weren't free. Each seed cost Jing Shu 5 contribution points. Take only what you can afford. Seeds from the association couldn't be sold outside. Each seed was tracked and had to be planted within the association's records. Contribution points were the association's internal currency. Each planted herb, including seeds, was valued from 1 to 10 points. The more valuable and more planted, the more points earned. Points could buy various seeds. Unsoaked seeds cost 5-10 points. Soaked seeds cost 1 to 5 points. Jing Shu followed the association's rules, which were quite humane. As Zhao Zhao said, seeds from the association meant the herbs belonged to the association, including seeds. But once medicinal, points were earned. Annual evaluations promoted those with the most points to full employees. Non-full employees could only buy soaked seeds, fertilizer, etc. with points. Full employees could buy nearly extinct seeds, fertilizer, pesticides, planting space, and other resources and tools. Most importantly, full employees could buy medicinal herbs directly with points. Vice presidents had even more privileges. Besides the above, they could exchange points for daily necessities and special rights. When Jing Shu opened her permissions, she found in the association's app she could exchange points for cars, fuel, electricity, and more. Unfortunately, her points weren't enough to unlock these yet. Of course, these had monthly limits. Jing Shu realized supporting one vice president required many resources. The association couldn't afford more positions. Before becoming vice president, Jing Shu was just a player executing tasks, unable to change rules or gameplay. After becoming vice president, her permissions changed instantly. She became an administrator who could change rules. Like a game GM, she supervised players planting herbs to benefit the association and fixed bugs. The vice president's role was indeed important. From this day, she was part of the real power circle. Though not much power, her status was completely changed. After fingerprinting and data recording, her identity was officially changed in Big Data to Wu City Medicinal Herb Association Vice President Jing Shu, with higher permissions to view others' detailed info. In rank, she was even above Li Yutian by 1 level, above Niu Mu by 2, and above Jing Ma by 3 levels. Though honorary and powerless like a noble title, and less powerful than Jing Ma, her title was grand. Jing Shu loved this kind of easy, wealthy, high-ranking job. It suited her perfectly. If she had to work outside like Jing Ba and Jing Ma, it wouldn't be what she wanted. She was used to freedom and couldn't stand constraints. Wang Daxian moved into Chairman Tai's planting lab, while Jing Shu was assigned a new planting lab, another place to plant. She looked around her private office with mixed feelings. Though a bit shabby and simple, she was happy. To have such a good position in the apocalypse was beyond her expectations. President Jing, hello. Thank you, President Jing, for the seeds. President Jing. President Jing, after evaluation and submission, you earned 2,200 contribution points from the tobacco on these shelves. After all seeds were distributed this afternoon, you got 17,000 more, all credited to your account, Wang Danai reported with a wink. Well done. Looks like you have room to grow, Danai. Keep it up. I'm counting on you. After speaking, Jing Shu and Wang Danai laughed heartily until Wang Daxian approached, an aura of elegance about him, walking unsteadily with a box in hand. President Jing, look, I brought you a 20-year-old ginseng. Behind him was Wang Xiaoxian, the little girl, head down, occasionally glancing at Jing Shu with a very guilty and ashamed face. Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. You don't come without a reason, huh? I'm straightforward. I'll be honest. I helped you praise earlier because I knew the news. After seeing your tobacco, I knew you'd become vice president. Now I like your astragalus, not yet medicinal, right? How about we trade? You're in for a big loss, Jing Shu said, looking at the 20-year-old ginseng. It was bigger than the one in her space, but not as plump. No loss, no loss. To be honest, I want to keep your astragalus seeds. Only astragalus like yours is worth keeping. Wang Daxian's smile always had another meaning. Jing Shu didn't catch it, but agreed to the trade. She needed his ginseng to get through the next stage. Wang Daxian happily left with the astragalus. Joe Bapi, upon hearing this, slapped his thigh angrily. That old bastard just wants to steal my peach. If you're unlucky, you stay unlucky. If you're lucky, you keep being lucky. Jing Shu didn't know how many times she had stepped in dog poop to have such luck. A few days later, Chu Zhuohua told her her RV was ready. Of course, the surprise wasn't the RV itself, but the surprise Su Xiangyan gave her. Something related to the RV. It turned out the RV had been fully modified last month. Chu Zhuohua had been secretive, saying one project wasn't finished yet. Jing Shu was busy and hadn't paid much attention. Anyway, the RV just needed to be ready before the migration or before next year's earthquake. During the earthquake, they'd need to evacuate to flat areas. Compared to pitching tents, Jing Shu preferred living in the RV. Another reason for wanting the RV was temperature. Daytime temperatures had dropped to 20 degrees C and would fall further next year. Recent news repeated the same old problem. Earth had returned to its original orbit, but seasonal chaos remained unresolved. Everyone knew Earth's rotation caused day and night. Earth was still spinning happily. Earth's revolution caused seasons. Due to orbital issues, Earth's revolution speed had slowed from 1670 km to a fraction of that. It sometimes moved forward, sometimes backward, sometimes normally, like disco dancing. This caused each season to last about a year. Reports said the UN and Chinese experts were developing new research to control the moon's gravity to fix Earth's problems. So, besides the artificial sun, this research was also a money sink. In her past life, Jing Shu didn't know this. This life, Su Xiangyan and Chan Duoduo, two super energy tycoons, kept complaining about poverty, so she asked. She still didn't understand why, with abundant national resources, especially natural gas in Wu City covering a third of China, ordinary people couldn't access electricity and energy. It turned out the government was quietly doing a lot behind the scenes. The saying went, if you live safely, it's because someone silently sacrifices for you. Some glamorous rich people also had responsibilities, though some were corrupt and despicable. Worse, after Earth returned to its orbit, dust from star collisions covered the sky, blocking sunlight. Without sunlight, temperatures should have plummeted, but they didn't. Scientists explained that thick dust acted as insulation, slowing temperature drops. So Earth's temperature declined slowly and would continue as long as sunlight didn't return. No one knew how low temperatures would go. Scientists predicted it would get colder day by day. Next year, Wu City's temperature would drop below 0 Celsius, with nights below -10. Wu City was in the northwest, where winters reached -30 degrees C. Before, every home had floor heating, and buses, companies, and malls had heating, so people didn't feel cold. Now, without heating, it was as cold as the south, freezing. In her past life, Su Long, her uncle's son, didn't live in the square. The cold made him sleepless, so he wanted to sleep at home, which led to the death of his whole family. So even if Jing Shu lived in a windproof tent with her family, they'd freeze at -10 degrees. With the RV's heater, who'd want to live in a tent? Having lived once, she didn't want to suffer again. The RV belonged to Su Xiangyan's people, driven back by a man named Da Shi. Jing Shu had just become vice president of the Medicinal Herb Association a few days ago and wanted to perform well, so she was busy there. When she got the call, she rushed from the association to Banana Community. The cold, rainy weather didn't stop her excitement, but the community blocked the RV's entry. The community gate was grand, an 8-meter-wide, 5-meter-high stone arch, imposing. But the modified RV couldn't get in. The original RV was 3.9 meters high and 1 story. Now it had an added 2nd story. Jing Shu looked up at the giant, about 5.5 meters tall, just scraping the top of the gate. This wasn't an RV, but a huge villa. Luckily, migration vehicles didn't move fast, so the RV didn't need to go fast. It should be safe. Hopefully. The original German man's 2nd floor was an open balcony, but now it was enclosed by Jing Shu's light steel. There were also 12 streamlined protrusions welded to the sides, shaped like wings in the dark, maybe symbolizing 12 winged angels? Ready to fly? What if it couldn't get in? Jing Shu called Li Yutian and the community manager. After giving each 2 cigars, the manager said, "Break the gate, we're moving it to prevent flooding." "Okay, I'll send a team to break it." So the top of the gate was smashed. In the apocalypse, no sunlight meant no worries about aesthetics. Inside, several height limit bars were removed. Anyone blocking the way would be dealt with decisively. Fortunately, the temperature was down to 20 degrees C, the rain was cold, and no one was on the road. Jing Shu felt like she was in a horror movie, seeing crowds at windows watching the giant RV. They heard noises and saw the light, their eyes showing strange emotions. Jing Shu felt like she was seeing her past self. Finally, the super RV was escorted into its custom garage. The height was just right. Otherwise, Jing Shu would have cried. "Where's Chu Zhuohua?" "Miss Jing. He said he had other things to do and left. He asked me to explain everything to you. Here's the RV manual and the surprise from Boss Su." Turning on the garage light, The modified German man was unrecognizable. Seeing it head-on, Jing Shu's mouth dropped. She had to say, "Wow." "Follow me. I'll start from the front." Jing Shu closed her mouth, nodded, suppressed her joy, and hurried over, very happy. "So, what's Boss Su's surprise?" Dasher smiled mysteriously. "First, the latest RSC anti-rollover stability system. Your RV is tall and prone to tipping, but now it won't roll over even at a 40° tilt." "Is this the same anti-rollover technology used in the world's most expensive pre-apocalypse RV, the one costing $17 million? Jing Shu's eyes lit up. She had worried the RV might be too tall and heavy, prone to tipping on slopes. She hadn't expected Sumali's father to be so meticulous. Jing Shu remembered that the anti-rollover feature was a selling point of that most expensive RV. Da Shi nodded. "Rest assured, we only use the best current RSC technology, but with such a tall and large vehicle, it was very challenging. We spent a month debugging to perfect it. Plus, your RV already has all-terrain capability with high grip and tilt tolerance. Now, with this stability system, it can climb slopes of 60 degrees without issue. It's truly all-terrain." Jing Shu nodded, half understanding. Da Shi pointed to the 12 wings on the vehicle's body. "This is Boss Su's second gift for your safety. These 12 rectangular boxes welded on usually store compressed natural gas. We only use the best and largest capacity. This gas powers 24-hour heating, hot water circulation, cooking, and more for 3 months." Jing Shu's mouth dropped in happiness. This solved her biggest energy worry. She no longer feared freezing inside when it was -70 outside, but Jing Shu caught a hidden meaning. "What do these boxes do when not in use?" Da Shi smiled mysteriously. "In emergencies like rollover or falling into a pit, the vehicle's radar system, already installed, detects imminent rollover. Within 0.1 seconds, it deploys a safety arc-shaped hexagonal support frame with wheels. This frame supports the RV during rollover, allowing it to keep moving until it reaches safety, where it can right itself. It also has a rocket-propelled escape system, but that's one-time use and damages the vehicle, so only use it in dire situations." Jing Shu nodded in understanding. The recoil must be strong. Da Shi demonstrated by opening the RV's side wings, showing 6 rectangular boxes on each side, connected in pairs, with wheels made of unknown materials to absorb impact, forming a hexagonal structure to better bear the RV's side weight. It looked like a giant spider web springing out all around. "Awesome. The RV can keep driving even if it tips, supported by the side wings. If both sides open, it can prevent sinking in swamps. But can these arms, only as thick as my arm, really support such a heavy RV?" Da Shi nodded. "First, this hexagonal structure is based on stability theory, making it very safe and damage-resistant. Second, rest assured, we only use the best material, graphene. It's thousands of times stronger than diamond and over 100 times stronger than steel, made of thousands of alternating atoms. It's stable, strong, and indestructible." Jing Shu nodded, half understanding. It was small but very sturdy. She felt reassured since they used the best materials. The RV's front modification was done by Mr. Chu. He converted it to a hybrid electric and fuel system and reserved space on the roof for bacterial solar panels. The power isn't as good as before, and the top speed is about 60 mph. Da Shi led Jing Shu to the driver's cabin. Previously, the front and rear were enclosed, but when Yang drove, someone shot the passenger side, piercing it. So they removed the passenger seat, making a passage with a foldable bed. Jing Shu's first impression inside the RV was luxury. Chu Zhuohua had seriously renovated it. The interior, once nearly ruined after the trip from the US, was now brand new. "Since we modified the entire RV and the second floor of the front, we didn't touch other functions. You can check those yourself. But first, come with me to the second floor of the front. I'll explain. Please follow me." Da Shi stood on the passenger passage, a round platform about 80 by 80 cm. Pressing a button, the elevator smoothly rose to the second floor. A steel rod below didn't affect the passage. "Wow, my RV has an elevator." After the platform descended, Jing Shu went from the first to the second floor of the front. This was her reserved bedroom on the second floor. Jing Shu was excited. Soft, warm lights illuminated the room. The most eye-catching feature was a streamlined, large glass window occupying 2/3 of the front. Though it's a bedroom, it has 270-degree panoramic metal glass. Rest assured, we only use the world's best and hardest bulletproof glass. It's also a watchtower with a super bright light that can illuminate over 500 meters. There's a one-person elevator connecting directly to the driver's cabin. The bedroom has a 1.8-1.2 m single bed that flips down into a desk, plus a sofa, tea table, storage, and multifunctional area. The best was good enough for her peace of mind. Jing Shu touched the glass. The view was great, though the apocalypse was pitch black outside. She tapped the glass. The rumored metal glass seemed no different. Still, she really liked the bedroom. After heavy snow in the 5th year, the outside would be a white expanse. Sitting on the sofa by the tea table, drinking warm milk tea, watching the snowy scene would be beautiful. The RV moved and she sat 5 meters high, looking out. In the apocalypse, she could eat well and stay warm, or wake up to see ice sculptures and strange plants covered in snow, retreating continuously. Unlike ordinary RVs with no windows, this was spacious and open. Jing Shu loved the wide view. She also liked the decor, classic ivory white, elegant, with warm lighting, natural furniture, new floor heating, and central air conditioning, greatly enhancing comfort and aesthetics. That's all Boss Sue's surprise. If nothing else, I'll leave you to it. Don't worry. After explaining the modifications, Da Shi was about to say more. Jing Shu looked at the young man with a small beard and smiled. All right, I'm really relieved. Please thank Boss Sue for me. I really like this surprise. After a few more words, Jing Shu was still feeling reassured. Actually, there's one more feature missing. Mr. Qian has prepared a surprise for you with this feature. With his help, this RV will be even more perfect. I hope you'll like the gift he's giving you. Rest assured, we only use the best. Da Shi left, and Jing Shu later learned he was a scientist in Boss Sue's group. Jing Shu thought, are young people nowadays really this amazing? Scientists and professors are modifying vehicles now? She was curious about what Chanduoduo would prepare for her. The RV was already perfect. What could it still be missing? After Da Shi left, Jing Shu started exploring other parts of the RV according to Chu Zhuohua's manual. Not great that he didn't come to explain in person. Still, Jing Shu figured it out herself. The German man was already a luxury vehicle, and Chu Zhuohua had added many practical and luxurious features. The driver's area had new central controls and touch panels. The original passenger seat was removed, and the circular sofa behind it was dismantled to create a passage. Along the passage was a hidden 1.8 m foldable bed, which could be pulled out when needed. Jing Shu pulled it out, and a small tent popped up, providing plenty of private space, though it blocked the passage. This bed was prepared for third Aunt Jing. Behind the driver's seat was the living room, equipped with a lift table, chairs, and a 32-inch TV. It was now converted into a closed tatami room, about 1.6 x 2 meters, still spacious, right next to the single bed in the passage. This bedroom was intended for Jing's grandparents. Third Aunt Jing was nearby, so if the elderly couple had any issues, they could call her easily. There was no room for beds elsewhere. Jing Shu opened the bedroom door and knocked on the wall, made of light steel for insulation and soundproofing. She took off her shoes and stepped on the soft tatami, which was just the right height, not too low to make standing up difficult. The middle had a liftable storage cabinet. When the elderly couple wasn't sleeping, they could use it as a sofa to watch TV or listen to Jing Ye's favorite Beijing opera. On the right was a hanging cabinet with storage and a foldable table. The space above was originally meant for Wu Yui's bed, but was changed to a luggage rack. It was good to have more space for clothes and bedding. This was the front half of the RV. The door divided the RV into two parts. To the right of the door were shoe cabinets, hanging cabinets, and air conditioning controls. Further right was the modified passage and the grandparents' bedroom. The far right led through the passage to the driver's seat. The top right corner had a one-person cylindrical elevator to the second floor. To the left of the door was the kitchen area. The German man already had top-tier kitchen appliances: electric ceramic stove, range hood, sink, refrigerator, cabinets, and drawers. Jing Shu added a faux-teal dishwasher and a water purifier with ultrafiltration. Drinking water in the apocalypse was critical. Parasites were everywhere. Speaking of parasites, Jing Shu recently recalled some past events. They seemed related to deep-sea marine life infections after crustal movements. The ocean overlords weren't much affected due to low temperatures underwater, but when suddenly moved inland, the consequences were predictable. Jing Shu shook her head. That would happen in a year or two, so worrying now was premature. She needed to prepare for parasites in these creatures. Back to the RV, the natural gas system connected to the 12 external tanks. Most importantly, it provided 24-hour hot water circulation, ensuring hot water anytime in winter, whether for taps or showers. Even outside the apocalypse, this was a blessing in winter. To save energy, Jing Shu added floor heating pipes, a water heater, and water lines in the walls. This constant temperature water system kept the RV warm. Central air conditioning dried out skin, and Jing Shu's throat would hurt after use. Floor heating was the best replacement, energy-saving and efficient. Once heated to 40 degrees C, only a little gas was needed to maintain warmth. She hated the cold nights when it took hours to warm the bed, shivering and unable to sleep. Once in bed, she'd hold it in rather than get up to pee. When she finally ran to the bathroom and returned, the bed was freezing again because she forgot to turn off the light. Jing Shu vowed to overcome these problems. She envied those who could wear thermal pants and eat ice cream in -70-degree weather inside their RVs. Gently touching the hot water system, Jing Shu felt she could finally live well this life. The kitchen, dry-wet separated bathroom, dining area, and the master bedroom for Jing's parents remained mostly unchanged, all renovated anew by Chu Zhuohua. She climbed the aluminum alloy automatic stairs with 5 steps to the second floor, where the biggest changes were. The original hydraulic rooftop terrace was enclosed into a second floor. The solar panels at the rear were removed and relocated to the second floor's roof. The front was Jing Shu's bedroom. Behind the bedroom was a living area for family luggage and supplies. Jing Shu managed all the family's resources now, and everyone was used to it. She felt secure. Further back was the original RV's small water tank, which Jing Shu had Chu Zhuohua convert into a deep, tall tank for fish farming, enclosed with tempered glass. In the middle was Wu Yuai's much-anticipated space capsule, which Chu Zhuohua had completed. Jing Shu touched the white capsule, feeling its high-tech vibe. The capsule was advanced. It could lift and lower. Standing and leaning on it, it could slowly flatten horizontally, adjusting height as needed and transform into a sofa chair. When closed, it wasn't cramped, about 1.2 x 2 meters. It had air conditioning and a 20-inch TV inside. There was a recessed perpetual motion cabinet to keep items stable, whether vertical or flat. To the right was a table with the same principle, plus a small fridge and electric kettle, likely added by Chu Zhuohua to encourage Wu Yuai to drink more hot water. Now telling girls to drink more hot water might get you beaten. Small but complete, the capsule was very safe. With Wu Yuai's personality, she could lie inside, watch anime, read manga on her phone, and eat nearby, probably happy to stay there forever. Jing Shu inexplicably liked this space capsule. Great. The living arrangements for the family were all settled, and the current functional areas met Jing Shu's requirements. Exiting the space capsule, right beside it was the warm room Jing Shu had requested to be renovated, equipped with various light strips and 5 layers of planting shelves. This was where Jing Shu planned to farm, not too big, not too small. The crops planted here, combined with last year's dried vegetables, would definitely be enough for the family. If possible, she would plant some easy-to-grow space-saving fruits later, but that could wait. Ideally, all the family's plants would be transplanted here. The rear of the RV's second floor, originally for solar panels, now had a skylight. Jing Shu called this the multifunctional breeding area. Since chickens and ducks had to be brought during migration and it was freezing outside, they had to be kept inside. As for the smell, Chu Juohua had thought of that too, so they installed a skylight to help ventilate. To summarize the RV's second floor, the rear was for raising chickens and ducks, the middle for planting, and Wu Yui's space capsule was there too. The front was the living area for storing supplies, and the very front was Jing Shu's bedroom. On the RV's first floor, the front driver's seat area was Jing Ye and Jing Nai's bedroom, with Jing Gu's hidden single bed nearby. The middle was the kitchen, dining, and bathroom. The rear was Jing Ba and Jing Ma's bedroom. That was the entire RV layout. After putting away Chu Juohua's manual, Jing Shu pondered Tianduoduo's surprise. With the RV's functions so complete, she couldn't imagine what else Tianduoduo might have prepared. Big shots always had extraordinary moves. Jing Shu was a bit excited. Anyway, the Zhishan base was almost finished. She'd find out then. Jing Shu circled the super-large RV twice, growing more delighted, even sitting in the driver's seat to feel what it was like to drive. But the main driver would definitely be Jing Ba. She'd stay in her bedroom, practicing Rubik's Cube and gazing at the distant scenery. Speaking of the Rubik's Cube, Jing Shu felt something strange. It had been 2 months since she upgraded the cube. Given her diligence, she should practice daily whenever she had time. Luckily, she upgraded the cube space before going to the US next year. At first, she was very diligent and made rapid progress after building a solid foundation, quickly able to restore the cube. Now she had reached the professional speed required by the cube space. But at some point, she started forgetting to practice. Sometimes days passed before she suddenly remembered she hadn't practiced. She even set an alarm to practice at fixed times daily, but every time she started, something interrupted her. After the interruption, she forgot about practicing again. Jing Shu wondered if this was related to the 8-layer cube space ability. Like when she first challenged the 7-layer cube's illusion ability, she often hallucinated during practice, greatly slowing progress. Later, a curse made her practice at 4 a.m. daily. But the cube keeps interrupting my practice and making me forget. Does this level of cube ability cause memory loss? Usually, cube space abilities help planting and breeding, but what does memory loss have to do with it? Jing Shu took out the cube and started practicing while thinking. Soon, her phone rang urgently. She sighed, just as she thought it was strange. Jing Shu, why don't you come to the factory? We have some things to discuss with you. On the other end was her aunt-in-law, Wang Fang. Okay. It was June. The red worms were decreasing, either due to weather or constant harvesting by the Chinese. Scientists from the US and Australia warned that red worms would become a global disaster. Their prophecy was coming true. Worldwide, red worms' density had reached over 80%. They ate everything and grew on everything. Fortunately, European countries had advanced water purification systems, so they could still grow some crops. But while red worms increased globally, in China, they were decreasing, from once scooping large amounts to now only a little. When Jing Shu arrived at the feed factory, workers lounged lazily on the ground with no work. Half were sorting red worms. Her aunt-in-law paced, looking troubled. Jing Shu, you're here. Have you eaten? No. Her aunt coughed twice. She was just making polite conversation, but Jing Shu was so straightforward. Jing Shu, I won't beat around the bush. When will this factory close? Red worms are not only fewer, but many batches have half-dead or smelly worms. We pick out the bad ones, as you said, but the cost is huge and we barely collect any red worms daily. Jing Shu squatted and poked with a stick. Indeed, these red worms carried the zombie deer disease from Australia. Her uncle glared at his wife, then smiled at Jing Shu. Don't listen to her nonsense. We invested so much, we can't just close. You're the boss. Whatever you say, we do. Suya Yang, you don't know what it's like to stand and talk. We have to support so many workers for half a year. It's almost bankrupting us. If this continues, it's pointless. I won't do it, her aunt said anxiously. Her uncle was angry. Woman, short-sighted. Follow Jing Shu and we'll make money. Even if not, after all her help, we'll jump in the pit with her. I shaved my head long ago, she said, pointing at him. You're braver now? shouting at me outside. Enough, both of you. Don't quarrel. It's my fault for being busy and not managing here. Starting today, we'll buy red worms at 3 times the old price, but no dead or smelly worms allowed. Let them sort themselves. Your people just inspect. Let's work hard for 1 more month. I'll handle meals. 3 times? Yes, 3 times. Red worms are getting rarer, so prices will rise. That's all. Her uncle stepped forward, embarrassed. Jing Shu, don't worry about meals. Since we're managing, we'll see it through. Otherwise, we'd feel bad taking dividends. All right then. They could collect red worms for 1 more month. Jing Shu needed to make the most of it. After leaving her uncle's place, she quickly called her eldest aunt. Communication was much easier. Jing Shu only gave instructions, and they immediately executed. After settling the red worm matters on both sides, Jing Shu felt she had forgotten something important. Forget it. Time to go home and eat. The Australian zombie deer virus wasn't big news, and when it spread to China, it didn't cause much of a stir. Although the news reported many Australian creatures infected by the virus and some people turning into zombies with their bodies slowly rotting into chunks of flesh, the infection lasted about 1 to 3 months before death. During this time, consciousness faded, survival was purely instinctual, and the infected would eat anything, including human flesh. Rumors online called them zombies or walking corpses, but people didn't pay much attention. China was barely holding on due to poisonous mushrooms and insects causing countless deaths daily, and people had grown numb. Moss in banana community had grown dozens of centimeters long, covering buildings and even the ground. Jing Shu found it torturous to her eyes. Living there was scarier than a horror movie, especially seeing colorful insects nesting in the moss. The government had started mobilizing everyone to clean moss around their homes, but it was ineffective. The moss was extremely resilient. Even after cutting with government-issued knives, it would regrow in 3 or 4 days. The best solution was to remove roots, but they had grown into walls, so houses would have to be torn down. These insects went out to forage. They looked like bugs, swam fast in water, and some could jump. Jing Shu suspected they evolved from fleas. Now, when Jing Shu went out, she saw a layer of insects floating on water surfaces. Ordinary residents wore multiple layers of plastic bags or clothes because these blood-sucking, flesh-eating bugs bit and caused painful welts. That wasn't the worst. Jing Shu had been bitten many times in her past life. The real danger was not knowing which bugs carried viruses. Once infected, there was no cure. Jing Shu's family now never took off their sealed raincoats outside, showing how serious the situation was. Wu City was relatively better. In the south, not only were bugs rampant, but huge flying cockroaches swarmed damp corners of houses, their paradise. People constantly hit them with slippers but never finished. Now that it was cold, the cockroaches loved crawling into people's beds. If you felt itchy at night, it meant countless cockroaches had invaded. Netizens advised changing sleeping positions and tightly covering with blankets. At this moment, a bottle of medicated oil and some insecticide were absolute luxuries in China. Sumali's home emitted a pleasant fragrance, thanks to the expensive insect-repelling incense concocted by Zhou Bapi. Jing Shu's family had similar measures, carefully arranged by Jing Ba both inside and outside. Seeing envious looks around, Jing Shu knew she had changed the course of her past life. Wu City's first batch of insecticides had been successfully produced, and the government was urgently organizing pest control. If all went well, Wu City's Medicinal Association would pass the preliminaries. Speaking of which, Jing Shu had to praise the power of the Rubik's Cube space spring. This batch of seeds was even better than she expected. Distributed to different people, almost all grew tobacco. Except for a few that didn't sprout, the rest reached medicinal standards. This amazing germination rate further proved how well Jing Shu's previous batch of tobacco was planted. Many people recognized her more as vice president. Her batch of tobacco came just in time, solving the association's urgent need. Producing a large batch of insecticide so quickly was largely thanks to her. She was rewarded an extra 50,000 contribution points. Strangely, a row of question marks appeared afterward, showing items she couldn't redeem. This made Jing Shu curious. Contribution points were just association currency. What mysterious things could require so many points but not be displayed? She was close to 100,000 points. When she asked Joe Boppy, he grinned with his big yellow teeth and said, "You'll find out soon enough." All right, Jing Shu wanted to see what valuable things the association had that required so many points. Before she knew it, it was already July. Jing Shu had been extremely busy. She spent 4 hours daily at the association rushing the second batch of tobacco planting. The first batch of insecticide was nearly used up and worked well. Though bugs were still visible outside, they no longer crawled inside homes, cutting off many infections. Zijin and Jingnai raised silkworms daily, and Jing Shu also produced silk in her space. Cotton and tobacco planted months ago had matured. Jing Shu gave cotton to Jing Ye to spin into cotton batting, keeping cotton seeds for poultry feed. Tobacco was made into cigars and cigarettes. Meanwhile, Jing Shu was busy turning various semi-finished products into cooked food, though she had only completed less than a tenth. Slaughtering pigs and cattle even in the space was time-consuming. She was also wrapping up work at 2 feed factories. As the weather grew colder and the Australian virus spread, redworms were no longer edible. Redworms infected with the zombie deer virus began to rot and smell, carrying the virus to their offspring, causing geometric declines in their numbers. Some merchants sensed business opportunities and started buying redworms in bulk. Previously, redworms were worthless due to abundance, but now without them, China lacked staple food. Thanks to abundant rain, China could still grow some crops. Redworm prices skyrocketed overnight, increasing hundreds of times. Many residents fished live redworms from water and raised them at home, braving cold temperatures and other aquatic dangers. Unfortunately, they were doomed to fail as the worms carried viruses and would die in days. "Big Uncle is really business savvy," Jing Shu said, practicing her Rubik's Cube and shaking her head. Her eldest aunt's family had started raising redworms half a month earlier. With many pigs, they'd at least have redworms to eat. Jing Shu finally set an alarm to practice the cube, but downstairs she heard Jingnai calling. Su Mali was looking for her. Jing Shu put down the cube and ran downstairs to see Su Mali dressed up. "Jing Shu, hurry up! Today is the official reopening of Qianduoduo's Shishan base. I heard he dug a hole in the mountain and built the base inside. It has everything and is super fun." "That's a one-stop base, right?" Jing Shu covered her face. Yes, exactly a one-stop base. It has everything inside. Qianduoduo didn't tell you the date to surprise you. He's arranged everything now. Come on, hurry up or we'll be late." Su Mali wore a raincoat that was both beautiful and practical, colored colorful black, made from special materials, dazzling with built-in light strips, truly the brightest light in the dark. "All right, let's go. I remember there was something important to do just now." "Jing Shu, wear your raincoat properly and don't take it off. Many people in the community are infected. You must be careful," Jingnai reminded her before leaving. "Okay, got it, Nai. I'll be back for dinner. Make extra food." Several months had passed since the Shishan bombing incident. Although it was dangerous, Jing Shu gained many benefits, such as a government commendation for her brave deeds. Besides 6,000 virtual coins, she was named one of the top 10 good deeds of the year. She didn't care much about these honors. What mattered more was that the government classified her information as confidential, no longer publicly accessible, which was much more convenient for her. Besides that, Su Xiangnian had further modified her RV. Qianduoduo hadn't yet returned the favor, but said he would give her a big surprise when the one-stop base opened. So Jing Shu was quite looking forward to it, riding in Sumali's luxury car speeding toward Shishan. "Hey, my classmates want another reunion and asked me to invest in some money-making projects, but I really don't have time lately," Sumali complained. "Oh, then don't have it. We can meet when there's time. It's so cold. I don't want to go out either." Jing Shu sipped hot milk tea. Damn weather. The good days of the apocalypse were ending. "They said it's to deepen friendships. It's been half a year since the last reunion. They want to do a swap meet. I told them to organize it themselves, but they're unhappy. How about you handle it?" See what money-making projects they have. No way. I don't see any profitable projects needing investment now. They just want a freeload at your place. Didn't you treat them to such good food last time? Most thought Sumali was naive and rich, trying to scam again. With red worms nearly gone, people ate mushrooms daily and were sick of it. Freeloading is fine, but I want to find that classmate who grows ginseng. I have some business with them. Never mind, maybe later. Jing Shu shrugged. Looks like the Su family had plenty of reserves. Miss Su didn't care about expenses. The road to Shishan was blocked, but Duo waved his hand and built a new one, also constructing a winding mountain road. A grand gesture, and in less than half an hour, they arrived at Duo's so-called one-stop base. The entire base was built using local materials and modern stone-cutting technology. After hollowing out the mountain, huge stones were carved with interlocking joints and assembled. They even imitated ancient circular drainage systems, making the base feel comfortable and giving Jing Shu a sense of ancient architecture. The base's foundation was a huge cylindrical shape topped with a giant cone. The higher it went, the sharper the tip. Jing Shu had never seen such a building. The gate was made of giant stones. Entry required identity verification, and no weapons were allowed. 10 armed guards stood at the gate, along with Sumali's personal butler, waiting to greet Jing Shu. The butler hurried over, raising his pinky finger in a flourish. "You two finally arrived. Mr. Qian has had me waiting here for a long time. Call me Xiao Kai." Jing Shu nodded at the butler, who looked like he had powdered his face white. "Hello, Xiao Kai. Please be our guide." "Please follow me." The butler straightened his clothes and raised his pinky again. "You two better keep your raincoats on. The infection is severe lately. Though there are fewer bugs here, you never know. Right? This way, please. We'll go to the exhibition hall first. I'll introduce the one-stop base on the way." Su Xiangyan was cautious. Since the last outing, he always assigned 4 bodyguards to Sumali, who were all with them now. The group entered grandly, attracting many curious eyes. Look, every 300 meters there's an underground passage. Mr. Qian's bodyguards live in houses specially built underground. Actually, almost everyone serving Mr. Qian lives underground. The underground area is huge, with 1,000 rooms, enough for 2,000 people. Mr. Qian cares about his subordinates' happiness. Each has a single room and can bring family. Sumali frowned. "Isn't the basement damp? Is it okay to live underground?" The butler laughed, raising his pinky. "You don't know. This one-stop base is built halfway up the mountain, so it's not really underground. It's even dozens of meters higher than before. The mountain's midsection is the best location. Living underground is warmer, and the staff are very satisfied. Their homes are much better than most people's." Sumali nodded. "If you're interested, we can visit later," the butler said, leading them to the exhibition hall. Jing Shu didn't know why it was called the exhibition hall, but soon her mouth dropped. The butler stood before some high-tech equipment and said, "Miss Jing, this is one of Mr. Qian's surprises for you. He knows your RV is fully equipped but lacks one thing, defense and counterattack. So this anti-tracking weapon is installed on your RV. It ensures that within 10 meters, no living thing can approach your RV." What is this called? This was just developed and has no name yet, but its function is clear. You can call it the deadly electric net. Deadly electric net? That sounds awful. Isn't it just a normal electric fence? What's so special? Sumali shook her head. "You don't know. Let me explain. It's only for close-range defense of the RV." Could there also be long-range weapons for the RV? Jing Shu raised an eyebrow, surveying the large exhibition hall. Each item was displayed like a museum piece on shelves for visitors to observe. There weren't many, about 20 or so. The items had no obvious category or connection. Jing Shu noticed luxury cars, a modular house, and most surprisingly, a helicopter. Various other items of different sizes were there. The busiest spot was near a display case where people gathered curiously. If these items had to be categorized, it would be valuable. Before inspecting the item Duo was giving her, Jing Shu saw a plaque that read, "Gift to Jing Shu." Jing Shu guessed that everything in this exhibition hall was a gift from Qian Duo Duo. Truly extravagant. The butler first handed the deadly electric net from his mouth to Jing Shu and Su Mali, then said, "Do you know what material this is made of?" Jing Shu shook her head. The net felt cold and heavy like ordinary metal. She pulled it hard and the small palm-sized corner instantly expanded into a large, dense mesh. She tugged again. It was sturdy. "Isn't this thin stuff easy to cut open?" Su Mali stuck out her tongue. The butler delicately unbuttoned his black suit and demonstrated, "The material is an alloy, normally uncuttable and unbreakable. It's called memory metal, aerospace grade. We added the most conductive silver. It bends a lot and is highly plastic so it can deform without breaking. It can be bent back and forth 10 million times and still recover. Even with daily use, it's estimated to last beyond the apocalypse." This material was extraordinary, definitely more advanced than fishing nets. Jing Shu's mouth dropped. She knew ordinary wire mesh would break after a few bends. Her home had stainless steel mesh, but it couldn't be shaped and would break after bending. She hadn't expected memory metal to be so powerful. The butler cleared his throat, raising his pinky again to continue. Jing Shu ignored his flamboyance. She was serious about apocalypse safety. After installing the deadly electric net program on your RV's roof, the central control can heat and expand it within 3 seconds into a huge, seamless, dense net covering the RV. Within 1 second, the entire net electrifies. You can control the voltage to ensure safety inside the net. Su Mali awkwardly interrupted. "Won't the net shock people inside the RV when it's activated?" "No. We've measured the RV's dimensions. The net deforms according to its memory with less than 0.1 centimeter deviation. Just ensure no one is near the RV when activated. The memory mode requires specific temperatures, so don't pull it by hand. It has defense, attack, and capture modes. Mr. Qian considered that the RV would be used in emergencies, natural disasters, or man-made crises. Natural disasters are manageable, but if poisonous or lurking creatures approach, this dense electric net is essential. At night, when the RV is resting, if dense poisonous snakes or fast, agile pack animals appear, the deadly electric net provides excellent defense, preventing poisonous creatures from entering and giving early warning." Jing Shu nodded. Snakes wouldn't appear anymore, but whether poisonous or not, if they did, they'd end up in the pot. But many decayed evolved creatures existed, and gunfire would attract more. The electric net was indeed a good defense. Furthermore, Mr. Chan worried that your luxurious RV might attract desperate thieves or vandals at night. Since the apocalypse, he's been robbed daily. These are his experiences. Jing Shu gave a thumbs up. "I really like this net. The material is rare and I'm satisfied with its function." Su Mali nodded in agreement. "There are many bad people now. You have all the RV functions but lack self-defense." Jing Shu realized Qian Duo Duo's concern was human threats. She thought that by then, most desperate thieves would be dead, and with everyone starving, who'd have the energy to rob her? Plus, the RV was tall and hard to rob. But as Qian Duo Duo said, you can't be too careful. If someone sneaks in at night to cause trouble, whether successful or not, it's a headache for her. After installation, someone will accompany you. Now let's move to the next surprise. This way, please." After speaking, Su Mali's 4 bodyguards came over, professional and ignoring the conversation. The butler led them to the most crowded area. Jing Shu suddenly felt uneasy. Were these people looking at one of Qian Duo Duo's surprises? Looking closer, it was just an illusion. There were more bodyguards than people around. When Jing Shu arrived, 6 or 7 people were discussing the display case. The butler smiled wider, saying, "Actually, it's nothing special. Why so many people? It's just a 1,000-kilometer range, 84mm caliber, recoil-free vehicle-mounted turret." Jing Shu swallowed hard. In her past life, she never saw a handgun in 10 years of apocalypse survival. She had been at society's bottom like an ant. Now she would even have a turret. So she had both close-range and long-range weapons. Was her life getting too lucky? "This is a bit valuable." Jing Shu coughed, staring at the plaque. "Gift to Jing Shu." The key was that Duo was blatantly giving her a turret. Was that okay? Would she get caught? Seeing Jing Shu's worry, the butler smiled, raising his pinky. Citizens owning weapons need licenses and approvals like in the U.S. Mr. Qian has handled all the paperwork for you. Rest assured. Well then, I guess there's no reason to refuse. Sumali's eyes sparkled. Wow, Duo really spent big. But Jing Shu, you better ask for lots of ammo too. Upon hearing Sumali's words, the butler's previously fair face instantly turned green with embarrassment. He awkwardly said, Miss, we have equipped you with 80 rounds of 84mm large caliber ammunition. This is the amount Mr. Qian has stipulated. Meaning, no more than this. 80 rounds was actually quite a lot. In the current apocalypse, food production was nearly impossible, let alone manufacturing various gun bullets. They were probably relying on old stock. No doubt, Duo's surprise was huge, compensating for the RV's defense and counterattack capabilities. The butler gestured. This ammunition is large and has a wide damage radius. A few shots can solve most problems. Besides, the turret is more of a deterrent, unless something irreversible happens. Also, nowadays, bullets are more expensive than the equipment. Xiao Kai, that's enough. I'm quite satisfied. Jing Shu looked at the massive barrel, about 1.5 meters long, which looked very violent. Unlike other turrets, it had no recoil. Because of this, it could be fixed directly to the front of the RV. Just as the butler said, the turret was mostly a deterrent. Anyone thinking of messing with the RV would have to think twice. If something really happened, she could control the turret and have some fun. Having this turret greatly increased Jing Shu's sense of security. If anything happened on the migration route, she could handle it better. Xiao Kai, you're finally here. Today you must tell us how Mr. Qian could be so generous as to give away his secret weapon. An elderly man dressed like an astronaut, wrapped tightly, asked after listening for a while. In fact, no one present wasn't wrapped up tightly. The richer the person, the more they valued their life. But everyone was low-key, unlike Sumali, who wore a dazzling, colorful black outfit, shining brightly in the exhibition hall and attracting many eyes upon entry. Yes, tell us more. Voices buzzed around. Though faces were hidden, Jing Shu didn't recognize a single person. Everyone wore sealed raincoats and dared not take them off. Oh, old Lu, old Wang, you're here. Actually, this turret isn't a big deal. Even though it's one of the weaker turrets, it's still a turret. It uses a conical shell, each weighing 6 pounds, 2.54 kg. With standard propellant, muzzle velocity is 439 ms. At a 10-degree angle, it can accurately hit targets 1180 meters away, with a max range of 1500 meters. Jing Shu nodded. So a shot would take 2 to 3 seconds to hit a distant target. As for its power, if a grenade clears everything within 15 meters, this shell can collapse all houses within 15 meters of impact. Anyone not in a bomb shelter within half a football field would die, not from the blast, but from the shock. To put it bluntly, one shell could blow open half a mountain. It's like TNT, though the principles differ. The effect is the same. Massive destructive power. Hearing the butler's explanation, Jing Shu understood that grenades used countless blades inside for damage, but compared to shells, their power was small. Grenades couldn't blow up a house. Thinking of this, Jing Shu felt the RV had all necessary functions, including defense and counterattack. Now it was complete. When the time came, her family living in such an RV would be very happy. She would no longer worry about harsh environments or invading creatures. Mr. Qian also considered sending cannons and grenades, but they weren't as practical as these shells. Such powerful weapons will definitely be useful on the road, the butler said proudly, as if he himself had received the gift from Mr. Qian. Xiao Kai, you haven't told us yet. Why did Mr. Qian suddenly become so generous? That's because Miss Jing Shu is the expert who disarmed 4 tons of bombs by hand recently. Without her, the last fortress in Zhishan might have been destroyed. Mr. Qian considered other gifts but realized what Miss Jing Shu needs most is armed power. The butler spoke frankly, making Jing Shu cough twice and quietly slip away. I see. This turret should be the most valuable item here today, right? The butler raised his pinky and smiled. Old Wang, don't joke. That helicopter is the most valuable gift here. Unfortunately, the owner hasn't arrived yet, or we could all see it. Yes, I heard it's Mr. Qian's reward for building the Shishan one-stop base. No matter how expensive the helicopter is, building such a large base in 3 months is worth it. Xiaokai, we've seen everything in the exhibition hall. Su Mali blinked. For someone like her, curiosity was satisfied. Though the items were valuable, she wasn't interested. They weren't lacking anything, so it was no longer exciting. The butler immediately caught on. This young lady had wanted to see the underground area for a while. Well then, while the event hasn't started, shall we go see the employees' living quarters underground? Sure, let's go. I've wanted to see it for a long time, but I thought Mr. Qian wanted to surprise you, Su Mali said shyly, taking Jing Shu's hand happily as they headed to the underground passage. After the terrible bombing last time, Su Mali surprisingly had no trauma. She was quite strong. Miss Jing Shu, do you want these installed on your RV now or after the event? Jing Shu thought for a moment. After the event is better. Just leave them here for now. They won't run away anyway. Haha, that's right. To receive so many valuable gifts from Mr. Qian, you're truly honored. Hehe. Jing Shu smiled and followed Su Mali and the butler to the underground passage, the employees' living quarters. Jing Shu was truly surprised. It completely overturned her expectations of the employees. She hadn't expected Qianduo to build such a nice place, much more luxurious than Banana Community, and far better than sleeping in a garage. Banana Community now housed 100,000 people, with each apartment packed with a dozen or so individuals. Even a whole family sharing one room was considered fortunate, not to mention those crammed into a single parking spot. Temporary stays of a few days were manageable, but living like this for over half a year meant constant friction and petty disputes. Most conflicts arose over who used the communal areas to store salvaged items, or when someone lost a piece of clothing one day and a cup the next. Before the apocalypse, such mundane household items were overlooked, but afterward they became highly coveted. Many realized this too late, and by the time they went scavenging, the items were gone. So people learned to collect everything, useful or not, like junk, piling it up and finding ways to reuse it. Survival was tough. Daily heavy rains often caused water seepage. To improve meals beyond government rations, people had to work hard. Meanwhile, they had to keep their living spaces dry. Thousands of people scooped out water daily to prevent flooding in the underground garages. So when Jing Shu saw the neat stone houses built from huge rocks, she was truly shocked. Our location is on the outermost ring of the cylindrical base. This ring houses D-level employees. Each room is 5 square meters, containing a double stone bed and a storage locker. There's a public toilet every 300 meters. The three entered the smallest employee room, resembling a stone cave. Using advanced cutting technology, each room had a stone bed and a stone pit for storage. The stones were bluish, giving a fresh and comfortable feeling. The cuts were neat and square. Hey, there's magma beneath this mountain. Though inactive, the temperature isn't low, the butler whispered. Wu City is surrounded by dormant volcanoes. The mountains around Shishan are volcanic but have never erupted. Jing Shu touched the stone bed. It was warm. Laying a mat on it would be 100 times better than the flooded underground garages. Most importantly, no rain seeped in. Though bedding was damp, it wasn't wet. If there really was a volcano below, this base might not leak or be damp. This one-stop base was well built. Su Mali shook her head. A bit small. Please follow me. The second ring houses sea-level managers. Each room is 15 square meters with 4 rooms sharing 1 toilet. Leaving the D-level stone rooms, they entered a narrow, curved corridor, reportedly a perfect circle. Running a lap would bring you back to the start. Each employee level had dedicated passages. Lower levels couldn't enter higher-level residences. This feels like a standard room in an interstellar hotel. Each room has a double stone bed, stone table, sofa, and cabinet. The facilities are quite complete, Jing Shu said, lightly lifting a stone table's corner. She pulled hard and heard a snap. The table was uprooted. The butler's mouth dropped. Wow, these furniture pieces are made from native stone, deliberately uncut. The stone is part of the mountain. You actually broke it off. I thought it was made outside and brought in. Cuff, let's go to the next one. Jing Shu was a bit embarrassed. After upgrading her Rubik's Cube space for months, she knew her strength had increased, but she hadn't expected to be able to handle a stone table. The butler swallowed hard, believing the rumors about this woman disarming bombs by hand and forcibly pulling apart lit explosives. Please look. This is B-level middle management. 40 square meters, 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 bathroom. This is A-level management, 70 square meters, 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 bathroom. I'm honored to be A-level management and live here with my honey. Jing Shu glanced at the butler, wondering if his honey was male or female. There's also S-level management, 100 square meters, fully equipped with electricity, free to use, and even cooking facilities. Everything is at pre-apocalypse standards. The middle area is the guest room, each a 150 square meter 4-bedroom suite with electricity, natural gas, and all amenities. It's for Mr. Qian's VIP guests, built to the standards of Shishan's former villas. The central suite is the presidential suite, covering 500 square meters, reportedly with a swimming pool and various entertainment facilities. We don't have access. Sumali nodded repeatedly. I really like it here. In the apocalypse, the environment in this Shishan base was excellent. No wonder the richest man's investment was huge. She just wondered if the base would withstand next year's big earthquake. I heard Mr. Qian recently relocated over 1,000 people here. Sumali blinked, probing. The butler sighed. You can't hide anything from a lady like you. Outside the outermost ring, there's another ring housing non-regular workers. It's like a train sleeper car, 6 people per compartment. It's chaotic there, so we didn't bring you. You suddenly brought in so many people. Is Mr. Qian planning something big? The butler glanced at the guards, who stared straight ahead, then whispered, He's planning something huge, but I can't say. You'll know soon. It's good for the country and the people. Ah, the event is starting. Let's hurry up or we'll be late. Jing Shu squinted, thinking hard. In her past life, did Qianduoduo have some big plan? Damn, she hadn't cared about these things before. She was slow to react and only learned about some events years later. The group rushed from underground back upstairs. Jing Shu suddenly felt the underground stuffy and hot. The air was fresher above ground. Underground had its drawbacks and wasn't suitable for long-term living. One-stop base? What's a one-stop base? It's the apocalypse. Times have changed, and so must lifestyles. What's most important now? Food, drink, shelter, and transportation. The Shishan one-stop base meets all these needs. The butler began his presentation. The underground provides housing. The second floor is for planting and cultivating crops. The third floor is for raising poultry. The fourth floor is for agricultural processing and seasoning. The fifth floor is manufacturing. The sixth floor is for trading and auctions. And so on. Mr. Qian's vision is to make this base a happy stone garden where everyone has a home, a job, and food. Wow, I'm starting to remember. The butler said the words, happy stone garden, and Jing Shu's mind flashed to a starving boss who died of hunger. Could that be Chanduodu? Jing Shu nodded slightly. She had storage space but couldn't take out fresh vegetables to use. Fresh vegetables couldn't be kept long, so the only option was to dry them. Dried vegetables lost some nutrients, but if there were truly dehydrated vegetables, that would be extremely good for the apocalypse. Convenient and nutritious. Just soak in water and it's like eating fresh vegetables anytime, anywhere. The old man called Liu Lao by the butler said, Dehydrated vegetables have great potential. I think it's necessary to get this technology so we can develop agriculture vigorously. The apocalypse is coming. We can't treat these as rare goods. No one knows what disasters will come next, so stockpiling dehydrated vegetables is very important. Yes, having food in the apocalypse keeps the mind calm. Without vegetables, our old bodies won't hold up. Obviously, everyone present was tempted by the idea of dehydrated vegetables. Previously, vegetables couldn't be stored long unless pickled or salted. Now, with better options and conditions, everyone supported this. Qian Duoduo calmly rolled a walnut in his hand. These people thought like him. Dehydrated vegetables were strategic reserves and very necessary. He pointed at the butler. Xiaokai, explain why we use American technology, then talk about the next steps. The butler smiled and stepped forward, clearing his throat while holding processed sauerkraut. Let's first explain the difference between dried vegetables and dehydrated vegetables. Dried vegetables are sun-dried for a long time, losing much nutrition, and soaking in water can't restore them. Everyone nodded in agreement. Jing Shu thought the dried vegetables grown in the spiritual spring were actually okay, maybe because the vegetables grown there were more nutritious. Dehydrated vegetables are not only tasty and colorful, but also retain original nutrition. They are smaller in volume, lighter, and restore quickly in water. They are convenient to transport and eat, making them strategic reserves in the apocalypse. Why use American technology? Because most of China uses high-temperature heat pump drying, which overheats and takes too long. In short, high energy consumption. Energy is precious now. We can't afford domestic technology. Using it would bankrupt us and produce little. Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. She didn't know dehydrated vegetables had so many intricacies, only that the cost was high. The butler continued. We're not saying the foreign moon is rounder, but compared to traditional tech, America is a bit more advanced. They improved the Kang-style hot air dehydration method using vacuum drying to reduce steps and costs. However, it requires sparse planting and other supporting cultivation techniques, so the whole set, including vacuum drying machines, must be imported from America? Liu Lao laughed. Just tell us what benefits we get and what we pay. Don't give us all that nonsense we don't understand. Qian Duoduo laughed. Haha, Liu Lao is straightforward. I'll let Xiaokai explain first, or you'll say I'm asking too much. You see the potential of dehydrated vegetables. They're lifesavers in the apocalypse, with longer shelf life and easy to carry. But importing this from America isn't easy. Honestly, it's reliable because the team going to America is backed by government and military, so it will succeed. Your investment will 100% pay off. But the travel and transport costs and risks, who bears them? We do, right? These people risk their lives. If it works, we won't lack food or vegetables in the apocalypse. Add some poultry farming and we can wait out the apocalypse without worry. Jing Shu felt something was off. Is this about Yang Yang going to America next year? If so, she's going too. This Yang Yang is clever, already persuading Qian Duoduo to start fundraising for travel expenses before even leaving. Isn't that supposed to be reimbursed? No, she's making extra money, right? Jing Shu was speechless. Yes, Mr. Qian, just tell us the price. All right, everyone here is family. Those willing to invest can exchange their equity shares. Professionals will evaluate how much of my shares you occupy based on the apocalypse market. This way, I have your shares but won't pay dividends. Instead, I need your products to expand the base. The base population grows, so does demand. You also have shares in the Zhishan base and can take products as dividends daily or monthly. No virtual coins or money here, just barter. Brilliant. Qian Duoduo's move was clever. No wonder he rose from an outsider to Wu City's richest man in just 20 years. This empty-handed wolf absorbed many people's equity shares, essentially using their apocalypse goods as Yang Yang's travel expenses to America. Later, there would be a continuous supply of goods. Though barter, vegetables are always the most valuable. Liu Lao looked troubled. Mr. Qian, you know my family deals in hemp and cotton. The quality is poor now, down 60%. I can't even exchange my 20% shares for your 5%. Qian Duoduo pretended to ponder, then said, Liu Lao, you're smart. Though less than 5%, if production increases, you'll get dozens of pounds of dehydrated vegetables daily. Selling some will earn you more than your current dividends. Virtual coins are set prices for the public. Real valuables can't be bought with virtual coins. Everyone nodded. Think it over. The dehydration tech hasn't arrived yet. This equity is a big deal, but I'm only offering 45% total. Think carefully. Once given out, no more. The rest must stay under my control, Qian Duoduo said calmly. No one hesitated. Tianduoduo's technicians immediately began evaluating the share's value. At this moment, Tianduoduo approached Jing Shu with a smile. Jing Shu, I reserved 5% equity for you. Come, sign here. So you're still missing an auction house, right? I want to invest using my big data auction house. That should be okay, right? Su Mali's bright eyes twinkled as she playfully asked. This was entirely her personal asset. Haha, sure. Tianduoduo arranged for someone to handle the share transfer, then hurried off to deal with the commotion on site. As for whether Tianduoduo and Su Mali's father truly disliked each other or were just putting on a show, Jing Shu didn't know. Just like Tianduoduo said, no matter what, the two had to be political opponents, playing opposing roles. Jing Shu didn't sign the 5% share transfer agreement, yet the other party didn't force her either, instead showing a professional smile. After the apocalypse, the state optimized relevant regulations and we directly recorded your shareholding through big data. So whether you sign or not, it's actually the same. Jing Shu. The key was Jing Shu couldn't refuse, nor could she openly reveal the truth. Like saying she knew Tianduoduo would die in 3 years, Shi Yuan would be confiscated, and Taozi would be taken by the government. She couldn't say she wanted to cut ties now, lest it cause big trouble 3 years later. After all, this was Tianduoduo's goodwill. Jing Shu's mind was dizzy, forcing a smile while her thoughts were filled with the scene of all food forcibly requisitioned 3 years later, shareholders being cut like leeks, and everything obtained from Shi Yuan handed over. Her main worry was whether her family would be traced and have all the food she had painstakingly accumulated over the years taken away. She feared her family's situation being exposed. At this moment, she deeply empathized with Tianduoduo's feelings in the previous life when the tyrant came demanding all the food. Food obtained through her own effort without stealing or robbing, suddenly demanded all at once. The apocalypse was still long. Would she and her family have to survive on porridge mixed with rotten insects? What was the point of all her hard work? In the apocalypse, first ensure your own living conditions, then help others as much as possible. For example, if you worked hard for 5 years to earn $1 million, and now you're asked to donate $990,000. You used to eat meat and drink soup every day, but now only porridge. Such a huge difference, no one would want that. But living people can't be held back to death either. Since accepting Tianduoduo's 5% shares was already decided, no matter how she looked at it, she should think of ways to solve the problem, not keep avoiding it. There must be a win-win solution that satisfies the tyrant's huge demands while saving Tianduoduo from disaster, preventing Shi Yuan's complete dissolution and government takeover, allowing both sides to benefit and survive together. Jing Shu squinted, her thoughts becoming clearer. She seemed to vaguely grasp a path. Meanwhile, Su Mali completed her share exchange with professionals, ultimately using 20% of the auction house shares to get 1% of Shi Yuan's shares. Su Mali's investment was probably just for food. Let's go, Jing Shu. Let's see what's happening over there. Su Mali pulled Jing Shu toward the noisy area. Jing Shu nodded but thought to herself that the tyrant's reason for pushing Tianduoduo to the edge and wanting to slaughter him was the countless people starving daily in Wucheng and the public's growing numbness and despair toward the apocalypse. If the people had hope for the future and food to survive, maybe things wouldn't be so bad. Tianduoduo would only need to donate most of the supplies, and Shi Yuan wouldn't have to dissolve. That would solve the problem. But with millions in Wucheng, even drinking thin porridge, the food consumption was astronomical. Tianduoduo, so fat, had stored enough food with countless manpower reserves to feed Wucheng only for 3 days to avoid starvation. Jing Shu's magic cube space couldn't grow or store that much food without eating or drinking. Individual power was tiny against natural disasters. She couldn't save Wucheng, let alone all of China or billions on Earth. This matter, in the end, has to be solved by the people themselves. I can only play a guiding role. Jing Shu silently set a goal for herself. The apocalypse's 5th year, with corpses everywhere, was less than 3 years away. Actually, just over 2 years left. Jing Shu took a deep breath and adjusted her mindset. Some things she was afraid of at first, avoided, and didn't dare face. But once she understood, it wasn't so bad. She would ensure her family's living conditions were guaranteed, then do her best to help Tianduoduo and Wucheng. As they say, man proposes, God disposes. Jing Shu, what's this? You figured it out? You were so gloomy at first. Don't feel burdened. We all appreciate your fearless rescue back then. Every time I think about it, I want to thank you again. Su Mali held Jing Shu's hand, shaking it happily. Girls just like that. Yeah, I've figured it out. Since it was given to me, I'll take it. Jing Shu smiled calmly. Of course, she was taking not just the shares, but also the responsibility. When Jing Shu arrived, Tianduoduo had already finished handling things. She was surprised to meet Heng Jin's father, a shrewd and experienced middle-aged man. Heng Jin was the spoiled son of Evergrande Logistics in the early apocalypse, who had taken Sun Yunrui to court with Jing Shu and later took over Jing Shu's job of transporting RVs from the mainland to Wucheng. Heng Jin's father was a capable man with confidence. When Tianduoduo tried to empty-hand wolf, gain without giving, he turned the tables and instead made Tianduoduo the one who got empty-handed wolfed. Everyone knows logistics is an indispensable part of the industrial chain. It integrates transportation, storage, loading and unloading, packaging, circulation, processing, distribution, and information processing to meet user demands. Express delivery is a branch of logistics, delivering parcels to customers. The difference is huge. Tianduoduo wanted to develop a one-stop base, so logistics was necessary. But current logistics were integrated with the government, controlled by them, and responsible for reserve grain and materials. If you want me to give shares in the logistics company, I have none to give, Heng Ju said, meaning he wouldn't give any shares, making an exception. In the end, Tianduoduo was still empty-handed wolfed, giving up 3% shares and promising that future resources for the one-stop base would come from him, on the condition that Heng Ju assign a team to handle logistics for the base. Without exception, this was a benefit the father fought for his son. The shares were finally registered under Heng Jin's name. Jing Shu didn't expect to be so connected with Heng Jin, and that they would become colleagues in the future. But if you talk about the best empty-handed wolf winner, it had to be Jing Shu herself. After all, everyone had invested a large sum to buy shares, except Jing Shu, who said nothing, yet the big data system recorded her 5% shares. After the share exchanges, Tianduoduo began mobilizing various needed materials. The base had only completed basic functions. Many things remained unfinished, requiring supplies from all industries. It could be said Tianduoduo was gathering all usable materials in the apocalypse to build the Shishan base. Moreover, continuous construction and investment would expand the base gradually. Jing Shu realized clearly that everyone here was needed by Tianduoduo, not just randomly gathered for fundraising. A group of people were heatedly discussing Shishan's construction in the hall. Tianduoduo painted a huge meat pie, big profit for them. New shareholders started calling contacts, telling Heng Ju's son, Heng Jin, to start working in logistics today, responsible for transporting all the materials present. This also promoted Su Mali's auction house development. In the future, every auction item sold on the big data auction platform would be protected and safely delivered by Heng Jin, with a cash-on-delivery feature added, expanding Su Mali's business capabilities. Jing Shu sat upright in the shareholders' meeting, texting Yang Yang on her phone. "You did it? Earning your travel expenses so early? You promised Tianduoduo dehydrated vegetables, right?" Yang Yang replied almost instantly. "How did you know? Didn't I promise to keep it secret? I'm so broke lately. If I don't take some jobs, my grandpa might donate the old house." Sigh. He said someone's going to the US to get this back, and now there's fundraising. I guessed it was you. What benefits did Tianduoduo promise you? So you took other side jobs too? Jing Shu squinted. Yang Yang was bold. "How else would we get to the US? Walk? Ship? Only Tianduoduo can provide fuel for the plane. Cuff, life's tough, Jing Shu. The other jobs are just some odds and ends." "What else?" Jing Shu had a bad feeling. "Just a little. Don't worry, none are dangerous. After all, we Chinese don't like fighting, we focus on food. The side jobs I took are all food-related, so rest assured. Yang Yang smiled faintly. No matter what once passed Jing Shu, she'd know how exciting this mission was. Jing Shu would probably like this adventure. Can't wait. When will this damn rainy season end? I'm already moldy. Jing Shu raised an eyebrow and asked several more times, but Yang Yang refused to say what job she took, making Jing Shu even more curious. Was she hiding something? Oh well, time would tell. If it's food-related and not stealing important U.S. secrets, she probably wouldn't be chased and beaten worldwide, right? Hopefully. After all, Jing Shu was a peace lover. She just wanted to bring back various rare supplies. Oh, right, she finally remembered she needed to practice upgrading her magic cube. Damn, this level of cube was toxic. With Qianduoduo's Zhishan base settled, Jing Shu had another burden. When the meeting ended, the diligent Heng Jin arrived with a group to transport Qianduoduo's gifts to various places. The helicopter's recipient hadn't appeared yet, making Jing Shu curious who could get such a valuable gift. Heng Jin was responsible for transporting Jing Shu's precious turret and the 12-winged deadly electric net. Heng Jin, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, had a buzz cut. His skin, tanned last year, remained dark like Bao Zheng's due to continuous rain and darkness. Actually, most people's skin was pale and waxy from lack of sunlight and nutrition. Jing Shu's family had enough nutrition and spiritual spring supplements, so they didn't have these problems. Their healthy complexion showed they were well. What a coincidence working for you again, Heng Jin grinned. Except for initial surprise that today's transported items were again for Jing Shu, he returned to his calm self. He had wondered why Jing Shu, a girl from an ordinary family, became so wealthy in the apocalypse, able to testify for his 50,000 yuan. If transporting RVs a year ago shocked him, now seeing her as a shareholder invited to the meeting and receiving such valuable gifts from Qianduoduo, he suddenly understood. She must have earned this respect through her own ability. Qianduoduo definitely needed her for something. Boss Heng sure knows how to talk. We're all in the same boat. Soon, the group arrived at Banana Community. Sumali happily bounced home to talk to her father. Jing Shu stayed to watch the installation of the deadly electric net, carefully fitting each point, testing multiple times, and measuring data to ensure it met expectations. Heng Jin looked on enviously. Jing Shu, all done. Then we'll head back. Call me if you need anything. Your RV is now fully functional. Okay, will do. After seeing Heng Jin off, Jing Shu tested the electric net herself. It was much better than she expected. It had memory metal that bent back to its previous shape based on temperature, with minimal error. As long as the temperature was right, it wouldn't fail. It could open into a cage around the RV within 3 seconds without touching or harming the RV inside. Truly impressive technology. It also had several defense modes. Jing Shu valued the sleep mode most, which saved power while sleeping. If no one touched the outside, it wouldn't waste electricity. But if someone tried to sabotage it, it would sound an alarm and emit electric current strong enough to stun a person. She could test this feature during next year's big earthquake. As long as no one approached or touched the RV, it would be safe, giving her peace of mind. The turret was installed welded on the second-floor front of the RV, with adjustable angle and vertical movement slots. After installation, the whole RV looked imposing, mighty, and untouchable, making people unwilling to approach. Whether it would be useful later or not, the deterrent effect was much stronger. Ordinary cars were fearless, but if a tank-like RV was on the road, who wouldn't give way to show respect to its turret? Or rather, fear of being shot. Just as the insecticide solved Wu Cheng's rampant bugs, news of zombie deer carrying infections spreading in China flew like wings. Every day, hundreds in Wu Cheng were infected with this virus, their flesh rotting piece by piece. It's true what they say, when something doesn't concern you, you just hang back. Originally, the zombie deer infestation in Australia caused an invasive species problem. After the red worms there got infected with the virus, within just half a year, the infection spread wildly, causing red worms worldwide to become infected. At that time, China had no energy to worry about infected red worms that posed no direct threat. The various waterborne insects in Jiangnan were already deadly enough. All of China urgently started producing anti-parasitic medicine, barely saving the endangered population. Because of this, the topics for 26 National Herbal Medicine Association competitions were all changed. But this also gave Jing Shu a lucky break. By successfully cultivating tobacco, the Wucheng Association jumped into the national top 10, skipping the preliminary round. This was all thanks to Jing Shu's tobacco planting. So the Australian news hadn't drawn much attention until today, when the virus spread to China. "Oh dear, you all need to disinfect yourselves. Don't bring red worms in. I saw several outside that looked like zombies from a movie. Are they hopeless?" Granny Jing sprayed disinfectant vigorously on Jing Lai and Wu Yuai, who were returning from work. Jing Shu sighed. "Granny, that's just chunks of flesh dying, rotting, turning green and stiff, like zombies. The dead flesh infects the surrounding healthy flesh. It's not zombies, but in late stages the disease does damage the brain, leaving only instincts. Actually, this zombie disease was minor compared to other disasters in the previous life. People were just scared. In late stages, the whole body is covered in dead flesh, oozing pus and stinking, hanging like tumors. The worst Jing Shu saw lived about a year with their entire body rotting, dragging those tumors when walking. Extremely disgusting. Fortunately, those infected don't feel pain. The disease has a built-in anesthetic. To be frank, it was once studied for extracting anesthetics, though Jing Shu didn't know if it was used clinically. Ignoring appearances, Jing Shu's father was reapplying lime powder to the villa's low walls. Despite continuous rain, dehumidifiers, moisture absorbers, and dryers, the villa was still damp. At night, they had to turn on the boiler to heat the floor. Wu Yuai and Jing Lai quickly disinfected and dried their raincoats. Wu Yuai said, 20% of people in Australia have died. Once infected, the flesh keeps rotting. Even if you cut off the bad flesh, the virus remains inside and causes other parts to rot. There's no medical care now. Granny, stop spraying. Though transmitted by redworms, it's not easily contagious." The family entered the dining room for dinner. Jing Shu had been eating too much barbecue lately and felt overheated, so Granny Jing made fish soup, cold bitter melon salad, and some light home-style dishes. The staple was still rujiamo, meat sandwich. Meat stewed for hours, chopped with fat and lean mixed, soaked in sauce, stuffed into fragrant baked bread with some chin pepper. Delicious. Jing Shu took 2 bites of rujiamo, sipped fresh crucian carp tofu soup, and exhaled slowly. This was the life she wanted. Granny Jing asked, "How did those people in the community get infected?" "Don't mention it. After redworms went extinct, their price skyrocketed. Before, redworms were a staple for ordinary people, enough to fill their stomachs. Now it's just mushroom soup, not enough to eat. So some started selling redworms, smashing the stinky, virus-infected worms into cakes, 5 for 1 virtual coin. Some people ate these daily and got the zombie disease, but people's immunity is strong. Only a few got sick." "Eating them every day?" Granny Jing exclaimed. "Yes. Redworms died out a month or so ago, but people started eating them then. Now the disease is breaking out." Wu Yuai ate his rujiamo, mixing pickles, sweet radish, and fried shredded potatoes inside, enjoying the strong flavor. Jing Shu felt lucky. In her previous life, she had bought one once, a cake dipped in mushroom soup. It was awful but filling. She was grateful she hadn't been infected, though she worried for months after learning about it. People in the apocalypse weren't picky. It was cold during the day, and if they didn't eat enough at night, they'd freeze to death. Since redworms disappeared in 2 months, those used to eating them were unaccustomed when the canteen stopped supplying them. The canteen still sold red worm cakes for 0.5 virtual coins. Since even live redworms died from the virus, some people started scooping dead worms from the ground to sell. Especially in deserted places, dead worms floated on water surfaces. 1 scoop could fill a bag, selling for 0.2 virtual coins per cake. Many bought them. "These heartless people! How many have they harmed? What about those selling these cakes?" Granny Jing bit into her rujiamo, turning anger into strength. Wu Yuai shrugged. "It's a huge gang, over 300 people. Today the second squad basically caught them all." Some hunted worms, some sold, some cooked. Granny, not many can still cook with firewood. The boss sold hundreds of thousands of cakes, earning 80,000 virtual coins. His men also got a lot. These black-hearted people should all be sentenced to death, Grandpa Jing said. Wu Yuai mumbled with food in his mouth. They're preparing for the death penalty, but the gang is causing trouble, claiming ignorance of the virus and innocence. They say they wouldn't do it if they knew it was contagious. So the case is under review. Apocalypse law still has intentional and unintentional injury. The family happily discussed recent big events. Jing Shu spoke little but ate a lot. Suddenly her phone rang. It was Su Mali. Jing Shu, where are you? At home, why? Great. I'm hosting today's auction at Shishan Base, heading back now. If you're free, help me go to the second squad at the gate. Su Mali's helpless voice came through the phone. What's wrong? Several classmates called me, saying they're in trouble and asking me to help them as classmates. I don't know what's going on. Last time they mentioned a money-making thing and wanted me to join, but I didn't make it. I already broke my promise once. Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. Could things really be such a coincidence? Unfortunately, she had left the high school group chat early in her previous life and lost contact, so she didn't know what happened later. Could this be the big money-making plan that Su Mali mentioned last time at the Shishan base, the one involving some old classmates? Judging by the timing, it matched perfectly. The red worms were rapidly declining toward extinction then. By the way, what was the first thing you asked me just now? Jing Shu, where are you? At the Herbal Medicine Association. Why? Su Mali replied, My father got a batch of pigeon meat. Tomorrow I'll treat you to roast pigeon and pigeon soup. How about that? Jing Shu's mouth watered as she listened. Damn, what could she say? She had been through 10 years of apocalypse and still lacked worldly experience. After rebirth, she busied herself thinking of all kinds of chickens, ducks, and fish, but she still missed many delicacies from China. This was the most painful realization. As her space grew larger, she could raise more animals and had more time, but sadly, many species were nearly extinct. She couldn't find new ones to raise. Speaking of pigeon soup, Jing Shu calculated, it had been at least 13 years since she last had it. Add gastrodia and goji berries, and it would be a nourishing, lung-benefiting delicacy. I have gastrodia and goji berries here. Let's stew a pot. Definitely. So, what about the old classmates thing? I'll go check it out. But I promise I'm just going to see that they don't get killed. The rest is not my business. Jing Shu ate a few more rujiamos, suddenly feeling that even the crucian carp soup she drank every few days wasn't as tasty as pigeon soup. She wondered if she could raise some pigeons again. Even if she couldn't bring them through the apocalypse, secretly roasting pigeon in her space would be wonderful. Night had fully fallen, and the heavy rain poured down. Jing Shu wore a comfortable wool sweater and put on a raincoat. The wool sweater was made from wool combed off sheep by Zijin and Granny Jing recently, very warm. She walked unhurriedly to the second squad station and ran into Zhao Shupi, who was on lookout duty near the canteen. Jing Shu knew this guy well. They had clashed secretly several times. Whether it was paying a high price to buy the neighborhood's distribution director or later transferring him to manage the patriotic canteen, it showed he was wealthy and influential. Later there was conflict over Zijin's hair being infested with red worms, but then silence. It was late, and the canteen was closed. What was he sneaking around for? Seeing Jing Shu, Zhao Shupi gave an awkward smile and turned into the patriotic canteen. Definitely up to no good, Jing Shu thought, raising an eyebrow. She went upstairs to complete Su Mali's assigned task. The second squad's office was noisy. Jing Shu followed the sound to the big warehouse. Since it wasn't an official station, there were no cells or prisoner guards, nor conditions to build any. After the apocalypse, prisons weren't needed. There were only two types of people, those executed on the spot and those sent for labor reform, grouped in tens with shackles, eating and sleeping together. So suddenly arresting 200 or 300 people made this former mall somewhat inadequate. No execution for us. We will expose your slaughter of ordinary citizens. Yes, we didn't break the law. Let us go. The warehouse echoed with shouting. Jing Shu found a line of people at the door and saw a familiar face. Xiao Lizi reporting at the entrance. Li Bailong was also an old acquaintance, nephew of Li Yutian. They had known each other since the first year of the apocalypse. Later, when Li Yutian received supplies, Li Bailong would bring some wood ear mushrooms and such. What are you doing here? Li Bailong forced a smile despite his worried face. He was happy to see the god of wealth arrive. Friend asked me to come check. What's the situation? Here's a list. Can you find these people for me? I want to ask inside. Jing Shu handed over the list Sumali gave her. Li Bailong showed his teeth in a grin. Okay, let me see. Zhang Lingling, Wang Chao, Shalei, Liangxin, Nima, right? I'll have Jialiu take you to them. Jing Shu nodded. Li Bailong continued. Wucheng now has over 10,000 zombie disease cases, all caused by these people selling stinky red worm cakes. Today we rounded them all up but haven't caught the boss yet. We're waiting for orders. Some leaders want them executed and assets confiscated. Others say their intentions were good and they did boost the economy somewhat. Ignorance is no crime. So no decision yet. My uncle says these people probably won't have a good end. They won't be locked up long. No food means they'll be out soon. If you want to save them, it'll be tough. Jing Shu nodded. Okay, I'll go see. A young man named Jia Liu opened the warehouse door and shone a strong flashlight inside. They should be in Area C. A foul stench spread. Jia Liu covered his nose. They've been here a day with nowhere to relieve themselves, so they did it on the spot. Jing Shu was glad she wore high rain boots. Otherwise, she might have stepped in it. We're here. The numbers of the people you want are here. Jia Liu shone the light. Hey, wake up! Someone's here to see you. The prisoners were still grouped in tens, each shackled hand and foot confined to an area. Who's here to save us? I told you that call was useful. Zhang Lingling's face was smeared with unknown filth. Is it Sumali? She's here to save us? I told you, she's the most powerful. Jing Shu curled her lips in disdain. Sumali hasn't come yet. I'm here to see what's going on. Who? Not Sumali? That voice? Is it Jing Shu? Nima said fearfully. They all recognized Jing Shu's voice. So, are you disappointed it's me? Jing Shu's lips curled into a smile. No, how could that be? Jing Shu, we're so glad you came. Wang Chao stepped forward to shake her hand. Jing Shu coughed, then heard a loud wail. We're so wronged! Unfortunately, the excited Wang Chao was pulled back halfway by his handcuffs. The one wailing loudly was bespectacled Xu Lei. His high-pitched cries were almost a waste of his singing talent. Usually quiet and reserved, Xu Lei's screams were terrifying. Jing Shu covered her ears. The noise instantly drew everyone's attention. Hearing a possible savior nearby, if they weren't shackled in groups of 10 along the warehouse's iron pillars, these people would have swarmed over. They all shouted to be let out. Comrade, can we move to a quieter place? It's too noisy here, we can't hear anything. I'll go ask squad leader Li. Jia Liu left. The prisoner's eyes finally showed hope. Liangxin excitedly said, Jing Shu, you're here to save us, right? You can get us out? We're really innocent. Nima whispered to the silent Zhang Lingling, I don't know what Sumali means by sending her. Does she really have the power to save us? Didn't you hear? She's just here to check the situation. Sumali will save us. Zhang Lingling's joy quickly faded. She and Jing Shu had a grudge. Being seen like this by Jing Shu was humiliating. Zhang Lingling stepped back, wiping the filth off her face, biting her lip, not wanting Jing Shu to see her like this. Soon, Xiaolu returned with keys. The leader said we can move you to the next office area. He dragged the few who had been roasting meat outside, causing a stir. Others questioned why some were allowed out. Really? That's great. We can go out? Shilei cried with joy. My newborn son is waiting for me at home. Jing Shu sighed. Quiet. Just moving you to talk somewhere else." Shilei's shout angered others. Jing Shu's group awkwardly escaped and moved to a lit office area. They stood in a line looking disheveled. Though the last gathering was miserable, it wasn't this bad. Their bodies were smeared with unknown filth. Jing Shu stepped back several paces, unable to escape the stench. "Since the officers are here, why not tell us how you're innocent?" Jing Shu asked. Without special reasons, she wouldn't help these people. They had no close ties, and she wasn't generous enough to save those who once insulted her. Looking at the classmates, Zhang Lingling busied herself wiping off grime. Nima, knowing her grudge with Jing Shu, kept her head down playing with her hands, silent. Wang Chao and Shilei were overly excited. Shilei said, "Last month red worms went extinct. Zhang Lingling said in the group chat she'd make up for last year's losses caused by the water collector. There was a money-making project. She said if it didn't make money, she'd eat shit. She said we wouldn't pay a cent." Jing Shu glanced at Zhang Lingling. "And then?" Wang Chao added, "So a few of us high school classmates bought from her, 1 virtual coin for 6 cakes. We sold them for 1 virtual coin for 5 cakes, making 20% profit. We took the cakes first, paid after selling. We calculated it was a sure win, so we sold together." Shilei sniffled and cried, "Yeah, we were just sellers, knew nothing. Zhang Lingling said the cakes came from leftover canteen food, cheap. We didn't think much. Who knew the zombie disease was spread by these worm cakes? I got caught buying early this morning. If I'd known, I wouldn't have sold. My son was just born. I wanted to earn more to feed him nutritious food." He was only 24, already a father in the apocalypse. Jing Shu suddenly felt time was flying. Wait, no. Though she was 24 this year, adding her previous life, she was actually 35. Scary. "That's all?" "That's all?" Wang Chao said, surprised. "Isn't that unfair?" Jia Lu sneered. "The cakes were rotten. Didn't you fear eating them would kill people?" Nima rolled her eyes. "We're starving. What's there to fear? We eat them sometimes." Jing Shu nodded and asked, "So in this incident, you all played the role of cake sellers?" She had thought they were involved in some big money-making scheme, but it was just this. Shilei pointed at Zhang Lingling. "She bought the cakes for us. The rest of us just sold them." Jing Shu asked, "How many cakes did you buy for 1 virtual coin?" Zhang Lingling lowered her head, whispering, "Not many. No big profit. We're classmates, just passing through to earn a little." Xia Liu couldn't help but pull out his phone and show big data. Pointing at the list, he said, "Zhang Lingling was the middleman, buying 8 cakes for 1 virtual coin. Secondary dealers buy at 7 cakes per coin. You sold to your classmates at 6 cakes per coin. After costs, you made 3,000 virtual coins this month. The other 4 made 500 each." Zhang Lingling's mouth dropped open. She pointed at Xia Lu. "How do you know all this? You didn't even ask." Xia Lu sneered. "With chat records and virtual coin transactions, big data reverse analysis is easy. No need to interrogate you. Got it? You, Zhang Lingling, I knew you were venomous last year. You swore an oath and proved it. I never should have trusted you. You can make money, but pretending it's all compensation for classmates, I despise you." Shirley pointed at Zhang Lingling's nose, cursing. Liang Xin shook his head. "Zhang Lingling, I'm so disappointed in you." Nima shook off Zhang Lingling's hand. "You're so close, yet you show no mercy. Jing Shu, you must expose Zhang Lingling in the class group. People like her don't deserve to stay." Zhang Lingling gritted her teeth, feeling wronged. "I know I was wrong. Sorry, everyone. But shouldn't we first figure out how to solve this? Anyway, everything's confiscated. Whether much or little money, it's all gone." "I don't want to talk to you anymore." Shilei glared at Zhang Lingling, then turned to plead with Jing Shu. "Jing Shu, what should we do? The government's taken all our virtual coins. I don't want any money. I just want to go home." "I understand how you feel now, but the decision hasn't come down yet. You're not in immediate danger. Let's wait for Sumali to see what she says. She asked me to check first and make sure you don't get killed." "Bah, after all this, you're still here to save us? You act like you're interrogating criminals. Who do you think you are? And we still have to wait for Sumali." Nima rolled her eyes. Yeah, I thought you were more capable. So this is it? Zhang Lingling agreed with Nima, cautiously pulling her to her side. She needed an ally. Jing Shu smiled. How about you all just stay in the warehouse again? No. This place is much better. Electric lights, warm, no stench. Very comfortable. Thank you, Jing Shu, for letting us stay in the office area, Wang Chao quickly said. Can't you see Jing Shu's influence? A few relatives of those arrested came earlier, said a few words, and left. Who else can get people out? We're lucky to wait here for the result. Yeah, it's 1,000 times better than inside. At that moment, footsteps approached. Li Bailong strode over and said to Jing Shu, The decision from above is out after much discussion and a tough call. Hearing this, Zhang Lingling collapsed to the floor with a thud, a foul stench spreading from beneath her. She trembled uncontrollably. She had heard rumors all day that this group would be executed. Was it finally coming true? I know you have friends here eager for the result, so I'm telling you first, Li Bailong continued. The policy isn't to kill them all, but no tolerance for wrongdoing. Those who did wrong must take responsibility. Nima burst into tears. The inevitable had come. Everyone held their breath, silent. Li Bailong faced Jing Shu directly. First, all involved will have their virtual coins confiscated during detention. Second, following the principle of no waste, reap what you sow, everyone must eat the number of cakes they sold, proportional to their earnings, before leaving the second squad. They must finish the tens of thousands of cakes in stock. This way we don't waste our own food feeding them. They made the cakes, they eat them. Perfect. Li Bailong laughed heartily, pleased with the decision. The others could not laugh. Their faces went slack. Before, some had eaten the cakes unaware. Now, knowing the cakes cause incurable zombie disease, who would want to eat them? Here's the list. Zhang Lingling must eat 300 cakes, the others 50 each. Once finished, you can leave. Don't worry. You sold these cakes so happily, you should eat some yourselves. The chance of getting the disease from one cake is only 1%, and eating 50 cakes is about a 50% chance. But it's unpredictable. Some eat daily and don't get sick. Some get sick from one. The group slumped down in despair. Though spared execution, being forced to eat the cakes was like a death sentence. Isn't there any other way? Shile cried. We really didn't mean it. I didn't even know it would cause this. I just want to go home. Li Bailong said sternly, You made mistakes. You must bear the consequences. You're adults now. You must learn this. He turned to Jing Shu. But Jing Shu, I just spoke with Captain Li. If you speak up, you can save them by handing over some of your herbal medicines from your association. That's more valuable than punishing them with medicine. One moment they thought they were doomed. The next, the official said Jing Shu could save them. Jing Shu, I was blind. I don't want to eat those cakes. Please save me. Give them your medicines. How can I eat 300 cakes? It would take months. I'll definitely get the zombie disease. Zhang Lingling no longer cared about pride. Life was at stake. Save us! We don't want to die! Jing Shu didn't move, raising an eyebrow. The mood had flipped too fast. She couldn't keep up. Earlier they said she was powerless and needed Sumali. Now their attitude flipped like a page. I was blind, Jing Shu. I really don't want to eat those cakes. Please let us go. Pigeon soup was indeed hard to swallow. Jing Shu hesitated. It's not that I don't want to save you. Sumali is handling this. Let's wait for her. Those herbs are precious. I'm reluctant to give them away. Zhang Lingling glared hatefully at Jing Shu. I know you just don't want to save me. Seeing me like this must make you happy, huh? Ha! How could you save me? Sumali will save me. She will! This woman was crazy. Jing Shu stepped back and sat down to rest. Li Bailong looked apologetic. You don't seem to be friends. I don't have close ties with these classmates. They're not my family or close friends. I can't risk everything to save them in the apocalypse. If they were truly innocent, maybe I'd consider it. Jing Shu valued family over rules. She would save those she cared about no matter what. For others, it depended on whether it was worth it. especially in this profit-driven apocalypse. Sumali arrived wearing a pure white vest and a goose-yellow raincoat dress, looking like a princess with 4 bodyguards. It was obvious Sumali was very powerful, completely different from Jing Shu, who wore a plain black raincoat. The classmates burst into tears at the sight of Sumali. Jing Shu had disappointed them too much. Finally, someone reliable had come. "Save me! Sumali, only you can save me!" After Jia Liu explained the situation, Jing Shu nodded. "Yes, that's how it is." "We're really innocent," Shilei sobbed. Everyone expected Sumali to immediately agree and find a way to get them out. After all, she was kind and willing to help classmates. Unexpectedly, Sumali's first words were, "You didn't kill Boren, but Boren died because of you. You're not innocent. I thought you were in danger, so I rushed here. But now I see the government handled this well. You sowed your own evil and should eat these cakes yourselves." The classmates' mouths dropped open. This was not what they expected. "You're not the only ones with family and children. You indirectly caused many deaths. How sad must their families be?" Jing Shu nodded. Sometimes Sumali's values were quite sound. But people can't be praised too much. "But don't worry, we're old classmates. As old classmates, you must accept your punishment. After you leave, if anyone gets sick, I'll find someone to treat you. That's the kindness of old classmates," Sumali said seriously. Shilei cried harder. "But medical treatment is so expensive. If flesh rots, it must be cut off. How much flesh will be cut? Isn't that an even worse punishment?" Yeah, now we just need to pay a little price to avoid getting the zombie disease. Why wait until we get sick and then treat us? "Sumali, if you have so many medicines, can you donate some to those infected?" Wang Chao nervously asked. Jing Shu burst out laughing. She really didn't know if Sumali was helping them or just letting them suffer longer in the apocalypse. Those who get the zombie disease want to die quickly, but Sumali was spending big money to find cures. Sumali said seriously, "I'm willing to treat you because we're classmates, but you must accept punishment for your mistakes. Accepting punishment and avoiding it are 2 different things. That's how it is. I hope you reform well. If you get sick later, contact me anytime." The classmates were stunned, staring at Sumali in disbelief. Was there something wrong with her head? Li Bailong laughed. Many came here to rescue people, but no one had done it like this before. He waved his hand. "Since you all agreed, when will you start eating? The canteens have prepared places for you. When you finish, you can go home." Jia Liu laughed. "This is the best way. Next time someone commits a crime, they'll have to face the consequences themselves. Stop crying. Someone's already guaranteed to save you. Just eat with peace of mind." Who could calmly eat poison cakes? Jing Shu liked this tit-for-tat approach. She heard some countries did the same. If a man raped a woman, he'd be thrown in jail and raped in return. How the man got raped? Well, cough cough. Amid desperate cries, Sumali and Jing Shu left. Everyone thought this would be Sumali's grand moment to show off her wealth and say, "I saved these people." But instead it ended quietly, like this. The next day, Jing Shu finally ate gastrodia pigeon soup and crispy roast pigeon, reportedly made by a Michelin 3-star chef. The golden brown pigeon was about fist-sized. One bite revealed crispy skin and tender meat. Chewing around the bone, a whole bone came out. Some parts were fried to a dark golden color, and she even chewed and swallowed the bones. The roasted bones, marrow, and meat aroma spread on her taste buds. It was so delicious, Jing Shu almost swallowed her tongue. Slurp. So fragrant. Jing Shu wanted to raise some live pigeons, but they weren't for sale. Now pigeons were expensive. One slaughtered pigeon cost 1888 virtual coins, not to mention breeding hens. One bite was worth a whole apartment in Banana Community. Since she couldn't get any, she'd just satisfy her cravings, maybe trade something else later. Selling quails could also be a good way to get rich, but in the apocalypse, Jing Shu dared not take risks. Enough for her family to eat was enough. But now, pigeon sellers probably worried about feed since red worms were gone. Jing Shu suddenly had an idea. "Did you hear the high school group chat exploded?" Sumali said, licking the bones clean. The spoiled girl who wouldn't lick yogurt bottle caps was now cleaning bones. Jing Shu shook her head. Zhang Lingling's story? Su Mali showed pictures on her greasy phone. They were handcuffed and shackled, eating red worm cakes at the big canteen entrance, holding signs. Many people watched. Some threw stones, others threw filth. Someone caught their eating on camera, and it blew up. Jing Shu saw photos of a line of people squatting at the door, crying while eating stinky red worm cakes. Some couldn't eat anymore, so kind citizens helped stuff the cakes in with water. If someone accidentally spat some out, kind people picked it up and shoved it back until nothing was wasted. The authorities did this deliberately to vent public anger. Many were still scared, wondering if eating the cakes would cause zombie disease. Countless people lived in fear. Jing Shu saw 4 or 5 people holding Zhang Lingling down, forcing cakes into her mouth. Too bad no hair in the apocalypse, or there'd be a hair-pulling scene again. Zhang Lingling's story spread in the class group. Many said she deserved it. Some were glad they hadn't followed her, or they'd be trapped again. If Zhang Lingling got out and saw this, who knew what she'd think? The zombie disease incident passed quickly. Those who didn't get sick after half a month were safe. The impact gradually faded. The 300 people spent days finishing all the cakes, stuffed to the brim daily. The lightest offenders, like Wang Chao, left after 3 days. Zhang Lingling forced herself to eat for half a month. By the end, she reflexively vomited at the sight of red worm cakes but was still forced to eat by infected zombies. This group became a special case nationwide, their bodies slowly rotting. No one knew when their lives would end. They lived in constant despair and anger. Jing Shu didn't know how these classmates fared later. Su Mali said Zhang Lingling seemed to have anorexia, vomiting whenever she ate. Surprisingly, Zhang Lingling, who ate the most, didn't get zombie disease. But Nima, who ate the least, came to Su Mali a month later, apparently infected. Though the zombie disease scare died down, China and the world faced a new problem. Red worms were basically extinct, leaving China without a staple food source. Plus, October's daytime temperatures dropped to 5 to 6 degrees C, nights below zero. People faced survival challenges. Jing Shu, when will our red worm cakes be sold? The canteen's cakes have risen to 0.7 virtual coins each. We're going to make it big. You had vision starting this factory when red worms were rampant. Jing Shu's aunt called, finally enjoying the fruits of hard work after months of struggle. Jing Shu rolled her eyes. Aunt, the canteen's cakes are fine processed for people. Ours are coarse processed feed for poultry. Unless there's a severe famine, feed is best sold to poultry farmers. Besides, it's not time yet. Wait a bit longer. Jing Shu's aunt was stunned. People don't even have enough to eat now, and you want to wait even longer? Who would buy your feed for poultry? The hardest days of the apocalypse were just beginning. The boiling frog effect was almost over. Some real shocks were needed. Jing Shu shook her head. Wait for my notice. Her uncle snatched the phone. Jing Shu, sell whenever you say. Don't listen to your aunt who doesn't understand. That's it, goodbye. Then he hung up hastily. Jing Shu shrugged. She had changed a lot this life. Her uncle wouldn't dare make decisions like this before, but now, with confidence, things were different. A few days later, her aunt called again. Jing Shu thought it would be about redworm feed, but it was her uncle's voice. Jing Shu, quickly get your mom here. Su Mei Mei committed suicide. Huh? Jing Shu was in the warm studio with Zijin, making silk cotton pouches, shaping them for making silk quilts and clothes. Honestly, after half a year raising so many silkworms and storing enough silk for clothes and quilts, Jing Shu was surprised. But after more than half a month organizing, it was only enough for 10 quilts and 1 set of cotton clothes per person. She wanted to raise more and stockpile more. These were consumables, and in the apocalypse, you could never have too many clothes. She heard her eldest aunt's daughter-in-law was about to give birth. Granny Jing had been sewing diapers and small clothes from homegrown cotton, but the weather was getting colder, and conditions in the countryside were poor. Granny Jing wanted to make silk-lined cotton jackets that could serve as both quilts and clothes, so Jing Shu and Zijin picked out scraps and stuffed them into small clothes as quilt cores. Just right. Then her uncle called again, saying, Su Mei Mei had committed suicide? That troublesome Su Mei, since last year when her father was sent back to their hometown, Jing Shu hadn't paid attention to her. After all, a blind woman covered in pus couldn't make much trouble anymore. Is she dead? Jing Shu asked calmly. After all, those who killed her in the past life left lifelong shadows of hatred. Her aunt grumbled on the other end. Not dead yet. But Su Mei's husband Zhang Zhongyong called, asking us to take her back. He said if she's going to die, don't let her die there, it's bad luck. Isn't that infuriating? Su Mei isn't even a blood relative. Why should we take her back? Since the relationship is cut off, just let her die there. After all, she's his wife, he can't just ignore her. Her uncle took the phone again. Don't say that. If she really dies, we at least have to see her one last time and handle the funeral. Jing Shu, you should ask your mom to go see her. Jing Shu lightly tapped her knuckles. She almost forgot who the accomplices were in her past life. Su Mei, her husband Zhang Zhongyong, and Zhang's mistress's whole family. These people couldn't be spared. As for the mastermind Su Mei, only 2 years into the apocalypse and she couldn't take it? She should at least enjoy the days ahead. Jing Shu smiled like a demon. Okay, uncle, got it. Wait for us at Shishan, we'll go together. After hanging up, Jing Shu told Zijin to keep working alone. She called her mother and explained. After a long silence, her mother said, If she really died, we'll go see her off. Dead people always carried more weight than the living. No matter how sinful before death, they were gradually forgotten and even mourned after death. So it was better Su Mei was still alive, for everyone's sake and most importantly, to keep annoying Zhang Zhongyong. Jing Shu's parents left work early. She drove the shark submarine to meet them, then picked up her uncle's family at Shishan. Following her uncle's directions, they headed to Zhang Zhongyong's new house. Jing Shu knew the way well. After Su Mei's home was flooded, she moved to a place better than Shishan but much worse than Banana Community. This place was nicknamed the Venice Water City. Half the houses were submerged. The remaining high-rises were still inhabited. At first, it wasn't flooded, but after 10 months of continuous rain, unlike the higher Banana Community, the flood spread from the first floor to the 5th. The city center's water hadn't receded. The tallest buildings were still underwater. The water level was reportedly still rising. Near the destination, vehicles couldn't go further. People used wooden planks floating on water to get around. After parking, Jing Shu had to make 2 trips to transport everyone, then climbed in through a window. Zhang Zhongyong's conditions were decent, so he had a whole house to himself. The door was wide open and loud crying came from inside. Jing Shu immediately recognized it as Zhang Hanhan's. The family hurried over. The house had 2 bedrooms and a living room but was crowded. With both families inside, it was even more cramped and filled with a nauseating stench. Oh, finally someone's here. Hurry and take her back. If you don't, I really can't stand it, a woman said impatiently, hands on hips, flicking her fingers. Jing Shu's aunt was displeased. Who are you? Where's Zhang Zhongyong? Call him out, she's his wife. Why should we take her back? Ha, who am I? I'm Zhang Zhongyong's current wife. Who else? The woman arrogantly pulled the crying Zhang Hanhan on the floor. Take this loser back. She can't work and eats too much. Zhang Hanhan cried louder. Seeing Jing Shu's family didn't react, she showed no response. Compared to last year's vibrant self, she was a bit chubby, but in just 1 year she had wasted away to skin and bones. A mistress dares to talk? Didn't Zhang Zhongyong say he sent you away? How do you still have the face to stay here? You! Jing Shu's uncle stepped forward. Stop arguing. Let us see Su Mei first. The woman kicked Zhang Hanhan. Hurry up and take her. Do you want to wait until your mother dies before you're happy? Woo-woo! Zhang Hanhan cried, leading everyone to the bathroom. The stench came from there. Jing Shu followed, frowning. She saw Su Mei lying cramped in the bathroom. She couldn't believe how fast she had changed. How could 1 year make her unrecognizable? Cough, cough. Jing Shu suddenly felt she didn't hate her so much after all. Ah, that's the feeling of satisfaction. Jing Shu felt refreshed. Her uncle pointed tremblingly at Zhang Zhongyong's mistress and rushed over, shouting, Are you even human? How can you treat Su Mei like this? The woman stepped back in fear, yelling, "Husband! Husband, come out! That bitch's family is here causing trouble!" Under the dim phone light, Su Mei's body was covered in grotesque scars, likely from bee stings last year, some still oozing pus. One eye was disfigured by a huge, ugly scar, completely hiding the eyeball, leaving a terrifying hollow. Wrapped in a foul-smelling blanket, Su Mei curled up in a corner of the bathroom, twitching uncontrollably, foaming at the mouth, completely unconscious. Most shockingly, she was tied to the toilet with a rope. To any onlooker, she looked like a terrifying, emaciated old woman with wrinkled skin, unrecognizable. Zhang Zhongyang emerged from the master bedroom, shielding his mistress behind him. He was the same as always, a refined yet despicable hypocrite. "Let's talk nicely. Don't lay a hand on Eileen." "Bah! Shameless mistress! Zhang Zhongyang, you're disgusting. Putting your lawful wife in the bathroom and letting the mistress take over? You're a scoundrel," Jing Shu's aunt fiercely cursed. Suddenly, a chubby kid burst out of the bedroom and started punching and kicking her aunt. The child, about 11 or 12, swung wildly, instantly knocking out one of her aunt's teeth. Jing Shu calmly grabbed the kid and tossed him back into the bedroom with a loud thud. The kid wailed loudly. "Aiyong!" Aileen cried out in pain, rushing forward. Jing Shu's father, sensing danger to Jing Shu, instinctively charged in, accidentally knocking Aileen into Zhang Zhongyang's arms. The pose looked graceful, but Aileen's head slammed hard into Zhang's jaw. A crack was heard as Zhang Zhongyang spat out 2 teeth. Jing Shu wanted to laugh but held it back. This was too serious a scene. Chaos erupted. Aileen's mother and Zhang Zhongyang's mother came out to calm the child. The 2-bedroom apartment suddenly filled with people, just like in the past life. Unfortunately, in the past life, Su Mei and Aileen lived in the master bedroom, the son in the 2nd bedroom, Zhang Hanhan in the kitchen, and the 2 mothers in the living room. This life, fate had changed. Jing Shu's mother stopped and pointed at the barely breathing Su Mei. "She's like this. Why not get a doctor? How did she try to kill herself?" Zhang Zhongyang was furious, spitting blood. "What doctor? She wanted to kill herself. Zhang Hanhan stole my sleeping pills and gulped them all down. I paid a fortune for those." Zhang Hanhan wailed. "Mom said she was in pain and couldn't sleep, so I got her sleeping pills to make her feel better." Who knew? Who knew? Sob. Jing Shu's uncle crouched to help her up but stopped when he saw the crawling bugs and smelled the stench. "Then do a stomach pump, there's still hope. Get a doctor." Aileen pointed at the uncle. "You go. Take these 2 away." Jing Shu's mother frowned. "Zhang Hanhan, why didn't you call your grandfather when this happened?" Zhang Hanhan shook her head, crying. "He hasn't called since he left last year. We can't find him. Otherwise, would this person dare treat us like this?" Zhang Zhongyang sneered. "Your grandfather can barely take care of himself. Save your energy." Jing Shu smirked and dialed the phone. After a few rings, Su Guosheng answered. "Hello, who is this?" Zhang Hanhan choked up. "Grandpa? It's me, your little Hanhan. Mom died, all because of that bastard Zhang Zhongyang. Now he wants to kill me too. Please save me. You've already lost a daughter. Don't lose your granddaughter too. Please come get me. I want to live with you. Grandpa, you're my only family left." Silence stretched on the other end. "Grandpa, Mom died horribly. Zhang Zhongyang forced her to kill herself. She took sleeping pills, foamed at the mouth, convulsed. You weren't here for 6 months. You don't know how he and that vixen treated us. We lived worse than pigs and dogs." Sob. Jing Shu frowned. The woman wasn't dead yet, and Zhang Hanhan sounded selfish. Just as Jing Shu hesitated to say something, an old female voice came through the phone. "Aileen was sent by me. Forcing that bitch to die means Aileen did well. Su Mei deserves to taste being a mistress. Well done. As for you, Zhang Hanhan, you should call me grandmother. Anything else?" Everyone present was stunned. Jing Shu's mouth slowly opened. She hadn't expected things to be so dramatic. Too bad she hadn't known these secrets in her past life. Zhang Zhongyang slowly released Aileen's hand, incredulous. "Why? How long has this been going on? Why hide it from me? Eileen, didn't you love me? The phone laughed coldly. Love you? 10 years ago you were nothing. No money, no power. Why would such an outstanding woman be your mistress and bear your child? If I didn't pay tens of thousands every year, who would? Eileen's mouth dropped open, clutching Jung Jong-young's arm, shaking her head. Jong-young, listen. At first I took the job, but after being with you, I really loved you. Our child is Ayong. I love you, Jong-young, don't you understand? Jung Jong-young felt something was different. He nodded sadly. Maybe. Eileen gritted her teeth. After the apocalypse, she worked hard, clinging to Jung Jong-young. Who expected an old witch to stir trouble? And this whole family was no good. Old witch, you've long had someone else. Your current child isn't Su Guosheng's. You've been cheating on him all these years. It's time he knew, Eileen shouted. The call abruptly ended. The atmosphere turned chilling. Only Zhang Hanhan laughed. I'm my grandpa's only bloodline. He won't abandon me. Jing Shu never expected that one phone call would unravel so many things. She never imagined such events would happen around her. Turns out, Su Meimei was the real victim. Well, Su Guosheng wasn't reliable either, silent for so long. Looks like some small tricks were needed. Jing Shu stepped closer to Su Meimei. To be tortured into suicide so early? No way. At least she had to live long enough to take down her past life accomplices, Zhang Zhongyang, Eileen, and their whole family, and experience the beautiful apocalypse life, suffering all the pain she endured before. Dying now would be too easy for her. Dog-eat-dog fights are the best to watch. Illusion, activate. Jing Shu softly said, Su Meimei, aren't you waking up? The woman who stole your father arranged Eileen to be her mistress over 10 years ago. Now those women have gotten what they wanted. One stole your father, the other your man. Shouldn't you stand up and fight back fiercely? Zhang Zhongyang now knows the truth and is very disappointed in Eileen. By the way, your father's woman cheated on him. The child isn't his. That means you're the only bloodline left in your family. Your father will stand by you from now on. Shouldn't you fight back? Suddenly, Su Meimei opened her bloodshot, terrifying eye, an eye full of hatred. Jing Shu's words echoed in her mind, constantly stimulating and hinting. Kill them! Kill them all! Ah! Su Meimei roared madly. That's right. Here, have some chocolate and water. Your body will be fine. Jing Shu placed the food and water before her. Su Meimei pounced. Zhang Hanhan swallowed nervously, licking her lips at the chocolate. Zhang Zhongyang's family was in a strange state. 2 old ladies doting on the only grandson, who was still crying non-stop. Zhang Zhongyang was lost in thought, unable to accept that his true feelings had led to this outcome. Within a minute, Su Meimei finished the food and regained some vitality. The foaming symptoms stopped. Uncle exhaled slowly. Looks like she was just hungry. Good she's not dead. Jing Shu's mother's eyes were complicated, seeing how much Su Meimei had changed over the years. She had mixed feelings about her. Eileen sensed danger. Su Meimei had changed, suddenly revived, no longer numb and resigned. Get out! Get out of our home now! She insisted on driving Su Meimei away. Su Meimei, expressionless, untied the rope binding her. According to big data, Zhang Zhongyang and I are legally married. You should be the one to leave. This house is half mine. From today, Zhang Hanhan and I sleep in the 2nd bedroom. Anyone who objects, I'll fight to the death. Before I die, I'll gouge out her eyes, bite off her ears, and drink her blood. I've died once already. I've realized it's better to die fighting than like a coward. I'll take as many down with me as I can. Zhang Hanhan shivered. Her mother had changed, not only terrifying in appearance, but now bloodthirsty and strange. She didn't want to stay with Su Meimei anymore. She wanted to find her grandfather. Eileen, look at this crazy woman. She wants to kill us. Living with her is dangerous for you and the baby. Eileen clung to Zhang Zhongyang's arm, acting coy. Zhang Zhongyang quietly pulled his arm away and returned to the master bedroom. I want some peace. It's over. Eileen's mind flashed with the thought that the house would be in chaos now, as the head Zhang Zhongyang had given up. Mom, Uncle, let's go. She's fine now, we're not needed. Jing Shu smiled. They came to see her one last time. Now that she was alive, there was no point staying. Oh, then let's leave quickly. Uncle's family felt awkward standing there. Without a word, they left. Not far away, they heard roaring from inside. Uncle puzzled. Sounds like she didn't take much sleeping pills. I've never heard of someone taking sleeping pills and then bouncing back like this. Aunt glared. You're always so judgmental. Maybe she took a small dose and has immunity. In the dark, Jing Shu smiled. Su Mei, keep it up. Even if you don't kill this family, make their lives miserable and restless. Su Mei couldn't die yet. If she died, Ailin and Zhang Zhongyong would be free to be together. Jing Shu wouldn't let that happen. The suicide incident quickly passed without disturbing Jing Shu's busy life or affecting her mother. In the past life, after her uncle's family died tragically and without knowing her origins, her mother cared more for Su Mei. But this life? None of that happened. Her mother disliked Su Mei and had no love or hate for her now. Even if Su Mei died in front of her mother would only sigh. Jing Shu was satisfied with this outcome. However, after about half a month of calm, Jing Shu's peace was slightly broken again. With the third year of the apocalypse approaching, Jing Shu grew anxious. If she was well prepared for the second year, considering all factors, this year had been full of crises, including several near-death experiences. Now the third year was coming. Besides food preparation, everything else was a mess, especially with her juggling multiple roles, which hindered her preparations. Most importantly, she had to go to the US this year. Before leaving, she had to arrange everything for her family, or she couldn't focus. At this critical moment, her eldest aunt called again, saying the eldest daughter-in-law was about to give birth and wanted Granny Jing to come and preside over the ceremony. In the apocalypse, with no proper medical facilities, Jing Shu's eldest aunt managed to find a gynecologist through connections, paying a hefty price. To be safe, they wanted Granny Jing to come help with the delivery, since her generation was used to traditional methods without modern medicine. Granny Jing had thought it best for the birth to happen in Wucheng, where conditions were better, but with the daughter-in-law about to give birth and the heavy rain making roads impassable, it was too risky to travel. So that evening after dinner, Jing Shu's family sat around the table discussing the matter. It wasn't a holiday, so neither Jing Shu's mom nor dad had time off. Plus, with red worms extinct, the canteen faced severe food shortages. Jing Lai, Jing Shu's third aunt and canteen manager, was even busier. Though Jing Shu's mom controlled the finances and Jing Shu's dad seemed afraid of her, she always respected his opinions on family matters. Let Jing An decide. I'll follow him. Jing Shu thought this was true love at its peak. Jing Shu's dad tossed dishes into the dishwasher and held a bowl of cherry tomatoes. Lan Zi and I won't go. Jing Shu's aunt is busy at work. The situation's bad. The livestock farm has grown a lot this year, with many chickens and ducks, but now that red worms are gone, feed is a big problem. Jing Shu, take Grandma and Grandpa there to see if they need help. Since the birth is soon, it should be just a few days. If you have time and want to, go. Jing Shu fed the fat chicken a luxurious mix of fish bones, eggs, grains, and vegetable leaves, soothing it. Recently, the chicken had picked up a nest of flea-like parasites tangled in its feathers. No choice, Jing Shu shaved it bald. Now it was a bald, fat chicken. For some reason, watching this big chicken walk looked like a walking roast turkey. It made her hungry. Tooey. The vain chicken was sad for days. It used to strut by the pond daily, admiring its shiny brown feathers and high tail, sometimes play-fighting with Jing Shu's five-step snake to assert its unshakable place in Jing Shu's heart. But without feathers, the chicken lost its charm. Granny Jing felt sorry and made it a silk coat, which helped it lay more eggs daily. Jing Shu also gave it an extra meal every day, restoring its egg production. The chicken clearly knew its value. Though I'm busy, I can spare 3 to 5 days. The Pharmacists Association has a handover tomorrow morning. This time, we'll take the RV. There'll be many people there, and the weather's dropped over 10 degrees since March. I don't want to camp in a cold warehouse again, Jing Shu said, stroking the chicken's new feather buds. The chicken half closed its eyes, enjoying it. Honestly, Jing Shu hadn't planned to go. Compared to others giving birth, she had more important things. With the third year of the apocalypse approaching, she felt something big was unfinished. She opened her palm and saw the words, "Practice Rubik's Cube. Practice Rubik's Cube." Right. She had to practice the Rubik's Cube. She was sure her forgetfulness about practicing the spatial cube was linked to her new ability gained this promotion. Whenever she thought of it, she practiced. Jing Shu moved the chicken aside and started practicing the cube. Besides that, she had to prepare for the disasters and events of the third year. If not for testing the RV's features and improving it based on these days' experience, she wouldn't want to go. It would be hard to fix things mid-migration. Still, she was excited to try the RV. She planned to make a checklist for the third year's preparations. Jing Shu's mom worried, "The RV is so big. Can you drive it alone? Is it safe? Maybe your dad should go with you." "Mom, don't worry. I've explained the safety features. It won't roll over even on a 40-meter slope. Even if I drive into a ditch, it won't flip. The chassis is waterproof. Don't worry, I won't drive into rivers." Jing Shu had tried it a few times. Driving this luxury vehicle was a totally different experience from her BYD song. When you don't know cars, any car is fine. Once you understand, you notice the power, motor, and two-wheel drive limitations, just like phones, from Nokia touchscreens to smartphones. The BYD song's engine revs hard and makes a loud noise over manhole covers. The RV, however, glides smoothly with barely a sound. The suspension was amazing. Living in an RV during the apocalypse would be great, like riding a high-speed train, watching the scenery pass by without feeling bumps. "Okay, just drive slowly and watch the road. Don't drive into deep water." The family agreed. Third Aunt Jing Lai took out old clothes she'd cut into a dozen reusable cotton diapers as gifts for the newborn. Even Zijin embroidered 2 handkerchiefs for the baby to wipe face and nose. Grandpa Jing made a gold lock from the gold Jing Shu salvaged. Granny Jing sewed many clothes and small quilts. The family packed overnight. "This is 2 lives. No slacking. Jing Shu, you and I have delivered babies before, so you have experience. Speak up if you have ideas." Granny Jing was excited all night, praising Jing Shu's arrangements. The older generation loved welcoming new life. Jing Shu remembered her delivery experience was just helping Zhang Bingbing, who pushed the baby out as soon as they arrived. Could that count as experience? She and Wu Yui exchanged glances and coughed. They decided to bring a chicken for nourishment and 2 crucian carp fish to help with milk production as gifts. Of course, the fat chicken would come along, a walking egg machine Jing Shu relied on for breakfast. It was also a chance to test the RV's livestock room and small fish pond functions. Jing Shu's dad helped fill the RV's huge water tanks, just needing to connect a hose. The tanks were large to meet the family's needs for washing, bathing, drinking, and the underfloor heating system. Without enough water, it wouldn't suffice. Jing Shu also wanted to test the RV's upgraded underfloor heating. The constant 40 C hot water pipes ensured a warm, comfortable temperature inside, with 24-hour hot showers. Exactly the cozy environment she dreamed of. They fully charged the German man battery and installed the extra solar panels Jing Shu had bought on the roof to test the RV's endurance. Their BYD Song could run 180 kilometers on a full charge. The big RV hadn't been tested by Wu Yui's mentor, but the estimate was about 150 kilometer range. Jing Shu's dad filled the diesel tank for safety. Su Mali's 8 large tanks of concentrated natural gas were installed in side compartments, enough for cooking and heating for about 3 months. Dad checked the RV's safety systems and prepared everything. Mom packed freshly dried bedding and all daily necessities, including toiletries. Jing Shu, Granny Jing, and Wu Yui prepared what else to bring. They were experienced now, bringing plenty of warm clothes and raincoats, since wet clothes in cold weather were miserable. Food was next. With the RV, Jing Shu didn't want to eat at eldest aunt's house. They packed plenty from breakfast to dinner. If only they could bring cows, Jing Shu thought. Fresh milk daily would be great. In the end, they brought 2 cans of milk powder and tea leaves to make milk tea in the mornings. The RV had a fridge, so Jing Shu also packed fermented rice wine, glutinous rice balls, and eggs for variety. Granny Jing brought her homemade hand-grabbed flatbread, frozen in the fridge. Fried in the morning with lettuce, eggs, sausage, and salad tomato sauce, it was authentic street food. For vegetables, they chose Jing Shu's dried veggies and some canned goods, dried wood ear mushrooms, dried shiitake mushrooms, great for soups and stir-fries. For meat, Jing Shu packed beef jerky as snacks, braised pig ears, pig head meat, pork knuckles, spicy rabbit meat, ready to eat and convenient. She also brought some steaks for late-night snacks. The villa's fish pond was overrun with fish and shrimp. Jing Shu caught a basin of oysters and crayfish to put in the pond, testing if they could survive. Meanwhile, Granny Jing could cook garlic-grilled oysters and spicy crayfish. Staples included a bag of rice and semi-prepared foods. Since Granny Jing had no time to knead dough, she prepared frozen dumplings, wontons, and buns in advance. Jing Shu's appetite had grown. She couldn't slack on meals. After drinking Lingquan water for a long time, the family's appetites increased. Eating too little made them uncomfortable. Soon, Jing Shu moved all the food into the RV's dining area, neatly arranging everything. It felt like moving into a second home, exciting and joyful. They didn't forget essentials. Safety was paramount. Everyone carried a crossbow. Jing Shu also brought a pistol and grenades. Bulletproof vests and gas masks were packed. Jing Shu even brought the combat armor Yang Yang had given her. Hopefully nothing would happen, but better safe than sorry. Other daily items included a dryer, medicated oil, hairdryer, and other household appliances. Jing Shu, like a hamster, made multiple trips moving surplus villa items into the RV. Was she enjoying life or preparing for delivery? After a busy night, everything was ready. Before sleeping, Jing Shu felt she'd forgotten something habitual. Not sure how her parents slept, but Jing Shu, Wu Yuai, and Granny Jing were excited all night. Wu Yuai was thrilled to sleep in her space capsule bed, preparing for a long time before finally sleeping. After a hearty breakfast, Granny Jing reminded them repeatedly, "Don't forget to feed the chickens and ducks, milk the cow daily or she'll get painful bloating, water the vegetable garden, let Zijin take care of the silkworms. Don't forget to clean the old house." "Got it, Mom. You all go ahead." Jing Shu first reported her business trip at the Herbal Medicine Association, handing over to Wang Danai, then returned to officially depart. Sitting in the RV driver's seat, gripping the wheel, Jing Shu was thrilled. Granny Jing, Grandpa Jing, and Wu Yuai stood nervously in the passenger seat, watching and helping. Though they wanted to explore the luxury RV more, they decided to wait until arrival. "I'm not drunk. You don't have to watch me like that. Go do your things. We'll stay with you. If something happens, we jump out together," Grandpa Jing joked, rare humor from him. Jing Shu. She was just driving an RV, yet they were so scared. Luckily, Jing Shu was experienced and drove steadily onto the main road. Only then did Granny and Grandpa Jing relax. They didn't leave but pulled out beds and chatted. The RV's speed was slow but smooth. In under 2 hours, they arrived at eldest aunt's house without incident. This time was more novel than last, so no one minded the slow pace. At eldest aunt's house, the RV was too big to park inside the yard, so they parked beside the house. Wearing raincoats, they got out and knocked on the door. Eldest uncle opened, holding an umbrella and flashlight. "Who's there?" "Oh, Mom's here. Come in quickly, don't catch a cold. Come have some hot sugar water. You didn't drive here?" Jing Shu smiled. "We came in the RV. It's a bit big, so we parked outside." "Oh, come in quickly. The doctor's checking now. Looks like it's not good," eldest uncle said, distracted. Not good meant the pregnant woman wasn't doing well. Granny Jing's heart sank. The joy of arriving was instantly halved. Jing Shu raised an eyebrow but said nothing. They had planned to share the things they brought with eldest aunt, but now, empty-handed, they hurried to see what was wrong, with no time to unload the RV. Compared to Granny Jing's anxiety, Jing Shu was more relaxed. She even noticed changes at eldest aunt's house. After the fire last year, black scorch marks were still visible. The apple orchard was now covered with a row of simple sheds. From afar, Jing Shu could see black pigs inside the sheds, though they looked unhealthy. These black pigs were bred from the sows Jing Shu gave eldest aunt years ago, In just 2 years, they had bred dozens, and with ample food earlier this year, over 20 piglets were born. After 7 months, the pigs were mostly mature. We still have to kill them, Jing Shu sighed. She planned to persuade eldest aunt to slaughter all but 2 breeding pigs, relying on selling piglets in the future. Pig farming was no longer viable. Food would become scarcer, with no maggots or red worms to feed on until mutated species appeared. Inside the house were only Jing Shu's sister-in-law, Chaolian, and her mother. The rest of Chaolian's family had gone home. Eldest aunt and her son Wei Zheng were there too. Surprisingly, second aunt Jing Zhao was also present, wiping Chaolian's sweat with a towel. "Jing Pan, Mom and Dad, Jing Shu are here. You greet them," eldest uncle said as he entered, addressing eldest aunt who was focused on the doctor. Everyone's eyes turned toward them. The room was dim, lit only by a flashlight, making it hard to recognize anyone. "Don't mind me. What did the doctor say?" Granny Jing asked, holding her eldest daughter's hand. She noticed Jing Pan looked thinner. Was caring for her daughter-in-law too hard? "Mom, Dad, Jing Shu, you're all here. Sit down. Jing Zhao will get you some sugar water to warm up." Jing Pan looked weary. Granny Jing frowned. "Why are you here? Come to freeload again?" Second aunt had lost weight, from fat to slightly plump. She laughed. "Mom, I'm helping eldest sister care for Chaolian. Count it as work. I'm taking good care of her." The male doctor frowned, shaking his head. "You're caring too well. It's the due date, but no signs yet. Eating too much might cause a large baby. Without equipment, we can't check fetal position. If no progress in 3 days, get connections for oxytocin. Without medical facilities, failure to deliver could be fatal for mother and child." Chaolian covered her mouth, tears falling uncontrollably. Indeed, Chaolian had gained a lot, about 180 jin, 90 kg. Granny Jing glared at second aunt and eldest aunt. "Feeding her so much now she can't deliver. Have you never been a mother? Don't you know this?" Second aunt immediately defended herself. "Mom, I'm doing my best. When we had kids, we ate like this, afraid of not enough food. I had a C-section, so I didn't know. Now at least she's well fed. Besides, Chaolian wants to eat this and that. Brother-in-law orders, so we give her whatever she wants." Eldest aunt bit her lip. "It's my fault. I've been busy with both sides and left Chaolian to Jing Zhao. I thought she was doing well." Granny Jing glared at Chaolian's mother. "You're her real mom, why don't you care?" Chaolian's mother hid in a corner, innocently said, "My mother-in-law said the hospital offers free delivery. I thought it was like before the apocalypse, so I let Chaolian eat freely." Eldest aunt sighed. "I said that, but later I said many hospital instruments don't work, no medicine. Free delivery means no medical level. If she can deliver, fine. If not, no choice. That's why I found an experienced doctor." Chaolian's mother whispered, "I don't care. You guaranteed a smooth delivery. Now I can't do anything." The doctor looked troubled. "Don't be so pessimistic. The mother should walk more daily. If labor starts, send her to the county hospital temporary site to find me." After the doctor left, the atmosphere was tense. Chaolian cried, wanting to walk, but it was hard to imagine a once slim woman becoming so dark and heavy in less than a year. If she was a 6'10" before, now only 110, though motherly love shone through. Watching Chaolian struggle, Jing Shu shook her head. This was so different from Zheng Bingbing. Is childbirth really like this? Granny Jing tried to ease the mood, recalling Zheng Bingbing's birth and saying if they followed the doctor's advice, the baby would come soon. Jing Shu and Wu Yui had delivered babies before, so they'd help. Wei Zheng kept his head down, saying nothing, just supporting his wife. Eldest uncle started shaking his leg, restless. Jing Shu called him out, and they walked around the yard talking. "Uncle, you've worked hard. We started a factory but haven't made a cent." "Jing Shu, don't say that. You think I didn't understand before? Now I do. We take it step by step. You see 3 steps ahead. With the red worm market, I understand well. Our farm grew hundreds of pigs and thousands of chickens, but now no feed. You think we'll get rich?" Talking about this, eldest uncle got excited. "Come, I'll show you our pigs and the red worms I'm raising. Before, red worms sold for virtual coins per 100 pounds. Now, 100 live worms cost 1 virtual coin. My worms are worth over 10,000 virtual coins. Sure enough, the simple sheds house dozens of black pigs, and a big pond teemed with red worms. Jing Shu, with these red worms, I want to expand farming. Uncle, find time soon to slaughter all the pigs. What? Jing Shu, what did you say? Say it again, Uncle, I think I misheard. Jing Shu sighed and said, Uncle, in a few days slaughter all these pigs. She repeated herself. Uncle was incredulous. Why? The pig market is so good now. Do you know how much virtual coins pork sells for per gin? I understand your point. Now that red worms are extinct, feeding them is a big problem. But with our factory's worm feed profits, I can raise hundreds of pigs. We can hold on until the apocalypse ends, right? He spoke as if the apocalypse would end soon, though it would only get worse. Jing Shu grabbed a handful of red worms from the pond, kneading and inspecting them, then shook her head. Uncle, how long have you been raising these red worms? Over 2 months. After the red worms died out, I treated them like royalty, sometimes throwing in feed. 2 months? And the pond still looks like this? Don't you think their reproduction is off? Normal red worms have a short cycle. From bacteria to eggs takes 3 days, and from eggs to larvae a few more. The worms I raised used to pop with water bubbles when squeezed. That means high-activity eggs. Yours have very few eggs. You know what that means. Few eggs and low birth rate means slow reproduction. They can't replenish the feed like before, when half the worms could be harvested daily and regrow quickly. Uncle suddenly realized and checked carefully. I hadn't noticed. I started with a small pond and was happy seeing them grow daily, but the speed is too slow. Reproduction can't keep up with consumption. He grew worried. He had hoped the pond could feed at least 12 pigs daily. Pigs are the most feed-intensive livestock. Even if this pond fails, we have over 100 tons of worm feed from our share. That's enough to raise pigs. Using pigs to trade for rice and food would earn more, right? Uncle paced the pig farm, inspecting pigs. Okay, Uncle, let me do the math. You know pigs well. At minimum, a pig eats 3 kgs daily without losing weight. Not counting sow's lactation or empty periods, a pig needs at least a ton of food yearly. With your current pigs and new piglets, your feed lasts about 2 years. Uncle nodded. Pigs eat a lot. If they lose weight, it's a loss. We must feed them well to gain weight. What about after 2 years? Even with natural breeding and selling some, you'll have many pigs but no feed. Maybe there'll be other feed in 2 years. Or the apocalypse ends? Uncle said. What if there isn't? Jing Shu asked calmly. Then we slaughter all pigs for trade. But I won't lose. I'll earn from dozens of pigs in 2 years. At current prices, I can trade for lots of food and goods. Jing Shu shook her head. But you lose your backup plan and might lose money. If you slaughter now, you get more. Dozens of pigs plus keep breeding pigs. Selling live piglets is worth more than adults. You save tens of tons of feed yearly. That feed can support the breeding pigs. After 2 years, you'll have plenty of feed to keep breeding for many years. Your live red worms can be emergency feed. Uncle's eyes brightened. You're right, Jing Shu. We don't know when the apocalypse ends. If it never ends and food can't be grown, selling piglets to rich buyers brings more profit. Live pigs are rare now. This lowers risk. Always keep a backup. Jing Shu smiled faintly, saying no more. She feared short-term gain would ruin a bright future. Pig farming doesn't need to expand. Soon, many will starve. There won't be extra food for pigs. If Uncle expanded to hundreds of pigs, he might be the first to be slaughtered. For now, keep 2 or 3 breeding pigs as precious animals. The government understands this. All right, just a few days left. You feed over 100 kilos daily. My heart aches. Let's slaughter today. I'll try to get connections for oxytocin. Killing dozens of pigs needs Wang Mazi's help. Delaying a day wastes feed. Uncle was decisive. Uncle, don't worry. Your aunt will fully support your suggestion no matter what. Uncle, I mean you don't need to find anyone. If news of mass slaughter leaks, with food scarce, we might get trouble. Robbery or forced seizure. We have many pigs. I'll handle slaughtering. You clean the waste. Let's finish before sister-in-law gives birth. Jing Shu coughed. She usually slaughtered animals in her space, which was easy, but never tried in reality. She wanted to try. Forgot you're strong, a natural butcher. All right, let's go. Jing Shu started her first outdoor pig slaughter. Uncle wanted pigs tightly tied to prevent struggling before death. Uncle, no need. I usually knock them out first, then kill. You prepare boiling water and other work. All right, no rush. Take your time. After sending Uncle away, Jing Shu began. If anything went wrong, she'd kill the pigs in her space. Having slaughtered dozens of cows, sheep, and pigs there, she was well prepared. Jing Shu found her specialized pig slaughtering tool, a steel spike thinner than a finger and about 50 centimeters long. She had made it herself in her space. The spike had a blood groove, and in the space it could be used like a gun, with explosive force enough to pierce through a pig's head instantly under her mental control. Traditionally, pigs were slaughtered by knife, like Uncle said, tied tightly with legs suspended, then a knife inserted into the neck and twisted to kill quickly, leaving the pig screaming but unable to move. Industrial farms used electric stunning, like headphones on the pig's ears, stunning and piercing the brain instantly, allowing clean bloodletting. There were also chemical and gun methods, but Jing Shu imitated electric stunning for a quiet, fast, and precise kill. Of course, to preserve the taste of roasted pig brain, she put effort into perfecting the method. Taking a deep breath, Jing Shu knew she was strong but didn't know how strong exactly. Soon she'd go to the US, where she'd face many dangers and life-or-death fights. Without revealing her space powers or using poison bees or snakes, and without guns, she needed to master quick, silent, one-hit kills in close combat. Killing pigs was good practice. A knife slash might not kill instantly, and the pig's screams could alert others. Even with her strength, a slash might only cut half a shoulder, risking a violent last struggle and a bloody scene. Jing Shu preferred a clean kill. One strike, no sound, no struggle. Useful for stealth or escape. She shook her head, telling herself not to overthink. It might not be that dangerous. Let's test on you, she said, approaching a relaxed black pig. Others were sleeping or grunting. In the dark night, with rain dripping and silent footsteps, she quietly neared the pig pen. Everything seemed normal. Jing Shu had lied to Uncle about stunning pigs. She planned to kill them right in the pen. Near the target pig, she bent down, spun the spike, and stabbed fiercely into its ear with all her strength. A dull thud sounded as the spike pierced the ear and hit the ground. The pig's scream abruptly stopped. Jing Shu lost grip, and the pig ran several meters, hitting a wall before collapsing, blood pooling. Chaos erupted in the pen. Such a waste! 2 servings of spicy blood cubes and Mao Shui Wang lost, Jing Shu said, catching the blood in a bucket. The other pigs panicked and scattered. Illusion, activate! Instantly, the pigs returned to their lazy state, as if nothing happened. The magic cube space ability was truly powerful. Jing Shu caught her breath. She had used too much force, pushing the blood groove into the ground, slowing blood flow and delaying the pig's loss of consciousness. Like humans, when hit hard, they thrash wildly. She learned and summarized experience, treating pigs as future assassination targets. She simulated pig counterattacks from different angles and forces, figuring out how to use minimal force to silence them instantly. After sacrificing over 40 pigs, Jing Shu finally gained experience. For killing humans, the blood groove must be hollow to drain blood quickly. The faster the blood flows, the quicker the death. She called this the close combat painless kill. She had many other killing methods, but more skills never hurt. In gun-dominated America, this method might rarely be used. Little did she know, for her theft mission, she'd use it extensively, even surpassing Yang Yang's tranquilizer gun in speed. Their teamwork was flawless, astonishing others. Just then, Uncle ran in. Jing Shu, I boiled half the water, but I'm puzzled. You said you stunned the pigs. How? What if they resist? You can't just hit them with a hammer. He saw rows of pig carcasses neatly laid out, buckets catching warm, bloody blood. Some pigs' legs twitched. Seeing Jing Shu's devilish smile in the dark made his legs tremble. All done? How did you do it? Uncle carefully examined the pigs. No extra cuts except small wounds on ears, almost non-invasive. Long story. You have to catch them off guard. By the way, I saved 2 sows and 1 boar as breeding pigs. The rest are done. You handle the leftovers. Jing Shu wiped the blood off the spike and put it behind her. Uncle was stunned. Piercing a pig's brain with such precision and force? A miss would mean half-dead pigs running wild. This overturned his worldview. Wang Mazi next door had slaughtered pigs for decades, taking 30 minutes per pig with 4 or 5 helpers tying them down. Jing Shu finished in just over half an hour. Uncle, what about the pig skins, offal and meat? Ah, pig skins sell for high prices to the government. I plan to sell them all. Uncle squatted, inspecting the black pigs, impressed. Don't sell the skins. Keep them for making cotton shoes and jackets. Even if sunlight returns tomorrow, there won't be cotton for 3 years. The sun's disappearance means Earth will get colder. No one knows how cold it will get, Jing Shu reminded him firmly. All right. Besides getting oxytocin, I want to get other medicines. They're getting harder to find. I'll trade for more rice and flour. Food is always the most important in the apocalypse. We'll keep the meat for smoked and cured products. Now, our family isn't short of virtual coins. It's better to store the meat. When the next batch of piglets arrives, I'll trade them for supplies. The processed meat can be kept in the cellar for 3 to 5 years without spoiling. Rice is getting harder to trade for. Even the government's rice is old stock. Looks like you're right. We need to store more food, eldest uncle said, sobered by Jing Shu's cold reality check. He had been planning to expand the black pig farm. After all, he and his wife were well-known pig farmers in the area. Jing Shu nodded. Storing more food was definitely wise. Slaughtering so many pigs would have been a big deal before, but now no one had time to fuss. Eldest aunt and Granny Jing focused on caring for Chaolian, while Wei Zheng and eldest uncle hurried to process the pigs. Food was precious in the apocalypse. No part of the pig could be wasted. Later, eldest uncle brought 30 cooked pig trotters. I know you like pig trotters stewed with soybeans, so I brought some. You have the RV to cook in, don't refuse. Wang Mazi still has to handle the offal. You've helped a lot, so this is a proper thank you. Also, sorry for making you cook your own meals here. He acted as if Jing Shu would be hurt if she refused. She laughed and took the trotters to the RV, discussing with Wu Yui about having roasted trotters tonight and braised trotters tomorrow. It wasn't until lunchtime that Granny Jing mentioned cooking in the RV, revealing Jing Shu had arrived in it. How small is that RV? How can you cook in it? Mom, why would you let them come to my house and then make them cook their own meals? That's insulting, eldest aunt said, insisting Jing Shu eat the local specialty, vegetable porridge. In the apocalypse, that was a rare good meal, but Jing Shu shook her head at Granny Jing. The porridge wouldn't be enough for her alone. Second aunt envied, Mom, I want to see the RV too. You're the only one who can't. No peeking or you'll brag everywhere. I know your mouth, Granny Jing glared. I'll bring you some food later. Second aunt chuckled. The RV fascinated the countryside folk. Even eldest aunt wanted to see it and how cooking was possible inside. Jing Shu took eldest aunt, eldest uncle, Wei Zheng, and second aunt on a tour outside, showing them around the RV's exterior. Wow, it's huge and 2 stories. Amazing. Inside, the kitchen and dining area impressed second aunt, who gaped at the luxury and completeness. But no one entered the RV. Eldest uncle rubbed his hands awkwardly. Jing Shu, it's so clean, better than a mud house. We won't go in, we're covered in mud and pig blood. Just looking from the door is enough. Second aunt agreed, yeah, don't dirty it. Just bring us some food later. They cared only about the food. As countryside folks, they didn't understand the RV's value, just that it was expensive. They'd be more amazed by a room full of rice. At least that was tangible. Jing Shu didn't push. Originally, Granny Jing was to cook, but with Qiaolian's condition worsening, her focus was on the baby. So Jing Shu cooked a full table of dishes herself. Granny Jing ate little, but Jing Shu had a good appetite and finished everything without waste. The day passed quickly. At night, Jing Shu enjoyed the 2-story RV. Except for the small bathroom needing daily maintenance, everything was comfortable. Her bedroom had a 270-degree panoramic glass view. After activating the defensive electric net gifted by Duo, she felt very safe sleeping, especially wrapped in the silk bedding Granny Jing made. The electric net's defense was tested with snakes and insects. Any approaching within seconds got shocked, with increasing voltage over time. Jing Shu's test charred a snake in under 6 seconds. She was very satisfied with the defense, though it consumed fuel. Jing Shu thought Xiaolian's delivery would take a few days, but unexpectedly, over 10 days passed. By mid-November, Jing Shu grew anxious. Eldest uncle searched daily for oxytocin and other medicines, even traveling to Wucheng, but found nothing. They exchanged several other herbs. The doctor came 3 times, each visit with a worse expression. Finally, he sighed and quietly told eldest uncle that if labor didn't start soon, they'd have to induce delivery forcibly. Without medical equipment, it would be a difficult birth, and they shouldn't expect to save both mother and child. Hearing this, the family grew restless and sent Xiaolian to the hospital. The final decision was to use external force. There was no good traditional medicine or massage therapy here. It was a last-ditch effort. Jing Shu had no magic spring water to make childbirth easy. The whole family went to the hospital. Second aunt stayed home to watch the house and cook. After lunch, Jing Shu took a meal box with Wu Yui to deliver food. The temporary hospital was just a prefab building. Inside, continuous screams made it feel like hell on earth. Jing Shu searched long before finding Xiaolian and eldest Aunt Granny Jing in a bed frowning. In the apocalypse, there were few rules. The hospital was open to women only. Eldest uncle and Grandpa Jing smoked outside. Many women were giving birth here. Xiaolian's situation was worse than most. The doctor pressed hard on her belly as she was tied to the delivery bed with legs raised, screaming she didn't want to live or give birth. The surrounding screams were similar. Still no progress? Maybe a C-section? Cesarean? What do you mean by a direct cesarean? The eldest aunt was stunned for a moment. Isn't there no medical facility? The doctor didn't avoid the question and said to Xiaolian, "The cervix is already dilated to 4 fingers. I just checked and the baby is indeed huge, making natural birth difficult. The longer we wait, the more the baby inside risks oxygen deprivation, which is dangerous. Without anesthesia, a cesarean can be done immediately to get the baby out first." Xiaolian's mother stood up and asked, "Then what happens afterward? Will you sew it up with needles?" The doctor nodded. "Right now, we have no medicine. If the body can endure, it will. If not, it won't. Without anesthesia, it depends on whether the person can bear it. Some can't and pass away. But our hospital's delivery mortality rate isn't high, about 40%. That means, on average, 4 out of 10 pregnant women die." Xiaolian's mother collapsed to the ground with a thud, crying, "In-laws, what should we do? My poor grandson!" Grandma Jing held the eldest aunt's hand, trembling as she asked, "So you mean we save the baby first?" The doctor nodded. Otherwise, judging by the situation, neither mother nor child can be saved. "Is there no other way? We still have some anti-inflammatory medicine at home. Can we use it?" the eldest aunt asked anxiously. The doctor shook his head. "Suturing requires a sterile environment, otherwise infection is too easy. Besides, recovery from a cesarean requires some medication and several days of IV drips. Under current conditions, sterile suturing is impossible." Hearing this, Xiaolian cried and struggled but couldn't break free. "No, I don't want a cesarean. Save me first, Mom. Mom, where are you?" "I'm here, Xiaolian." Xiaolian's mother stood and held her hand. "Tell them not to give up on me. I want to live. I want to give birth. I'll push hard to deliver, sob. I don't want to die. Without medicine after a cesarean, how can I survive?" The doctor nodded. "It's best if you cooperate. Then we'll try again following the breathing method I taught." Jing Shu handed over a lunchbox and called for people to eat first. Grandma Jing and the eldest aunt had no appetite, but Xiaolian's mother said she was hungry after a day and started eating vigorously. Jing Shu gave the leftovers to the men waiting outside. Wei Zheng asked about the situation, so Jing Shu explained everything, and he sat down in despair. Jing Shu recalled that Wu Yui, who was kidnapped and had holes drilled in her thigh, was given anesthesia. They did have anesthesia, But the doctor said cesarean is easier, though recovery and suturing afterward are troublesome. Zhang Bingbing giving birth was a miracle. Her second child was due in a few months. Looking at the bleak scene in the delivery room, before the apocalypse there were at least medical facilities. Now they could only lie on beds and wail. Those who delivered successfully rejoiced. Some lost strength during labor and were forcibly cut. Some left bloodstains on the floor. Even in the apocalypse, the continuation and reproduction of the next generation cannot be changed. These are new hopes. Every mother is great, whether it's an accident or planned. Giving birth in the apocalypse is definitely a life-or-death struggle. Later, Jing Shu heard from the doctor that the birth rate in Wu County dropped from 8% to 0.08%, a 100-fold decrease. Originally, 3,000 newborns were born daily. Now the whole county has only about 30 pregnant women daily, and only a dozen or so can deliver. But the mortality rate is as high as 15%. At this rate, in 20 years, the human population will shrink by hundreds of times. This is a terrifying fact. The government is subsidizing and waiving fees for newborns, but medical conditions really can't keep up. Suddenly, Yaoliang's cry rang out. A baby was born in the next bed, and congratulations echoed around. The doctor here shook his head helplessly. The amniotic fluid broke too long ago. The baby has no air inside. If it doesn't come out soon, it will be stillborn. Even cutting the cervix now won't help. Keolian's voice grew weaker and weaker. Eventually, only uneven breaths remained. Keolian's mother rushed over. No, we must save the mother. Keolian is young and hasn't properly cared for the mother who gave birth to her. The doctor frowned and considered. It's possible, but very risky. We can forcibly crush the baby and then expel the pieces, but you have to decide yourselves. There's a chance both mother and child will die. Grandma Jing stepped back in fright, clutching Jing Shu, helplessly saying, Jing Shu, you've delivered babies before. What methods have you used? We can't risk the mother just to save the baby. Forcibly crushing the baby is too cruel. Isn't there any safer way to save the mother? The eldest aunt nodded with tears. Is there a safer way to save the mother? The doctor shook his head. No medicine, only crushing. If we really can't save the mother, then save the baby. But I promise, if the mother can't fulfill her duties, he will. I will take care of his poor mother for him. Cheolian's mother sobbed. The eldest aunt doubted if this was really a mother thinking like this now. In-laws, we don't have the right to decide. Let the two children decide. Cheolian has been listening. Cheolian sobbed, gasping, Ask Wei Zheng. Wu Yuai went to convey the message and soon returned. He says save the mother. Cheolian's hand slammed down with a bang, tears silently flowing. After choking for a while, she gathered courage and said, Doctor, save the baby. Hurry, I really can't take it anymore. Okay, I'll prepare the tools. The family's atmosphere sank into inexplicable sadness. Jing Shu hesitated whether to give some spring water after the cesarean, but was there really no better way? Her spiritual spring water was scarce. Better not to use it if possible. Grandma, I want to try again before the doctor arrives. Try whatever you want. Jing Shu stepped forward, holding Cheolian's hand with one hand and gently stroking her belly with the other, softly saying, Cheolian, close your eyes and imagine where the baby is inside your belly. What Jing Shu said was a ruse. She was actually trying to use illusion magic to influence the baby inside, making it consciously push outward. After all, she had controlled snakes and animals before. With humans, it could only be a suggestion. Illusion, activate! Suddenly, Cheolian's belly twitched hard, and she screamed in pain. Jing Shu pushed with one hand, helping the baby's head push out hard, while increasing the target and controlling Cheolian to breathe and push as the doctor taught. The combined force made Jing Shu's head buzz. When the doctor came in, he was surprised to see the baby's head already visible. He decisively made a lateral incision, swiftly cutting open and speeding up the baby's delivery. Indeed, in less than 5 minutes, a giant baby weighing 9.6 jin, About 4.8 kg was born. While everyone focused on the baby, Jing Shu covered her head and rushed out into the pouring rain, stumbling and kneeling in the cold rain. The whole family joyfully gathered around Xiaolian, sharing a happiness that others could hardly understand. After going through life and death struggles and helplessness, the child was born safely and smoothly. It's a girl, a princess. Ah, so wrinkled and ugly. Let me see, she's actually quite pretty, just like her mother. Very beautiful. Wu Yuai was a bit puzzled. How could such an ugly child be considered beautiful by the doctor and even the grandmother? Oh, right, where was Jing Shu? The one who should be most thanked for the safe delivery was Jing Shu. Grandma, where's Jing Shu? The doctor was patting the baby's soles upside down to make her cry before bringing her over. Grandma Jing and the eldest aunt looked at the baby happily, and only then realized Jing Shu was gone. Xiaolian's mother hid in a corner and weakly said, I just saw her run out. This time, the safe delivery was thanks to Jing Shu. I said my grandson has the skills. Maybe she went to the bathroom, Grandma Jing asked. I'll go check. Wu Yuai ran out to find Jing Shu, while the eldest aunt told the doctor about what had just happened. She was massaging and talking to Xiaolian, telling her to push hard. My niece is a pharmacist from Wucheng, knows a lot. She's the pride of our family. Jing Shu held her exploding head, a constant roaring sound like two huge helicopters buzzing by her ears. She felt her eardrums about to burst. While subtly influencing the baby inside and guiding Xiaolian's breathing, Jing Shu's head was ringing non-stop. She held on until the baby was born, then couldn't help but run out. Gasping for breath, Jing Shu pounded her head hard, but it was useless. In this dark world, she saw the ruined streets and makeshift shelters, as if the whole world was shaking. It must be the overuse of the magic cube space ability causing this backlash, Jing Shu comforted herself. Life was important, so she drank a whole drop of spiritual spring water, but even the all-powerful spring water was useless this time. Jing Shu was a little panicked. She hadn't expected the overuse of her ability to feel this bad. She only added one illusion target. She could control many creatures, but controlling an adult and a baby exceeded her limit. Was it because humans are higher life forms? Or were there rules she didn't know? Looks like her old dream of controlling a crowd with illusions in the US was just that. A dream. If she tried that now, she'd probably be instantly overwhelmed. It seemed all animals could enter the space, but living humans could not. Cold rain hit Jing Shu's face. The roaring in her ears made her irritable, on the verge of collapse, until a pair of hands suddenly patted her shoulders. Jing Shu turned and saw Wu Yuai's worried face. Jing Shu! Jing Shu! Jing Shu could clearly see Wu Yuai's face and her urgent mouth moving, but all she heard was endless roaring and buzzing. Am I going deaf? Jing Shu shook her head hard, poked her ears, pulled her fingers out, and guessed Wu Yuai's lip movements probably meant, What's wrong? I'm feeling unwell. I'll go back to the RV and sleep. Wu Yuai said something else, but Jing Shu didn't understand and didn't want to. Her skin started to bulge with veins, a sign of extreme self-restraint. Jing Shu didn't know how long she could hold on without breaking down. This was what constant high-frequency noise felt like. Jing Shu staggered back, supported by Wu Yuai. It wasn't far. After 10 minutes they reached the RV. Jing Shu waved Wu Yuai away. Wu Yuai probably said a lot on the way, but Jing Shu ignored her. Finally, Wu Yuai pointed to her phone and then herself, meaning to call if there was a problem. Jing Shu smiled bitterly, but nodded. Before Wu Yuai left, Jing Shu grabbed her hand. Just tell Grandma and the others I caught a cold. I'll be fine after sleeping a couple of days. I have medicine here. Wu Yuai nodded and left the RV. The huge RV was finally left with only Jing Shu. She took off her raincoat and all clothes, lay in the bathtub, and activated the magic cube's first and second forms. She checked the space. No abnormalities. Jing Shu breathed a slight sigh of relief. The magic cube space was still full of supplies. She feared one day it might disappear, so she didn't dare leave all supplies inside. After drinking the third drop of spiritual spring water, Jing Shu's stomach growled with hunger, but the ear ringing didn't improve. She started eating the food in the space. Spiritual spring water worked on all diseases, but now she was hungry, meaning it wasn't working. If it was really from overusing her ability, she could only wait for it to heal itself. After bathing, Jing Shu lay on her bed, restless. The piercing roar bombarded her eardrums. She felt like she was going crazy and needed to distract herself. She decided to practice the magic cube. Jing Shu took out the magic cube and started practicing. Hours passed unknowingly. Suddenly she was shocked. She no longer forgot her practice. She hadn't truly practiced the magic cube for months, always mysteriously forgetting, so she wrote reminders on her hand. Every time she practiced, something else distracted her, and she forgot again. Now all those symptoms were gone. She had returned to her previous state. Even under the huge pressure of the roaring, she could focus more and improve her skills in a few hours. At this moment, Jing Shu was surprised to find the ear ringing had gradually lessened. Checking her phone, it was already past 6 in the evening. Although the ear ringing is less, my spirit is less focused. Maybe this is the real way to upgrade this level of the magic cube space, Jing Shu thought, vaguely having an idea. She wrote it down and set an alarm. That night, Grandma Jing brought old hen soup and a sumptuous dinner. After learning Jing Shu had a cold, she also made red date and ginger soup. The eldest aunt cooked Jing Shu's favorite stir-fried pork intestines and pig's trotters soup. After a full meal, Jing Shu felt like she had forgotten something until her phone alarm rang. Sure enough, I forgot again. Looks like I have to start self-torture mode to upgrade the magic cube faster. Does the magic cube want to train my illusion ability this way? This time, Jing Shu didn't dare slack off. She gave long suggestions to both the baby and the adult for tens of seconds. Sure enough, after a while, her head started to hurt badly. Jing Shu hurried back to the RV and began practicing the magic cube again. Jing Shu grew more curious about what new abilities the magic cube would have after her upgrade. During this time, Wu Yui cautiously came once to talk to Jing Shu about some unrelated matters. Only then did Jing Shu realize that Wu Yui was worried she had gone deaf but didn't dare to say anything, fearing it would upset Jing Shu. She even sought help from their mentor, Chu Zhuohua, who was ready to try some methods if Jing Shu couldn't respond to signals. Wu Yui patted her chest. You scared me to death. At noon, you were like a lost soul. I said a few things to you, but you didn't react at all. Thinking about it, Jing Shu couldn't help but smile wryly. Luckily, the roaring in her ears had lessened then. If Wu Yui had come to ask her now, she might really have been treated as deaf. Jing Shu's bold decision to self-torture by overusing her illusion ability through constant practice of the magic cube, despite the headaches and ear ringing, was well thought out. First, Jing Shu was deeply influenced by online novels where powers and martial arts grow stronger through constant training. Her magic cube's illusion ability was too weak, only able to influence one person at a time. She hoped to strengthen this survival trump card for the apocalypse. If one day she was surrounded by an army like rebellious Lelouch but could only control one person, she'd be doomed. Jing Shu planned to summarize her illusion ability every 7 days, recording the duration and pain daily. If after a month she still could only influence one person and her head still roared, she would give up. After all, what if she burned out her brain from self-torture? Second, Jing Shu had tried many methods to practice the magic cube and upgrade the space, but all failed. Sometimes she felt the magic cube's abilities were so strong she could do other things while practicing. So like last time, upgrading probably required a trigger and certain conditions. This time, helping Chaolian give birth triggered what Jing Shu believed was the correct upgrade method. Good deeds bring good rewards. If she hadn't helped with the birth, she didn't know when she'd have the chance to use illusions on 2 people simultaneously. From Jing Shu's experience, each magic cube upgrade came with a price. Each tier's ability seemed unrelated, but Jing Shu felt their end goal was to combine them. She was unlocking layer by layer, revealing tier by tier. So the upgrade conditions likely related to the current tier's ability. Suppose the cost of practicing illusions was the roaring in her ears, constantly stimulating her brain and eardrums. Jing Shu suspected the magic cube space was expanding memory and adding brainwaves inside her head to enlarge illusion ability. Otherwise, why did she always faint and get headaches after upgrades? With a goal and plan, Jing Shu got busy, choosing morning and evening to experiment. She couldn't risk going deaf from practicing Magic Cube, since the roaring made her unable to hear outside sounds. 2 days later, after everyone finally recovered from the ordeal and her uncle-in-law finished processing all the pork, the eldest aunt held a farewell banquet because Jing Shu was returning to Wucheng. The feast wasn't lavish, but was the best the eldest aunt's family could offer. Few dishes but lots of meat. Their seasoning was simple. The big dish, dongpo pork knuckle, used spices borrowed from Jing Shu's RV. The braising spices were lucky finds. Jing Shu had just braised meat days ago and gave some to the eldest aunt. They also had a plate of vegetables and a plate of wood ear mushrooms stir-fried with eggs that Jing Shu brought. After the extinction of red threadworms, they still couldn't grow vegetables. The climate was too cold. Unless they used greenhouses with grow lights, which was costly. Ordinary families could only grow some garlic sprouts. Like the eldest aunt's family, who grew a little vegetable in flower pots in their bedroom, carefully tended and brought to the table, though small and weak. The eldest uncle raised his glass first. Chaolian gave birth safely. Jing Shu named the baby Wei Xuan. We're grateful to Jing Shu. She has done great favors for this child. So we named her after her. Jing Shu, Uncle truly thanks you. Everyone knows how much you've helped our family. This toast is for you. He sipped and smacked his lips. Uncle, I should be the one to toast you. I only hoped mother and child were safe. Naming isn't necessary. Jing Shu quickly stood and returned the toast with tea, feeling a little happy. It's necessary. I heard from Ui that you had a cold and fever that day. Aunt was busy here and didn't take care of you. That's why we prepared this feast early. Aunt also thanks you for the chicken, fish, eggs you brought, and the milk powder your parents sent. With these, little Xuan can grow up healthy. The eldest aunt held the baby, whose features had already blossomed in just a few days. So fast. Chaolian, wrapped in a towel and looking better, smiled. Thanks also to Grandma for the little clothes and bedding, Grandpa's gold lock necklace, third aunt's diapers, and that unknown sister's handkerchief. This must be a blessing for surviving great hardship. To have so many good things in the apocalypse is truly her triple life fortune. Chaolian could talk. She heard her mother was sent home the day she gave birth. Maybe only at life and death moments can one see who they can truly rely on. Honestly, Jing Shu still believed in love. Back then, Chaolian was dark and fat. Wei Zheng still chose to save the mother, and the eldest aunt and Grandma Jing respected the couple's decision. All admirable. The second aunt looked on enviously, thinking to quickly find a wife for her son, so Jing Shu would bring so many things for her too. In the apocalypse, having Jing Shu on your side meant no worries about food or drink. She regretted offending them before the apocalypse. The meal was joyful for all except Jing Shu, who didn't eat enough. Though Grandma Jing was reluctant and the eldest aunt wanted her mother to stay longer, time didn't allow it. Jing Shu had to hurry back to prepare for the 3rd year. Wu Yuai's work was about to explode, always working on her phone in the space capsule. Grandma Jing's silkworms had another big batch coming out, and in this cold weather they'd die without care. Even Grandpa Jing had to return to repair the villa and handle the many tasks Jing Shu assigned him. Everyone was busy, so after eating, they had to leave. Before leaving, they took the gifts the eldest aunt had long prepared for the family. Rural folks were poor but generous. Before leaving, they always brought some local specialties. Prepared blood pudding and brain to make spicy hot pot, braised pig tongue, heart, and ears sliced cold for salads. Always good side dishes. The eldest aunt wanted to bring more pork belly for Grandpa Jing since he used to have bad teeth and could only eat fatty meat. But ever since his second set of teeth grew back in his second spring, he enjoyed eating everything. Grandpa Jing, who never brushed his teeth before, had started to take care of them. So in the end, no pork belly was brought. Grandma Jing also felt sorry for her eldest daughter who had finally come through hard times and found it hard to save food. Then you take good care of your second sister. Your father and I are leaving now. Mom, come visit us again during the new year. Grandma Jing said, come stay in Wucheng for the new year. Jing'an bought a retirement house for us. It's big. It's time to spend the new year at your brother's place. Jingpan quietly wiped her tears, always reluctant to part. Before leaving, uncle-in-law asked Jing Shu if she had any channels to sell piglets. Jing Shu raised her eyebrows. My neighbor runs an auction house. I'll get you to auction them there. The price will definitely be better than in the countryside. Those who had to leave eventually did. The RV slowly passed over the pothole-filled, waterlogged roads, leaving the countryside houses behind and heading toward the main road. Grandma Jing sighed, sipping red date and goji berry tea, staring into the pitch-black outside. Grandpa Jing smoked his dry tobacco, both lost in thought. Wu Yui, holding a pile of snacks she earned herself, went to the space capsule to start her work. Soft music played inside the RV. The fat chicken stood on the glass table, gazing into the distance, occasionally clucking anxiously. In over 20 days, the fat chicken hadn't left the RV once, as if sensing something terrible was about to happen outside. Jing Shu's heart also pounded. It's said that before great disasters, poultry are the most sensitive. The fat chicken was the most nourished by spiritual spring water among all poultry, so it must have sensed something. Jing Shu realized she needed to speed up preparations. After more than 20 days, Jing Shu finally returned to the Wucheng villa. She couldn't help but feel that living in the RV had almost made her sick. Although the RV had everything, its small space was a drawback. She couldn't stretch out. Returning to the spacious villa, she felt it was oddly empty. After the complete extinction of red threadworms, the situation was mixed. The downside was that the booming livestock industry lost its feed source. The government had stocked enough red threadworm feed cakes, but that was only a short-term solution and wouldn't last long. So the authorities decisively began slaughtering half the poultry, making Jing's father very busy recently. The upside was that vegetables could now be grown in greenhouses, so Jing's mother in the agricultural department was busy expanding the industry. This chain reaction kept Jing's canteen bustling. By mid-December, Wucheng's temperature dropped to a few degrees above 0 Celsius. Although the red threadworms were extinct and the heavy rains seemed less severe, the floods hadn't receded. Everyone assumed this would continue, and the worst was already here. But no one expected that in just over 10 days, the Earth's tectonic plates would start moving wildly, triggering frequent earthquakes throughout the year. Jing Shu remembered clearly the day the earthquake suddenly began. In her previous life, it was right after the rain stopped and the world seemed peaceful again. People thought the nightmare was over and began new plans. Then the terrifying great earthquake struck. That year was truly one of panic. Everyone lived in constant fear. At first, people cried when others died, but later most became numb. If lucky, you survived. If not, you could be crushed any time. The survivors faced new challenges: scavenging dead people's clothes to keep warm in the growing cold, collecting supplies, and worrying that the ground beneath them might suddenly collapse. Jing Shu watched the rain lessen and thought, when the heavy rain stops, the great earthquake is coming. In the face of natural disasters, all creatures are insignificant. I have two main preparations now. First, to ensure my family survives the coming year's earthquake safely, with enough food but not too much wealth, and to avoid earthquake-prone areas. Second, to prepare for going to the U.S. and ensure my family's safety while I'm away. Back at the villa, Jing Shu made a detailed plan and began following it step by step. She carefully noted the locations of past earthquakes. Of course, the places she had been in her previous life differed greatly from this one, so she still expected to encounter sudden collapses or even earthquakes. She prepared thoroughly, not relying solely on memories from her past life. She entrusted the physical work early to Grandpa Jing, one reason he returned early. Jing Shu thought that if an earthquake struck, the safest way was to live in the RV and drive it to flat ground to avoid disaster. But sometimes fate played cruel jokes. Some people disappeared while walking. Some cars vanished while driving. Earthquakes were terrifying, but some hollowed-out ground was even scarier. Jing Shu had previously bought a lot of steel bars. Inspired by Qian Duoduo's deadly electric net, she suddenly thought to make something for her family's protection. The device was simple but difficult to craft. As an old craftsman, Grandpa Jing was familiar with such things. It worked like a parachute or umbrella. In danger, it would suddenly open into a large net for support and shoot out 2 steel bar darts tied with ropes, anchoring to nearby walls or the ground. This way, if someone suddenly disappeared while walking, the net would open to catch them, and the 2 flying ropes would suspend them mid-air. This tool was Jing Shu's first step in protecting her family. To avoid surprising Grandpa Jing and to make him realize its importance, Jing Shu went out with him and fell into a big pit herself, which inspired the idea. Grandpa Jing then lightened the entire steel dragon and materials and shaped it into a posture corrector-like form that could be worn as warm clothing and an umbrella. Jing Shu was very satisfied with this small device, but thought that with the great earthquake coming, more defenses were needed, so she added some enhancements, increasing its complexity. The added difficulty was to include a physical thruster. When necessary, the bone dragon would suddenly extend and contract to generate enough thrust to propel a person several meters away, mainly for escaping tricky situations. These were all precautionary measures, especially since Jing Shu would be away from home for several months. She had to plan thoroughly, considering what her family should do if an earthquake struck. Preventive measures like everyone having location trackers and emergency distress devices were essential. Jing Shu also considered many escape methods, such as using jetpacks to quickly flee the scene. But who could bring rocket launchers to work? Another idea was using hydrogen balloons to lift a person away, but that required dozens of kilograms of hydrogen balloons, so she gave up on that. However, this method suited Jing Shu alone, so she could prepare it for herself. Pre-apocalypse earthquake advice was mostly useless now, like taking shelter in a bathroom during a quake, avoiding jumping from buildings, and waiting for rescue. Post-apocalypse, waiting for rescue was pointless. If a building collapsed, you'd be buried. There were no rescue teams or manpower. People mostly scavenged corpses for clothes. So when an earthquake hits, you must find a bedsheet or rope and jump from the building to have a slim chance of survival. Since external protection was essential, Jing Shu even drew diagrams, planning to make more safety devices with Grandpa Jing once the big earthquake arrived. She believed Grandpa Jing would work hard on it. Besides external protection, there was a small method to predict earthquakes. Though current technology can't predict earthquakes, this year's quakes came with thunder and lightning. People say earthquakes always have thunder before them, but that's not exactly true. Thunder and lightning are weather phenomena. Earthquakes are geological. This year, every earthquake was accompanied by a roaring sound that hurt the eardrums, like a huge iron hammer pounding your chest, along with terrifying flashes outside. This wasn't thunder or lightning, but earthquake lights and earthquake sounds, geological phenomena. Simply put, when you see the surroundings suddenly brighten like daytime, don't hesitate. Run as fast as you can. About 3 or 4 seconds later, a deafening roar will follow. The louder the sound and the brighter the light, the closer you are to the epicenter. If the whole ground shakes violently, it means you're near the epicenter, so run to open spaces as fast as possible. Within 2 minutes, the terrifying earthquake will start, with cracks opening and swallowing the land, sometimes shifting apart or squeezing together, forming huge, frightening fissures. People still have time to reach open areas, but most don't react fast enough and get swallowed by the quake. Jing Shu decided to teach this method to her family. After a few quakes, they'd gain experience and could judge the quake's size and source by sound and light. Jing Shu had been shaken hundreds of times and could even tell if they needed to run. Not perfect, but about 80% accurate. Still, she didn't take chances. No matter the quake, staying away from the epicenter on flat open ground was safest, though there was always the risk of falling into a pit while running. Jing Shu also took out all the soundproof earplugs, earmuffs, and protective covers she had prepared before the apocalypse. They didn't block all outside noise but could block most and protect the ears. More importantly, they allowed a good night's sleep. Otherwise, the constant thunder-like noise at night sounded like explosions next to your ears. Who could sleep? Such thunder could even trigger heart attacks. In her previous life, without proper gear, she stuffed cloth into her ears, but after constant roaring, she became half-deaf and had trouble hearing soft speech. After the third year of the apocalypse, conversations often went like this. What? What did you say? What's for lunch today? Oh, I'm not eating. You said mushrooms? Yeah, I already ate. Such mismatched conversations were common, so protecting ears was necessary. This year, Jing Shu's biggest gain was filling over half her space with cooked food supplies, most of which had passed inspection, making them easy to access later. Meanwhile, Grandma Jing's silkworms produced enough silk to make another set of clothes, and Jing Shu's space stored extra silk as backup. After the earthquake, silkworm farming would be impossible, so Grandma Jing and Zijin could make clothes. Jing Shu successfully harvested 2 batches of tobacco and, with Grandpa Jing's help, made cigars. Combined with what she had in space, though still limited, they sold for 500 each at auction, almost as valuable as blood mushrooms once were. Jing Shu planned to plant more. Cotton was processed into raw cotton. Zijin wanted to weave fabric to make things with the cotton, but it was painstaking, semi-handmade work, so progress was slow. No extra preparations were needed for daily supplies. The main concern was what and how to bring to the U.S. The space's secret couldn't be exposed. Yang Yang, a meticulous observer, was not to be fooled by constant magic tricks from her pockets. So Jing Shu planned to bring only what was necessary, but also prepared backup plans. Weapons, food, and survival gear were must-haves. Jing Shu gave the bulletproof vest to Zijin, who modified it into a heavy winter coat for the northeast. It took her 3 days to sew. Then Zijin gave Jing Shu a strange look and said, "This coat weighs over 20 jin, about 10 kg. Wearing it feels like carrying an iron block. If it rains, it'll soak up water too. Boss, I suddenly remembered the story of the donkey carrying a sponge across the river." Jing Shu: "Enough, you're just great at teasing. I have my reasons." Wearing the 20 jin bulletproof winter coat, Jing Shu felt an unparalleled sense of security. She wouldn't take it off for eating, sleeping, or anything. Of course, the bulletproof helmet was also essential. Jing Shu modified hers into a U.S. cowboy hat, something she'd never remove. This was her only physical strength advantage, so she made good use of it. The next day, she had Grandpa Jing make steel shin guards and wrist guards, sewing them into her clothes and pants to form a leather-steel combination perfectly fitting her body. The weight was just right. Jing Shu didn't feel it was heavy. Finally, in emergencies, she would wear the battlesuit Yang Yang gave her. Normally, she'd wear this set for double protection, putting her safety first. At first glance, Jing Shu seemed like a coward, overly cautious. But there was no other way. She had died once before. After being reborn and gaining the magic cube space, she was unwilling to die again. She finally understood the saying that the richer you are, the more afraid of death you become. As for weapons, everything had to be brought. Grenades, explosives, pistols, and crossbows were all essential. That was about all for equipment. Thinking about food, Jing Shu had to bring enough. Although she could secretly cook when no one was around, her huge appetite was well known. She didn't want to starve her stomach. High-energy, protein-rich, and easy-to-carry foods were packed. Jing Shu regretted buying a big box of Snickers before the apocalypse, thinking they'd get boring and only be snacks during the end times. But after just 2 years, she had eaten several, and half the box was gone. Well, she might as well bring them all. Compressed biscuits, self-heating rice, naan, flatbreads, dried vegetables, all had to be included. Daily necessities like sanitary pads and spare underwear were packed too. Before she knew it, Jing Shu had piled everything up like moving house. And that didn't even include the 70-plus jin, about 35 kg, of battle armor, or the second-hand items she secretly prepared in the magic cube space. Jing Shu fretted for days about how to carry all this but couldn't find a solution, so she let it be for now. Surely a way would come. For someone reborn, the hardships of the apocalypse were even harder to bear, especially for Jing Shu. She had higher standards for life. Even if she was going to the U.S. to borrow supplies, she wanted to eat well, dress warmly, and live comfortably. Last time Yang Yang brought so much stuff, there must be plenty of storage space. So bringing this amount shouldn't be a problem. If not, I can compress and pack it, Jing Shu thought. She couldn't store anything with a clear expiration date in the space. Preparations wrapped up quickly. Since returning from the eldest aunt's house, Jing Shu had been spinning like a top, dizzy from busyness every day. Most importantly, to upgrade the magic cube space before going to the US, Jing Shu slept only 4 hours daily and practiced the magic cube frantically morning and night. After just over 10 days of practice, Jing Shu found that constantly using the magic cube's illusion ability really improved her power, albeit slowly. Controlling 2 people at once was still difficult, but the biggest improvement was that the roaring in her ears was less painful, and she could hear some sounds again. She heard the first time was always painful, but would get better. Maybe her brain development was similar. Jing Shu spent some time at the Pharmacists Association. As vice president, her job was easy, and even the local tough guy couldn't stand her. If not for her, Wu Cheng wouldn't have advanced to the preliminaries. The retest was scheduled for April or May next year, giving everyone 6 months to grow the medicinal herbs for the competition. So Jing Shu often checked in to tend the herbs. She also managed the magic cube space, storing some supplies in different places instead of bringing everything to the US. First, the space was limited, so freeing up room meant more supplies could be stored. If she failed to upgrade, going to the US would be a loss. Second, learning from her past life, she wouldn't put all supplies in one basket. If she died, everything would be lost. This time, whether dangerous or not, she'd keep some at home as a backup, so her family could survive the next 7 years if she couldn't return. Jing Shu thought long and hard about the giant stone cone taking up space. She buried it in the back mountain, freeing 25 cubic meters. She moved gasoline and diesel into 2 huge water tanks. As for some grains and miscellaneous supplies, she planned to free them up before leaving to extend their shelf life, empty going out, full coming back. Many other trivial preparations followed. Jing Shu executed her long checklist 1 item at a time. Time passed so quickly she barely noticed, always thinking, the rain will stop in a few days. After a whole year of rain, it suddenly stopped. As usual, Jing Shu finished contacting the magic cube and eating a hearty breakfast, then went to the yard to feed leeches, red threadworms, and fish in the pond. But the dripping sound above was gone. Jing Shu opened the yard door and stretched out her hand. No raindrops fell. The fat chicken paced anxiously, making sharper, more mournful calls. Lately, the fat chicken had been like this, even sleeping beside Jing Shu at night to stop crying. Jing Shu ran back quickly and opened the small room where Zijin was altering clothes. Grandma Jing was holding a hot water bag. "What's the date today?" Jing Shu asked urgently. Grandma Jing pushed up her reading glasses calmly. "December 31st, New Year's Eve. What do you want to eat today? Grandma will cook for you." "Damn it!" Jing Shu slammed the door and left. She had forgotten such an important date. She'd been too busy. Even though she kept thinking about the date and counting down, somehow she got it wrong. Time had passed so fast. Today was the day. The first great earthquake would come. She didn't know the exact time because the third year's earthquakes had a characteristic. The epicenters were widely distributed. That meant many places in one city would move and quake simultaneously. Some places had mild quakes. Others had massive, earth-shattering ones. That was why Jing Shu said the constant roaring all night came from all around. Her old banana district had hundreds of quakes but never collapsed. There were no major epicenters, but she remembered clearly that frequent quakes caused a section of the levee to collapse, and several buildings in Banana District disappeared. Of course, entire buildings disappearing wasn't unusual, because starting today the floodwaters in Wucheng city center began visibly receding. Many didn't know where the water went, but Jing Shu knew this was the culprit behind next year's mudslides and other disasters. It should still be in time, Jing Shu checked the time. Because this year's earthquakes were full of uncertainties, even reborn people couldn't be sure where quakes would strike or not. Jing Shu especially worried about her parents' workplaces. Would they be hit by a major quake? Placing her parents in such unknown danger made her anxious. What reasonable way could she find to keep her parents off work for at least 5 days, while making them realize the seriousness of the situation? Once their safety was assured, she could focus on other matters. Just making up some nonsense about a disaster in a dream wouldn't work. Jing Shu could immediately bring people back now, but what about the next few days? Earthquakes? After the main quake, there'd only be aftershocks, but life had to go on. The apocalypse was here, and now the rain had stopped. Perfect time to work hard for 60 days. Even if there were quakes, just be careful at work and run outside when shaking started. No, at first no one understood how terrifying this year's earthquakes were. Many places had hidden sinkholes, looking fine on the surface but collapsing completely when stepped on. Jing Shu paced in the living room. Grandpa Jing, rare for him, listened to Peking opera, eyes half closed in the massage chair, watching live news on TV. Oh right, now the TV only received 2 channels, CCTV1 and local live news, broadcasting 24/7 updates on the latest local situation. The same could be watched on mobile big data. Since Jack Ma launched big data, it basically monopolized and integrated all information, merging with WeChat to form a super data platform covering live streaming, data, personal finance, and more. The coolest feature was personalized dashboards based on user permission levels. There were civilian and VIP versions. Jing Shu was lucky to be VIP level 1, symbolizing her status and power. Still, the government insisted on supplying electricity daily from 7 o'clock to 7:30 p.m., just 30 minutes. Mainly to watch news, turn on air conditioning for heating, and charge phones and power banks. Later, Jing Shu learned this was to replenish light elements in lamps. Without sunlight for long, people would get sick and their eyes would suffer. This helped eyes adapt so they wouldn't go blind when light returned. Wucheng News and international reports said the heavy rain finally stopped. Countless people cheered outside, many shedding tears of relief. Meanwhile, the floodwaters in Wucheng city center visibly receded. Reports say after the flood recedes, the government will allow residents to return to their original homes in batches, to ease housing difficulties in areas like Xishan, Zhengzhou, and the New District, where 20 or more people crammed into one apartment, one family lived in a parking space, and 3 people shared a basement. Such awkward situations will be resolved. With the flood retreating, district governments plan to provide tens of thousands of jobs to build new towns. As the weather grows colder, the government must prepare for winter. Experts say the coming year will be a delayed winter season, with spring expected only the year after next. Therefore, Wucheng authorities decided to implement centralized heating when temperatures drop below -10 degrees C. Please refer to the official documents for details. Jing Shu sighed. The experts were only half right. The coming year would be winter, but a mild one, not yet extremely cold. Grandpa Jing clapped and laughed. Finally, the government is moving people out. Good. Everyone will have a place to live. We were all cramped before, nearly suffocating. I used to think it was too quiet here, but now there's noise all day. Ghostly wails and screams. That's one thing. But people always coming near the villa to relieve themselves by the wall? I have to clean that up every day. Jing Shu chuckled silently. The city center of Wucheng was about to disappear. Those people couldn't be moved, and they'd have to keep hiding. Suddenly, a thunderclap rang out, striking Jing Shu's heart. Along with the thunder, she collapsed with a thud, frightening Grandpa Jing. "Shu, what's wrong? Don't scare me, you're fine." Grandpa Jing abandoned the massage chair and hurried over. Jing Shu clutched her head in pain. "Grandpa, my head hurts badly, my brain is pounding, and my ears aren't working well. Call Mom and Dad to come back quickly." All right. Don't you dare have anything wrong. I'll get that girl to call them now." Grandpa Jing hurried out. The fat chicken sneaked in like a thief, shook its few sparse new feathers, and looked at Jing Shu with disdain, as if saying, "Stop pretending. I see right through you." Suddenly, another thunderclap boomed. Cluck, cluck! The fat chicken flapped its wings in fright and dove headfirst into Jing Shu's arms, leaving its fat rear trembling outside. Jing Shu grabbed the feathers on the chicken's rear, lifted it onto the sofa, then lay down using the chicken as a pillow. She found a comfortable position, watching the news and listening to the outside sounds. The chicken's new feathers were soft, comfortable, and surprisingly tough. She couldn't pull them out no matter how hard she tried. Better to keep pretending to be sick. If I try other ways, my head will hurt more, and I'll have to cover my tracks, Jing Shu thought. This was the easiest way. Reasonable requests to her parents would be accepted. Unreasonable or far-fetched ones might confuse them. Before the apocalypse, a sudden earthquake might stop work, but rescue teams would still be dispatched. Now, the whole world was shaking wildly. Rescue was impossible. The living were more important than the dead. The government's priority was to settle the living, so everything had to be reasonable. No idea what Grandpa Jing said, but within 15 minutes, Jing Shu finished 3 bags of Lay's chips and was planning how to grow potatoes to make her own chips. Meanwhile, her parents had rushed back. Grandma Jing stopped altering clothes, Grandpa Jing stopped listening to opera, and the whole family gathered around Jing Shu. Grandma Jing brought red date water, urging Jing Shu to drink more warm water, hoping it would help. Jing Shu accepted everything, gulping down 2 cups. The first thing her parents asked upon returning was, "What's wrong with you, Jing Shu?" Jing Shu was pondering how to explain the situation when Grandpa Jing started describing it vividly. Jing Shu nodded and said right after each of his points. Grandpa Jing had already woven a detailed story, and Jing Shu added a few symptoms like severe headaches when hearing thunderclaps, roaring in her ears making it hard to hear, and palpitations. "Dad, Mom, I think I'm going deaf," Jing Shu said pitifully, clutching her head. "You're just talking nonsense. I'll find a doctor for you right away," her father replied. As the family gathered around Jing Shu trying to find a doctor, suddenly outside became as bright as daylight, like a super spotlight had been switched on. The whole family saw the windows outside suddenly illuminated. "What's happening outside? Is the sun back?" Everyone excitedly looked outside, but Jing Shu sighed and quietly covered her ears. Yes, this was one of the apocalypse's natural disasters known as thunderlight flashes. From her rich experience, this brightness meant a strong earthquake was about to hit nearby, probably around Banana District. The epicenter was at least a magnitude 6 quake, causing a 4 to 5 magnitude tremor where Jing Shu was. Before the apocalypse, earthquakes were classified as plate boundary quakes, intraplate quakes, volcanic quakes, collapse quakes, etc., and by distance, local quakes within 100 kilometers and near quakes between 100 and 1,000 kilometers. But this year's earthquakes overturned all previous understanding. They didn't fit any known type. You might call them local quakes since the epicenters were small, but usually there were only 1 or 2 epicenters within 100 kilometers. Simply put, past earthquakes had a single epicenter affecting hundreds of kilometers. This year's quakes had many epicenters, each only a few kilometers wide, like a series of tornadoes inside the Earth. Scientists in her past life analyzed this but couldn't fully explain it. One vivid metaphor was, imagine countless tornadoes moving from deep inside the Earth to the surface. When a tornado reaches the surface, it causes an earthquake. The closer to the surface, the stronger the quake, up to magnitude 10. The farther from the surface, the weaker, usually magnitude 3-4. This year, millions of such tornadoes moved the Earth's crust worldwide, so beneath Jing Shu's feet were many tornadoes. When one reached the surface, a 7-8 magnitude quake struck nearby. If not, only a 3-4 magnitude tremor. No one knew where quakes would hit or where was safe. When Jing Shu covered her ears, the bright light lasted 4 full seconds. The family excitedly ran outside, and then it happened. Boom! Boom! A tremendous roar shook the villa's floor. Even with ears covered, Jing Shu felt deafening. Ouch, my ears. Why can't I hear anything? Hey, I can't hear a thing! The family was caught off guard by the thunderous roar, temporarily deafened. Jing Shu didn't warn them. This scare would help them realize the seriousness. Mom, Dad, quickly hide in the bathroom. Lanzi, help Jing Shu. Let's hide. Something big is coming outside. Hey, can you hear me? Jing Shu's father helped the elderly couple. Her mother held on to him, still pulling. Suddenly, the villa shook violently. Vases, ceiling lights, tables, and chairs trembled fiercely. The family staggered and fell to the floor together. Fortunately, Jing Shu had foresight. After returning from her eldest aunt's, she replaced many fragile or unstable items at home to prepare for hundreds of quakes in the coming year. For example, garlic in the living room and fruit racks in the upstairs greenhouse were quietly reinforced. Some items were hung up, not only more beautiful but also safe from falling during quakes. Others were secured with invisible nails and brackets. Even kitchen cabinets were reinforced to avoid breakage. Otherwise, after a few quakes, many household items would be damaged. But these were temporary fixes. Jing Shu planned to discuss with Grandpa Jing about installing small mechanisms to prevent furniture from moving and small items from flying around. Grandpa Jing said wooden items were the most quake-resistant and structurally strong, so this task would be his. Epicenter is probably magnitude 7, here about magnitude 5. No need to run, Jing Shu roughly estimated. If the epicenter wasn't above magnitude 8, no need to flee. The idea that big quakes can't be outrun and small ones don't require running made sense. In her past life, people ran at every quake, sometimes more than 10 times a day. Later they got used to it. First grab something sturdy, wait it out. If you survive, keep going. If not, game over. After the brief ear-ringing, the family felt much better. Her mother shouted, "Earthquake! Earthquake! Jingan, what should we do? Should we go to a flat place to hide?" "We're already on flat ground, except Building 25 might fall and hit us, but the developer said it's built to withstand magnitude 8. Let's go to the bathroom to hide, quick, I'll think of something else." Her father helped the elderly couple inside. Grandma Jing pointed at the door. "Zijin is still in the small room. Hurry and bring her here." Jing Shu couldn't pretend to be sick anymore. "You go ahead, I'll get Zijin." She got up quickly, the fat chicken clucking nervously behind her. Grandma Jing suddenly remembered. "The chickens in the coop! The cows! My livestock!" She was near tears. "Mom, you go to the bathroom first. I'll check the chicken coop. I'm worried the cows might panic." Jing Shu and her father went out with support, found Zijin calmly sitting in the small room. Zijin said, "Grandma's hand warmer was broken. Such a pity. Come with me quickly to hide." Her father found chickens, ducks, and cows flying around the coop. Luckily, the livestock was fine. Of course, with Jing Shu behind the scenes, nothing bad could happen. After days of relentless practice, Jing Shu's control over her illusion ability had improved significantly. Even if the chickens, ducks, or cows caused trouble, she could now easily suppress them with her illusions. It was a bit embarrassing. While others in the apocalypse controlled fire or lightning and thrived, Jing Shu's only ability was illusions, mainly used to calm animals or occasionally guide lost lambs back home. Meanwhile, screams echoed continuously from Banana District, with people frantically running outside. Some even headed toward the flat villa area, turning the neighborhood into chaos. Jing Shu first arranged for Zijin to stay inside the house. Then, in the violently shaking villa yard, she skillfully set up an electric fence around the gate. It was safe to shelter outside, but anyone trying to sneak into the villa would get shocked. The fat chicken followed closely, helping Jing Shu with the fence. Jing Shu pumped some water from the villa's pond. Despite the shaking, it hadn't overflowed. 2 trees were nearly toppled but had been deeply rooted by Jing Shu days ago. Unfortunately, the vegetable garden in the yard suffered badly. The recent severe weather had bent the plastic cover Grandpa Jing had put over it. Such a pity for the vegetables. The tempered glass supports Jing Shu made for the garden were hexagonal for maximum stability, designed with earthquakes in mind. Though shaken and rubbed, they hadn't broken. Jing Shu stroked her chin, thinking, since the weather's getting colder, I might as well add an insulation and soundproof layer under the glass. That way, more vegetables could be grown in the yard without freezing. The poultry houses wouldn't need air conditioning, preventing the animals from freezing. The fish in the pond, though given a little spiritual spring water daily, would be lost if frozen. Jing Shu would have no tears left, having never raised these before. Before the apocalypse, triple-layer soundproof and insulated windows were installed, but today's experience showed they weren't very effective. Outside noise was still loud. Jing Shu, come inside. Is your head hurting again? Let Dad check you. Hang in there. Once this is over, Dad will find a doctor for you. Jing Shu's father pulled her into the house. Earlier, she had been hopping around looking well, not seeming sick. Jing Shu came to her senses and followed inside, finding the family huddled trembling in a corner. Zijin's eyes were red. Jing Shu recalled that Zijin's childhood sweetheart had died during the 2008 earthquake relief efforts. This was Zijin's first time inside the villa. She usually worked in the small house outside. But today, she had no mood to observe. She grabbed Jing Shu's hand firmly and said, "Boss, don't count my wages for the next few days. I'm going out as a volunteer to help the government rescue people. This earthquake is terrible. Wucheng's disaster must be severe." Jing Shu looked at her oddly, but nodded. "Okay. Call me when it's over. It's cold now and you need to make more clothes. The schedule is tight, so hurry up." "Got it, boss." Rescue efforts were probably futile now. Digging up corpses was more likely, and you could earn 0.1 virtual coins for that. Jing Shu's family didn't need to flee because behind the villa was a vast, open mountain. They moved to the room closest to the back mountain, planning to escape through the window if things got worse, convenient and quick. Earthquakes came in cycles. A small tremor every 7 seconds, a big one every 12 seconds, and thunderclaps every 20 seconds, alternating. During big quakes, the villa shook violently and dust fell. Looks different from TV earthquakes where everything collapses instantly. "What magnitude do you think this is?" Grandma Jing asked. "At least 4 or 5, Jing Shu's father replied, sending messages on his phone. "Communications might cut off after the quake. I'll contact the livestock farm first." Communications wouldn't fully cut off but would drop from 5G to 2E because many signal towers would collapse. Soon, third Aunt Jing Lai called, asking about their situation and telling them not to worry. She was managing the canteen's aftermath and said to call any time if needed. Wu Yuai also called, advising the family to stay indoors. If the quake worsened, they should run directly to the back mountain. Outside was chaotic, with many stampedes due to overcrowding. Wucheng's city gates were collapsing. Even if they tried to flee now, escape was impossible. Wu Yuai was working with management to evacuate people in batches to the mountain plaza, assuring the family not to worry and promising to inform them immediately of any news. Jing Shu knew this well, which was why she calmly kept her family at home. In her past life, rushing out with family ended tragically, trapped in the crowd, unable to move forward or back, unable to return home. Banana District suddenly flooded with tens of thousands, causing stampedes. With constant quakes, everyone tried to escape, with predictable results. Outside the villa, loud noises continued, shouting, arguing, terrified screams. As the family's matriarch, Grandma Jing began organizing. Despite the shaking, she said, "Jingan, bring thick clothes and essentials for everyone. I'll prepare food, water, and supplies. We must be ready to flee any time. If too many people are outside, we won't use the RV but bring more tents. Jing Shu, are you feeling better? I can't take care of you now." Jing Shu lay on the bed, half asleep, opening one eye. "Mom, thunder makes my head hurt badly. I feel weak and my ears roar." Grandma Jing brought earplugs. "I'll think of a way after I finish packing. I'll stay with you until you feel better." "Okay." Jing Shu nodded gratefully. Now she could go out with peace of mind. The family had a backbone. When disaster struck, her parents could make sound decisions. Her efforts hadn't been in vain. She could predict or directly arrange things, avoiding many disasters in the apocalypse and preparing in advance. But nothing was better than her parents' own handling. Work truly changed people. Just 2 years had transformed them greatly. With broader horizons came greater vision. Half an hour later, international news released the latest update. In the past half hour, an average city had experienced dozens of earthquakes. This was a world-class seismic event, with tens of millions of epicenters ranging from magnitude 3 to 8. Since the apocalypse, China had issued its third red alert. The first was for extreme heat, the second for nationwide flooding, and now for earthquakes, marking the official start of the apocalypse's 3rd year. At this moment, Wucheng's big data was flooded with one headline: "Wucheng is gone." The live broadcast showed drone footage illuminating the tip of an iceberg. Several massive, hundreds of meters wide sinkholes had opened in the city, plunging into unfathomable depths. Floodwaters rushed in, forming giant whirlpools that sucked in everything nearby, expanding relentlessly. From the drone's perspective, it looked like tornadoes at Earth's core, pulling everything in like a black hole. Buildings around the whirlpools were swallowed, and within minutes, Wucheng's structures were destroyed. Wucheng was effectively wiped off the map. People had hoped to return after the floods receded, but the earthquake had erased half the city. Reports say the water levels in Wucheng have visibly receded in recent days, but the culprit is these dragon eyes, sinkholes swallowing all the water. Earthquakes caused surrounding land to collapse. Experts are working on solutions. Authorities warn these unstable areas are extremely dangerous. Wucheng's government has cordoned off several kilometers around and banned entry. Suddenly, the big data app circled an area, then showed a network error. The family's phones lost signal. Jing Shu knew the towers had collapsed. The 5G era officially ended in the apocalypse, replaced by slow 2E networks. Luckily, Jing Shu had downloaded all necessary data, including updated offline maps. The family packed their things. Zijin had already left through a window minutes ago, insisting on joining government rescue efforts. Jing Shu gave her some hard biscuits from Grandma Jing's stove as rations and sent her off with Zhao Li from the second rescue team. Zijin would soon realize the world had completely changed. Amid booming thunder, the main quake wasn't as severe as feared, but aftershocks continued irregularly, sometimes a minute apart, sometimes over 10 minutes. The shaking varied from mild to violent. Grandma Jing held the fat chicken tightly. Each tremor made her grip the bird's feathers painfully, causing the chicken to cluck miserably but unable to escape. The chicken, scared, found some comfort in Grandma's arms. "Let's go to the Bax Mountain to gather," Grandma Jing said nervously, still clutching the chicken. The constant quakes were driving her nearly mad. "Let's go. I said people have already evacuated to the back mountain. We should join them. I'm worried a big quake will come. The whole world is shaking. The disaster must be severe. The government won't have time to care for everyone." Jing Shu's father sighed. Suddenly, gunshots rang out outside. The family, about to leave, was startled. Jing Shu opened the door and saw dozens of dead bodies piled outside neighbor Sumari's villa. The gatekeeper, Uncle Lu, whom Jing Shu greeted daily, was cleaning up with his guards, rifles in hand. Seeing Jing Shu, Uncle Lu said apologetically, "Sorry to scare you. Some fools tried to loot during the chaos but miscalculated. Though the boss and young lady left, we stayed to guard the place." Squinting, Jing Shu thought, "Having money and guards sure is good." She smiled. "No worries, Uncle Lu. Be careful. We're leaving to seek shelter. This damn earthquake scared many." Uncle Lu wiped his smoking gun and joked, "Want to hire me for some side work? 20 virtual coins a day, plus 5 coins per bullet." Jing Shu thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, that'd be helpful." Counting on you to earn some extra cash, huh? Back inside, Jing Shu said, "Mom, Dad, let's go. There's been a robbery attempt outside, but the neighbor's guards stopped it. I hired them to watch the house. There aren't many people outside now, so let's take the RV." "Is the RV safe? Earthquakes vary in strength. What if it tips over?" her father asked. Jing Shu had already planned for this. To drive safely during quakes, she spent a fortune buying special materials from Tianduoduo to make reinforced wheels. The RV already had a defense system, but she added an extra layer. She was scared of dying. If the RV flipped, it'd be serious. Though the RV could tilt 40 degrees without tipping, a massive quake was unpredictable. Jing Shu couldn't reveal this was her earthquake prep, so she lied it was an old feature and convinced the family into the RV. Her father drove slowly out of the villa. Grandma Jing wanted to bring livestock, fearing they'd be lost if the house collapsed. Jing Shu agreed and loaded chickens, ducks, and fish from the pond into the RV. They even brought pigs and sheep. The RV became lively and crowded. Grandma Jing's decision was wise. They might not return for days. Jing Shu didn't object and saw this as a chance to test raising livestock in the RV, how to handle odors, etc. Previously, they only stayed a few days on trips. Now, in a real disaster, they'd learn more. The RV soon drove off. Suddenly, the back mountain rumbled loudly. A thunderclap struck. Jing Shu squinted, knowing something bad was coming. Though the brightness of this thunderlight wasn't as intense as before, it flashed very close, almost right before their eyes. Without hesitation, Jing Shu shouted, "Dad, reverse! Step on the gas and back up as fast as you can!" Her father didn't question her, assuming something was ahead. He had been about to charge forward, but quickly shifted gears and floored the accelerator, reversing straight back at over 40 mph. The roaring sound grew louder beside their ears, confirming Jing Shu's fears. The situation was urgent. The RV was large and the road narrow, making turning around difficult and time-consuming, at least half a minute wasted. So Jing Shu ordered her dad to back straight out. Fortunately, the road was intact and straight. When the roaring ended, the ground suddenly shook violently. "Dad, stop! Pull the handbrake!" Jing Shu exhaled in relief. They had escaped the epicenter. Otherwise, the RV might have sunk or flipped given the quake's magnitude. In her past life, they had been assigned to the nearby Zhuanwu Lake Park because the back mountain was full. That place smelled like sewers and garbage, with terrible living conditions. Jing Shu never wanted to return there. She had envied those assigned to the back mountain, closer to home. Suddenly, the entire RV shook violently. Jing Shu quickly deployed the memory metal supports she bought from Tianduoduo via the central control. The RV's two sides instantly extended multiple supports, each with rows of wheels hovering at a 45-degree angle. The scene was spectacular, though unseen by others. During violent shaking, the RV swayed more fiercely, threatening to tip. The support's wheels touched the ground intermittently, scraping metal sounds echoed, then rebounded thanks to the memory metal's elasticity. These supports couldn't hold the RV's 10-plus-ton weight, but served as points to relieve stress and provide stability. The RV had a built-in anti-tip system, but couldn't withstand such violent shaking. The experience was like riding a pirate ship, being thrown left and right. The idea came from children's bicycles, which have two small wheels on the rear sides to balance and keep the bike upright without effort. Inside the RV, Jing Shu's mother screamed in terror. Sounds of things crashing and luggage falling overhead filled the air. Luckily, Jing Shu had prepared well, so damage was minimal. "Grandma, everyone lie on the bed and hold the door handles. Mom, don't worry about the food now, we can pick it up later. Just lie down and don't hit anything." Okay. Too bad about the sesame soybean meat sauce Grandma just made." Jing Shu scanned the RV for damage. The German man RV's kitchen had a built-in shatterproof sterilizing cabinet, so Jing Shu protected the few remaining dishes. Every bowl and plate was precious. She hoped to still use them in 10 years. Appliances were secured in fixed slots, and the original fixed tables and chairs minimized breakage. Most items that fell were still usable. Jing Shu had prepared everything in advance. Her main worry was the fish pond on the second floor, converted from a German man sink with materials from Zhuohua. She wasn't sure if it could withstand the quake. She feared water spilling everywhere or the pond breaking, making fish raising impossible. Also, she worried if the chickens and ducks would be tossed onto her bed, scared and pooping everywhere. Just thinking about it stressed her out. Jing Shu gripped a handle firmly and steadied her father, showing calm expertise amid the quake. The quake lasted a full minute before aftershocks began. The family was shaken, feeling they'd danced on death's edge again. The unknown was always the scariest. No one knew if the next quake would be fatal. For ants on a hot pan, it was torture. Except for Jing Shu, who had become seasoned by countless quakes in her past life, painfully familiar with the ordeal. "Jing Shu, I barely reacted just now. Luckily, you told me to reverse, otherwise I'd have floored it forward, and the back mountain, where the community gathers, is just ahead." "We might have hit people and probably flipped the RV." Her father wiped cold sweat. He was truly scared. Seeing lightning so close, he instinctively wanted to rush forward, but his daughter's timely warning saved them. "Dad, next time you see lightning that close, don't hesitate. Run as far as you can." "Earthquakes are related to lightning?" Jing Shu touched her nose. "I heard they are." The back mountain also shook, about magnitude 5, frightening the gathered crowd again. Frightened people ran chaotically, ignoring loudspeaker warnings. Worse, a huge crack opened in the mountain, swallowing many people. The crack closed again, forming a terrifying man-eating back mountain. It was a mountain that devoured people, terrifying. "My mom fell in. Mommy," a child cried. "Go, there's no saving her. Follow the main group or you won't survive. The government at least feeds kids once a day." "I want my mom." "You'll live with Aunt Lee from now on." Aunt Lee dragged the child away. "I'm his neighbor. He should live with me." "Who cares? The kid decides." Now, policies ensured every child had a guardian, received daily meals, monthly subsidies, and orphans could choose their guardians. Li Yutian quickly applied for guardianship and led people to evacuate to pre-apocalypse Zhuanwu Lake Park. The massive crowd pressed tightly together. If not for the military trucks carrying fragrant millet porridge guiding them, many might have gotten lost. "Everyone listen! Find your administrator and follow their number in order. After reaching the shelter, you get a free bowl of hot millet porridge. No porridge, no food today." The loudspeaker's ultimatum finally organized the crowd. The front reached Zhuanwu Lake Park just as the last began departing. The conditions at the park were far worse than at the back mountain. This area had been submerged during the second year's floods, and now that the water had receded, it revealed its monstrous true form. Beneath the riverbed lay mud, sludge, all kinds of foul-smelling garbage, poisonous insects, moldy debris, and various sediment blocking the paths. From afar, a pungent, sour stench filled the air, a smell of long, rotted material that was truly nauseating. This place, like before the apocalypse, was assigned to those who couldn't be accommodated at the back mountain. Jing Shu never expected to come here again. It seemed fate's hand was always near her. "Dad, why don't we just stay around here? Let's not drive the RV into the park. The flood just receded, and look at all those mud pits around. The car might not even get in," Jing Shu said, her sharp eyes noting the park's transformation from a once beautiful green space into a garbage dump. The flood shelters were better than this place, but since the back mountain was unsafe due to earthquakes, people were relocated to this wetland park. Her father frowned. "You two tidy up the stuff in the RV carefully. I'll check the situation and find a place to park." At critical moments, the men in the family still took responsibility. Jing Shu and her mother began picking up the scattered items inside the RV. Some broken things were too precious to throw away. Grandpa Jing said he'd try to fix them. Luckily, Grandma Jing was with the fat chicken during the quake. When Grandma fell, the chicken fell first, cushioning her head. The chicken let out 2 loud clucks but was as sturdy as an ox, unharmed. Grandma Jing was too scared to speak and took a while to recover. Grandma rewarded the chicken with all the spilled soybean meat sauce, saying, "Eat up, you saved me. You're a good chicken. Today you get extra food." The chicken was delighted and, with its intelligence, realized that saving the family meant more of its favorite food. From now on, it would keep a sharp eye. Beasts never serve as slaves. Unless food and lodging are guaranteed. The RV still trembled occasionally. Jing Shu anxiously went upstairs to check on the livestock. Fortunately, the fish pond hadn't shattered. Only some water spilled and a few fish flopped on the floor. She gathered them and tossed them back in. The poultry house, however, was a mess. This was the first real test of the RV during a natural disaster. A sheep's horn had pierced a panel, making a big hole. The sheep bleated innocently nearby. Chickens and ducks were flying and running wildly. A pig had crushed a chicken to death. Jing Shu picked up the dead chicken, deciding to make a beggar's chicken later. A rabbit had jumped onto the roof, scared and unable to get down. Jing Shu caught it. The whole poultry house was chaotic, covered in chicken droppings smeared on the walls. Jing Shu sighed deeply and used the magic cube space to quickly clean up. She gave the broken panels to Grandpa Jing to figure out how to renovate the poultry house. Ideally, each animal should have its own cage to prevent chaos during quakes. This time, the animals hadn't escaped, but if next time they flew into her room, she'd have no tears left. She felt foolish for bringing livestock into the RV. The third year's earthquakes might be unbearable, let alone the long migration in the 5th year. The journey would surely be full of unexpected chaos. Soon, her father returned and explained the situation. The back mountain was too dangerous due to severe earthquakes, So people there were relocated here. Nowhere outside was safe. This Xuanwu Lake Park was the only place without epicenters or quakes. No matter how dirty or broken, they had to shelter here. Her father also said the people here were warm and welcoming. Drivers and RV owners had exclusive VIP spots freshly cleaned. Since quakes still occurred outside, it was safer to park inside. All right, as long as it's not the garbage dump area, I don't mind, Jing Shu sighed. What was meant to come had come. In her past life, everyone fled so hastily they barely had clothes or belongings. Floods were bad but manageable. Earthquakes were deadly. Everyone ran blindly. Jing Shu had been bitten badly by corpse maggots in the muddy swamps before, like summer mosquitoes, but their bites swelled painfully. Before the people from the back mountain arrived, the German man RV was driven into Xuanwu Lake Park. Guards at the gate stopped them with bright lights. Jing Shu and her father got out. 2 inspectors stood at the gate. Jing Shu's father smiled and said, "Comrade, this is the vehicle. We pay 100 virtual coins to enter, right?" The lead inspector frowned. "Sir, your RV isn't that small. Entry is free. Small cars pay 30, large cars 50, RVs 100. Yours is this big, so 200. We charge by space occupied. Otherwise everyone would bring huge vehicles and there'd be no room for others. We just cleaned your spot. Otherwise you'd be in the poor area." Her father considered. "As long as it's official and state-regulated, we accept." "Don't worry, it's all on the government's unified payment code, traceable on big data." Mentioning big data meant it wasn't a private fee, so her father agreed. After paying, her father felt a bit reluctant. 10 months' pocket money gone just like that. Jing Shu was amazed. In her past life, they walked in on foot. This time, they paid 200 coins to enter. The fee seemed reasonable, but felt strange. And why were these people so enthusiastic? Either they were honest or crooks. "Hey, Xiao Wang, take this uncle to VIP spot number 3 and explain the rules." "Got it, boss. Follow me." The spot was indeed good. Formerly the parking lot of Xuanwu Lake Park before the apocalypse. It was open, with no buildings, safe from quakes. The area had been mostly cleaned, though thick mud still covered the ground, squelching underfoot. The parking lot was square, about the size of a soccer field. Parking lines were long gone. The VIP area truly lived up to its name. Aside from this parking lot, there was no cleaner place in the entire park. The park's buildings had been soaked for a year, now covered in water mold and plants, uninhabitable. The open lawns were overgrown with slimy algae, and sleeping outside at night would be freezing. Wang Dongpo, a shy young man about 1.7 meters tall wearing a worn military coat, explained that this shelter was managed by the 3rd Rescue Team. 2 districts had to share it now, so it was extremely crowded. "You've got a good spot here. To the right is the big parking lot, then ahead is the muddy park soaked for a year. Watch your step. There are deep pits and a terrible stench, like fermenting corpses. It's huge and we can't clean it up. This park was originally for the Ling Mountain District, which is far away. Walking here would take until night, and then there'd be no space left." Wang Dongpo glanced at delicate Jing Shu wearing a gas mask. Was it really that bad? The smell was indeed unpleasant. The huge RV looked lonely in the corner. Jing Shu's father handed the young man some soybeans and asked, "What are the rules here?" Wang Dongpo smiled. "Thanks, sir. But I have to be honest. We agreed that the fee covers 1 day only. If the quake stops and you evacuate by tomorrow, no extra charges. Otherwise, starting tomorrow night, extra fees apply. This is the VIP passage. Your spot costs 100 virtual coins per day. If you don't want to pay, you can go to the regular or garbage zones for free. This is the safest and cleanest place in the park. Look over there. That's the regular zone." He gestured toward the park's grass, now covered in green moss with a few chairs barely visible. The ground was muddy pits. Jing Shu's father frowned, wondering how tens of thousands of people would survive in such mud. Jing Shu blinked as the young man continued. "Anyone driving here pays the same fees, no exceptions. The big data system has official documents. We're not just charging randomly. Good spots are limited. Who wouldn't want the best place? It's fair. Those who pay get better spots, and the common folk have their consolation. Right? Her father nodded in agreement. Jing Shu hadn't known about this rule in her past life, but had heard of similar systems, like train tickets with soft sleepers, hard seats, and standing tickets. The free ones lived in the worst conditions, while the rich enjoyed comfort. She thought it was fair. She had envied those driving cars to flat, open places while they cleaned garbage and worked hard to survive. She had once thought paying dozens of virtual coins for a night was extravagant, enough to buy many steamed buns. Only fools would pay. It was like spending tens of thousands on a 5-star hotel before the apocalypse. Now virtual coins were just numbers to her. But from her experience, the authorities were preparing to fleece the rich and well-supplied. With this disaster, heavy losses were expected. She didn't want to be the first to stand out. Seeing her family agree, Wang Dongpo added, "Also, no flaunting food or eating in public to avoid riots and robberies. When danger comes, evacuate quickly. Since you have a vehicle, you can leave fast, easing our burden. But if needed, the government will arrange women and children to evacuate in your vehicle. I'm your personal attendant here at Xuanwu Lake Park, Wang Dongpo, or just call me Xiao Wang. Here's my WeChat." Jing Shu's father had her add Wang Dongpo on WeChat and joked, "Wang Dongpo? That's a great name, like Su Dongpo." Xiao Wang scratched his head shyly. "My dad loves Dongpo pork, so he named me that. Hopefully I can eat Dongpo pork every day." Jing Shu and her father exchanged looks. Such a casual name. A name is a lifelong companion. How could it be chosen so casually? Fortunately, the family had plenty of supplies. Jing Shu changed into rain boots and a sealed raincoat before stepping out of the RV. The ground was thick mud with bugs, and she had already been bitten. Grandpa Jing grabbed a shovel and started digging mud. The sound of metal hitting cement echoed. It wasn't deep. He shoveled the mud from Xiao Wang's assigned spot into the swampy pit. The mud smelled pungent and nauseating, like fermented manure. It was 1 p.m. Grandma Jing skillfully prepared lunch in the RV. Though occasional tremors still occurred, the park was in a valley, so even the thunderous sounds were quieter. Jing Shu's parents used their spotty phones to send WeChat messages. Calls were hard to hear, and messages took a while to send because most signal towers were damaged. Some towers were intact but too far for good reception. "Agriculture department hasn't been hit. I want to go back and check." "The livestock farm was hit. They're evacuating. I want to help." Jing Shu groaned. "Ouch, my head hurts again." She knew some places weren't just collapsed, but completely vanished. The fate of the agriculture department and livestock farm would be clear in a few days. For now, it was best to stay put. Her headache was real. She was using illusions on her parents simultaneously, making her face pale. This made her mother give up on going to the agriculture department. If it wasn't hit, everything was normal. Her presence or absence didn't matter. During this time, Jing Shu practiced the magic cube intensely. After days of effort, she reached the threshold for promotion but felt something was missing. She hadn't yet met the magic cube's requirements. Maybe she lacked the right opportunity or control. Either way, she had to keep training hard, hoping to advance before going to the US. But things didn't go as planned. No one expected she'd be leaving for the US so soon. Jing Shu's family strictly followed the rules, locking the RV doors during meals. Luckily, Jing Shu had installed a fresh air system to keep out the foul odors outside, especially to guard against the super stinky gases expected in the 7th year. Without it, no one could eat with that smell lingering. Lunch was a feast. Grandma Jing's morning-made potato pancakes reheated in the oven, topped with sausage, ham, chili, mushrooms, and a thick layer of melting cheese. Each cheesy bite felt like a dance of flavors in Jing Shu's mouth, rich and oily. Jing Shu suddenly craved cheese seafood hot pot, but that meant daily milking of their cow, a tough job left to Wu Yui. For side dishes, Jing Shu had planned roast chicken. Though the beggar's chicken didn't get made, the roast chicken was excellent. marinated for an hour with secret sauce and honey, baked to golden crispiness. Tearing off a piece of skin was pure delight. There were also roasted oysters, cooked with garlic, millet chili, and oyster sauce. Each oyster sizzled in the garlicky sauce, and one bite left a lingering fresh taste. Jing Shu felt truly happy during this meal. Afterward, Grandma Jing loaded dishes into the dishwasher, Dad tidied the dining area, and Mom packed extra food for Wu Yu-ai, who was still leading outside. Zijin stayed in Banana District, where the second rescue team organized patrols to prevent chaos and stop people from digging up corpses on the back mountain. Digging up a corpse earned virtual coins, and many were eager to do it, even stripping clothes from the dead. Zijin was enthusiastic, thinking the rescue was about saving trapped people. But no. Government rescue now meant corpse excavation. The government recycled every corpse this year. In the first year, during drought and heat, corpses were used to breed maggots for food. The second year had fewer deaths, but many corpses were still used. Jing Shu pieced together information from her past life and fragments from Sumari, realizing the government was experimenting with corpses. The experiment succeeded. Starting this third year, every corpse was collected, and diggers were rewarded. Jing Shu learned these corpses were used to produce new energy. She didn't know the details but understood that corpses were recycled in the artificial sun project, contributing to new energy production. Some corpses were transformed into part of the artificial sun's energy source, easing China's energy shortage. A byproduct was corpse oil, extracted fat from bodies. Corpse oil was first used to make emergency rations and energy bars, crispy bites made with this oil. The government only released these in critical moments to save lives, not caring about how they were made. After repeated refining, the oil became 1,000 refined oil, industrially produced to support fuel needs. This explained how, during the bitter cold fifth year when fuel ran out, the government still supplied new fuel batches to save freezing people. All this came from corpse oil. So every corpse had value. Human body fat averaged 25%, but malnourished apocalypse survivors yielded less. Pork fat was highest among livestock, about 70% plus soybean oil, peanut oil, and others. The government claimed to use blended oils, but Jing Shu suspected corpse oil was always part of the mix. With tens of millions dying yearly in China, recycling corpses for the artificial sun and extracting oil for food and industry saved huge costs. As technology advanced, the tyrant who took power after year 5 proposed the artificial material cycle concept. When nature failed to produce food, humans could be self-sufficient. This meant recycling human waste into food. Before the apocalypse, a certain island nation had golden poop food, banana or chocolate flavored, produced by cultivating healthy human feces over a week. It was scientifically proven nutritious and healthy. Science extracted usable energy from feces, which could be injected or eaten to sustain the body, enabling a sustainable cycle. The tyrant actually achieved this, saving many lives. His mind was twisted. He didn't care about life but saved many. He cared but destroyed many. Jing Shu shivered. She was the last person to judge right or wrong. She couldn't think of better ways to survive. Besides taking care of herself, she could do nothing else, but she resolutely refused to eat outside food anymore. Before she could relax, the park grew lively. People from Banana District's back mountain arrived in large groups. Staff urgently arranged them, many sent to filthy garbage areas to clean. Jing Shu envied the parking lot, clean and spacious. But the high virtual coin fees quickly discouraged her. By afternoon, Banana District people were settled, and Ling Mountain District people arrived. The process lasted into the night. Besides occasional quakes and rumbling, the park was noisy with cries and chaos. Wu Yu-ai came back once to eat, then left again. Third aunt hadn't returned. In this disaster, only Jing Shu appeared calm and experienced, leisurely playing with her magic cube and eating fried chicken legs. Jing Shu's mother repeatedly urged her to rest, maybe sleep a bit so she'd have energy to escape if another earthquake struck at night. Or she could help Grandma Jing prepare more food, assist Dad with the poultry house, or help Grandpa Jing secure the small items in the RV with brackets and ropes. Jing Shu pointed to her head, complaining of a pounding headache, and said she was distracting herself by playing with the magic cube. She could tell the whole family was still highly tense, always ready to flee in the RV. But if the whole world was shaking, where could they escape to? After the 5G network went down, they relied on big data text updates to follow the news. Occasionally refreshing, they learned that some parts of Wucheng had collapsed completely, with unknown casualties and no statistics yet. Frightened, Jing Shu's mother immediately called her eldest uncle's family, relieved to hear they were placed in a nearby shelter. She advised not to skimp on expenses during disasters, better to spend on comfortable housing to keep the kids healthy. Grandma Jing also called the eldest and second aunt's families, getting patchy updates that they were safe. Still, Grandma Jing worried that eldest aunt might not care well for little Xuan. But she couldn't bring the whole family to her youngest son's place. His wife, Yui, and their elderly parents already added much burden, so she could only call occasionally to check. The government was busy evacuating people to safe shelters. Some flat areas weren't safe either, like Banana District's back mountain, large and open but cracked by earthquakes. The government had to concentrate people in quake-resistant zones, but space was limited, so many were sent to secondary sites. By 6 p.m., the noisy crowd at Zhuanwu Lake Park was settled. At 7 p.m., as announced by loudspeakers, all military food supplies were mixed with water and distributed to civilians. The disaster came too suddenly, and logistics rushed more food. Otherwise, many evacuees would have no food, risking death in the cold. The park was divided into clear zones. The VIP parking lot, about the size of a soccer field, was packed with over 100 vehicles and rows of temporary shacks, charging 10 virtual coins per person. Jing Shu glanced around. There were only a dozen RVs. Others were hybrid, gasoline, or gas vehicles. She hadn't seen Sumari, who reportedly went to a better quake-resistant shelter. Wucheng had only 3 such shelters. This park was just a temporary refuge. Ordinary zones housed government and probation workers. Though muddy, they were garbage-free and had free boards laid over mud, plus disaster relief bedding, mostly old items bought cheaply during the apocalypse. The garbage zone was uncleaned, requiring residents to clear trash themselves. After passing inspection, they received boards, dry grass, plastic bags, curtains, and even clothes from the dead as bedding. In the cold nights, these were vital to prevent freezing deaths. Jing Shu thought the day would pass quietly. The first day of the earthquake was chaotic but manageable. According to her past life memories, nothing worse would happen. No need to play the savior like during last year's floods. Even her best efforts couldn't save those buried underground. Such things were fate, unless her little devices helped. But there was more to come. Wang Dongpo said there was a short survey and a manager would take him to record some questions. Jing Shu's family pointed at her, saying, "She's in charge." Indeed, Jing Shu had become the de facto leader. Whatever she said or did was naturally accepted as correct. So Jing Shu was pushed forward to do the survey. Everyone else was busy preparing. Jing Shu had already done her part a month ago, so during the disaster, she had little left to do. Her mother, seeing her play all day, worried she might get sick and encouraged her to go out for a walk. Jing Shu casually put on a coat and bulky pants, grabbed a hand warmer and gas mask, and stepped out. She wished she could carry the fat chicken, warm and soft, as a pillow. Wang Dongpo glanced at her under the park's lights. Despite the gas mask and thick coat, her old-fashioned braided hair and rural look, he found her surprisingly delicate and pretty. Her hands were soft and white, clearly well cared for. Her hair was glossy and healthy, something only the wealthy could afford. But he'd never seen rich people with hair as vibrant as hers. Under that mask, she must be beautiful, Wang Dongpo wondered aloud. Is she really in charge? Jing Shu looked at the shy boy and nodded. Yeah, why? Wang Dongpo, recalling the soybeans given by an uncle earlier, warned, Well, when you do the survey, be careful. Don't waste grown-ups' hard-earned food. In the apocalypse, the most precious thing is your own food. He then gestured to a simple shack. The meeting room is inside. Just give your VIP number. Jing Shu raised an eyebrow, sensing Wang Dongpo's words hinted at something else. She grew suspicious about the survey's true purpose. Got it, thanks. The temporary meeting room was a roughly 300-square-meter U-shaped shack with neatly arranged desks. A charcoal brazier burned in the center to keep it warm. The room was nearly full, but the real focus was the row of armed police standing behind the desks, an imposing sight. The moment Jing Shu entered, all eyes turned to her. Everyone scrutinized her. A word flashed through her mind. Are they going to harvest the leeks already? A Chinese metaphor for exploiting people. Too soon. The pigs aren't fattened yet. Chapter 328. Are we going to slaughter the pigs? Jing Shu's mind raced with countless thoughts. She immediately understood Wang Dongpo's earlier warning. Today's massive earthquake had forced 2 districts into this park, straining resources. This survey was likely a test run for squeezing more from them. Her brain spun through possibilities, mentally preparing to be bled a little today. Humans were strange creatures. She recalled a popular saying online, "I hate drivers who cut in front of me, and I hate drivers who don't let me cut in." In her past life, as a disadvantaged person, she had wanted to beat the rich and divide the wealth. Now, as a semi-rich person herself, she faced the prospect of being beaten and having her wealth divided, and she didn't like it. Different perspectives, different feelings. Standing at the door, Jing Shu faced dozens of eyes scrutinizing, doubting, and sizing her up. She returned the gaze, observing the people inside. At the center of the U-shaped desks sat 2 big shots. One was a thin, pale man in his 30s wearing sunglasses and a police uniform that hung on him like a robe. His distinctive hooked nose added to his imposing presence. Though his eyes were hidden, his gaze was clearly condescending as he looked down on Jing Shu. The other was also in his 30s, plump and kind-faced, with eyes that squinted into a smile. His police uniform was stretched tight over his frame, and he was panting slightly as he sat. The desks were nearly full, with people dressed in various styles: fur coats, worn military jackets, trendy down jackets. Most looked better off than ordinary citizens, evident from their clothes and long hair, yet facing the row of armed police behind them, they sat quietly like quails. "Is this VIP spot number 3's Miss Jing? Come, please take your seat. You'll be the 3rd here. Miss Jing, your outfit is quite unique, ha ha." The chubby officer with a constant smile broke the awkward silence. Jing Shu walked down the long aisle, feeling the cold steel of Chinese rifles nearby. She had no doubt that if negotiations went wrong, these guns would fire. Though close to the chubby officer, her attire and status felt mismatched. She glanced at the 2 men at the head of the table. The first seat was occupied by an elderly man in his 80s or 90s, with a goatee and felt hat. He sat by a brazier, eyes closed, yawning and swaying. No one knew if he was asleep and no one dared disturb him. The second seat held a man in a pristine white suit, white hat, and shining white shoes that dazzled. From afar, Jing Shu smelled a faint, elegant perfume. Honestly, she had never seen such an ostentatious person before. Wucheng in northern China was known for its flamboyance. In the south, you can't tell who's rich. In the north, you can't tell who's poor. As Jing Shu sat, the man in white toyed with his long fingers, scrutinizing her. He even stepped back, seemingly put off by her gas mask and bulky clothes. Jing Shu. The chubby officer stood, loosening his tight uniform, smiling broadly. "Everyone, don't be nervous. We're just here for a survey. Now that everyone's here, let me introduce myself. I'm Captain Yan of the 3rd Rescue Team. You can call me Captain Yan. Yan as in the King of Hell." Though his smile was friendly, his voice carried a chilling edge. "This is Captain Wang. You can call him Captain Wang. Yes, we're the legendary Yan-Wang duo, ha ha ha." The chubby officer laughed heartily but noticed the room's eerie silence. Clearing his throat, he continued, "All right, let's get down to business. This is for everyone's benefit. I worked hard to get approval. It's a win-win." Jing Shu leaned back, clutching her hand warmer, rocking her crossed feet, looking like a dutiful auntie attending class. She slowly sucked on a Dove chocolate, letting the rich sweetness melt away time. If possible, she planned to grow some cocoa trees. Who knew if any survived the apocalypse? With cocoa, she could make tiramisu, but she still missed silky Dove chocolate, Snickers, truffles, and crispy rice-filled chocolates. The chubby officer unbuttoned his shirt and sighed. The apocalypse is here. I'm sure everyone here is capable and doing well. Otherwise, you wouldn't pay for the expensive VIP passage. But I bet some of you have been troubled for a long time, having lots of supplies but no matching armed protection, making you feel unsafe, right? Someone murmured, I don't have much stuff. If robbed, I can call the police. The chubby officer smiled awkwardly but politely, nudging the hooked-nose officer. Suddenly, a loud boom sounded. The hooked-nose officer calmly said, Liu Xianran, male, 42 years old, robbed 3 times in 2023, lost over 1,000 jin of corn in 2024, known as the fat sheep of the robbery world. The man in the audience coughed and fell silent. The chubby officer loosened his belly and relaxed. So, armed protection is important. China's past forced strict gun control, but now policies allow gun ownership, only with professional registration and permits. Come on, line up and load your guns so our customers can see. Clang! The police lined up, rifles gleaming, aimed squarely at Jing Shu and the other sheep waiting to be slaughtered. The room fell into an eerie silence. As a man in a suit with a strong survival instinct, he boldly asked, The guns are good, but I wonder how Captain Yan is selling them, and how do we calculate the bullets? With a sharp bang as he slapped the table, the chubby officer exclaimed, I like your straightforwardness, young man. I won't beat around the bush. These are indeed benefits for everyone, but as you know, the situation is dire. The flood hasn't completely passed, and just as we catch our breath, an earthquake hits. We have no food, no supplies, so we have to hold a donation drive. But it's not a free donation, the hawk-nosed officer added coolly from the side. The chubby officer nodded. Exactly. We applied to exchange these guns and ammunition. Guns have a market price on the black market, and bullets are even more expensive. They're not being produced anymore, so every bullet counts. You must seize this opportunity today. His words stirred some interest among the crowd. Although many were cautious, suspecting it might be a trap, most chose to observe. After all, everyone was aware of the scarcity of resources and food. Being too conspicuous could lead to trouble. Only Jing Shu's heart raced. Here it comes, the cunning smile of a tiger. For her and her companions, it wasn't self-deprecation. They were like the government's fattened leeks, ready to be harvested when the time came. They wouldn't cut too deep to avoid damaging their vitality, nor would they cut lightly, as many were still waiting for salvation. The chubby officer pointed at the rifles, clearly pleased with their deterrent effect, and said with a smile, You all must recognize these Type 95 assault rifles. Besides these, we also have Type 56 submachine guns, Type 95 light machine guns, even rocket launchers, armed helicopters, grenades, bombs, bulletproof vests, and more. Anything our team has is up for grabs. As for bullets, don't worry. Our team will keep a long-term stock for you. Finally, someone was intrigued and asked, How does this work? Will those who donate more get the same weapons as those who donate less? The chubby officer slapped the table again. Good question. The rules are simple. Please look at the projector. The list on the left shows the virtual currency equivalent of the donated supplies. Check how much you can donate and its value in virtual currency. Write down a number to confirm. This is the virtual currency you can use with us. Once the number is set, it can only go down, not up, so I advise everyone to donate more. Otherwise, when you want to exchange for equipment, you might find it insufficient, which would be very troublesome. The hawk-nosed officer added coldly, I suggest writing a higher amount of virtual currency. If you run short later, you can borrow from us or even write us an IOU. If you don't use the points, there's no loss. But we only want supplies, not virtual currency. The chubby officer nodded. Even if you say you can donate 1 million virtual currency, we'll accept that you can donate 1 million worth of supplies. Jing Shu showed a skeptical expression under her gas mask. These two old men were quite cunning. This method allowed them to gauge the wealth of those present. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world, the tax bureau had significant loopholes, and while tax collection was improving, it had lost control over many people. 2 years had passed, and the control over the middle class was nearly zero. For instance, no one knew how much food or supplies anyone had. At this critical moment, the government needed to know more to facilitate future harvesting of resources. Overall, Jing Shu believed this event was a test before the real harvesting began: who could take more and who could take less. 1 pound of flour makes 25 buns, equivalent to 50 virtual currency. It can indeed be exchanged for 50 virtual currency. Look, a Type 95 is priced at 1,500 virtual currency, which is just 30 pounds of flour. Is that true? So cheap? Be clear, that's the low price. These are for auction. Jing Shu understood the left side pricing list was normal, reflecting current market prices. However, in such a disaster, prices would rise, and virtual currency would depreciate. In this back and forth, the price of weapons wouldn't be so cheap. Yet the chubby officer had indeed scratched many people's itches. Weapons were still in a situation of supply and demand. Not just them, Jing Shu was also actively seeking weapons. If it weren't for a stroke of luck, she wouldn't have been able to acquire so many. Looking at the long list of weapons made her heart itch, but recalling Wang Dongpo's earlier words, she was suddenly doused with cold water. Yes, this was likely an assessment of their strength and wealth. Using weapons as bait, it was hard to deny that Jing Shu was tempted. Write down the virtual currency. Once written, it will be stuck to the sign at your seat. Think carefully. Once written, it cannot be changed. The total auction price cannot exceed the number on your sign, the chubby officer said with a smile. The cunning tiger was malicious in this regard. Although he allowed everyone to say, "I have this much money," even starting with, "I have 1 million," no matter how much you wrote, they would benefit. For example, if you only had 100,000 but wrote 300,000, you would ultimately have to keep the price under 100,000. Others wouldn't know how much you could donate, leading to inflated auction prices. Overall, this was also a way to stimulate consumption, creating an atmosphere of, "I'll open the tab, just say 1 million. And if everyone had that mindset, wouldn't the prices go up? Some were busy calculating how much they could donate and how much virtual currency would be appropriate. Jing Shu thought that being the first to stick out could be dangerous. Even if she wanted this batch of weapons, she couldn't draw attention. Otherwise, would she just let it go unsold? After all, she accidentally wrote a smaller amount. Plus, she was going to the US this year. What weapons wouldn't she have then? Why spend extra money to expose her identity? At that moment, the hawk-nosed officer suddenly said, "We will select the top donor to receive an M24, and we will also select the lowest donor." What would happen to the last place? Many eyes turned toward him, including Jing Shu's. It certainly wouldn't be anything good. It might even be a punishment, Jing Shu thought. Those who have survived to the 3rd year of the apocalypse have experienced a lot. Some were billionaires before the end times, and many are aware of how much the government forcibly requisitioned during the crisis. Famous tycoons from before the apocalypse seem to have vanished into thin air. Some disappeared for a while before re-entering the scene, doing even better than before. But they never mention that lost time or the disappearance of certain friends, as if everyone has reached a silent agreement. The reason these individuals are thriving is their close ties to the government. However, those with keen insight can understand that if someone has an abundance of food, supplies, or scarce items, they might just be requisitioned by the government. Even the wealthiest energy tycoons in Wu City are aligned with the government, but they too are likely being forced. Thus, no one dares to appear too affluent. The man in the suit was wiping his pen and sign with a handkerchief, deep in thought. The chubby officer stood up and patted the first dazed old man, demonstrating as he shouted, "Write down how much you can donate." "What should I write?" the old man asked, confused. "Write how much you have," the chubby officer yelled. "What do you mean by how much I have?" "Write," the officer shouted directly into the old man's ear. "What should I write?" The old man opened his eyes and gestured with his pen. How much you have? Oh, what did you just say about how much I have? Everyone else. The chubby officer's face turned red, and he simply wrote 3 million on the old man's sign in front of everyone. When everyone saw 3 million, they collectively gasped. What does 3 million mean? This isn't the 3 million RMB from before the apocalypse, it's 3 million that can be exchanged for food and supplies, enough to buy thousands of guns, even cannons and rocket launchers. Before the apocalypse, armed helicopters worth tens of millions might now be priced similarly. At that moment, someone asked about the earlier topic. What happens if someone is last in spending? The chubby officer poked the motionless thin officer, who seemed to wake from a nap, and said, Oh, to encourage everyone's enthusiasm and contributions, the last place is a very nice honorary title. Hearing this, most people let out a sigh of relief, thinking they wouldn't be in trouble for not spending anything today. But Jing Shu held her breath, realizing these two old men were quite cunning, one playing the bad cop, the other the good cop. If they didn't dig deep into the pockets of this group today, she would change her name to Shu Jing. The chubby officer returned to his seat, leaning back with a smile. This honor is the honorary president of the Wu City Donation Association. It will be recorded in the archives, and you'll be directly promoted to a government official. The benefits are quite good. Many people want to get in, but can't. Just look at how lucky you are. Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. Why give such a good thing to the last place instead of the first? There was some commotion and confusion among the crowd. The chubby officer praised the position extravagantly, making many think that being last wouldn't be so bad. But then the thin officer added, The responsibilities are simple. You need to bring in 1 million worth of donated supplies each month. If you fall short, you'll have to make up the difference. If you can't, we really can't do anything. After all, we can't force people to donate, can we? When everyone heard they had to bring in supplies, their hearts sank. But when they heard the chubby officer say there was no other way, they slowly exhaled. The thin officer continued, We can only deduct your credit points and add you to the big data blacklist, erasing your ID number, phone number, and all communication items. In the future, big data will block you, preventing you from using transactions, chatting, or buying anything, and you won't be protected by the law. In an era where even money is virtual currency, this essentially means a complete lockdown for a person. They would likely need to carry a close relative to pay for things, and without someone nearby, if they were killed, no one would know. This was especially unacceptable for some business people present. One person's face turned ashen. Jing Shu's expression was also grim. If her transaction capabilities were truly revoked, it wouldn't matter if she had no virtual currency, but losing many functions would suffocate her, making many tasks incredibly inconvenient. Officer, we don't want to be untrustworthy, but we also don't want to be that honorary president. The chubby officer smiled kindly. Then just don't be last. Officer Yan, you see, I'm the management director of Ling Mountain District. You all can handle this, don't involve me. I have more important things to do. The chubby officer waved his hand. Come on, sit down. Don't worry. Everyone from other districts is also at this donation meeting. No one is missing, and you can still take care of your business after we finish the donations. The management director of Ling Mountain District sat down reluctantly. Then a wealthy woman in a mink coat stood up and walked out. This donation should be voluntary, right? Didn't we agree to do a survey? Why are we being forced to donate now? I just recorded a video. I'll expose this and ask others. Why should we consumers come to donate? The chubby officer smiled happily. Go ahead and ask. See if the honest netizens support us or you. Let's see if they want the supplies donated from you or if they prefer you to give nothing. Sit down, sister. Isn't this fair? We're exchanging supplies for guns and bullets. Besides, we are indeed conducting a survey, right? Isn't it to find out how much supplies everyone has? This way, the higher-ups can set new prices, right? Don't worry, we're civilized people. We can't just rob you openly. What's there to be worried about? The current government still talks reason and finds a way to justify asking for donations, even offering to exchange guns for supplies. But when the shortage of resources becomes severe, with thousands starving daily, they won't bother with excuses. Whoever has supplies will be forced to give them up. That's just how it is. Hearing about the cruel punishment of being last and becoming the honorary president, it was clear that not participating would lead to being recorded in the archives. If they didn't meet the standards, it would be disastrous. Big data would completely block them, making it impossible to do anything, which was no different from a death sentence. Many people were getting restless. Some were showcasing their identities, some were texting for help, and others were throwing tantrums, trying various methods, but the chubby officer was completely unyielding. Jing Shu decided not to resist anymore and began to seriously examine the list of supplies on the left. The detailed price list made her calculate her assets, and she was shocked. If she really calculated based on this, her assets in terms of supplies and food made her feel like everyone else in the room was worthless. The most valuable items now were live poultry, various vegetables, rice, flour, oil, and she also had fresh fruits and a variety of expensive medicinal herbs. Even without considering her storage space, just from breeding chickens, ducks, cattle, and pigs, her assets were staggering. Not to mention, before the apocalypse, she had purchased millions worth of supplies, including rare snacks, beef, sausages, and more, an astronomical figure. At this moment, the calculations were based on grams. Just one of her items could easily overshadow everyone else present. While others were eating up their resources, she was in the farming business, able to sustain and grow her wealth. This meant her assets would only increase in value. However, Jing Shu knew she couldn't reveal all this. The chubby officer was right. This was indeed a survey, at least an assessment of the entire middle class in Wu City. What could she present to avoid being last, while not being too low-key, and without drawing attention or resentment? As she browsed through her assets, she suddenly had a bright idea. Yes, the red lineworm cakes. With the constant earthquakes and natural disasters, the country had no time to plant crops, and many people were displaced and unable to create value. Consequently, the government began consuming the red line worm cakes prepared for the second year, which had been stored for a long time. Although this food could save lives in the apocalypse, it wasn't particularly valuable, similar to the corn used to feed pigs and chickens before the apocalypse. 20 pounds of red line worm cakes correspond to 1 virtual currency, which is a normal price. However, I bought 200 pounds for 1 virtual currency back then. Even accounting for some moisture after compression and storage costs, my profit is still 500%. This is outrageous. Moreover, given the current situation, the price of red line worms will definitely continue to rise. Jing Shu had not only raised a batch of red line worms for breeding in her space, but had also cultivated another batch early on for future breeding. Initially, she had just 1 cubic meter of red line worms, which had grown to a full 8 cubic meters, equivalent to 8 tons. She knew this growth rate was abnormal. Just like the red line worms in her uncle's pond, which had only increased by half over several months, compared to the initial rapid reproduction rate of 1 batch every 7 days, this growth was exponential. Something was definitely off. How could they make the bacteria reproduce quickly and allow the red line worms to reach their previous reproduction rates? This was something Jing Shu was researching, and the government was also looking into it, as red line worms were crucial for preventing starvation in China. However, despite trying many methods, she hadn't been able to restore the previous growth rate. There was a reason red line worms became popular worldwide. If she could solve this problem, perhaps she could save many from starvation and become a smaller version of Yuan Longping. Even Jing Shu thought her idea was too naive. Ultimately, she wrote down a value of 1 million on her sign, reflecting her status as a red line worm cake expert. After all, resistance proved ineffective. The chubby officer instructed everyone to reveal their signs. People scanned the numbers around them. The man in the suit ignited the crowd by writing down 3 million, followed by Jing Shu's 1 million. At least she didn't let down her VIP status. Most others wrote amounts between 100,000 and 800,000. No one wrote below 100,000, indicating that everyone preferred to write higher rather than risk being last. The auction prices had already inflated by about 10 times. The chubby officer clapped his hands, clearly satisfied. "Next, I will start the auction." Officer Wang will record how much each of you spends, and you will need to donate equivalent supplies afterward. If you fall short, it's fine. You can write an IOU. Heh, we're not that strict. Jing Shu rolled her eyes. This guy was cunning, constantly stimulating donations. It seemed everyone was compelled to donate everything to avoid being last. First up, this Type 95 automatic rifle starting at $1,500. Okay, $1,800, $1,900, $2,500. Final price, $2,700. Good, next one. The hawk-nosed officer was also cunning, displaying a ranking chart on the projector showing how much each person had spent. It was easy to see who was in last place, and as the auction progressed, the prices kept rising. Neither the old man nor Jing Shu had bid yet. The old man seemed to be asleep, while Jing Shu hadn't encountered anything she wanted. However, overall, acquiring more rifles and submachine guns would still be beneficial for her. But the most important thing was that this was a trap. Once she bid on these guns, she was certain that the chubby officer and the hawk-nosed officer would invite everyone to donate supplies or sell bullets every few months. What a pity. If Li Yutian were here, things wouldn't be so passive. At that moment, Li Yutian was also having a tough time. The chubby officer hadn't said anything wrong. They were all honorary presidents, required to bring in 1 million in donations each month. The residents of the banana community he managed had all moved into the jurisdiction of Ling Mountain District, leaving him with no choice but to seek donations elsewhere. As the prices for weapons continued to rise, Jing Shu narrowed her eyes. If this continued, she would have to focus on defensive equipment. Then, the appearance of a disposable rocket launcher caught her attention. Type 08 disposable rocket launcher, low cost, with a pre-apocalypse price of several hundred yuan each. It's easy to carry and very powerful. We don't have many, only 10 available for sale. They will be auctioned together, numbered. We will check them every 3 months, and usage must be reported and recorded. Starting price, 15,000 for 10. Jing Shu quickly calculated in her mind. The price of 15,000 was equivalent to about 100 tons of redline worm cakes, enough to feed all the evacuees at Xuanwu Lake Park, over 100,000 people, for a day. It's important to note that human consumption of food is terrifying. While 100 tons sounds like a lot, Jing Shu had invested 200 pounds per virtual currency in various redline worms, totaling several 100,000 virtual currency. The amount of redline worm cakes produced was staggering, and she had spent days reconciling accounts, nearly filling her entire warehouse. Of course, Jing Shu had a significant advantage. The government's list featured processed goods, while hers was more raw. One was for human consumption, the other for poultry. But in critical times, who cares about the distinction? As long as there's something to eat, she believed the government wouldn't mind. However, she also knew that after this, the government wouldn't want to invite her again, as their warehouses were already filled with this low-quality, nauseating food. 16,000, Jing Shu raised her sign, making a surprising statement. The popularity of the rocket launcher was clearly not as high as that of the mandatory bullets. It was a weapon suited for offensive operations, not passive defense. Everyone present had assets in the apocalypse. Who would want to carry a rocket launcher to kill? They were more focused on protecting their supplies, making guns the more convenient choice. Jing Shu's need for the rocket launcher was different. She had guns, grenades, and even artillery with a range of a kilometer. She was well equipped for both close and long-range combat, but she lacked a highly mobile, destructive weapon with armor-piercing capabilities. Artillery shells provided area damage, while the rocket launcher was designed for penetrating armor. It excelled at taking down tough targets like tanks, which artillery shells struggled against. Thus, using a rocket launcher to strike and destroy enemy military assets was a great strategy. Jing Shu needed it not only for defense against various threats in the post-apocalyptic world, but also to prepare for the unique, tough creatures known as dark creatures that emerged during the apocalypse. These creatures were a result of hormone and DNA misuse, some successfully making it to human tables, while others turned into failed experiments, dark creatures. The intention was to create these beings to provide a large amount of protein-rich meat as food. However, the experiments failed, leading to a painful price for humanity. These creatures were characterized by their high protein content and rapid growth. From a palm-sized juvenile, they could grow exponentially in just a year, thanks to genetic links to the giant panda. In just 1 year, they could grow as large as a tank, fully mature. Initially, scientists aimed to control these creatures safely by stripping them of their consciousness, meaning these dark creatures had no thoughts. This made them easier to manage, leading to their classification as the most successful synthetic organisms. They could serve as homes for humans in the cold apocalypse, accommodating 7 or 8 people easily. If hungry, one could even dig out some meat from within to eat. How convenient! They were docile, lacking consciousness and pain perception. If necessary, they could even move on their own, making them the ideal species for humanity. However, this also provided a breeding ground for dark creatures, allowing them to thrive in extreme cold. Ordinary firearms and explosives struggled to penetrate such tough defenses. Given Jing Shu's current arsenal, even the most powerful artillery would require several shots, wasting ammunition. In her past life, she had encountered these tank-like creatures a few times. They posed no immediate danger, but the beings living inside them were not friendly. Each time she narrowly escaped, she knew she had to be prepared this time. How many tons of meat does a tank-like creature weigh? How much could that meat sell for? These creatures have incredibly strong life forces. As long as their hearts remain intact, they can survive even with minimal flesh. If I could capture a few of these creatures, it would be a gold mine. Jing Shu's mind raced with calculations. As a businesswoman, she couldn't afford to miss out. Encountering such creatures could lead to a continuous stream of income. It was said that millions of palm-sized dark tank creatures were bred, but 2/3 were lost. They would continue to grow larger, with the biggest rumored to reach the height of a building, essentially a moving giant mountain, which would be catastrophic for humanity. All of this is money. She had to secure the rocket launcher, the more, the better. Early investments were crucial, and she envisioned raising a few of these creatures, aspiring to be the largest post-apocalyptic farm owner. The chubby officer smiled and asked, "Is there any higher bid? If not?" 20,000. At that moment, the man in the suit snapped his fingers. The atmosphere began to liven up, shifting from the earlier forced, reluctant mood to one of excitement, something inherent in the Chinese spirit. 30,000. Jing Shu was determined to get the rocket launcher. Although there was a high chance the U.S. had them, she couldn't take that risk. The key was to spend today. The man in the suit raised an eyebrow, surprised, as he polished his nails. "I say, helmet-wearing lady, the current lowest bid is 12,000. You really don't need to push so hard." "Ha, lady!" Jing Shu coldly laughed as she removed her gas mask, revealing a stunningly delicate face. In her own words, she had no other advantages besides her looks. She wasn't particularly good at studying, had no special skills, and her personality was average. She was just pretty. Even her thick winter pants and coat couldn't hide her inherent beauty. With 2 braided pigtails to keep her hair in check, the moment she took off the mask, many were left in awe. In this apocalypse, even some wealthy heiresses couldn't compare to her fair skin and exquisite features. They say people rely on their attire, but Jing Shu looked good in anything. Though she was usually low-key, she had been annoyed by the man in the suit for a while. "Sure, you look great, but so what? 40,000? Let me tell you, I have plenty of money at home. You're nowhere near my level," the man in the suit said, momentarily stunned but quickly regaining his composure. 50,000. Jing Shu narrowed her eyes, a dangerous glint flashing in them. She felt somewhat bewildered, as if she had stumbled into an unexpected disaster. At the beginning, no one seemed interested in the rocket launcher, and it was clear from everyone's expressions. The chubby officer had called out several times without any bids, and only now did this man suddenly decide to compete. Even if this person was foolishly wealthy, it didn't seem like he genuinely needed the rocket launcher. Jing Shu couldn't see any real desire for it in his eyes. It felt more like he was casually sparring with her. The man in the suit had bid 12 times, each time raising the price significantly, even purchasing some weapons that Jing Shu had coveted. He completely disregarded ordinary items, which struck Jing Shu as suspicious. Everyone needed firearms, yet he was avoiding those bids. She found the man in the suit odd. She had been quietly keeping to herself, not bothering him. So why did it feel like he was targeting her? Two people with no grievances or grudges. There's no reason for a normal person to act like this, she thought, observing both the chubby officer and the man in the suit, while also glancing at the sleeping old man and the expressions of others present. She felt she had grasped something. 60,000. I want the rocket launcher. No other reason. I just think it would be fun to have. I'm not short on cash. What, are you going to compete with me? The man in the suit said, brushing off dust from his pants with a smile. 70,000? At this point, the atmosphere shifted from lively to quiet. The price had escalated to an absurd level. Even before the apocalypse, a rocket launcher wasn't worth much, and now its value was comparable to that of ordinary firearms. After all, it was cheap to produce, and China had plenty in reserve. Ha! 80,000. I'll play with you. Let's see if you dare to keep going. Jing Shu considered using her illusion abilities to make him stop bidding, but suddenly she realized something, especially when she saw the chubby officer's mouth widening and his small eyes seemingly signaling her. It dawned on her that this was a clever tactic. Nice try, she thought. I'll back off. Then you can play by yourself. I'm out. She smirked inwardly. There's no love or hate without reason. They were merely strangers, yet the way the man in the suit looked at her, especially when he saw her appearance, made it seem like he was saying something insincere. This man wasn't just a drag. Jing Shu felt she had underestimated him. It was strange. He flaunted his wealth, dressed ostentatiously, as if he wanted everyone to know he was rich. It was almost as if he was asking for trouble. The chubby officer was dumbfounded. The man in the suit was also taken aback. He glared at Jing Shu, but with so many onlookers, he ultimately said nothing, only managing a forced smile. I can afford to play, but it's a pity you can't. Congratulations, you just bought 10 rocket launchers that cost a few hundred each for 80,000, Jing Shu said, laughing with a hint of schadenfreude. If you don't bid soon, you might end up in last place. Don't worry about me. Jing Shu felt a twinge of regret. It was rare to find something she liked, only to encounter a drag. She hadn't expected to meet someone like him, who seemed to be deliberately inflating prices to provoke a reaction. She had wondered why he seemed to have a problem with her from the start. The chubby officer's heart was bleeding as he continued the auction. As more and more equipment was sold, neither the old man nor Jing Shu had made a bid. With the end in sight, they were both left hanging. Just as Jing Shu considered whether to waste some money on anything, a group of people entered the makeshift conference room. Not just one person, but a whole crowd. Hey, Captain Lee, what brings you here? The chubby officer said, smiling through gritted teeth. Li Yutian entered with a dozen armed officers, laughing heartily. You've taken my VIP, you little rascal. I need to take this one with me. There's a big order that relies on this boss. The chubby officer's face darkened. How big of a VIP? Over 1 million. If you mess this up. The chubby officer waved his hand impatiently. Who is it? Hurry up and take them away. Li Yutian pointed at Jing Shu. Let's go. I didn't expect to find you here. You didn't bid on anything, right? If you did, it doesn't count. You're not from this district. Everyone turned their curious gazes toward Li Yutian, ultimately landing on Jing Shu. She stood up, feeling a mix of emotions. Li Yutian had arrived just in time. Before leaving, she quietly said to the man in the suit, You're doing well, just a bit inexperienced. Better luck next time. The man's face turned ashen. The onlookers envied Jing Shu, realizing that the seemingly low-key woman was actually the most impressive person in the room, having someone come personally to escort her out. The chubby officer, who had previously used all sorts of methods, didn't say a word and let her go. Many were curious about who this VIP-3 was. Jing Shu was more concerned about whether she was jumping from one pit into another. As she stepped outside, she asked, What's going on? Did you come specifically to get me? I didn't mention anything to you. She felt that such favors could be resolved with a few thousand, and there was no need to owe Li Yutian any more favors. If money could solve it, she preferred that over other means. As one of the bosses of Shishan, we need to rescue you. Did you find anything you liked? We have everything they have, all the same model. Do you have rocket launchers? How much? You don't have any drags, do you? Jing Shu was particularly concerned about this. Li Yutian stroked his chin. Let's set a uniform price, 20,000. Did you notice? There are definitely drags. Otherwise, would you like to come over and be one? It was surprisingly fair. Despite the fierce bidding inside, the price outside was still quite reasonable. Forget it. I can't do something that would attract hatred. By the way, you mentioned being one of the bosses of Shishan. Did something happen with the big boss, Qianduo Duo? Jing Shu asked, her earlier worries dissipating. This is a long story. Just wait for the news. I'm here on a mission. You just need to sign. The situation had escalated to the point where it was newsworthy, indicating that something significant was happening. Regarding the Zhishan base, Jing Shu had been too busy to pay attention lately. She didn't want to get too close to Qianduo Duo, especially considering the potential troubles that could arise 2 years later when he might face dire consequences. Unfortunately, the worrying events had already begun. Since the establishment of the Zhishan base, it had rapidly developed under Qianduo Duo's leadership, cultivating a new order. They had produced a large quantity of vegetables and grains, as well as bred numerous chickens, ducks, and pigs. By incentivizing individuals and establishing generous rewards, they created an appealing class system. The higher one climbed, the more comfortable life became at the Shishan base. After 2 years of the apocalypse, there were few places where one could live so well and have guaranteed food. Everything is just extending the trajectory of the past, Jing Shu sighed, feeling a bit of a headache. Li Yutian pulled out a document for her to sign, and she realized it was an authorization form. It was related to Qianduo Duo needing to allocate a significant amount of supplies, and as one of the 5% shareholders, her approval was necessary. Did Qianduo Duo donate supplies? Jing Shu asked. Sort of, but not really, Li Yutian pondered. Today's earthquake was global and the affected area is vast. So? Jing Shu was increasingly confused. What was the connection? Li Yutian signed a contract with the government for 20,000 workers to expand the Shishan base again. It's a 3-year contract, during which the government will provide Qianduo Duo with 20,000 workers daily. In return, Qianduo Duo will supply the government with a set amount of goods or food each month. Of course, the government will handle the workers' meals and needs. Jing Shu nodded. This arrangement meant that Qianduo Duo wasn't directly hiring workers. Instead, he was using the government as an intermediary. Regardless of how much the government paid these workers, Qianduo Duo would settle the bill monthly. Essentially, the government was using the resources earned from these 20,000 workers to support tens of thousands of people. This wasn't about laziness. It was the reality of the apocalypse, where job opportunities were scarce and creating value was difficult. The high cost of food meant that hiring someone required providing meals, making labor costs exorbitant and creating a vicious cycle. Getting everyone moving to create value is essential. The less food there is, the more we need to find ways to create it. I'll ensure everyone has something to eat. This was something the tyrant had said in the 5th year, which had moved Jing Shu deeply at the time. However, a month later, she had cursed him for making people work endlessly. Work, in this context, wasn't the same as before the apocalypse. It was an unending cycle of labor, with every conceivable physical task categorized in excruciating detail. There were supervisors, verifiers, helpers, and those who passed items, dividing tasks into dozens of categories. According to the tyrant, this detailed categorization was meant to provide more job opportunities and get everyone moving, eliminating the need for government handouts. In essence, Qianduo Duo was currying favor with the government, offering them a substantial piece of the pie. Qianduo Duo knows what he's doing. He's feeding the government while keeping the peace. But how could he end up dead 2 years later? Sigh, with the expansion, it's like he's making a wedding dress for the government. Jing Shu sighed again. While she supported Duo's decision to share some benefits with the government, perhaps other factors contributed to the impending tragedy. "All right, I'll head out now. You can pick up the rocket launcher after the earthquake settles down." Li Yutian mentioned that he had been assigned 1,000 job opportunities and needed to select healthy, capable workers to send to the Zhishan base within 3 days, which would alleviate some burden for the banana community. The workers would receive 2 meals a day. Many people were eager to get in, as a large portion could barely afford the cheapest red line worm cakes in the cafeteria, let alone the mushroom soup priced at 0.3 virtual currency. The crux of the issue was that in the apocalypse, value creation was nearly impossible, leading to a lack of income sources. Even collecting trash had become difficult, with even plastic bottles being snatched away. Now, aside from garbage, there was nothing left. The red line worms had gone extinct, and the only way to earn a bit of virtual currency was by scavenging through the clothes of the deceased. What the government fed the workers was unknown, but now, in the 3rd year, it was the season for red line worm cakes. China had stored billions of tons of reserve grain throughout the year. Even if nothing could be grown due to the earthquake, at least they could survive on that. However, Duo's offerings were likely more valuable. Li Yutian hurriedly left with his team, and Jing Shu sneezed, pulling her thick coat tighter around her as she returned to the warmth of her RV. Noticing Jing Shu's pale face, her mother thought she was unwell and felt concerned. "You child, hurry and take off those muddy shoes, take a hot shower and get some sleep. Your aunt and the others have already gone to bed. They'll be up at 3 in the morning to work, and tomorrow afternoon they need to return to the community to feed the poultry. Once the shaking stops, we'll find a doctor to check on you." Before she could finish, the RV shook twice, and Jing Shu's mother fell silent. Jing Shu went upstairs to check on her grandfather's progress, ensuring the second-floor poultry room was filled with shelves so that even during severe shaking, the chickens wouldn't be in disarray. Once in bed, Jing Shu began practicing with her Rubik's cube, feeling an urgent desire to break through, though something always seemed to be missing. The next day, as the family sat in the dining area watching the local evening news on a 37-inch screen, a report came on about the Zhishan base headquarters donating various poultry, eggs, disaster relief food, and even a cow. According to reports, Mr. Shiyuan hopes that during this disaster, everyone can enjoy a bowl of beef porridge and safely weather this calamity. The list of co-donors is as follows. At that moment, Jing Shu blinked and saw her name. She was the first on the second row. What was more surprising was that the last name on the final row was Su Mali. After all, Su Mali was also a 1% shareholder, but she hadn't expected such a casual donation to make it to the news. It seemed that even those with 1% shares could appear on television. Fortunately, the family was busy eating and didn't pay much attention to the news. Most people wouldn't notice the names reported, and Jing Shu let out a sigh of relief. Her family still didn't know about the situation at Zhishan. What a relief," Jing Shu thought sarcastically, realizing her ties to the Zhishan base were deepening. Just then, her phone buzzed. The high school group chat had tagged her and Su Mali. "Shizi Hao. Hey everyone, did you see the news about the donors from the Zhishan base? Jing Shu and Su Mali? These two are amazing. They're from Zhishan Taoyuan." Jing Shu felt a headache coming on. Just when she thought she could keep a low profile, her connection to this secretive matter was exposed. Why did it have to be brought up in the group chat? After a moment, 2E Network finally sent over the image. Looking at the photo and the location, it seemed Ji Zihao was at a shelter in Wu City, with a massive 200-inch screen showing the news to thousands of shivering people in the square. The projection was still working, and the government was broadcasting the news. The large screen made the names stand out, making it hard to miss. Jing Shu sighed, taking a big bite of braised beef and potato while glancing at the group chat. Wang Chao. They say it's beef porridge. Is it the kind we've been eating for a year, where a whole cow only yields a bit of skin? Surely not. Master Kang's beef noodles can at least use a whole cow in a year. Who cares how much? I'd be happy just to have a bit of beef broth. Jing Shu. She quietly observed the chat without speaking. As long as Sumali didn't say anything, she wouldn't either. Meanwhile, the group chat became lively again. After the earthquake yesterday, everyone had been shaken up, but now that things had stabilized, they were back to chatting. Shi lay. Why aren't Jing Shu and Sumali talking? Don't forget your old classmates now that you've made it big. The Shiyuan is really popular lately. I heard they're hiring. Full-time employees get 2 meals of white rice a day and a place to stay. Apparently the earthquake hasn't affected Shiyuan at all. Liang Xin. Of course! That place has 8-level earthquake resistance. Mr. Shiyuan specifically built it as a shelter. Why not introduce us to work there? We can start as contract workers. A group of classmates agreed, and the chat was more active than it had been in months. Since the exposure of Zhang Lingling's investment scam 6 months ago, there had been little conversation. Yao Zixin. I heard that Nima got that zombie disease. Does anyone know how she's doing? Wang Chao. Don't mention her. Just thinking about her makes me mad. Zhang Lingling, get out here. You promised us profits from your investments, but you ended up putting us through hell. We ate those toxic red line worm cakes for days and I thought I was going to die. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingling, who ate the most, didn't even get sick. What a disaster. Liang Xin. Nima is being treated by Sumali. I heard she's doing well now, getting white rice for every meal. Yao Zixin. I remember Zhang Lingling made a vow back then. I still have the screenshot saved. Look, her vow has come true. With that, Yao Zixin shared the screenshot of Zhang Lingling's past declaration. How do I treat you all? What kind of person am I? If I ever try to scam you, may my family be flooded next year and my house collapse in an earthquake the year after. The timing and details matched perfectly, making Jing Shu wonder who the real reincarnator was. This screenshot reignited memories of Zhang Lingling's scam. Where's my hard-earned money? You promised us profits, but you scammed us out of so many virtual currencies. Can we get it back now? The classmates were furious, realizing that Zhang Lingling's words had eerily come true. At that moment, a shocking image was shared, and it took a while for Jing Shu's phone to load it. Zhang Lingling, you've turned me into this. I won't let you off easy, just wait. The image sent chills down many spines, including Jie Zihao, who condemned, Zhang Lingling was a stunning beauty when she was with me, and now she looks like this. You need to take responsibility. Sumali mentioned she was responsible for treating Nima, but Jing Shu hadn't expected Nima to end up in such a state. She had become faceless. The image showed Nima staring blankly at the camera, her face recently surgically removed due to the zombie disease. The rotting flesh had started to spread from her face, and if it continued, it would cover her entire body. Surgery was necessary before the decay spread further. Nima had been unlucky. After removing one piece, another would grow back. This cycle continued, and now her entire face had been removed, with decay spreading from her body. Nima had become something unrecognizable. Jing Shu knew from her past life that some people lived for years with their bodies covered in rotten tumors, and none of them ended up well. No one knew how long Nima could survive in this condition. Her appearance was more terrifying than complete decay, shocking many in the class. She deserves it. As the class felt pity for Nima, Zhang Lingling finally spoke up, saying, She deserves it. Hurry up and die. Don't struggle. Don't think about revenge. You won't find me. I always intended to scam you all. What can you do about it? Now that the apocalypse is here, you can't do anything to me. Just wait. My enemies will meet their end one day. With that, Zhang Lingling decisively left the group. After her outburst, she left the group, leaving many classmates furious but powerless. The chat exploded with anger, with many vowing to find Zhang Lingling and make her pay. After the chaos, Sumali finally spoke up. Yes, those 2 names are me and Jing Shu. However, I can't make decisions about the Shishan base. I can only introduce you. As for the outcome, I'm not sure, but Jing Shu has more authority than I do. If you need something, you'll have to go through her. As the conversation shifted back to the Shiyuan, Liang Xin suggested, It's been a while since we had a class reunion. Why don't we take advantage of this earthquake and go to the Shiyuan for shelter? Jing Shu? Tsumali? You're in charge there, right? Surely you can let us in. Jing Shu rolled her eyes. She was trying to distance herself from the Shiyuan, while these people were eager to go there, potentially putting themselves in danger. She felt it was essential to make them understand the situation. Even if I let you in, how would you get there? With the earthquake this severe, what if the ground collapses while you're walking? Liang Xin replied. You could send a vehicle to pick us up. Are you paying for the gas? Liang Xin. Come on, this little bit of gas is nothing for you, right? We're all poor and can't afford that. Someone asked, a bug in exchange for some food? Yes, but only if I haven't collected it before. To be fair, those who arrive at the base first will have priority to trade with me. The group chat quickly filled with these two topics. Jing Shu didn't continue reading but privately asked Sumali, is it real or just a ruse? It seems like they need to be so indirect just to give those classmates a bit more to eat. Sumali quickly replied with a crying laughing emoji, expressing her own helplessness. You don't know. The higher-ups have announced that they will conduct gene recombination to study and modify these bugs into new food sources. Currently, only the proteins and fats from silkworm pupae, cicadas, and bamboo worms are suitable for human consumption. If that doesn't work, they plan to breed cockroaches extensively to turn them into compressed protein food, but progress is slow. Some have found dark matter in certain slowly mutating bugs, which contains a lot of protein, so they're thinking of researching that further. Jing Shu then remembered that these experiments had already begun. Thankfully, they had started years ago, which allowed them to produce these genetically modified foods during the extreme cold era when nothing else could be grown. Turning cockroaches into compressed protein food? Jing Shu had never heard of that. Wait. Could the protein food she had eaten in her past life, which was fried in corpse oil, be this? Knowing the truth almost made her vomit. She had to quickly swallow a few marinated eggs to calm her nerves, and then mixed all the marinated beef with chili sauce, eating a whole bowl before feeling a bit better. Damn it, how many things was the government hiding from ordinary citizens like them? Jing Shu didn't dare to think about it anymore. After discussing related matters with Sumali, she started practicing with a Rubik's Cube. The news also reported some bad news. A catastrophic earthquake worldwide, likely not a coincidence, and it wouldn't stop anytime soon. It might even continue for a long time, like a torrential rain. Due to changes in the Earth's orbit causing gravitational disturbances, the irregularities in its rotation and revolution have led to seasonal chaos. According to relevant data, this global disaster is not due to external influences but likely a self-regulation of the Earth. The previous rotation cycle was too fast, and now it's too slow. Under the pull of these two forces, a vortex energy body has formed. We collectively refer to this earthquake as a tornado earthquake. In simpler terms, once the Earth completes its self-regulation, the apocalypse will end, so please hold on a little longer. The news anchor really had a tough job, always trying to find a topic to discuss during disasters, making Jing Shu almost believe it herself. Boom! The ground began to shake violently again, and the lightning outside showed no signs of weakening. Instead, it seemed to grow stronger. The crowd sheltering in the wetland park gradually couldn't stay put. Some people evacuated, only to be buried alive halfway, which scared another group into quickly returning. This exaggerated rumor spread, and soon it was said that hundreds of people were buried alive just by stepping outside. Jing Shu knew the situation well. Although the banana community hadn't collapsed, if she said she was going back to stay there, she'd probably be drowned in her family's spittle. Sometimes it was painful to know that the banana community wouldn't collapse, but still couldn't return, having to pretend to be very scared when she couldn't foresee the future. So, on the morning of the third day, when Jing Shu was about to go out, she faced significant obstacles. After eating over 20 pork vermicelli buns and assuring Sumali countless times that her bodyguards would protect them, she finally got into Sumali's extended business vehicle and headed to Shishan. Before leaving, Jing Ye insisted that Jing Shu carry a black backpack he had designed based on her ideas. this backpack had a mechanism that would react in dangerous moments, instantly shooting out long, thin claws like a spider web to secure the surroundings and then catapult Jing Shu away. "How is it?" Jingya asked expectantly. Jing Shu wiped her sweat. "Grandpa, it's a good thing, but I think only I can use it. Who can carry these dozens of kilograms?" Jingya replied, "This is just for you to try. If it works, I'll modify it to make it out of aluminum alloy, which will be much lighter." Sumali looked on enviously as Jing Shu carried the black backpack frame, saying that if it was developed, she wanted to buy one too. When Jing Shu and Sumali arrived, over 20 people were already waiting at the entrance of the Shishan base. Most of Jing Shu's high school classmates were there, except for those who had died. Everyone was huffing due to the cold weather, stomping their feet, and some were even jogging. Compared to last year's gathering, seeing her classmates again on the second day of 2025 made her realize they had lost quite a bit of weight, just like in her past life, starting to develop into skin and bones. Sumali, as always, wore a bubble dress made from the latest thermal technology, complete with a hat and gloves. She looked cute and luxurious, full of energy, like a pink, delicate little princess, light and airy, just like spring attire. In contrast, Jing Shu looked much more ordinary. Her white down jacket paired with black leggings was warm, and she had put on thermal and woolen pants. This outfit, before the apocalypse, would have been considered neat and tidy, but now, in the third year of the apocalypse, after experiencing droughts, floods, and earthquakes, being able to wear such a clean white down jacket was quite a privilege. "They're here. They've come." Jing Shu saw her classmates in all sorts of outfits rushing over, and there were a few who were neatly dressed, which was quite rare. However, before they could chat for even a minute, Jing Shu's phone rang. It was Yang Yang. Originally, it should have been a lively scene filled with greetings, but suddenly the atmosphere became unusually quiet. Everyone's gaze shifted to Jing Shu, and they instinctively fell silent, as if afraid to disturb the big shot on the phone. Jing Shu frowned and answered the call, feeling a bad premonition in her heart. "Hello? Hurry up and get ready. We're about to pull off something big." On the other end of the line, Yang Yang's voice was suppressed, yet could not hide his excitement, like a beast trapped in a cage, roaring desperately to get out, yearning for freedom, but trying to suppress his low growl for fear of waking the enemy. He was doing his best to control his emotions from bursting forth. Someone asked, "A bug in exchange for some food?" "Yes, but only if I haven't collected it before. To be fair, those who arrive at the base first will have priority to trade with me." The group chat quickly filled with these two topics. Jing Shu didn't continue reading, but privately asked Sumali, "Is it real or just a ruse? It seems like they need to be so indirect just to give those classmates a bit more to eat." Sumali quickly replied with a crying, laughing emoji, expressing her own helplessness. "You don't know. The higher-ups have announced that they will conduct gene recombination to study and modify these bugs into new food sources. Currently, only the proteins and fats from silkworm pupae, cicadas, and bamboo worms are suitable for human consumption. If that doesn't work, they plan to breed cockroaches extensively to turn them into compressed protein food, but progress is slow. Some have found dark matter in certain slowly mutating bugs, which contains a lot of protein, so they're thinking of researching that further." Jing Shu then remembered that these experiments had already begun. Thankfully, they had started years ago, which allowed them to produce these genetically modified foods during the extreme cold era when nothing else could be grown. Turning cockroaches into compressed protein food? Jing Shu had never heard of that. Wait, could the protein food she had eaten in her past life, which was fried in corpse oil, be this? Knowing the truth almost made her vomit. She had to quickly swallow a few marinated eggs to calm her nerves, and then mixed all the marinated beef with chili sauce, eating a whole bowl before feeling a bit better. Damn it, how many things was the government hiding from ordinary citizens like them? Jing Shu didn't dare to think about it anymore. After discussing related matters with Sumali, she started practicing with a Rubik's cube. The news also reported some bad news. A catastrophic earthquake worldwide. Likely not a coincidence, and it wouldn't stop anytime soon. It might even continue for a long time, like a torrential rain. Due to changes in the Earth's orbit causing gravitational disturbances, the irregularities in its rotation and revolution have led to seasonal chaos. According to relevant data, this global disaster is not due to external influences, but likely a self-regulation of the Earth. The previous rotation cycle was too fast, and now it's too slow. Under the pull of these two forces, a vortex energy body has formed. We collectively refer to this earthquake as a tornado earthquake. In simpler terms, once the Earth completes its self-regulation, the apocalypse will end, so please hold on a little longer. The news anchor really had a tough job, always trying to find a topic to discuss during disasters, making Jing Shu almost believe it herself. Boom! The ground began to shake violently again, and the lightning outside showed no signs of weakening. Instead, it seemed to grow stronger. The crowd sheltering in the wetland park gradually couldn't stay put. Some people evacuated, only to be buried alive halfway, which scared another group into quickly returning. This exaggerated rumor spread, and soon it was said that hundreds of people were buried alive just by stepping outside. Jing Shu knew the situation well. Although the banana community hadn't collapsed, if she said she was going back to stay there, she'd probably be drowned in her family's spittle. Sometimes it was painful to know that the banana community wouldn't collapse, but still couldn't return, having to pretend to be very scared when she couldn't foresee the future. So, on the morning of the third day, when Jing Shu was about to go out, she faced significant obstacles. After eating over 20 pork vermicelli buns and assuring Sumali countless times that her bodyguards would protect them, she finally got into Sumali's extended business vehicle and headed to Jishan. Before leaving, Jing Ye insisted that Jing Shu carry a black backpack he had designed based on her ideas. This backpack had a mechanism that would react in dangerous moments, instantly shooting out long, thin claws like a spider web to secure the surroundings and then catapult Jing Shu away. "How is it?" Jing Ye asked expectantly. Jing Shu wiped her sweat. "Grandpa, it's a good thing, but I think only I can use it. Who can carry these dozens of kilograms?" Jing Ye replied, "This is just for you to try. If it works, I'll modify it to make it out of aluminum alloy, which will be much lighter." Sumali looked on enviously as Jing Shu carried the black backpack frame, saying that if it was developed, she wanted to buy one too. When Jing Shu and Sumali arrived, over 20 people were already waiting at the entrance of the Shishan base. Most of Jing Shu's high school classmates were there, except for those who had died. Everyone was huffing due to the cold weather, stomping their feet, and some were even jogging. Compared to last year's gathering, seeing her classmates again on the second day of 2025 made her realize they had lost quite a bit of weight, just like in her past life, starting to develop into skin and bones. Sumali, as always, wore a bubble dress made from the latest thermal technology, complete with a hat and gloves. She looked cute and luxurious, full of energy, like a pink, delicate little princess, light and airy, just like spring attire. In contrast, Jing Shu looked much more ordinary. Her white down jacket paired with black leggings was warm, and she had put on thermal and woolen pants. This outfit, before the apocalypse, would have been considered neat and tidy, but now, in the third year of the apocalypse, after experiencing droughts, floods, and earthquakes, being able to wear such a clean white down jacket was quite a privilege. "They're here." "They've come." Jing Shu saw her classmates in all sorts of outfits rushing over, and there were a few who were neatly dressed, which was quite rare. However, before they could chat for even a minute, Jing Shu's phone rang. It was Yang. Originally, it should have been a lively scene filled with greetings, but suddenly the atmosphere became unusually quiet. Everyone's gaze shifted to Jing Shu, and they instinctively fell silent, as if afraid to disturb the big shot on the phone. Jing Shu frowned and answered the call, feeling a bad premonition in her heart. "Hello? Hurry up and get ready. We're about to pull off something big." On the other end of the line, Yang's voice was suppressed yet could not hide his excitement, like a beast trapped in a cage, roaring desperately to get out, yearning for freedom, but trying to suppress his low growl for fear of waking the enemy. He was doing his best to control his emotions from bursting forth. The more Yang suppressed his emotions, the more Jing Shu could sense the feelings behind his words. At that moment, she wasn't excited. Instead, it felt like a stampede of 1,000 wild horses charging across the grasslands. Jing Shu was in a dilemma. Originally, according to her plan, she intended to wait at least a month or two before joining Yang Yang and the others to go to the United States. This way, she could prepare thoroughly and feel more at ease about the trip. The main issue was that the earthquake had just struck in the 3rd year, and everyone was still trying to figure things out. It was like when the floods first hit. People thought it would be over in a few days or a month, but there were many hidden dangers lurking beneath the surface. This year had been full of unexpected events, just like in her past life when her uncle and aunt's family died in an earthquake. In this life, Jing Shu couldn't let anyone die. Fortunately, that incident happened 6 months later, and everyone had become seasoned veterans, so they somewhat trusted their instincts. Still, she needed to remember this. With the constant need to evacuate and change shelters, this year felt like a guerrilla war against the earthquakes. Jing Shu wanted to use the next couple of months to teach her family how to effectively identify dangers during an earthquake. While practice makes perfect, she hoped to teach them quickly to ensure their safety. She didn't want to go to the United States only to return to find her family wiped out. That would greatly diminish her purpose for surviving in this apocalypse. Additionally, her parents' job changes added a layer of uncertainty, filling Jing Shu with various fears about this 3rd year. In her past life, she at least knew where the major dangers were and could take some preventive measures. Now that she had altered the main storyline, everything had changed. How could she leave China for the United States under these circumstances? Another reason was that her Rubik's Cube space hadn't upgraded, which limited the items she could carry. She couldn't make adequate preparations. After all the effort to go, she needed to make sure it was worth it. She didn't even know if she could upgrade in the US. If not, it would drive her crazy. All these concerns left Jing Shu momentarily silent, and the atmosphere around her grew tense. After a long pause, she finally asked, "Didn't you say at the beginning of the year? The year hasn't even passed yet." Her classmates around her perked up their ears, listening intently. It was cold, and they didn't dare stomp their feet to disturb her. "Because the whole world is experiencing earthquakes, and the US is in chaos because of it. It's the perfect time to take advantage of the situation. If we miss this opportunity, it will be harder to take advantage of the chaos once things settle down." Yang Yang's voice was filled with persuasion. Jing Shu thought about it and realized he was right. The initial days of the earthquake were indeed the most chaotic time globally, including in China. The sudden earthquake disrupted all countries' plans. China's plan was naturally to recuperate and focus on agriculture to ensure everyone had enough to eat. But with this earthquake, farming was out of the question. First, they had to resettle the disaster victims, provide shelter and supply food. The government had been overwhelmed these past few days. Meanwhile, Russia, as a fighting nation, had formed a group to catch polar bears with their bare hands, planning to either eat them or breed them. But when the earthquake struck, it caused landslides in the surrounding snow-capped mountains, burying some border cities. Their plan to catch polar bears had to be canceled because the bears were buried under the rubble. It's worth mentioning the nearly extinct island nation, where less than 1% of the population was hiding in Mount Fuji. The earthquake disrupted their plans as well. To escape, these people were reportedly flying a perpetual motion aircraft, supposedly prepared for the apocalypse, staying in the air 24/7 to avoid lightning, hovering at low altitudes. What was happening in the US during the earthquake? The citizens were busy making banners demanding a change in president and food distribution. The newly elected president was hurriedly trying to consolidate power and clean up the remnants of the previous administration. State governments were clashing with private farm owners. Unlike China, where food reserves were state-controlled, in the US, food was in the hands of private farmers. The major farm owners were forming alliances, fighting with the citizens, the government, and anyone who dared to touch their food supplies. The conflict escalated because the initial measures harmed the farmers' interests. The US had suppressed food price increases, leading to the result that all those with food simply stopped selling. At this moment, the U.S. had already endured 2 years of internal conflict during the apocalypse, leaving it battered and bruised. However, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The U.S. wasn't yet at the point of food shortages. The first year was about power struggles, the second about profits, and just when they finally unified, the citizens were dissatisfied with the current welfare system and were demanding food distribution. The U.S. citizens learned from international news that the entire world was experiencing severe food shortages, but only a few developed countries, due to their sparse populations and strong industries, were faring relatively well. However, food would eventually run out, and many farm owners had stockpiled a lot of food and formed gangs. The U.S. had no restrictions on food purchases, and even under the strong capital control in the past 2 years, prices hadn't risen. But now, they found themselves in a situation where food was unavailable, as private farm owners hoarded supplies and refused to sell. For their own interest, the citizens began to complain, demanding that the president distribute enough food, or they would call for a change in leadership. The newly elected president hadn't even settled into office before being overwhelmed by public opinion. To make matters worse, disaster victims from neighboring countries like Mexico and Cuba were continuously pouring in. The U.S. tried various methods to manage the influx, but there were too many refugees to stop, especially in the dark, where it was easy to slip in unnoticed. As a result, countless robberies and murders occurred daily in the U.S. At this moment, the U.S. was arguably the most chaotic it had ever been, showcasing the stark contrast of bourgeois individual interests. You couldn't even step outside without a few guns. To say that the 6 months of inhumanity in China back then was child's play, the domestic portrayal was a third-rate martial arts film, while the foreign portrayal was a sci-fi action film, completely different levels. However, this also indirectly highlighted the issue of good public safety in China. Right now, the U.S. was a big, fat sheep, and many neighboring countries had their eyes on it. If they didn't act now, when would they? "All right, give me a time, and I'll prepare as quickly as possible," Jing Shu said seriously after coming to a decision. "The earliest would be the day after tomorrow morning. We'll first gather in the capital and then set off from there. The second update will be at noon. Because we really need to hurry. We have to take advantage of the chaos right now to increase our chances of success." It was faster than Jing Shu had anticipated. In ancient times, preparing for war took 3 months, gathering troops and supplies. Even in modern warfare, you couldn't just jump into action after 2 days of preparation. It was insane. Last year, Yang had at least taken half a month to get ready, but this time, it was a spontaneous decision. Such a dangerous mission couldn't be treated like a casual trip. It required thorough preparation. Fortunately, Jing Shu had made relevant preparations a month in advance, so it wasn't too rushed. Still, she felt like she wasn't fully ready. Or rather, not ready enough. There were still a ton of things to handle, and she felt that 2 days was hardly enough time. The Herbal Medicine Association would need to be informed about her extended absence, and she was overwhelmed. Yang paused and whispered, "This time is different from last time. We'll all share resources, and everyone will look out for you. But the situation is complex. You need to bring your own supplies, including 3 days' worth of food, a first aid kit, and personal items. Space is limited, so aside from weapons and gear, you'll have to carry your own luggage. Oh, and you must bring the battle armor I gave you last time." If last time was a mission where the state at least ensured they got to the U.S., this time felt more spontaneous. From Yang's efforts to gather sponsorships and his early agreement with Duo for the trip, it seemed they were relying on sponsors to provide the plane. "Okay." Jing Shu mentally went through the items she needed to bring. There was quite a lot, and they were all essential, which made her feel a bit melancholic. "You need to bring extra of that life-saving medicine. The only reason we can take you this time is because you have it. Your role in the team is designated as a doctor/fighter. When the time comes to use the medicine, others will have to pay a price for it. We'll discuss the detailed rules once everyone gathers. Of course, your role can change at any time, but that won't affect the distribution of loot. Loot will be calculated based on individual contribution, and when you wear the latest tech armor, you'll dazzle everyone. Jing Shu was taken aback. So her chance to go to the US was thanks to the life-saving medicine. She had thought her strength was being recognized like a human tank. But in a world filled with bullets, personal strength couldn't compete with firearms or withstand artillery. Yang didn't elaborate on the big plans for the US, and Jing Shu didn't ask. After all, her classmates were eagerly watching her, and she couldn't reveal too much. Even though she had 1,000 questions, she had to hold back, quickly ending the call and letting out a sigh. Her classmates saw her hang up and sighed as well, unsure of what had happened but too hesitant to ask. They only heard her say they needed to prepare. Jing Shu told Sumali, "Sorry, something urgent came up. I need you to take me back first to arrange things with these classmates." "I'll go back with you. I'll collect the bugs while you organize people and then we can return together." That made sense. It would save them the trouble of going back and forth. The bug collection went quickly. Sumali personally oversaw the process, and classmates came one by one to exchange food. Wang Chao arrived at 8 in the morning, having stayed up all night to catch bugs. He had filled a large plastic container with various insects, including black beetles, evolved fleas, and new cockroaches that had emerged in the apocalypse. They were all black, better suited to survive in harsh environments. "This one gets you 20 buns," Sumali announced, with one bodyguard responsible for placing the bugs and another for handing out food. The classmates looked at Wang Chao enviously. He had caught some bugs and received so much food. Sumali really was generous. "This one is a duplicate. You only get 13 for it." "Not bad, though. You have 3 evolved bugs, so that's 15 total." Evolved bugs were worth more. This one only has 6. As more students arrived, the number of duplicate species increased, so the food given naturally decreased. Latecomers felt frustrated, but Sumali still symbolically gave each student a bun. Some people started eating right away, crying softly, while others wrapped their food in torn cloth to take home for their parents. "I'll come to Shiyuan every 3 days to collect bugs and other living, mutated, or evolved plants and animals. If anyone has other sources, feel free to bring them. I'll give you half a bun as a referral fee." And so, the bug collection plan was set. Jing Shu led the remaining people into the Jishan base. Compared to last year, many renovations had been made, expanding the area by about a third. The grand stone gate left everyone in awe, like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden. As they stepped inside, a warm current enveloped them, contrasting sharply with the cold and darkness outside. The stones underfoot radiated warmth, and the entire first level of the stone garden glowed faintly. Wow, they installed bright lights throughout the stone garden. Incredible. "This place is much warmer than my home. Being here feels like a blessing." Some classmates wore tattered plastic bags or wrapped themselves in rags, bundling up as much as possible to keep warm. After 2 years of the apocalypse, experiencing floods and extreme heat, they had traded away their warm clothes and gone into hiding multiple times, leaving them with little to wear. "Ah, Director Jing, you finally made it. Please come this way. Let me introduce you to Manager Li from the HR department." "Manager Li, this is Director Jing. She's here to recommend a few classmates for suitable positions. We don't do nepotism. Director Jing is just a referrer." The half-year absence had done wonders for the vegetable manager, who now wore a black suit and white shirt, clearly holding a significant position in the stone garden, though his flamboyant gestures remained unchanged. Manager Li was a woman in her 30s, serious and meticulous. After a slight bow, she addressed everyone. "We need capable staff for various positions in the stone garden. Those with skills can become formal employees on the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th floors. If you lack skills, you can only work as temporary staff in the expansion outside. Here, we rely on ability to determine benefits and salaries. Even if you're introduced by a director, if you fail the daily assessments, you will still be eliminated." Jing Shu nodded. The stone garden thrived on this management system. The previously noisy classmates suddenly fell silent. Some who wanted to sneak in felt disappointed, while those genuinely eager to work were filled with motivation. Manager Lee continued, "At the Stone Garden, we don't care about backgrounds. Everyone working here is part of the owner's family. If we're talking about connections, everyone has them. So please adjust your mindset. However, congratulations on having Director Jing as your stepping stone. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't even consider you, as the Stone Garden has allocated most of its labor to the government and no longer needs expensive temporary workers." Jing Shu nodded. Manager Lee, despite her proud and rigorous demeanor, knew how to flatter her subtly. Many people sighed in response. Manager Lee pointed out, "The Stone Garden currently has 3 types of positions. The first type is formal workers, who work 10 hours a day and receive 2 meals of white rice and vegetables. They can have 2 family members in a single room, receive additional virtual currency as salary, and have 1 day off per month. There's a weekly assessment, and those who fail will be demoted to temporary workers. The second type is temporary workers, who also work 10 hours a day but only receive 1 meal of white rice and 1 meal of rice mixed with bugs, with vegetables supplied once every 7 days. They stay in shared rooms and may bring 1 family member, but there's no extra virtual currency, no days off, and 2 failures will result in dismissal. The third type is government-recruited laborers, who work 8 hours a day and receive 2 meals of red line worm cakes provided by the government. We don't manage them, but if someone is underperforming, they can be reported for a reward of 0.1 virtual currency. Here's the situation. Those with special skills stand on the right, and those with only strength stand on my left. Special skills include excellent breeding, planting, craftsmanship, etc." Manager Lee spread her arms, and everyone quickly began to move. However, only a few had special skills. Manager Lee still seemed satisfied. She pointed to a large stone nearby and said, "We need to transport many of these large stones daily, especially to places where machines can't reach. The assessment will be to move an irregular stone to the other side within 2 minutes. If you succeed, you can start working today." Temporary work was purely physical labor, and many students gave up immediately. However, some were unwilling to back down, as even temporary work offered decent benefits. For the same effort, the government only provided 2 meals of red line worm cakes, while the Stone Garden offered 1 meal of white rice and another mixed meal. Most importantly, they could live in the Stone Garden, a veritable paradise without earthquakes or deafening roars, and they could bring a family member to live with them. As many tried to move the large stones, Manager Lee turned to the few with special skills and asked, "What are your talents?" The first to speak was Mu Xiaoshuan, the girl who had given Jing Shu the Bodhi tree seeds. She was usually quiet, but now she looked clean and well-dressed, unlike others with gaunt, yellow faces. "My family has been planting various peach trees and fruit trees for generations, and we also cultivate large areas of medicinal plants. I have rich experience and skills. Even in the apocalypse, my family managed to keep peach trees alive, and I can cultivate peaches in this environment." Mu Xiaoshuan spoke confidently about her planting expertise. Manager Lee clapped her hands in appreciation. "You are exactly the talent we need. Go report to the agricultural planting department immediately and become a formal worker. As long as you pass the weekly assessment, you'll be fine. If you bring your family's peach trees, you can even become a manager. I'll call Xiao Wang to discuss some cooperation. Our environment here is better, and we can grow superior fruits. Your family will retain ownership of the peach trees. We'll just be renting them." Mu Xiaoshuan nodded excitedly. The weather was too cold, and her family had no electricity to use grow lights. If she didn't find a good home for the peach trees, they would likely perish. But she couldn't bear to sell them. They were essential for their future. Her classmates looked at Mu Xiaoshuan enviously, surprised that a poor peach farmer before the apocalypse was now in such demand. "I run a tailor shop and can make clothes." Manager Lee shook her head. "Your skills aren't professional enough. Next. I'm a 5-star hotel chef. Is that good enough? Go report to the restaurant department for assessment. If you cook better than the formal workers one day, you'll be promoted." Surprisingly, He Shouwu was also in the crowd. Jing Shu hadn't noticed him before, but she was shocked to see him looking for a job. He came from a family that grew ginseng, and after the apocalypse, the government had consolidated all medicinal plant dealers and growers into the Medicinal Plant Association. Jing Shu hadn't seen He Shouwu in a while. He had missed several class gatherings and discussions in the group. Now he looked sad and gloomy, a stark contrast to the sunny rich kid he used to be. His clothing was tattered and dirty, wrapped in layers like a beggar. "What about you? What skills do you have?" Manager Li asked He Shou. "I grow ginseng," he replied. Manager Li looked at him skeptically, echoing Jing Shu's thoughts. "The government consolidated all medicinal plants and talents a year ago. Didn't you report to the Medicinal Plant Association? Their benefits are quite good." Jing Shu raised an eyebrow and finally spoke. "Yes, I remember seeing in the group that your family had a lot of ginseng during the apocalypse. Just giving the government a root could earn you a lot of virtual currency." He Shou gritted his teeth and said, "Don't mention it. During the apocalypse, trading some ginseng made life easier, but we were targeted. Last New Year, we were robbed by people with guns and cars. They set fire to our house and killed my family, taking all the ginseng." As he spoke, He Shou's lips began to tremble, memories surfacing that he wished to forget. He seemed lost in thought. "I wanted to take revenge for my family, so I reported it. The police checked the data and said those people used dual identities, making them impossible to trace. I thought I had to do better to gain the ability to take revenge, so I went to the Medicinal Plant Association. Unfortunately, my family's records didn't count, and my direct relatives didn't have any planting records, so I couldn't get in." Jing Shu frowned, realizing the connection. She had also been robbed last year, and the perpetrators had died, but their accomplices were still elusive, using dual identities. "But I really can grow plants. My family has been growing ginseng for generations. I've been involved since I was 3. Manager Li was about to express sympathy but reminded him that he still needed to pass assessments when Jing Shu interjected, "Manager Li, my classmate really does grow ginseng, and the quality is good. Don't miss out on this talent." "Is it He Shu? Go report to the Medicinal Plant Department immediately." The classmates' gazes toward Jing Shu changed once again. Who said that Director Jing was indifferent? With just a few words, she had secured He Shu a position in the well-funded and relatively relaxed Medicinal Plant Department. In this apocalypse, medicine was scarce, relying heavily on the cultivation of traditional Chinese herbs. These herbs were often boiled multiple times, and even the residue was processed for extraction. After a moment of thought, Manager Li continued, "The stone garden is indeed in urgent need of various medicinal plants and talents with rich planting experience and medical knowledge. You will start as an assistant to Mr. Zhang. We have brought over the equipment for brewing traditional Chinese medicine from before the apocalypse. Now, we need to plant and also produce medicine." Thank you, He Shou exclaimed joyfully. Being an assistant to an old Chinese medicine practitioner was like having a mentor. After a year or so, he could become a half-doctor. With He Shou's job secured, some classmates felt envious, while others were jealous. Knowledge of medicine and plant management was valuable anywhere. Manager Li then inquired about the remaining classmates' skills, but many were disappointed, shaking their heads. Either their professional skills weren't up to par, or the stone garden simply didn't need them. After all, the stone garden had its own experts in economic management. Those who weren't hired felt disheartened and decided to move stones instead. Surprisingly, a few managed to pass the assessment, and while they couldn't become formal workers, being temporary workers was still decent. Soon, the temporary workers for moving stones were confirmed. 6 people completed the assessment, but 1 person remained, exhausted and struggling to lift the stones. The assessment for moving stones is now over. Those who haven't passed are considered unqualified. If you can't even move stones, you won't be able to handle the physical labor outside the stone garden. Even if you force your way in, you'll be reported and end up working for nothing," Manager Li announced, concluding the temporary worker assessment. The one left behind was none other than Wang Chao. The capable ones had finished their tasks, and those who couldn't had given up, but Wang Chao refused to back down. I haven't eaten for a day or 2. I have no strength, just give me one more chance. I can lift a stone after I eat a bun." Wang Chao pleaded for another opportunity. Manager Li shook her head. "With your build at 120 pounds, you're too weak. Even if you force yourself to do temporary work, you won't last 3 to 5 days. It's not that I don't want you, it's that you could easily die. And I can't put Director Jing in a difficult position. Wang Chao had once been a hefty 180 pounds, but after 2 years of marriage and having a child, he had given all his food to his pregnant wife and worked himself to exhaustion. Now, he couldn't even handle physical labor. He turned his pleading gaze to Jing Shu. He had faced danger before, but when it came to providing for his child, he felt defeated. Jing Shu waved him back and said, "If you can't do it, don't force yourself. Pushing yourself too hard could lead to serious consequences. What will happen to your wife and child?" Wang Chao lowered his head and finally nodded. I don't have any other skills." Jing Shu frowned, recalling that in her past life, she had bought a game script made by Wang Chao. It had made gaming so much easier, automating tasks. She asked, "Wang Chao, didn't you create game scripts and run software systems in high school?" Wang Chao scoffed. "Yeah, but it's useless now. The Stone Garden needs skills that help with food and living in the apocalypse. I don't have hacking skills, and with the national network down, I can't even set up a system. There's no server or anything available, and the government isn't opening anything up." Jing Shu paced a few steps. "Manager Li, is the Stone Garden on an internal local area network with its own servers?" Manager Li nodded. "How about this? I'll privately hire Wang Chao as part of the Stone Garden's engineering network department. I'll employ him to create running scripts and macros for the Stone Garden, forming our own network management system. We can use big data templates for attendance, payroll distribution, and even intelligent statistics for the second, third, and fourth floors, freeing up a lot of human resources." Manager Li's eyes lit up. "I know a bit about scripts. If they can intelligently complete set programs, we definitely need this kind of talent. Director Jing, I hope to bring Wang Chao on board for better management." "Sure, no problem." Another formal worker was secured, and Wang Chao excitedly clenched his fists, silently bowing to Jing Shu in gratitude. Seeing that even Wang Chao, whom they considered useless, had found a good opportunity, the remaining classmates eagerly approached, chattering about their own skills. Unfortunately, none of them had anything useful. Jing Shu, pressed for time, hurriedly resolved the task of settling her classmates and rushed home with Sumali. "What? You want to go to the US?" 2 days flew by. Jing Shu had arranged everything at home meticulously. To ensure her family's survival, she used all her resources, even going out with various excuses while her family was around, taking them to experience the thunder and earthquake locations firsthand. Finally, her family was no longer ignorant about the earthquakes of the year. To ensure her family's safety, Jing Shu equipped them with personal locators and emergency devices. They had no idea how advanced technology had become, thinking that a simple wristband could solve these problems. Little did they know, Jing Shu had spent a lot of money preparing these devices beforehand. Her grandfather's inventions also came in handy, allowing Jing Shu to finally feel a bit more at ease. Next came the preparations for her trip to the US. She had packed her things early and added many new items. During this time, she returned to the villa, cleared out some supplies from her space, and secretly stored more in a rented warehouse, ensuring that even if she couldn't return, her family would have enough to survive in the apocalypse. Time was tight, and she finally finished packing and preparing everything. However, she encountered a communication issue. Used to being independent, she suddenly felt like a child needing permission to go far away, only to face strong opposition from her entire family. "No way! It's the apocalypse now. All transportation trains and planes are grounded. How can you cross the ocean?" "It's too dangerous over there. The news shows constant fighting, gunfire everywhere. It's too risky." Jing Shu found herself in an unusual situation, realizing she had overlooked some details. As she prepared to leave for several months, it was essential to clarify her plans to avoid worrying her family and having to constantly fabricate excuses. After a lengthy conversation that left her parched, she messaged Yang, who replied, "No worries, I'll sort it out for you tomorrow morning." The next day, Yang arrived and spent 20 minutes resolving everything for Jing Shu's family. Jing Shu couldn't help but give him a thumbs up and quietly asked, What did you say? Yang Yang held up 3 fingers and said, "First, safety concerns. Second, for the glory of the country. Third, your parents mentioned you've been unwell lately, possibly with some illness. I assured them that the advanced medical facilities in the U.S. would provide you with a checkup." "I faked the illness." Jing Shu covered her face in embarrassment. "I know. You understand these things. Otherwise you wouldn't have that medicine. It's not from your family lineage. You got it through other channels, right? Don't worry, we'll just use it without asking questions. As long as it works, that's all that matters." Yang Yang's words finally allowed Jing Shu to breathe a sigh of relief. These matters were indeed hard to scrutinize, and as a vice president, her information wasn't easily accessible. Jing Shu packed the luggage she had prepared over the past 2 days. However, her grandmother, while agreeing to her trip to the U.S., still felt uneasy and insisted on handing her a fat chicken, saying, "Take the chicken with you, it's a long way and you might not get eggs. What if you get hungry and lose weight?" Jing Shu sighed. "Grandma, I'm going for serious business, not a vacation. Why would I bring a chicken?" It wasn't that she couldn't bring a chicken. She had heard of other members bringing assistance dogs for combat. But bringing a chicken seemed a bit excessive, right? She just wanted to keep a low profile and recover her costs in the U.S. Bringing a chicken would be too ostentatious. Wouldn't people laugh at her? At that moment, her grandfather put a battle armor on the chicken. "Jing Shu, your grandma and I discussed it. You eat a lot, and what if they don't provide meals? The food outside is unsafe. Plus, this chicken has a steel helmet from 2 years ago. Bullets can't penetrate it. It's smart enough to protect you in critical moments. If nothing else, it can guard the house and keep watch at night." "Grandpa, this chicken sleeps earlier than people and wakes up later than pigs. You're going too far." Jing Shu interrupted, unable to listen any longer. This chicken was supposed to guard the house? It was the kind of chicken that could fall asleep while laying eggs. The chicken, feeling slighted, started running in circles with its helmet on, pecking at its luggage, indicating it wanted to go along too. Yang Yang laughed. "Bringing a chicken is fine. At least you'll have an egg to eat every day. If there's a food shortage, you can always cook it for a big chicken dish." "Wow, this chicken is huge. When I first came in, I thought it was a dog. This chicken could feed us for 2 days." How could the chicken not be big? It was as robust as a calf, easily twice the size of a turkey. Thankfully, it hadn't grown its brown feathers yet. Otherwise, it would look like an old hen. The chicken clucked angrily at Yang Yang, who laughed. "This chicken can understand me! Ha 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 ha!" Jing Shu couldn't help but feel exasperated. This chicken was acting smarter than a dog. She squeezed its neck gently and whispered, "Act like a chicken, not so clever, or I'll turn you into spicy chicken." The chicken clucked in protest, sounding quite aggrieved. Jing Shu had a strange feeling that the chicken could understand them. She could communicate with it, but she decided to let it go. After all, it couldn't become too intelligent after the founding of the country. Everyone insisted that the chicken had to come along. Her grandmother even packed a special nest for the chicken to lay eggs in, and 2 sets of clothes for it, saying it should carry its own luggage. Hearing it would be cold there, her grandmother also included shoe covers and a wool sweater for the chicken. Yang Yang was utterly dumbfounded. "Do chickens have luggage now?" He stomped his feet on the ground, wearing his usual leather boots, tight leather outfit, and jeans, with leather gloves. This was his winter outfit from before the apocalypse, but now it felt inadequate. "All right, I'm off then." The chicken, fully armored, followed Jing Shu closely, looking like a dog chasing its owner with a leash in its mouth, appearing quite pitiful. Jing Shu couldn't free her hands. When Yang Yang saw her carrying a suitcase taller than herself, his jaw dropped. He hadn't expected her to push out a modified luggage cart, nearly as tall as a person, pulling an enormous suitcase behind her. Yang Yang swallowed hard. "Isn't that a bit too much? You have to carry all your luggage yourself. Sometimes we might have to trek through rough terrain or move locations. Won't that be inconvenient? We can't stay in one place. We might have to be on the run." He said this in a hushed tone. After all, she couldn't be running around with such a large suitcase, could she? Jing Shu lifted a third suitcase and said, "Aren't weapons and gear not counted? I'm just carrying this and that suitcase. It won't affect me. I can run a few kilometers without a problem." Her stamina had at least doubled. While she hadn't discovered all the uses of the spiritual spring, her strength had definitely increased. However, her appetite had also grown significantly. Oh, and she had developed night vision. Although she hadn't seen much light in the apocalypse for years, she could now see clearly in the dark, though it still wasn't as good as her vision during the day. Yang was left speechless. "All right, don't expect me to help you carry anything. I need others to carry my stuff because I'm really not good at this." Yang glanced at his watch. "We're late. Let's go. By the way, are you really going to wear that?" He meant she could still change if she hurried back. Jing Shu looked at her outfit. Her hair was styled into 2 braids twisted into a bun, and she wore long boots made of pure sheepskin, thick cotton pants, and a large cotton coat. What Yang couldn't see was that the coat was a modified bulletproof vest covering her knees, with a safety rating of 5 stars, a bulkiness rating of 5 stars, and a ridiculousness rating of 5 stars. Jing Shu's figure was actually quite good, but the bulletproof vest was already heavy, and adding a loose, oversized cotton coat made her look significantly bulkier. With her rustic boots and cotton pants, her mixed style would have been hard to bear if it weren't for her pretty face, which might have made Yang look away in disgust. "I'm not changing. Let's go. It's warm," Jing Shu said, feeling cold and fearful. She hadn't even put on her modified bulletproof cowboy hat. The bulkiness of her outfit also served to make her less conspicuous in the U.S., where her beauty could attract unwanted attention. In such an open environment, who knew what trouble she might encounter? Yang looked at her with a strange expression, wanting to say something but ultimately saying nothing. Jing Shu felt a bit conflicted herself. Yang was dressed so lightly. He would freeze in the U.S. She certainly wouldn't lend him her big cotton coat. Fortunately, Yang drove a military pickup that could accommodate Jing Shu's luggage. After another half hour, they arrived at the old airport from 20 years ago. The new airport in Wucheng had been turned into a shelter and had no runway for flights. It was similar to Xuanwu Lake Park, flooded for a year, littered with garbage and mud, making it unsuitable for flying. The old airport was small, with only a 400-meter runway and a row of low buildings. It had been abandoned for years, untouched by floods, but overgrown with weeds and swarming with insects. The road was bumpy, and when they arrived, a road roller was busy flattening the area to ensure the plane could take off safely. Jing Shu couldn't shake the feeling of, is this reliable? Could she really trust her life to such a makeshift setup? The plane parked on the runway wasn't a passenger aircraft from before the apocalypse, but a small private jet. Duo's private jet, wealthy and luxurious. "Let's go." Jing Shu's luggage was indeed too much. She had to stuff her weapons and gear into one bag and carry another oversized suitcase by hand. Once on the plane, Jing Shu was struck by how poverty had once again limited her imagination. The interior was as luxurious as a high-end hotel room, not filled with cramped seats like a regular flight. Yang quietly introduced, "This is Duo's luxury private jet, accommodating 13 people. Excluding the 2 pilots and 1 crew member, there are 2 companions going to the U.S. and 3 administrative staff heading to the capital. In total, we have 10 people on this trip." As Jing Shu stepped inside, the first thing she noticed was a refreshment station where a tall foreign woman smiled and greeted her and Yang. The table was adorned with precious food from the apocalypse, similar to how flight attendants welcomed passengers on commercial flights. Walking further in, they reached the equivalent of a first-class cabin. On the right side of the private jet was a single adjustable massage bed, while the left side featured a dining area with 4 genuine leather seats and a table. The spacious layout was incredibly comfortable, far from the cramped conditions of regular planes, even more so than first class. On the single bed lay a person, and another was seated with a dog. These 2 were likely Jing Shu's companions for the trip to the U.S. Further ahead was another cabin door, where Jing Shu saw a 3-person sofa and a small dining area with a 2-person table and 2 armchairs. 3 people were already seated there, likely the ones heading to the capital. The warm, soft lighting and soothing music, combined with the foreign woman's greeting, gave Jing Shu a fleeting sense of returning to the world before the apocalypse. This illusion was shattered when the woman handed them 2 packages. "Take these parachutes. If anything happens, you can jump," the woman said in fluent Chinese. Jing Shu's smile froze. That sounds terrifying." After handing over her oversized suitcase to the foreign woman, Jing Shu led the obedient, curious chicken to the 4-person dining table, clearly dividing the group into 2, her team going to the US and the 3 going to the capital. "Wow, you took so long. Is this the amazing woman you mentioned, the one who caught 0? She looks good, but what's with the outfit?" A skinny man sitting in a chair provocatively remarked, exuding an arrogant vibe. He was soothing the dog beside him while sipping a drink provided by the plane. Jing Shu frowned but noticed his fingers were thick, with rough hands that didn't match his slender body. Yang Yang smiled nonchalantly. "This guy is one of the top scouts in all of China. His special skill is the ability to squeeze through tight spaces and open any door. Just call him Monkey. His main responsibilities on this mission are reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance, and drawing fire for ambushes. His designation is Scout, Assassin, with a rating of B+. He then pointed to the person lying on the single bed. "This is Hao Yunlai, the champion of Survival Road. He has extensive outdoor survival experience and can mimic various sounds with his exceptional vocal cords. If necessary, he can also perform disguises. His 6th sense for danger is extraordinary. With him, we're sure to turn misfortune into fortune. His designation is Support, Logistics, rated A. If anyone here doesn't make it back, he definitely will." Hao Yunlai, tousling his messy hair, greeted Jing Shu with a sleepy expression, embodying the laid-back youth vibe. This was Jing Shu's first encounter with the country's talented individuals. She realized such peculiar abilities truly existed. However, after witnessing Su Mali's incredible luck, she thought that bringing Su Mali along might yield similar results. But given Su Mali's wealth, she probably had no need for such talents. She was genuinely favored by fate. Monkey listened to Yang Yang's introduction with a smile, then raised an eyebrow, pointing at Jing Shu. "What about her? You haven't introduced her yet. And what's with that combat support pet she brought? It only has 2 legs?" The fully armored chicken really did look like something out of the ordinary, especially with its helmet, giving it an impressive appearance. Jing Shu unbuttoned her oversized cotton coat, feeling a bit warm. She had sworn not to take it off even while sleeping, but now she was tempted to break that vow. The fat chicken beside her was dozing off again, so Jing Shu took out its nest and laid it on the ground. To Monkey's astonishment, the chicken comfortably settled into its nest. Yang Yang was momentarily speechless, unsure how to introduce Jing Shu. He didn't have complete information about her. He knew she had taken down the notorious figures like Zhe Tian's Lao San, Shang Guanjun, and Ling, but he couldn't quite articulate her strengths. She was powerful but lacked finesse. He couldn't say she wasn't impressive, especially after the incident at Xishan where she disarmed a bomb with her bare hands. Jing Shu was hard to categorize. "You can just call her Mirror. You all know her achievements. She has a rare special medicine that can prevent inflammation and speed up recovery from gunshot and knife wounds. This time her role is as a doctor, support. She has great strength and is responsible for wearing the battle armor. She can also provide firepower. Given her life-saving medicine, her overall strength rating is B." Everyone going to the US had a code name and didn't reveal their real names. Yang Yang's code name was Goat. Jing Shu realized that with Hao Yunlai sensing danger, her having medicine to save lives, and Monkey as a scout, while Yang Yang seemed more like a weak link, this Wucheng team might just be a logistics support squad. Speaking of Yang Yang, what was his actual role? Jing Shu had interacted with him for a long time, but always felt he had an air of mystery about him. He completely shattered her idealized image of a soldier, strong, capable, and righteous, because Yang Yang had none of those traits. Monkey looked disappointed. "We're all just logistics. The contributions we make will be minimal and we'll get less in return. This trip might end up being a loss." Yang smiled mysteriously but said nothing. Monkey perked up again. "What about that thing? Is there really a mutated animal in the apocalypse? I heard they're bringing one from the capital." Yang thought for a moment before replying, "That's a chicken brought by her grandma. It's for Jing Shu to eat eggs on the way." Monkey paused, then burst out laughing after observing the chicken's posture. "Ha ha ha, you're bringing a chicken to the US for a big mission, but this chicken is really big. If we get into a tight spot, we could have Hao Yunlai roast it. But seriously, a chicken? And it has a custom-made steel helmet? I thought it was a combat pet." The chicken squawked in displeasure, and Jing Shu gently kicked it, saying, "My chicken is a battle chicken. It's not like other chickens." She had to defend the chicken's honor. Otherwise, when it went on a rampage, everyone would be shocked. Monkey nearly choked on his drink, laughing so hard that he spilled some. "You better watch out for my dog, Ah Huang. It's known for loving chicken. Right now it's well behaved with me, but without me around, it might just steal your chicken. Keep an eye on it or it might end up as dinner. Don't say I didn't warn you." Yang's eyes glinted with mischief as he pulled out a long-forgotten syringe, preparing to collect the spilled drink from the table. He was about to say he wanted to try injecting it into someone when Jing Shu shot back, "You better watch out for my fat chicken. It's known for loving brains and eyes. Right now, it's well behaved with me, but without me, if something provokes it, it might just peck out your dog's eyes and eat its brain. Keep an eye on your dog or it might end up as dinner. Don't say I didn't warn you." "Let's wait and see," Monkey said, his smile fading as the foreign beauty began cleaning up the table, falling silent. Yang pouted. "You stole my thunder." The plane took off quickly. The runway was short, and if they couldn't lift off, they would crash into nearby buildings. As the plane sped down the runway, Jing Shu felt her life flash before her eyes, but thankfully, they took off without incident. The flight from Wucheng to the capital took 5 hours. The rumbling sounds around them were constant, but thankfully it wasn't actual thunder. Otherwise, the plane wouldn't have dared to take off. They experienced a few intense jolts during the flight, but they finally arrived in the capital. Jing Shu felt her heart racing. Initially, even the chicken seemed calm, but now it was pressed tightly against her feet, and even Monkey's dog, Ah Huang, was barking anxiously. In contrast, Hao Yunlai was sleeping soundly, like a dead pig. Yang reassured, "If Hao Yunlai isn't reacting, it means this flight isn't dangerous." That makes some sense. But was it really wise to use Hao Yunlai as a danger indicator? What if it failed? They had a meal during the flight, stir-fried rice with potatoes and vegetables, garnished with scallions, soy sauce, and diced ham. It was a high-end fried rice dish in the apocalypse, and everyone was satisfied, even Jing Shu, who nodded in approval. The taste was indeed good, but each person only received 1 bowl. After finishing, Jing Shu's stomach growled in hunger. After half an hour of enduring her hunger, Jing Shu couldn't hold back any longer. She pulled out a basin and a bag of instant noodles, requested hot water, and prepared 2 packs of noodles with 5 eggs and 2 sausages. The group watched in envy as the aroma wafted through the plane, making them salivate. What was supposed to be a pleasant journey was disrupted by Jing Shu's cooking. Even Hao Yunlai woke up, drawn by the smell. "Mirror, is that the unified soup ramen you're eating?" Jing Shu gave him a thumbs up. "You can tell?" "Didn't we just eat?" Monkey grumbled, swallowing hard. "You're eating so much. What will you eat when we get to the US?" The delicious aroma lingered in the air, and Hao Yunlai tried to hypnotize himself. "I can't smell it. I'm sleeping." Yang pulled out some meatballs his grandfather had made, occasionally munching on one. When Jing Shu urged him to eat some, he shook his head. "You eat too much. Save some for the US just in case." And so, the group arrived in the capital, feeling less than thrilled. The 3 administrative staff hurried off, while Jing Shu and her 3 companions finally reunited with their colleagues in the capital. "Let's take a half-hour break. After the plane refuels and checks, we'll continue our flight. Once everyone is here, we'll discuss the detailed plans, division of labor, and the rules for this trip," Yang said as a group of people boarded the plane. The atmosphere in the plane suddenly became tense and quiet. Jing Shu was curious about her companions for the trip to the U.S. The stronger their abilities, the higher the chances of success, which meant greater safety for her. Of course, it also meant she could be less of a burden. She didn't want to be like Tang Seng, constantly calling for help from Wukong and Baji. This trip was half business, half personal, and everyone likely had different goals, but they all needed strong teammates. If cooperation was possible, she would collaborate. If not, she would go solo. The first person to approach was a towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, with arms and legs wrapped in protective gear that looked like iron armor. Each step he took made a thudding sound, and his powerful muscles nearly burst through his clothing. He was also carrying 2 iron balls connected by chains. The muscular man blocked the view of the others as he glanced toward the back of the cabin, frowning. "There isn't enough room back there." At that moment, a striking figure caught Jing Shu's attention. He wore a dark green outfit and an orange hat, making him stand out. What was most remarkable was his tongue. Jing Shu had never seen anyone with a tongue so long, about 8 or 9 centimeters. He flicked it out like a snake, quickly tasting the air, and smiled at Monkey, who was equally astonished. "You guys can sit in the back. We can't fit 5 people here." Strangely, despite his long tongue, he spoke normally. His voice was deep and pleasant, reminiscent of Orochimaru from Naruto. The front cabin of the private jet was spacious, featuring a 4-person sofa, a dining table, and a bed. The back cabin only had 2 chairs, a dining table, and a 3-person sofa. Jing Shu found her seat comfortable and spacious, much larger than the back cabin. "First come, first served, buddy. I've already stowed my luggage and don't want to move it again. There are 5 seats in the back," Monkey said, just as an unexpected scene unfolded. The long-tongued man swiftly licked Monkey's face, causing both Monkey and his dog, Huang, to go on high alert, tension rising between them. Jing Shu noticed an unidentifiable liquid on Monkey's face. Yang stood up. "Let's go to the back. It's too crowded for them." From this, it was clear that Yang was the leader of the Wucheng team. Otherwise, Monkey and Hao Yunlai wouldn't have immediately prepared to move to the back. At that moment, a young man who had been quietly observing stepped forward. He patted the muscular man and the long-tongued man lightly, saying casually, "Let's sit in the back." Compared to the 2 distinctive characters, this young man was about 1.7 meters tall, with neat black hair that brushed his eyebrows. His slender, sharp features gave him a clean yet cold appearance, and he looked to be in his early 20s, very young. At first glance, he seemed ordinary, dressed in all black with a height and appearance that would make him blend into a crowd of Asian men. However, upon closer inspection, Jing Shu was surprised. His eyes were pure and clean. While Monkey's eyes were filled with bravado, the muscular man's eyes held aggression, and the long-tongued man's eyes were provocative and frivolous. This young man showed no emotion. His expression was neutral, and his speech was declarative, almost commanding. Jing Shu felt that this seemingly ordinary young man was the true leader of the capital team, as his aura was incredibly strong, like a dark lord indifferent to the lives around him. Sure enough, after his casual remark, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated, and the 2 men turned to head to the back. Following them was a girl in a short skirt who kept her head down and said nothing as she followed. The long-tongued man extended his hand and bowed slightly, saying, "Beautiful Miss Ling, please join me at this 2-person table for a lovely date." The girl's cheeks flushed, and she shook her head softly, quickly sitting in a corner of the sofa, refusing to speak further. The long-tongued man sat beside her. At this moment, the black-haired young man turned to Yang and said, "Once we've settled our luggage, we'll discuss the plan for this mission." Yang nodded, and Jing Shu and the others returned to their original seats, allowing Hao Yunlai to continue sleeping peacefully. Jing Shu felt increasingly intrigued by her companions for the trip to the U.S. She sensed that everyone going had either exceptional skills that would significantly aid the mission, or were powerful individuals. The team from the capital had quite a bit of luggage. The last person made several trips to move their bags. Due to the limited space in the private jet's luggage compartment, they had to cram everything inside, making the once spacious area feel much more cramped. Finally, the plane took off again, and the capital team finished organizing their luggage. The 9 of them gathered around the large dining table, and Yang pulled out a map, pointing to a location in the U.S. as he said, "Our first destination is Sacramento, a border city in the U.S. that borders Mexico. We'll start from the edge and gradually move inward. The second stop will be Austin, the capital of Texas, and so on. Besides our 2 teams, another team will be coming in from Sasaka, and we'll regroup later. This direct flight to Sacramento is expected to take 12 hours, so we have 12 hours to discuss our mission objectives, detailed plans, and division of labor. But before that, we need to understand our teammates' abilities and roles to maximize our overall strength and complete the tasks assigned to us. What do you all think?" The black-haired young man nodded. "We are a team. It doesn't matter how we compete domestically, but abroad we must unite. I'll start. I'm the captain of the capital team, Zhen Nantian, with an all-around professional designation and an S-level rating." His brief introduction left Monkey and the others stunned. Even more surprising was the long-tongued man who laughed and said, "Captain, you're being too modest. Why not?" He stopped mid-sentence as Zhen Nantian shot him a glance. Jing Shu squinted at Captain Zhen Nantian of the capital team, feeling that the long-tongued man's words had been effectively stifled. She was also curious about what made Zhen Nantian special, but he hadn't elaborated. Everyone likely had their own secrets and trump cards. It was unrealistic to reveal everything upon first meeting. The name Zhen Nantian sounded quite imposing, and despite his average height, the energy he exuded was remarkable. After Zhen Nantian finished his introduction, Yang, also a team leader, began his own. "For this mission, my code name is Goat, and I'm the captain of the Wucheng team. My role is as a Special Position Information Officer, currently rated A++. The term special position piqued Jing Shu's interest. She pondered for a moment and realized that Yang's description was rather vague. What special ability could earn him an A++ rating? From Monkey's defiant gaze, it was clear he was skeptical about Yang's high rating. "From now on, you can call me Snake Spirit. My role is as an assassin, and my ability involves using self-developed poisons. My current rating is A, and my mutated Tosa dog has a rating of B+, giving me an overall rating of A." As he spoke, Snake Spirit's neck twitched, and Jing Shu initially thought it was a tie or scarf moving. To her surprise, it was a snake. She recognized the Tosa dog as one of the top 10 poisonous animals in the world, capable of killing 150 people with a single bite. This small snake was a mutation, but its venom was likely far more potent than the 5-step snake she had raised. The muscular man scoffed, "Don't exaggerate. Your self-made poison is just your saliva." Monkey turned pale at the thought and rushed to the bathroom to wash his face several times, prompting laughter from Snake Spirit and causing his teammates to distance themselves. Jing Shu, however, was intrigued by the snake around Snake Spirit's neck. She thought about how snake meat tasted similar to eel, lean, chewy, and without any fishy odor. It was delicious in hot pot. She wondered if Snake Spirit had developed this species further, and if she should build a good relationship with him to sample some of its qualities. But seeing how Snake Spirit cherished his little snake, she hesitated to mention cooking it. Would he be offended? She felt a bit conflicted. Next, it was the turn of the bald man who grinned as he rubbed his shiny head. "You can call me Monk. I was expelled from the temple, but thanks to a discerning eye, I'm here to complete this mission and some personal matters. My role is as a combatant and to infiltrate the U.S. temple. My rating is A." Then came the shy girl who Jing Shu noticed was wearing a short skirt and elegantly nibbling on cookies. With her cute, fluffy bob and a short down jacket, she exuded a playful and shy vibe. The contrast between the 2 women in the teams was stark. Jing Shu felt a bit inferior. She was cold, fearful, and had a huge appetite, needing a whole bowl of rice at a time. How could they be so different? "I'm Ling Ling. My role is as a sniper and for fire support, currently rated AA. This is my partner, a parrot that can scout. Its rating is C+, giving me an overall rating of A. As she spoke, Ling Ling opened a small cage and let the parrot fly out. It immediately began to flutter around the plane, squawking, stupid bird, come chase me." "Found a stupid dog, stupid dog, come chase me?" "Found a bunch of idiots reporting a bunch of idiots." The parrot landed on Ling Ling's shoulder, repeatedly squawking, "Found a bunch of idiots!" Everyone was taken aback. The fat chicken, which had been dozing, suddenly opened its eyes, nudged Jing Shu's feet, and laid an egg before going back to sleep. The strange sound from Snake Spirit broke the silence as he pointed at Jing Shu's chicken, trembling, and asked, "What is that?" Everyone's attention shifted to Jing Shu, and she felt her face flush. "It's just a chicken." "Ah!" Snake Spirit quickly retreated to a corner, clearly frightened. "Why bring that thing? Is it your combat pet?" Snakes were afraid of chickens. Yang Yang chimed in, "This is to lay eggs for her to replenish her strength." Everyone's expressions turned odd. Even Zhen Nantian, who usually maintained a stoic demeanor, looked curiously at Jing Shu. Jing Shu stammered, "Actually, my chicken is a battle chicken. It's very strong." She tried to defend her chicken, but seeing everyone's expressions, she knew no one believed her. In this apocalypse, who would value a fat chicken? It could lay 20 eggs a day after all. At least Jing Shu felt relieved that no one was particularly interested in her chicken. With so many eccentric individuals around, it meant she was safer, and revealing a bit of her abilities wouldn't lead to her being captured for research. Finally, it was the turn of the big guy, who pulled up a chair and sat down, looking like a child in a booster seat. "Everyone calls me Tank. My role is as the frontline tank and human bulldozer. My strength is explosive, but my weakness is slow reflexes and movement. My current rating is A. I was supposed to wear the exoskeleton mech for this mission, but I heard it was given to the Wucheng team leader, so I want to know who will be using it. I'd like to challenge whoever that is to see who is more suited to wear the 70-kilogram mech. Of course, the mech is yours, and you have the right to decide who will take on this heavy responsibility." His words carried a clear challenge, implying that even if he lost, the decision would still be up to Jing Shu. Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. So, this was the meaning of, "I'm just here for the ride." It seemed the mech was quite popular. While she liked the idea of using a mech, she honestly preferred to let someone else wear it to absorb the firepower in dangerous situations. Yang Yang smiled and said, "To be honest, she's the strongest person I've seen so far. Although she hasn't received any training or developed techniques, wearing the mech will be easy for her. Let me introduce our team member, codename Mirror, with a special healing medicine, the designated user of the mech, and her role is as a doctor/support, rated B." At first, Jing Shu thought her B rating was quite good, especially since Monkey had so many abilities yet only rated B+, and with Ah Huang, his overall rating was AI. However, once the capital team arrived, it was clear they completely overshadowed the Wucheng team. Captain Zhen Nantian had an S rating, which was 2 levels higher than Yang Yang's impressive A+. The rest of the capital team members all had A ratings, and even Snake Spirit's mutated Tosa dog had a B+ rating, surpassing her own despite her possessing a special healing medicine. This made Jing Shu feel a bit embarrassed about her B rating. Yang Yang, however, seemed quite proud. Tank, sitting in his chair, creaked as he pointed at Jing Shu. "Just a B-rated woman? A woman without fast-twitch muscle fibers and a muscle mass below 30%? You're telling me she's strong? Are you questioning my expertise? Let's have a contest." All eyes turned to Jing Shu, scrutinizing the woman who was going to the U.S. with a chicken and dressed rather oddly. Even Monkey and Hao Yunlai looked at her with curiosity and skepticism. "Strong? I really can't see it." To be honest, Jing Shu felt a bit uncertain about her strength when faced with such a muscular giant. It had been a long time since she had tested her own power, as she rarely needed it in her daily life. Her strength had increased gradually, not explosively, so she didn't have the kind of uncontrollable power that would crush a cup just by drinking water. Lifting heavy objects felt as easy as picking up a mouse, but when it came to raw strength and explosive power, she knew she needed to prepare. After a moment of contemplation, Jing Shu replied, "It's not that complicated. Whether I'm strong or not isn't the issue. Since my role is as a support doctor and yours is as a frontline tank, you can wear the mech to enhance your combat power and safety. I'll focus on healing our injured teammates. How does that sound?" Looking at Tank, who was 2 meters tall and built like a mountain, with muscles that made her thighs look thin in comparison, she knew his strength must be terrifying. The 2 iron balls around his neck weighed around 70 to 80 kilograms combined. There were 3 reasons for letting Tank wear the mech. First, if danger arose, she didn't want to be the one to face high-tech armor-piercing rounds. Second, if she lost the contest, it would be embarrassing, and she would lose Yang Yang's trust. And third, if she won, it could draw unwanted attention to her abilities, leading to potential research on her strength. Given the dilemma of winning or losing, Jing Shu decided to generously let the mech go, hoping the capital team wouldn't take it too seriously. Having Tank wear it to absorb damage seemed like a win-win situation. However, Tank reacted strongly, standing up abruptly and shaking the plane. "Are you insulting me? I don't need your pity. Or are you afraid to show your strength? Let the Wucheng team leader fabricate some nonsense, and then I'll be grateful to wear a mech that no one else can handle?" Zhen Nantian sat quietly, observing the situation unfold without intervening, seemingly interested in seeing if Yang Yang's claim about this woman held any truth. Yang Yang shrugged, indicating it was up to them. Jing Shu looked at Tank, feeling exasperated. "Fine. What do you want to challenge me to?" "In the plane, we can only do an arm wrestling match. I won't bully you. If you can last 10 seconds without losing, I'll admit you have the right to wear the mech." Jing Shu's eyes lit up. She could easily last 10 seconds without appearing too strong or too weak. "Okay, let's do it. 3, 2, 1, go!" With Snake Spirit shouting the countdown, Jing Shu and Tank began their arm wrestling match at the dining table, surrounded by onlookers. However, the excitement lasted less than a second before a loud crack signaled the end. The crowd looked on in disbelief, and the plane fell silent. Jing Shu was stunned. Tank wore a smug expression. "You couldn't even last a second." Jing Shu replied, "Let's do it again. I didn't even get a chance to use my strength." She realized she had let too much go, and it was time to put in some effort. However, judging by Tank's earlier strength, she figured she only needed to use about 40% of her power to hold him back. Any more might crush him. Tank smirked. "I only used half my strength." "You can go all out." Tank flashed a grin, showing his white teeth. "You said it. 3, 2, 1, go!" Bang! The match ended again in an instant, with Tank unleashing his full strength, defeating Jing Shu even faster than before. Jing Shu thought, "I used 60% of my strength, and it still wasn't enough. This guy really is strong. He's the only one so far who can match me in strength, and his explosive power is impressive. I'll have to unleash my full strength, otherwise I'll be easily knocked out." Tank scoffed. "I can feel your strength, but it's just average. You might barely manage to wear the mech." Jing Shu felt embarrassed. "Let's try again. I can definitely last 10 seconds this time." Snake Spirit laughed from the sidelines. "You've lost twice already. That should be proof enough." The monk rubbed his bald head and said, "I think it's enough. We don't want the lady to get hurt." Tank nodded. "It's clear your strength is significantly above average, but it's still far from mine." At that moment, Zhen Nantian pointed at the table. "Let's do it one more time. The table hasn't even broken yet. This mirror is hiding her strength. You should go all out, Tank. Your explosive power is strong, and if you don't use your full strength, you'll take her out in an instant. You can trust that her strength won't be revealed to anyone else?" Jing Shu sighed. "All right, let's go again. Tank, you better be careful." Since her strength was already noticed, she had no reason to hold back. She was eager to see just how much her power had grown. "Not using your full strength? Ha." Tank rubbed his hands together. "Even if you did, it wouldn't matter. My explosive power is unmatched, and arm wrestling requires technique. Once both sides were ready, Snake Spirit shouted, 3, 2, 1, go! As the signal started, everyone's attention sharpened, curious about the little girl's true strength. Jing Shu took a deep breath and suddenly unleashed all her physical power. She felt an overwhelming force surging within her, an endless primal energy that was uncontrollable. Once it erupted, there was no turning back. The muscular man tensed up, letting out a roar as he unleashed all his strength. But then everyone saw Tank's veins bulging, his clothes ripping apart, and his roar turned into a scream. In almost a second, Tank managed to resist for just a moment before his hand was swiftly pushed to the other side. Bang! Not only that, but Tank's entire wrist slammed down onto the solid wood table with a loud crash, creating a massive dent as if it had been struck by a hammer. His powerful fist was buried in the table. Everyone stared in shock at the scene. This was an instant kill. KO. Looking at Tank, whose veins were bulging and sweat pouring down, it was clear he had exerted all his strength, while Jing Shu seemed to have casually won, as if she were arm wrestling a child. In the end, she awkwardly said, "Sorry, I really couldn't control my strength." Monkey and the monk both swallowed hard, and even Lingling looked at Jing Shu in disbelief. This was the first time everyone truly began to take Jing Shu seriously. Tank's hand was twisted awkwardly, stuck in the table, and he was sweating from the pain. I think I broke it. After checking the injury, Zhen Nuntian said, "It's fine, just a minor fracture. A few days of rest and you'll be good as new." He then turned to Jing Shu. "Miss Mirror, this might be a good opportunity to test your medicine. We've preliminarily set a contribution value of 100 points for 1 dose of your medicine. What do you think?" Jing Shu nodded. If Tank couldn't absorb damage with his hand, she would be in danger. She took out the diluted spiritual spring and some traditional Chinese medicine, mixing them into pills. To make it convenient and appear professional, she divided them into categories: external medicine, internal medicine, and hemostatic medicine. Each pill was about the size of a fingernail, and to prevent them from sticking together, she wrapped each one in sugar paper. Jing Shu took out a candy, tore off the wrapper, and pulled out a pill. She then divided it into 3 smaller pieces in front of everyone, crushing one and applying it to Tank's wound. The remaining pieces were wrapped back up and handed to him. "Apply it once a day and you'll be fine in 3 days." Yang exclaimed, "Did your secret medicine get an upgrade?" He remembered last year when Jing Shu's secret medicine was just a few drops of water in a tiny bottle, and he thought they would run out in the US. The others looked at the so-called secret medicine with skepticism, unable to speak for a while. Even Tank eyed Jing Shu doubtfully, but when he saw Zhen Nuntian nod, he pouted. "I hope your medicine works and isn't just some sugar. Otherwise, don't expect to get those 100 contribution points. What bad luck, losing 100 points right after we set out." Regardless, both Tank and the members of the capital team acknowledged Jing Shu's strength. Seizing the moment, she suggested that Tank should wear the mech, but he was determined to wait until he could defeat her before he felt worthy of it. Jing Shu thought, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. Next, Monkey and Hao Yunlai introduced themselves, completing the introductions for the 9-member team and allowing everyone to get to know each other. Yang had everyone gather around the large dining table again, pointing at the map as he said, "As the intelligence and mission officer, I'm also responsible for issuing the tasks above and making strategic decisions. Now let me explain the rules and the objectives for our first stop." Jing Shu perked up, and aside from the roar of the plane, there was no other noise. "We will continue using the contribution value system. During the execution of the tasks assigned, all materials obtained will be confiscated and recorded for contribution points. When dealing with personal matters, please avoid the task period. During that time, all materials obtained will be yours to keep. Personal materials can still be exchanged for transportation costs back to our country using contribution points." Jing Shu suddenly understood. During the task period, all materials from the tasks had to be surrendered, but they would reward contribution points. Materials obtained privately could be used as transportation costs back home. Yang must have used contribution points to transport the RV. This meant she could bring back a batch and hide another batch in her space. Jing Shu felt excited. She could really make a fortune. Contribution points were incredibly valuable. No wonder such impressive people like Yang Yang lit up at the thought of going to the US. Contribution points were a great asset, perhaps determining how much she could bring back to China. Yang Yang continued. I will keep track of everyone's contribution points. They can be freely traded, exchanged, or used as currency within our circle. Although this mission is a team effort, food, weapons, and other supplies are not included. All meals, weapons, and ammunition must be handled by yourselves. You can exchange contribution points with me, trade with teammates, or even apply for national rescue with contribution points, but that comes at a high cost. Additionally, contribution points are based on rank. B-rated can advance 500 points, B+ can advance 1,000, A can advance 1,500, and so on. Lastly, all missions prioritize life safety over tasks. In critical situations, prioritize your own and your teammates' lives over the mission. I hope that this time we can return with the same number of people we came with. Jing Shu thought back to last year when Yang Yang had brought everyone back safely despite the dangerous situation. This time, with her strength and the impressive abilities of the team, surely no one would die, right? But soon after, Jing Shu realized she really wasn't suited to make bold claims, as fate always seemed to conspire against her. Now let's discuss the objective for our first stop, Sacramento, a place in the U.S. bordering Mexico. Due to the recent earthquakes, countless Mexicans have flooded into Sacramento in search of food and supplies, attracting the attention of neighboring countries. It has not only become a war-torn area, but also a place of lawlessness. The 28th erupted. Jing Shu had no idea what Sacramento was. This was a significant oversight on her part. While she had thoroughly prepared tools and supplies for gathering resources in the U.S., she had forgotten to back up any information about the country. Following Yang Yang's directions, she realized that without the labels, she wouldn't even know which side was Mexico and which was the U.S. According to the latest intelligence, Sacramento originally had a population of 450,000. Due to the internal chaos in the U.S. and the new government requiring all food supplies to be surrendered, Sacramento became the first independent city to overthrow the local government. The U.S. president is currently too preoccupied to manage this area, making it our best starting point. Sacramento now has only 300,000 residents left, but in recent days it has seen an influx of Mexican refugees and various individuals, totaling around 300,000, and this number continues to grow. It's worth mentioning that Sacramento is a hub for economy, agriculture, commerce, and transportation. It not only has a wealth of various supplies and food, but also possesses considerable armed forces. After the collapse of Mexico's agricultural economy, survival has become extremely difficult, but they have developed drug trafficking routes and pre-apocalypse drug plantations. Now, they are using Sacramento as a second hub for transportation and trade, with some Mexican factions and local residents engaging in a trade of drugs for food, while others serve as bodyguards. In summary, Sacramento has become a chaotic mess, with a diverse array of factions, but everyone shares a common goal: to seize the abundant local resources. A word of caution: do not eat any food sold outside, as it may be laced with drugs. This is one of the methods the Mexicans use to control people. Our mission in Sacramento is to transport a large quantity of resources back home: food, salt, rare minerals, finished and semi-finished industrial parts, cotton, fabric, and oil, all of it. Ideally, we'll also locate the storage facilities of ADM, the food giant. Don't worry about not being able to take everything. The more resources we find, the better. Even if we clean out all of Sacramento, we have ways to transport it all back home. What a bold statement. It was as if they were welcoming anyone and everyone. Yang Yang finally revealed his fangs. From another perspective, China was indeed in dire need of food and various resources. It seemed they were really going for something big this time. This was just the first stop, and Jing Shu felt there would be a continuous stream of ships for transportation. Monkey frowned. That's a good idea, but the armed forces here are too strong. It's impossible to forcefully take anything, and with just the few of us, a sneak attack wouldn't succeed. Besides, if we really find that much material, It would take us years to move it all. Lingling lowered her head, shyly saying, "The key is that we don't know where the resources are. We're unfamiliar with this city, and it feels like we're at a loss." Yang Yang smiled. "That's why we need to cooperate well and let them bring the resources to us. Otherwise, how could a few people transport hundreds of tons of supplies back to the ship? We won't move. We'll let them come to us. That's the fun part." Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. Did men really like to let others do the work? No, that was off topic. Tank, being a straightforward man, couldn't wrap his head around Yang Yang's plan. He looked at him with disdain. "Do you think people are fools?" Jing Shu thought that if they really managed to deceive people into giving up their resources, those people would likely chase them to the ends of the earth to get revenge. She recalled last year when the RV's passenger seat was pierced by a rocket. What kind of heinous act had they committed to deserve such a pursuit? This year, she hoped they wouldn't be chased again. Jing Shu had already decided that in the future, she wouldn't just wear a bulletproof vest while sleeping. She might as well wear the mech, too. "All right, let's split into 2 small teams for a brief operation. The overall strength of both teams should be roughly equal. Does anyone have any objections?" Zhen Nantian shrugged. "Since you're making the plan, you should also divide the teams. That makes more sense." Yang Yang nodded. "One team will be led by Tank. His physique will be more convincing in the US. The team will consist of Snake Spirit, Lingling, Monkey, and Mirror, forming a demolition squad. You'll go to an underground black market introduced by a friend of mine, posing as mercenaries to quickly complete some high-difficulty tasks. Once you climb the black market rankings to S-level mercenaries, I'll arrange for you to enter the target group. As for me, Zhen Nantian, the monk, and Hao Yunlai, we have more dangerous tasks to handle. We'll regroup in 10 days. Yang Yang squinted, ultimately choosing the monk to help him carry luggage. From his observations, Tank was not as cooperative as the monk. The monk was always willing to take on tasks, saying, "Let me handle it," and he had considerable strength from years of martial arts training, making him a good porter. Tank, on the other hand, was more like, "I can't see, I don't know, I don't understand." If the entire team knew that Yang Yang was struggling with who to help him carry luggage, they would probably question his chances of success in this mission. Jing Shu felt a bit disappointed. This wasn't what she had imagined. She thought they would arrive in the US with guns and cannons, ready to start robbing while she secretly stuffed resources into her space. But if they were that blatant, they probably wouldn't survive more than 2 episodes. As everyone seemed to have no objections, Yang Yang continued. "Before this mission is completed, no one is allowed to deal with personal matters. Any resources obtained that you can carry will be yours. Anything you can't take will be confiscated and counted as contribution points or exchanged for transportation costs." The 12-hour flight passed quickly. Just explaining the division of labor and plans took a full 2 hours. Jing Shu spent the remaining time resting and conserving her energy. It wasn't that she didn't want to practice her Rubik's Cube, she was internally anxious. According to Yang Yang, the transported resources would be in the hundreds of tons, and she was itching to get her hands on them. Unfortunately, she didn't want to practice in front of so many people, especially with Zhen Nantian's seemingly all-seeing eyes. The group safely arrived in Sacramento. Jing Shu first checked the signal reception for her family, confirming everything was normal. After reassuring them, she began to survey the city. Unlike the dark and desolate scenes back home, the center of Sacramento was bright and lively, reminiscent of the pre-apocalypse days, filled with vibrant lights and a sense of indulgence. It felt like paradise. The U.S. hadn't lost power. Jing Shu was increasingly curious about what the U.S. had become in the 3rd year of the apocalypse. Tomorrow at 2 p.m., 5 chapters will be uploaded. I had planned to take a nap at 3 p.m. to write, but I ended up sleeping until evening. I've been feeling a bit tired lately. Jing Shu was filled with various expectations for this trip. The U.S. truly lived up to its reputation. Regardless of the outcome, she had never traveled abroad before, and she certainly hadn't imagined that in this post-apocalyptic world, she would get to travel internationally. It was worth noting that while the U.S. has a vast land area, its population density is low. Mexico next door has 120 million people, while Sacramento covers 99.2 square miles, which is about a quarter of Hong Kong or 10 times Macau. Even with the influx of over 300,000 newcomers, the total population would only be around 600,000, equivalent to 1/5 of Wucheng's population. Due to the Mediterranean climate, Jing Shu immediately felt that Sacramento was not as cold as Wucheng. The second impression was that it was large and spacious, with a sparse population. Aside from the bustling city center, the surroundings were quiet, occasionally interrupted by loud noises, followed by tremors from earthquakes. Natural disasters were affecting the entire world. There was no escaping it. The earthquakes had made the situation even more chaotic, with countless Mexicans flooding into the city. Yet Jing Shu finally felt the foreign flavor of the land beneath her feet and the unique architecture around her. She was no longer in China. She had truly crossed the ocean to the U.S. It's currently 11 a.m. in the U.S. I believe everyone has rested well on the plane, so let's split up and get started. Look, my friend Little Black is here to pick you up. Yang waved at a large truck approaching. The truck made a sharp turn, and a very dark-skinned American man stepped out. Oh, Mr. Goat, it's so good to see you. And to my dear soon-to-be mercenary friends, it's a pleasure to meet you. Just call me Little Black. The muscular man, as strong as an ox, embraced Yang and greeted everyone. He spoke fluent Chinese, alleviating Jing Shu's embarrassment about not understanding foreign languages. Thus, the two teams parted ways. The demolition squad, consisting of Tank, Snake Spirit, Lingling, Monkey, and Jing Shu, climbed into Little Black's truck. The men had to crouch in the back, while Jing Shu and Lingling, the two women, sat in the passenger seat, following Little Black to the underground black market he mentioned. Little Black slammed the gas pedal and cursed, "Oh, this damn black market. Oil is getting harder to come by. I need to drive fast. The less time I spend, the less fuel I use. Ladies, hold on tight." Jing Shu was puzzled. Hadn't she heard that foreigners were bad at math? They could finish a pizza cut into 6 slices but couldn't finish the same pizza cut into 8. But wouldn't driving efficiently depend on maintaining a constant speed? She exchanged glances with Lingling, both of them sharing a sense of helplessness. Lingling was a timid and shy girl, but Jing Shu wondered why someone like her would dress so provocatively and cutely. As Jing Shu looked outside, listening to Little Black share local anecdotes, the truck sped along and the scenery flew by. This area resembled a large rural setting, with some places still muddy from receding water. The houses were sparse and dilapidated, covered in green moss, reminiscent of a ghost town from a century ago. There were no signs of life around. "Oh, this damn earthquake!" Little Black swerved to avoid a large pothole, causing the truck to sway. He continued talking. "Last year, Sacramento was flooded for the most part. Luckily, the city center and some suburbs weren't submerged, so some citizens went to the center. But since the government was ousted, greedy merchants and arms dealers monopolized food supplies and established new rules for survival. Those of us who can't pay taxes have to go to the slums, but at least there's the underground black market where we can survive." "What exactly is the underground black market?" Jing Shu asked. Little Black lit a cigarette, and Jing Shu couldn't help but marvel at how something that had become extinct in China could still be found among the poor in the U.S. It seemed that the rumors were true. The U.S. was in a constant state of internal conflict, and they didn't have to worry about food and clothing. In reality, Jing Shu was mistaken. Although the U.S. is a developed capitalist country, the wealth gap is enormous. About 15% of the population lives in slums, unable to afford food, lacking medical care and welfare, and in worse conditions than the poor in China. China has policies to help the poor, such as providing seeds and job opportunities, ensuring many can eat well as long as they work. Even in the apocalypse, there were government rations, so as long as one worked, they could at least have one meal a day and not starve. The conditions in the slums here were far worse. "Oh, dear Miss Mirror, I heard that China has abolished your currency and set up a new one. Other countries have changed their currencies due to economic inflation, but we in the U.S. still use the dollar. The government has the audacity to set the original prices for food and oil, but the problem is, the dollar can't buy anything now. It's worthless, like dog poop. Now, everywhere in the US, food and supplies are used as hard currency. The underground black market controls half of Sacramento's oil and food. It's a noble circle formed by hundreds of middle-class families that monopolize resources, are self-sufficient, and employ a large number of mercenaries and locals, forming a vested interest group. Jing Shu pointed to the distant city center. Is that where the lights are? It looked luxurious, and Jing Shu felt drawn to it. It seemed like the place she often saw on TV reports about the US. If her trip to the US could take her there, it would be wonderful. Little Black made an exaggerated expression. That used to be the government area of Sacramento, but it was later occupied by gangs and arms dealers. They have powerful firepower and recruited many people in the first year of the apocalypse, even forming alliances with well-known grain merchants. They've modified the survival system, dividing the residents into different classes. The lower class consists mostly of Mexican refugees and various ethnic groups. The middle class is made up of wealthy local citizens, while the upper class includes arms dealers and grain merchant teams. Recently, many people from Mexico have come in, and half of them have been absorbed into that system. Of course, many have also slipped into the slums. Without the government, there's no food source or law. These people spend their days thinking about robbing food from others. The Mexicans have formed a gang that often robs those with food, and even women are in danger here. It's been chaotic lately, so the black market has had to recruit more capable mercenaries. I've heard they're preparing for something big and need mercenaries to complete tasks, Little Black said, blowing out smoke rings. Ling Ling coughed as she opened the window, quietly asking, "Why not drive these Mexicans out?" Little Black looked a bit embarrassed, carefully extinguishing his cigarette and tucking it behind his ear before saying, "Hey, both the arms dealers and the middle-class noble families need these Mexicans as cannon fodder, as slaves, and when necessary they can even be slaughtered to feed livestock or their own people. They're a food source, you know? I've heard they're conducting some terrifying experiments up top, and it's convenient for them to use humans for testing, so it's quite normal for 100 Mexicans to disappear every day." They were soon approaching the underground black market that Little Black had mentioned, but first, they had to pass through the slums. Jing Shu sat in the truck, staring at the dark, filthy environment outside, feeling a bit dazed. The polarization in the US was severe, and it was completely different from what she had imagined. It seemed that obtaining food and resources wouldn't be easy, as those who still held significant supplies must have strong firepower. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived this long. Forceful robbery was indeed not an option. Listening to Little Black ramble on revealed something shocking. The strategic reserves of food and resources in the US were enough to last for another 10 years, thanks to the government cutting off exports before the apocalypse and the food grown during that time. Moreover, the US was not lacking in oil either, as they had secretly invaded several smaller countries and seized a lot of oil. However, with the internal chaos now settled, the various governments and warlords had divided the spoils among themselves. But ordinary people couldn't see any of that oil. Jing Shu couldn't help but admire the developed country. Before the apocalypse, the US wasted energy at a rate several times higher than necessary, but what could they do? They had an abundance of resources. Even in the third year of the apocalypse, the supplies were still plentiful, held tightly by arms dealers and grain merchants, making it hard not to feel envious. Jing Shu was eager to see Yang Yang's plan unfold, hoping they could get the resources delivered to them. She just didn't know how he intended to do it. "Look, this is the slum where I live, and it's where you'll be staying for the next few days." Little Black pointed to rows of low houses outside, some made of steel sheets as temporary shelters. Others were dilapidated buildings over 100 years old, and some were on the verge of collapse. The area was run down and filled with a foul, pungent odor. The so-called slum was originally a row of small villas on both sides of the road, but after the floods, many makeshift shanties and houses had sprung up. The area showed signs of long-term rain erosion, with green algae marks and large insects crawling around openly. The environment was dirtier and more chaotic than the makeshift board houses in China, with houses crammed together, revealing hollow, watchful eyes peering out from within. Lingling showed a fearful expression. "Can't we stay somewhere else? I saw many empty houses along the way." In the U.S., aside from the tall buildings in the city center, most houses were 1- or 2-story villas due to the vast land and sparse population. However, after the floods, most of those had been wiped out, leaving behind mud and insects, making it very dangerous. Little Black shrugged and explained, "Hey, if you lovely angels go to the city center without their proof, you'll just end up as lowly slaves. Only official mercenaries can stay in the underground black market, so you'll have to complete the mercenary assessment tasks quickly to move out of the slums. The villas on the outskirts are good houses, but damn it, it's better not to stay there. Without legal protection after paying the rent, you could easily be targeted." The U.S. was constantly proving that danger lurked everywhere. Meanwhile, Yang Yang was holding his identification with a pained expression, successfully bringing the monk, a confused Hao Yunlai, and the stoic Zhen Nantian to the most bustling area of the city center, experiencing American culture. They watched as stylishly dressed women threw flirtatious glances their way. The monk touched his head, sensing that a lady seemed to want to say something to him. Hao Yunlai couldn't help but exclaim, "The U.S. is amazing! It's so powerful! Even in the apocalypse, the whole city is still bright and beautiful. I can smell roasted chicken, it smells so good. And so many girls are giving me flirtatious looks. Do they like this Asian boy? Let's start showcasing our strength from here. Now, let's enjoy the luxurious life in the U.S." At the same time, some people were throwing flirtatious glances at the truck. They wore tattered clothes and their hair was just starting to grow back, looking like frightening aliens with bulging eyes, trying to attract the truck's attention, which startled the big men inside. Just then, a man handed a half-eaten black bread to a woman, pulling her away, and the rest of the events unfolded naturally. As the truck drove past, many eyes were drawn to it, seemingly interested in what was happening inside, comparing the strength of both sides. The slums were vast and densely populated. Jing Shu's attention was caught by a gigantic spider. She swallowed hard, imagining it marinated and deep-fried, coated in egg and breadcrumbs until golden brown. One bite would reveal the crispy spider legs, releasing an enticing aroma. The crispy skin and tender meat made it impossible to stop after just one. Jing Shu shook her head vigorously. She was now a wealthy person who could afford various foods. How could she still be interested in such things? The truck continued to speed through the slums, finally arriving at the underground black market. To Jing Shu's surprise, she had thought the underground black market was just a name, but it turned out to be literally underground. The truck drove into an enormous cave where guards with guns were stationed at the entrance. "Hey, it's me! I brought some newcomers for the assessment. We'll definitely be out by tonight," Little Black said, handing over 2 black breads. The group was allowed to enter smoothly, having heard that those without identification would be killed on the spot. The slums were essentially the outskirts, but this area was even further out. However, it was elevated, so even the underground black market hadn't been flooded in the second year. Instead, it had attracted many from the surrounding slums. "Hey, did you know? This underground black market used to be a massive gold mine. Sacramento developed into what it is today because gold was discovered here. After the gold was exhausted, they turned to other resources. Now this gold mine has been transformed into an underground city since the first year of the apocalypse." The truck kept speeding along, and Jing Shu's mouth gradually fell open in amazement. Damn, this really was a small city carved out of a mountain. Although Qianduoduo's stone garden was impressive, this underground city had its own even more incredible features. First of all, Stone Garden was built from blocks of stone, but this place was directly excavated from the mountain itself. If it used to be a warehouse, now it had been transformed into rows of light steel houses. They looked just like the villas outside, and the environment wasn't bad at all. "Hey, this is the new city built by those damned hundreds of middle-class families. They literally moved all their houses in here. It's damp in the second year, but at least you don't get rained on. This is the most badass place in Sacramento. What's even crazier is that the underground black market has 2 levels. The noble families live on the top floor, and this floor is where mercenaries and the poor mix. They say the first floor is paradise, but I've never been in. Jing Shu nodded. If you spoke a little louder here, your voice would echo, but it didn't feel oppressive at all. The ceiling was about 10 meters high, and the key thing was, there was another level above. It was a bit dangerous, though. With the current earthquakes, even inside a mountain, everything shook. If the upper level collapsed, everyone down here would be buried. The risks of this underground black market were obvious. The big truck stopped in the parking lot, and they paid 1 black market coin, the currency issued in the underground black market. Next, they saw rows of densely packed houses on both sides and a bustling crowd, chattering away in English that the academically challenged Jing Shu couldn't understand. Everyone was armed with all sorts of weapons: machetes, pistols, axes, hammers, shotguns, and more. Some wore leather armor or bulletproof vests. Groups of 3 or 5 were clearly the so-called mercenaries of the black market. There were many stalls in the underground black market, and there were no restrictions on race. There were Chinese, Mexicans, black people, and white people. Some sold weapons, some sold food, and some even sold slaves. It was a lively, chaotic marketplace. All right, guys, bring your eating tools. It's time to show your strength. Here, you have to be the fiercest cub, meaner and even meaner. Zhao He opened his mouth wide, making a fierce face. Jing Shu? No guns or weapons are allowed inside the black market. Fighting, brawling, and killing are forbidden, but if there's a dispute, as long as you pay black market coins, you can challenge and kill anyone. The last one standing gets all the loser's property. Of course, if you don't want to be challenged, you can pay double the black market coins to avoid the fight. Damn these vampire black market rules. You can keep challenging as long as you have coins, until the other side can't pay anymore, but then there's no point in challenging. Damn vampires. Jing Shu realized something was off after picking up her pot, so she decisively switched to the weapon she'd spent a long time preparing for this trip. Given her strength, a spiked club would be best. Intimidating and powerful, making it clear she wasn't someone to mess with. But since she couldn't store it in her space, carrying a big club everywhere was just too inconvenient. So Jing Shu ended up carrying a modular repeating crossbow on her back, a steel machete hanging behind her, and a pistol at her waist. It looked a bit mismatched, but at least her combat power was high. In this hellhole, she also decisively wore a bulletproof helmet. Ding! Your Chinese auntie is now online. Tank was even more over the top, carrying a huge shield and wearing a bulletproof vest, lugging a machine gun, and dragging 2 big iron balls that made a heavy, grating noise on the ground. People around glared at first, but when they saw Tank, a 2-meter-tall hulk with bulging muscles and loaded with guns, they immediately backed off. Monkey and Snake Spirit were much more simply equipped. Besides 2 guns, Jing Shu didn't see anything else. Maybe their real weapons and trump cards were hidden. As for Ling Ling, she carried a sniper rifle and an assault rifle, wore her special gloves, and a monocle. The phrase female assassin suddenly popped into Jing Shu's mind. The underground black market glowed dimly. Ling Ling's stylish, cute look attracted plenty of greedy and lustful stares. But when she raised her rifle and mimed bang bang at them, many quickly looked away. Hey, if you want to kill someone in the black market, it's best to do it through a duel. If you kill someone without a duel, the black market takes all the dead person's property, and you'll be punished by the nobles. Of course, if you pay enough black market coins, that's another story. Basically, as long as you have money, you can do whatever you want. Rules only bind the poor. The black market doesn't care where your power comes from. As long as you complete tasks, you can become a mercenary here. No matter what your intentions are, even if you're a spy from another country, it doesn't matter. But you must always show enough strength. There's an old Chinese saying, play the pig to eat the tiger. Pretend to be weak to catch the strong. But that doesn't work here. Here there aren't just tigers and elephants, there's a swarm of ants that can eat you clean. Zhao He explained as he greeted some vendors in English. Hey, where did today's slaves come from? Oh, you heartless maggot, still selling food made from bugs. Jing Shu curiously looked around the black market. It was much better than the slums, but everyone was armed. As they walked, a fight broke out ahead, and under the watchful eyes of the black market guards, a duel began. One man threw an axe, splitting the other's head open on the spot. The duel lasted only a few seconds. The axe guy took all the other's belongings, even stripping him naked, and the guards dragged away the bloody corpse. Xiao He whispered, "All these bodies are fed to poultry, these heartless maggots. The cafeteria even serves human meat, though they claim it's rat meat. I've seen a few fingers with long, uncut nails, and I heard the new red wine, called freshly squeezed human blood juice, is made by mixing fresh blood from these corpses with alcohol. Tastes pretty good, and if you're lucky, you'll get some meat bits in it." Jing Shu was truly grateful that Yang Yang had told them to bring their own food. She'd been curious before. Why, in the food paradise of America with so much food, did they have to bring their own? Why not just rob a place and live off the spoils? Now she understood. The people at the bottom eat anything, while only those at the top have endless luxury food. "We're here. This is the place for mercenary assessments. Come on, guys. My dear Yang said I should join you as a mercenary this time, enjoy the same treatment as you all. And, as you ancient Chinese say, I'll be in your care from now on. After all, I'm part of the team now. Oh, and my dear teammates, don't be upset. Since none of you 5 speak English, you need a loyal and reliable translator like me." Jing Shu couldn't help but recall how she'd scored just a few points on her English test and told her teacher she didn't study English out of patriotism. But the truth was, knowing a foreign language really is important. The Mercenary Association always had to be grand and imposing. This trope never gets old. The underground black market's Mercenary Association was an arena, right at the center of the market, a sunken, circular structure built from massive stones, covering the entire lower level. Look at this awe-inspiring place. It's the only spot in the black market that connects directly to the top-level nobles. Every day, the nobles watch the mercenary duels in the arena from above. Only nobles have the right to bet on who wins or loses. Apparently, this is the upper class's idea of fun. But us commoners can bet on battle pets, lizards, tigers, venomous snakes, and so on. The most powerful one right now is a crocodile. If you want to make some black market coins, this is definitely the fastest way. I think our Ah Huang is pretty good. He could win 5 or 6 matches and earn us hundreds or even thousands of black market coins. Xiao He's eyes sparkled as he looked at Ah Huang, who bared his teeth at him. As for the parrot, the featherless chicken, and the toothpick snake you guys brought, I don't have much faith in them. Better leave them in the truck or they'll probably get caught and eaten. So the parrot and the fat chicken were left in the truck. The toothpick snake Xiao He mentioned was coiled on Snake Spirit's head, serving as a bulletproof helmet, while Ah Huang followed behind Monkey. Jing Shu squinted, thinking about what Xiao He said about battle pets. Maybe if they didn't want to sell food or trade supplies, pet duels really were the fastest way to earn black market coins. If Fat Chicken could win a few matches, who knows? It might be the fiercest fighting chicken around. The hall was crowded. Some people held up signs looking for teammates or for someone with guns and ammo. "Hey guys, 80% of the intern mercenaries in the black market are wimps, only 20% are real mercenaries, and more than half of those are retired special forces from other countries, all with serious skills. There are also plenty of ruthless criminals, I'm not joking, everyone needs to be careful. First we register as intern mercenaries. A mercenary team can have up to 6 people. Registering a team costs 100 black market coins. Damn vampires. 1 black bread only costs 2 coins. Xiao He reluctantly paid the fee, collected everyone's fingerprints, and handed out badges labeled Internship Mercenary. "Hey guys, our goal is to become a real D-rank mercenary team, then move up to C, B, A, and S rank. Don't even think about the arena. Only real mercenaries can duel there. To go from intern to mercenary, we have to complete various black market missions. If more than half the team dies, the team is forcibly disbanded." Tank asked, "What kind of mission do we need to complete to get promoted?" After all, they didn't have much time. Their goal this time was clear: reach S-rank mercenary within 10 days. "Hey, it's simple. To go from intern to mercenary, the whole team needs to complete a mission worth 1,000 black market coins. After that, it gets easier. To go from D to C rank, you need to accumulate 3,000 coins from missions. Winning in the arena also counts. C to B rank requires 8,000 coins, B to A needs 20,000, and A to S rank needs 50,000. The higher your rank, the better the benefits and the higher the mission rewards. I've heard S rank teams can even live on the top level. So to reach S rank, they needed to earn a total of 50,000 black market coins, far more than just 50,000 in value. 10 days. Could they really do it? Wait, Jing Shu suddenly realized why Yang Yang called him Xiao Hei. It wasn't because he was dark-skinned, but because he always said, "Hey." What kind of missions are there? Jing Shu asked curiously. She'd read a lot of mercenary novels in her previous life, and in her experience, beginner mercenaries did odd jobs, finding rare items, retrieving things for merchants, or working as bodyguards. Xiao Hei started translating. Scout the Sacramento mines and avoid patrols. Hold out for 5 days. The whole team gets 1,000 black market coins. Assassinate government remnants. Each verified corpse is worth 50 coins. Join a mercenary group to Mexico to seize special goods. You know what I mean. 1 trip per team, 1,000 coins. Eliminate the armed forces at a small diamond mine in Sacramento and reclaim the mining rights. 1,000 coins. Guard a fish pond, 10 coins per person per day, paid daily, no pay if you die. There were lots of missions, all sorts of odd jobs, but they all had one thing in common: killing, assassinations, or defending to the death. No wonder the black market didn't care about outsiders. These missions were basically suicide. The problem was, intern mercenaries and real mercenaries were completely different. To become a mercenary, you had to complete a 1,000 coin mission. Otherwise, you'd be stuck as a nobody, only able to take odd jobs forever. Even retired special forces couldn't guarantee 100% success, let alone the many ordinary people who just happened to have guns and weapons but were otherwise weak. Jing Shu understood now why Xiao Hei said only 20% of mercenaries could actually complete the missions and become real mercenaries. Tank pointed at a mission and said, "Let's go destroy the armed forces at the small diamond mine. That should be the fastest." Xiao Hei relayed the message, then turned back and said helplessly, "Hey guys, someone already took that mission today. If no one comes back by 3 p.m., it's considered a failure, and we can take it then. But another team has already reserved it. We can either cooperate with them and split the reward, or challenge them directly. The winning team gets the right to take the next mission." Snake Spirit rolled his eyes. "How can we get promoted if we split the reward? Let's just challenge them." Jing Shu was actually curious. How would both sides compete in this situation to show who was stronger? But she never expected what would happen next. No one expected the other team to be so cowardly. Just a moment ago, a black guy had been egging on a wolf, shouting, "Go bite them!" But as soon as he saw Jing Shu's group and their arsenal, he immediately backed off, muttering something in a language they couldn't understand. Soon, Xiao Hei told Jing Shu and the others, "That 6-person team of wimps gave up. They said you can't mess with Asians, that you're all evil sorcerers, and they were scared by how fierce I looked." Everyone listened to Xiao Hei's boasting with blank expressions. Just like that, Jing Shu's team successfully reserved the mission. They could come back at 3 p.m. to take it. If they succeeded, the black market would assign them another mission of similar difficulty and reward. "Hey, let's grab some lunch and rest in the truck for a bit. That should take us right up to the time. I'll take you to check out the high-end restaurants in the black market. Don't be shy, this meal's on me. The food here is the safest. You need a license to sell it. There might be some mystery meat mixed in, but at least it's not poisoned." Xiao Hei kept urging everyone with, "Let's go, go, go." The black market's restaurant looked more like an old-fashioned open-air market from before the apocalypse, with rows of stalls like a night market and thousands of tables and chairs. The place was packed with all sorts of people: fierce mercenaries, frail-looking youths, scavengers. The echoes in the cave made it all the more noisy. It was a fast food setup. Line up to buy food, then find a seat. But there were hardly any seats left, so most people just squatted on the side, eating unidentifiable food. Hey, want to try some specialty high-protein fried maggots? They're a bit fishy since there aren't many spices. Or maybe some premium white radish with salt? Look, there's also delicious nutritious insect juice. Or you could try the freshly squeezed human blood juice. Over there they have bread with lettuce, but it's 8 black market coins each. According to Xiao Hei's introduction, the cheapest and most popular food was a mash of potatoes, bugs, and mystery meat, just 1 black market coin per serving and very filling. There was also black bread, made with wheat bran, which was hard to swallow. A bit pricier were the mixed grain burgers with unknown meat, costing 3 coins. For 10 coins, you could get a decent meal. For 30 coins, you could have a steak dinner. No wonder so many people wanted to be mercenaries. One mission could let you live well for a week. Add some beer, and you could party for 4 or 5 days. It was nothing like China, where there was no high-risk, high-reward mercenary system. The alcoholic freshly squeezed human blood juice cost 5 coins and was very popular, much cheaper than beer. In the black market, the most expensive thing wasn't grain, but fruit. A luxury for the rich, costing at least dozens of coins each. Grain was even cheaper than Jing Shu expected. As long as you found a not-too-dangerous job, 10 coins a day could feed a whole family. And there really were more supplies here than in China, with plenty of daily necessities, an after effect of overproduction. Hey, don't be shy, but you can only pick something under 10 coins. I don't have that much money. So Snake Spirit ordered 2 roasted rats for 10 coins, Ling Ling got a handful of rice for 10 coins, Monkey got 3 mixed grain burgers, Tank got a bread with extra lettuce to make it 10 coins, and Xiao Hei looked like he was about to cry, especially when he saw Snake Spirit give the rats to his beloved snake, Ling Ling gave the rice to the parrot, Monkey gave the burgers to Ah Huang, and Tank ate the whole burger in 1 bite. Hey, my dear Miss Jing, I knew you were the best. Not like the others who ripped me off. Before he could finish, Jing Shu picked up 2 eggs and said, Since everyone else ordered, I guess I should too. I'll just take these eggs. Xiao Hei. This was everyone's way of acknowledging Xiao Hei as a true member of Jing Shu's team, a sort of initiation gift. In the end, no one really ate at the restaurant. Only Xiao Hei gnawed on a 3-coin bread. Then the Mercenary Association sent a notice. There was a problem with the mission. The team from earlier looked at Jing Shu's group with schadenfreude, whispering among themselves. Jing Shu could hear them, but couldn't understand what they were saying. In the hall, a white man with only 1 arm was talking rapidly to the black market staff. Xiao Hei translated, Damn, the mission just got harder. There are now 2 armed groups at the diamond mine, plus a lot of strange man-eating creatures with strong combat power. This guy's team was wiped out, so he's asking to disband the team and get paid for the intel he brought back. The staff gave him 200 black market coins and upgraded the mission to D-rank difficulty with a reward of 5,000 coins. Damn, we might not be able to take this mission now. Snake Spirit smiled and said, Just tell her we already reserved the mission. Let us try again, but for a reward of 3,000 coins. If we fail, she can repost it at 3 p.m. tomorrow. Hey, you're smart. She agreed. Good luck. I'll be waiting here for your good news. Jing Shu's group? You're not coming? I'm useless in a fight. I can't go anywhere dangerous. If you don't go, we won't be able to find the way. If you really won't go, we'll have to kick you out of the team. You won't get any of the rewards after the mission. Xiao Hei hesitated for a long time before finally saying, Hey guys, I'll be the guide, okay? The team that had just chickened out watched Jing Shu's group leave the black market with strange looks. The truck sped along, and Jing Shu's stomach growled with hunger. She had to nibble on some chocolate and beef jerky to hold out until they reached the mountains near the diamond mine. The truck couldn't go any further, so the whole team resupplied, ate some of their own food, geared up, and set out on foot toward their target. Go scout ahead, see how many people there are, what their combat strength is, and if there are any traps, Ling Ling said, sending her parrot to recon while Snake Spirit released his little snake to investigate. Monkey's Ah Huang scouted the area, and as the team's scout, Monkey himself went to check the surroundings. Jing Shu glanced at the fat chicken who stubbornly refused to get off the truck. She wanted to kick it out, but the chicken just looked at the mountains with disdain, as if to say, If you've got business, go handle it yourselves. The ground's too dirty. I don't want to mess up my crown and new clothes. Heh. Jing Shu looked at Fat Chicken with a mix of disappointment and amusement as it became obsessed with its new toy. What kind of chicken excuse was this? The way Fat Chicken stuck out its butt, she knew exactly what it was up to. Wasn't it just an American egg? Fat Chicken was treating it like a treasure, keeping it warm in its nest. Back in the day, it would have been clucking and running around outside already. Could it be that the foreign moon really is rounder? Was Fat Chicken more interested in American eggs? Weren't all eggs just eggs? Jing Shu shook her head. It was a rare chance for everyone to see Fat Chicken in a new light, to realize it was a battle chicken, not just a regular hen, but Fat Chicken didn't seem to appreciate the opportunity. While the others went scouting, Tank was off to the side doing squats and stretching his muscles. Xiao Hei's stomach was still rumbling, and as he looked at Fat Chicken, he couldn't help but daydream. Ling Ling was adjusting her sniper rifle. Jing Shu knew her lens was a special one, able to spot living things even in the dark. Snake Spirit kept flicking his tongue, collecting something, apparently making poison on the spot. Jing Shu was always chewing on snacks, sitting on a big rock and practicing with her Rubik's cube. Without Jen Nantian's piercing gaze around, she felt much more at ease. She wanted to work hard and upgrade her cube before this mission was over, to free up more space. She was eager to get her hands on the high-end goods that American nobles collected. Earthquakes in Sacramento were getting more frequent, though not as bad as in Wucheng. So far, there hadn't been any large-scale disappearances. 10 minutes later, Monkey returned with Ah Huang. Ling Ling's parrot flew back, and Snake Spirit's taipan also slithered back. Monkey spoke first. There's only one entrance to the diamond mine, at the mouth of the canyon. We have 2 ways in. One is to climb over the mountain and come in from the back, which takes about an hour. The other is to go in through the front, which takes about 10 minutes, but there are definitely traps at the entrance. Ah Huang smelled other creatures. Quite a few of them. Snake Spirit drew a simple map. My snake detected heat signatures, living things hidden at the mine entrance, and here's the layout inside. There are 4 guards and 7 fierce beasts at the entrance and 7 people inside. Ling Ling added, They're well armed and very alert. My parrot almost got spotted by one of those creatures while flying overhead. The parrot saw weapons, a machine gun and several rifles, but no snipers, no rocket launchers or heavy weapons. There don't seem to be any surveillance cameras, but we'd better not get too close. The traps at the entrance couldn't be detected, so we don't know what they are. Tank, the team leader handpicked by Yang Yang for this mission, stepped up and asked, What do you all think? Climb the mountain or go in head on? Monkey said, Climb the mountain, less risk. Snake Spirit flicked his tongue. I'll release some poison first, kill everyone, then we can just go in the front. This is at most a C-rank job, not even a challenge. Ling Ling looked down. I won't go in. I'll cover you from the highest point outside. The parrot already found a spot with a full view. Tank turned to Jing Shu. What do you think? Jing Shu narrowed her eyes. She'd deliberately not sent her own snakes or bees in to scout, partly to see what her teammates were capable of, and partly because she didn't want Snake Spirit, a natural snake master, to notice anything. So she was actually in the dark about the situation inside. But to see what her teammates could do, she said, Let's go in head on, make it quick. She needed to get back and cook a meal. She was starving, and since coming to America, she hadn't had a chance to eat in peace. I agree. Let's settle it head on. Maybe we can take another mission and get to C-rank right away. We don't have time to waste. Tank nodded. Your special medicine works great. I'm starting to trust you. Jing Shu thought, You'll trust me more and more. Her teammates from the capital were all brimming with confidence, built up from countless battles. Xiao Hei stayed behind to watch the truck, while Jing Shu's group set out on foot. Snake Spirit released his taipan. Let's go. By the time we get there, my little snake will have taken care of everyone. A guy who can control snakes and poison people is truly hard to guard against. No wonder he's rated A+. Snake Spirit could silently wipe out a whole group anywhere. Jing Shu was curious how he managed to poison so many people so quietly. Good thing she'd had the foresight to wear tall sheepskin boots. No mud would get in. Lingling's shoes had already fallen off a few times, and her bare legs and feet were covered in mud and bugs, though she just slapped the bugs dead. In the dim light, those long legs looked great. Soon, Lingling split off from the group, climbing up the nearby mountain and vanishing into the darkness. Snake Spirit shook his head regretfully. Without light, he couldn't see anything. As they neared the canyon entrance, everyone stopped, crouching against the cliff wall. The canyon was pitch black, no bird calls, just the occasional strange screech. They're all dead except for 7 beasts. I won't waste any more poison. Leave it to me. I'll smash them with my iron ball. I could crush them with one hand, Tank said, standing up. Jing Shu almost applauded. This was the elite of the capital. Missions like this were a breeze. She could just tag along as the team's invisible medic, and maybe sneak some supplies if she got the chance. Perfect. I'll go with Ah Huang to disarm the traps and lure out those unknown creatures. Monkey and Ah Huang went to check the traps. Scouts always handled this kind of work, and they had plenty of experience. The simplest, most direct way to break a trap was to trigger it yourself, and then escape, destroying the trap in the process. Jing Shu frowned, staring at the vague shapes in the canyon. They looked familiar, but even with night vision, she couldn't see clearly from this distance. And then, everything changed. As soon as Ah Huang and Monkey entered the canyon, a huge iron gate crashed down from above, sealing the entrance and splitting the team in two. Ah Huang and Monkey were trapped inside, while Jing Shu's group was locked out. At that moment, gunshots thundered from the mountain. A sniper rifle. Lingling had opened fire. She'd spotted danger. Jing Shu's group didn't have time to let Monkey deal with the traps. They rushed forward at full speed. At the same time, they heard Ah Huang barking and Monkey screaming in pain. Lingling's sniper rifle fired shot after shot. Snake Spirit switched on a powerful flashlight, finally illuminating the scene inside the canyon. Inside the canyon, they saw massive, ferocious beasts with rotting flesh and nests of wriggling maggots on their bodies, rampaging like hippos or rhinos. Lingling's sniper rifle bullets exploded in bloody bursts when they hit the creatures' eyes or heads, but it was as useless as throwing a stone into water. These monsters were simply too big for it to matter. Some of the rhinos had their eyeballs shot out, instantly spraying green fluid and white jelly. The creature next to it would then gobble up the eyeball and juice, devouring even its own kind's eyes. Soon, Lingling had shot out all their eyes, but it didn't affect these scent-hunting monsters at all. They didn't even seem to feel pain. Jing Shu's team finally saw the real situation in the canyon. There were no traps at all. The canyon was actually a giant pit of mud and swamp, with 7 rotting behemoths rolling in the muck, chasing Monkey and Ah Huang. Even in the mud, Monkey was incredibly fast for an assassin. Unfortunately, he slipped into the swamp, lost his footing, and couldn't move. One of the monsters caught up and bit down hard, making Monkey scream in agony. "Damn it, what are these things? Guns are useless. Help me, save me!" It was brutal. His whole arm was bitten, and Jing Shu could see a huge chunk of flesh about to be torn off. That one-armed man in the black market must have lost his arm the same way. "Hold on. I'll break down the gate and get in. Lingling will cover you with her sniper. Snake Spirit, quick, try your poison!" In an instant, everyone was on high alert, even a bit panicked. As a professional scout, Monkey managed to save himself at the last second. He pulled out a 3-bladed weapon that looked like a fan, jammed it into the monster's jaws, and, to Jing Shu's amazement, activated it. The blade spun like a blender, shredding flesh and spraying blood everywhere, grinding the monster from mouth to stomach into a pile of meat. Monkey had just put on a live demonstration of freshly squeezed meat juice. He took the chance to escape, terrified as the beast, now hollowed out and shredded, still moved like an undead monster, trying to chase and eat him. Frightened, Monkey shot out a grappling hook, dragging his bloody shoulder as he climbed up the iron gate with one hand. Ah Huang, stuck in the swamp, was still hopping around, drawing the attention of several beasts. Jing Shu recognized these monsters immediately. No wonder they looked familiar. These were the result of the zombie deer virus that spread from Australia in the 1st and 2nd years of the apocalypse. The second evolution was the red threadworm plague. which wiped out the threadworms and led to the zombie disease. Now, the virus had completed a third evolution, allowing some animals to survive the apocalypse by becoming fearless and aggressive, an invasive species event. By the 5th year, the world was full of these rotting, blackened creatures, most of them evolved from animals. In just a few years, they'd undergone centuries or even millennia of evolution to survive. But these monsters weren't actually that hard to deal with. They hadn't reached the 3rd generation yet. Right now, they were immune to bullets and blades, with no obvious weak points, just like zombies, impossible to kill, and not even vulnerable to headshots. Even if you blew their heads off, their bodies would keep eating by instinct. But if you chopped them up into pieces, you could still kill them. A single grenade would do the trick. No need to overthink it. Talk about capsizing in a gutter, Jing Shu muttered, shaking her head. It was time for her to step in. It's useless. My snake venom doesn't work, Snake Spirit shouted. At that moment, Tank kicked the gate open with brute force and swung his iron ball at a hippo, smashing a deep dent in its head with hundreds of kilos of force. But it didn't faze the nearly indestructible creature. Meanwhile, Ah Huang was cornered, howling in terror. Monkey shouted, "Ah Huang, run, run, Ah Huang!" A giant maw lunged at Ah Huang, but just then, Jing Shu hurled a grenade like a football straight into the rotting hippo's mouth. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the massive hippo was blown to pieces, saving Ah Huang. Jing Shu drew her steel machete, made herself a simple board, and slid into the swamp. You know about animal joints? Instead of always aiming for the head, try hitting their joints. It's faster to dismember these things. Like this. With that, she swung her long, heavy blade at the hippo's knee joint, slicing off a leg weighing over 100 kilos in one blow. She deftly hacked off all 4 limbs, then stabbed in from the rear and sliced around the outside. In no time, she'd butchered the raging hippo into dozens of neat pieces, her obsessive side satisfied by the perfectly uniform, orderly stacks. It was a masterpiece, but the pieces were still twitching. Luckily, after a while, they finally stopped moving. All this time, Jing Shu had wondered what she'd do if she ever faced these terrifying creatures again. Turns out, her experience butchering pigs gave her the answer. Under the flashlight's beam, Jing Shu looked like a demon as she went to work, dissecting the massive beast with ease as if it were nothing. This woman, she's kind of terrifying. Did I misjudge her before? Tank scratched his head. By destructive power, he should have been the strongest, but his iron ball was useless against these rotting, unkillable monsters. They weren't like the ones on TV that shatter with a single blow. Soon, Jing Shu had dissected 3 of them, stacking the meat into a neat little mountain. What a shame. If it weren't for the zombie disease, rhino meat would taste better than hippo. Just then, chaos erupted outside. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 people stormed in, heavily armed with advanced weapons. And with them, looking innocent and kidnapped, was Xiao He. When it rains, it pours. I came back with a fever. Feels like I'm half dead. Xiao He shouted to Jing Shu's group. They said they got a notice from the black market. Previous intel was wrong, and the mission difficulty has been upgraded to B level. They're taking over from here, so we don't need to worry about it anymore. Apparently the higher-ups want these unknown creatures captured alive and brought back to the black market for research. Jing Shu flicked her blade, shaking off the green blood, and smiled. Oh, so these people are here to steal the credit? The timing was pretty good, she had to admit. Monkey, who had just crawled up from the ground, still bleeding heavily and possibly with a ruined shoulder, looked grim. If the mission was taken over, who would account for the injuries he suffered today? Tank kept slamming his iron ball into the ground, making deep craters. Even if it couldn't smash those rotting monsters, the show of force was necessary. Tell them, no need. We've already finished the mission, killed all the people, dealt with the creatures, and reclaimed the diamond mine. If they don't like it, don't blame us for being rude. As Tank spoke, Lingling fired a shot from the shadows, and both sides immediately drew their weapons. But then the team of nearly 20 finally saw the mountain of corpses piled up in the swamp. Neatly stacked limbs at the bottom, 3 huge, gruesome heads on top. It was an unsettling sight. Weren't these monsters supposed to be terrifying? Didn't seem that way now. Soon, Xiaohei came back with their response. They said they'll pay us 2,000 black market coins as originally planned, so we can be promoted to full mercenaries. From here, they'll take over. They also said these creatures are worthless dead, so they won't argue with us. They'll just take the bodies for their report and leave the rest of the loot to us. There were 18 of them in total, a full 3 squads. Besides the 3 monsters Jing Shu had dissected and the one she blew up with a grenade, there were 3 more undead beasts left, just enough for each squad to handle one. Jing Shu had already checked out their weapons and gear: bulletproof vests, armor, the mercenary favorites like G36, FAMAS rifles, FAL light machine guns, AK-47s for suppressive fire, a full mercenary outfit. These were the kind of people who'd been professional mercenaries even before the apocalypse, killing for hire all over the world. They were pros. If it came to a head-on fight, Jing Shu wasn't saying she couldn't win, but the risk was high. She had to remember the real reason for coming to America: to make a big score, not to throw her life away. Xiaohei, still being held hostage, added, "Here's their commission letter. Direct orders from above." Jing Shu narrowed her eyes and said to Tank, "Why don't we just let them handle things here? Let's go into the diamond mine and collect our loot first." Tank frowned. "Trust our strength. Even pre-apocalypse professional mercenaries are nothing in front of us. Don't forget, Snake Spirit's venom can take them all out in 3 seconds." "I know. But if you couldn't handle those monsters, what makes you think they can? Besides, they don't have grenades, armor-piercing rounds, or rocket launchers. Fighting them head-on would only hurt our reputation. Why not just pick up the leftovers later?" Jing Shu couldn't help but praise herself a little, feeling a bit embarrassed. Tank blushed. As a proud A-rank elite from China, he'd actually stumbled here. "Fine, let's leave it to them for now. We'll go." Somehow, everyone found Jing Shu's words very convincing. Maybe it was her brutal butchering skills from earlier. Xiaohei breathed a sigh of relief as he negotiated with the mercenaries, who also relaxed. Judging by the scene, Jing Shu's team was formidable. Sure, the mercenaries had ways to suppress them, but mercenaries always put money first. Monkey's shoulder was nearly bitten off. Jing Shu had already slapped on a high-grade hemostatic pill worth 100 contribution points, but said he'd still need stitches later. It wasn't a big deal. He'd be fine in a week or 2, and it wouldn't affect his scouting duties. "Thanks for saving Ah Huang just now." Jing Shu had imagined a diamond mine as a place where you could just pick up big diamonds off the ground, or maybe sift through sand for small ones. So when Tank and Snake Spirit started gathering the loot, she went to check out the mine. Unfortunately, it wasn't like she'd imagined. The diamonds were embedded in the walls, some invisible, some impossible to pry out. Jing Shu ran her hands over the walls. Even a little light made the inside sparkle. Diamonds weren't much use in industry, mostly just for business and tricking women, but she really did like them. Closing her eyes, Jing Shu used her Rubik's Cube space to exert absolute control over anything she touched, picking out diamonds about the size of a fingernail and storing them away. In no time, she'd collected all the visible big diamonds, and seeing Tank and the others hadn't arrived yet, she started picking up the small ones too. She seemed to have discovered a new function of her Rubik's Cube space. "Women really do love this stuff, huh?" Snake Spirit flicked his tongue, glancing over. Aunt Jing looked beautiful and dressed oddly, but he hadn't expected her to be into diamonds too. Jing Shu was startled. She'd been so absorbed lying on the ore in delight that it was embarrassing. To cover her awkwardness, she laughed. "It's the apocalypse now. Besides being used for industrial drills, diamonds aren't good for much. Why are so many factions fighting over them?" Snake Spirit replied. "With the world's artificial sun technology, China and the US are the most advanced. They've developed a new type of conductor, and diamonds are essential as heat conductors for artificial suns. With oil extraction getting harder, finding new energy sources and the parts for them is crucial. In the future, diamonds will be a key strategic resource." Jing Shu made a sound of understanding. She remembered that in her previous life there were years when the country was buying up diamonds and gold, supposedly for strategic reserves. So it was all about new energy after all. In that case, she needed to stock up too. While chatting, Jing Shu quickly swept all the reachable diamonds into her space. If Tank hadn't called out that the loot was all gathered and everything was ready, she wouldn't have wanted to leave. She just loved how valuable and compact diamonds were. What a shame. Snake Spirit and the others had wanted to use machines to mine more diamonds, but none of them knew how, so they gave up. In the end, Jing Shu grabbed a big handful and reluctantly followed Tank back to the canyon. The canyon was a mess. The monsters that Jing Shu had easily butchered were now unkillable demons for the 3 mercenary squads. No matter how much they shot, lured, or tried to capture the beasts with iron chains and tranquilizers, nothing worked. The terror of the zombie disease lies in the fact that, while the creature loses its mind, every part and every cell becomes an independent entity. So it's not truly immortal, but rather a body made up of billions of living bacteria. Even if you cut off the head, it can keep hunting for food, and the rest of the body can keep eating too. These creatures keep evolving and strengthening, eventually becoming the invincible 3rd generation. Under a microscope, every part is covered in countless claws and mouthparts. The 3rd generation has successfully evolved self-repair. The scariest thing about bacteria is their willingness to sacrifice themselves for the group. The bacteria that survive such sacrifices become immune to all sorts of damage and evolve to be even stronger. Even though a hippo weighs 3 or 4 tons and is 3 or 4 meters long, it's no longer a hippo, but a massive beast made up of countless powerful bacteria. So, when 6 people surround it and keep firing light machine guns at its head and eyes to try to disable it, it's completely the wrong approach. You can't kill it. The bullets only destroy a tiny fraction of its flesh, barely making a dent. You can't capture it. Even with 18 people trying to handle one monster, they're incredibly strong, violent, and love living in muddy swamps and eating fresh flesh. To these creatures, the mercenaries are just delicious food. Anyone who tried to imitate Jing Shu by cutting off a hippo's leg to tie it up was eaten by the monster instead. The blood and flesh quickly healed any injuries the creature had just suffered. The mercenaries' hard work was wasted. The little blood they managed to draw was instantly replenished, making their efforts pointless. Jing Shu found it amusing. These giant beasts really were tough to deal with no obvious weaknesses. If they had one fatal flaw, it was that the zombie disease, once it became bacterial, made the creatures dependent on eating. As long as they have food, these creatures just get stronger and stronger. Rotting meat, fresh flesh, any living thing is food for them, even the bugs and plankton in the swamp. In the apocalypse, monsters that evolved like this could basically survive anything. But if you starve them for a few days, the bacteria go into self-preservation mode, eating each other. They quickly weaken, and in just a couple of weeks they'll eat themselves to death. Did you get it all on video? Jing Shu patted Zhao He. Hey, I got it all, but I don't get it. What's the point of recording this? Tank turned to Jing Shu. So, what's your plan now? Jing Shu smiled. This is valuable research material. If you want to complete the mission, you have to do it thoroughly. And it was also proof that these people weren't killed by her team, but by the monsters. After all, those mercenaries were officially assigned. If they died, there had to be an explanation. Trying to steal my credit? My peach isn't so easy to pick. Tank frowned, about to ask what video and research had to do with anything, when the monsters suddenly went berserk. It was as if they could suddenly see people and even work together. Oh shit, shoot them! Kill them now! They're coming this way! God, how are they so fast? How did they get up here? Oh my God! Help! The monsters, previously only interested in food, went completely mad, catching the mercenaries off guard. These mercenaries had no special abilities, nor the speed of world-class sprinters. In no time, most of them were bitten to death. A few lucky ones tried to run but didn't get far. Ling Ling picked them off one by one. In the end, all 18 were wiped out. A classic case of trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice. They even lost their lives in the process. All right, it's our turn now. To be honest, figuring out how to get these monsters back to the black market alive was something Tank's team had just been discussing. The monsters were huge, Either you had to drive them with iron chains or drag them back on a flatbed. But Jing Shu had a better idea. She cut up some of the dead mercenaries' flesh to lure the hippos down the mountain, then tied more meat to the back of the truck, lining the hippos up in a row and constantly tempting them forward. Every so often, she'd toss a piece of meat, and the hippos would happily chase after the truck, like perpetual motion machines, never getting tired. Ling Ling kept cleaning her AK-47, Tank and the others found new weapons, and in the blink of an eye, all the gear from the 18-man team was now in Jing Shu's group's hands. There's a saying, war brings wealth quickly, and robbery is always the fastest way to get rich. Most of these guns were a bit old, not as good as what Tank's team already had, but they filled the truck and would fetch a good price on the black market. Still, the most valuable thing now wasn't the guns, but the ammo. After 4 hours of feeding the monsters with human flesh, they finally managed to bring 3 giant hippos to the black market. As they passed through the slums, the poor stared at the truck in terror, while Xiao He shouted and showed off. It was a huge spectacle. The black market sent over 100 people to receive the monsters and secretly moved them to another location. This time they met a noble in the black market, George. With his big belly, George watched the whole video and then applauded. Through Xiao Hei's translation, he said, "Look at how excellently this mission was completed. Congratulations to your mercenary team for earning the B-level reward, 8,000 black market coins. The black market welcomes capable mercenaries. As for those other teams, oh, heaven help them." Jing Shu's team instantly became a B-level mercenary squad, probably the fastest promotion in black market history. News spread quickly. All 3 other mercenary teams were wiped out, while the only surviving Asian team came back with barely a scratch. Except for one badly injured member, everyone else was perfectly fine. The key was, this Asian team had video proof that the monsters had killed the other mercenaries. Yet these terrifying monsters had been obediently herded back by the Asians. "I told you, everyone in that Asian team is a devil. They know terrifying voodoo." Jing Shu and her group didn't care about the rumors in the black market. After she stitched up Monkey's wound, their next problem was where to spend the night. The black market wasn't as earthquake-proof as Stone Garden. With the quakes getting stronger, it could collapse at any time. Still, it was much better than the slums outside, where the only advantage was that you could at least run when an earthquake hit, even if the environment was filthy and chaotic. "Let's stay in the slums," Snake Spirit said, flicking his tongue. "Have Xiao He find us a decent place. If we stay in the underground black market and get exposed, it'll be hard to escape." Although Yang Yang's first step was to get the team to S-rank mercenary status within 10 days, the real goal was the same: to transport as much of the city's supplies as possible. Whether they succeeded or not, if they got trapped in the underground black market, it would be like fish in a barrel. Jing Shu was thinking the same thing. Plus, she was worried about the black market collapsing in an earthquake. Xiao He didn't get it. They were already B-rank mercenaries. Why stay in the slums? He'd just finished bragging about it. But he had no say in where they stayed. So Xiao He found them the ground floor of one of the last remaining villas in the slums for 20 black market coins a day. The slums were packed, since people kept pouring in from Mexico. The problem was, there was another group of unknown tenants on the second floor. "Hey, this is the best place in the slums. After the flood, all of Sacramento's poor crowded in here. Getting a whole floor of a villa is already lucky. You could buy the place, or go to the underground black market. Mercenaries get cheap rates, and the environment is as good as before the apocalypse." "Fine. We'll make do for tonight," Tank said, a bit regretful. The slum was filthy beyond belief, and as they moved their luggage in, the upstairs tenants stared wide-eyed, especially at the sight of a live dog and what might be a chicken. Sleeping in the truck would have been fine, but Xiao Hei's truck was rented, 10 coins a day, plus gas. The villa's ground floor had no private rooms. Snake Spirit took the kitchen, Tank and Monkey the living room, Ling Ling the dining room, and Jing Shu set up between the living and dining rooms. Basically, there was no privacy at all. This was the worst living environment Jing Shu had encountered since the apocalypse, and the same went for the others. The furniture was all gone, except for a dining table you could sleep on, and the floor was covered in useless trash, some of it smelling like feces. You never knew which pile of garbage might be hiding a turd. Everyone, tidy up and get some rest. Usual rules, 2-hour shifts. Tomorrow at 8 a.m. we'll check out the black market arena. I hear it's one of the fastest ways to rank up as mercenaries. Tank was the least fussy, fastest sleeping man Jing Shu had ever met. As team leader, he took the hardest shift in the middle of the night, gave the women the earliest and latest shifts, put his bag on the floor, unrolled his sleeping bag, and was snoring in seconds. Out like a light. Another sleepless night for Jing Shu. She could never sleep with snoring. Jing Shu rebandaged Monkey's wound. Her stitching technique was more like sewing clothes, and without anesthetic, Monkey gritted his teeth in pain, convinced Jing Shu was getting revenge on him. His whole shoulder felt like it was falling off. If not for Jing Shu's medicine, he'd be done for, but with it, he'd be back to normal in 10 days. After the medicine, Monkey couldn't sleep from the pain, so he fed Ah Huang and whispered to him, feeling gloomy. He hadn't earned anything yet, but had to pay Jing Shu 100 contribution points a day for medicine. If he didn't heal, would he be working for her forever? Lingling, head down, had wanted to give Jing Shu the only table, but Jing Shu refused, so Lingling spread her sleeping bag on top of it. While the others ate, cleaned up, fed the parrot, or sorted their things, Jing Shu once again amazed them. She started cleaning. Under her teammates' astonished gazes, she cleared her area of trash, wiped everything down, sprayed essential oil, laid out a mat and a single-person military tent, and made a thick, soft bed with her down sleeping bag. You'd think that was enough. This was luxury for the apocalypse, since everyone's luggage was mostly food and weapons, not daily necessities. Jing Shu, being strong, could carry more. But then she took out empty flower pots, filled them with dirt from outside, and planted a row of seedlings. She even put a plate of garlic in water. "Are you planting flowers in those pots?" Lingling asked quietly, too curious to resist. Jing Shu coughed. "You need green onions, garlic sprouts, and lettuce for meals. These grow without sunlight and will be ready to eat in a few days." Snake spirit / Lingling. Monkey. Women are so fussy. Jing Shu rolled her eyes. In a few days she'd be eating ham and lettuce sandwiches. Let them drool. But she wasn't done. She pulled out a full set of camping cookware, pot, spatula, disposable gas canister, and started heating oil. Cooking? After the apocalypse, hardly anyone cooked anymore. The rich didn't need to, and the poor couldn't afford to. She set up Fat Chicken's nest next to her tent, pulled out egg after egg and cracked them into the pan. The sizzle of frying eggs filled the air. She even caught a fresh egg from Fat Chicken and cracked it right in. A sprinkle of salt, a flip with the spatula, and she was eating fried eggs one after another. The smell spread through the villa. How good did those eggs smell? Just listen to everyone swallowing. Jing Shu didn't feel guilty. Yang had made it clear. Everyone was responsible for their own food. She could eat as much as she wanted. She hadn't eaten her fill all day, and now she finally could. Lingling and the others stared, finally understanding why Yang had said to bring a chicken for fresh eggs. But this was a lot of eggs, and a lot of eating. One lays, one eats. Finally, Jing Shu scrambled the last few eggs, tossed in sausage, beef bits, and dried shrimp, then soaked dried rice and veggies in water until they were plump and glossy, then stir-fried them all together. She only wished she had some green onions to finish it off. Hugging the pot, she devoured it all in 2 minutes. Fat Chicken, eyes half closed, sat on 2 American black eggs from the black market. Both chicken and owner sighed in satisfaction. All around you could hear lips smacking and people swallowing. Not wanting to stir up more envy, Jing Shu retreated to her tent to practice with her Rubik's Cube space. This first stop had the most supplies. Now that she was full, it was time to get to work. Everyone's impression of Jing Shu rose another notch. She really seemed to be here on vacation. She didn't bring much in the way of weapons, but her cooking gear was complete, and she had a strange obsession with food. The snoring, the thunderous noises, and the strange sounds from the couples upstairs all made their way into Jing Shu's mind. Even with earplugs, she couldn't sleep all night, so she just kept practicing her Rubik's Cube, her head spinning from exhaustion. At 6 in the morning, Jing Shu, with dark circles under her eyes, got up for her shift. By the time the group had eaten their rations and headed to the arena, she was so tired she could barely stay upright. After a night of terrible sleep, they realized the upstairs tenants were not only noisy, but also kept eyeing their supplies. In lawless America, the only reason these people hadn't made a move was because they knew they couldn't take on a group armed with multiple guns and standing night watch, especially with Tank, who was clearly a threat. Jing Shu's group couldn't just kill people for staring at them, and they didn't want to alert anyone unnecessarily. We should just stay in the underground black market. There are private rooms and more privacy, and if we need to escape after a mission, we can force our way out, someone suggested. To avoid trouble, they moved to the underground black market. As B-rank mercenaries, they could rent a 2-story shell apartment, hundreds of times better than the slums. Most importantly, Jing Shu finally got her own room, giving her some privacy. Finally, I can eat in peace. As for earthquakes? I don't believe we'll be so unlucky as to have the underground black market collapse. In my last life, I traveled all over in the 3rd year and never got buried. My luck can't be that bad in America, right? Besides, we're only staying 10 days or so. Once the mission's done, we're out. Jing Shu comforted herself. Compared to the slums, she really didn't want to go back. It's 100 black market coins a day. I'll deduct it from the coins we got selling those guns yesterday, Tank said. Everyone was satisfied with the new place, including Zhao He, who felt like he'd reached the peak of his black life. Living in the underground black market had always been his dream, and he couldn't believe Jing Shu's team made it happen on their 2nd day. Hey, Yang said you're all capable and resourceful, and he was right. After moving in, everyone carried their weapons and headed to the underground black market's arena, the only place connected to the upper-class nobles' quarters. To upgrade from B rank to S rank, you needed to accumulate 30,000 black market coins. Most missions in the black market paid 202,000 coins, and it was rare to see a mission jump from 1,000 to 3,000, let alone 8,000 like yesterday. Most missions also took a long time to complete. It was getting harder to advance. There were a few A+ teams in the black market, but no S-rank teams. Rumor had it that a team was about to reach S rank a month ago, but they were wiped out after failing a mission. The other way to advance was through the arena, fighting according to the nobles' whims, sometimes to the death, sometimes in other brutal contests, all for the nobles' entertainment. Jing Shu, half asleep, followed the group. When she actually entered the arena, she truly felt how small and insignificant life was, and how stark the divide between the powerful and the powerless. Hey, shocked by how many people are here? The arena has 3 zones, one for mercenary duels, which can simulate all kinds of environments, one for head-to-head fights on the main stage, and one for pet battles, Xiao He explained. Come with me to sign up. I know this place well. Nobles post arena challenges and offer bounties in black market coins. If 2 mercenary teams accept, they're scheduled to fight. Some matches are to the death, some until the other side can't get up, and sometimes the nobles demand all sorts of cruel things. Only by fulfilling the nobles' requirements can you get the full reward. The nobles can also act as bookies, betting with each other on which team or individual will win. If you're lucky and a noble likes you, they might offer extra rewards or ask you to do something bizarre in the arena to satisfy their desires. Besides black market missions, winning in the arena is the fastest way to earn coins. Team matches count toward your promotion, but pet battles don't. Nobles see those as low-class entertainment for the poor. After Zhao He's detailed explanation, Jing Shu's group understood the arena's rules. In short, the nobles' power was unlimited, perfectly illustrating the saying, "Money is everything." Also, anyone entering the arena, whether to watch or compete, has to pay 2 black market coins. The arena draws in everyone with nothing to do, including unofficial mercenaries. Right now, there's nothing else to do but watch the fights. Tank paid 12 coins for the group, and they officially entered the arena. If you're lucky, we poor folks can bet on pet battles and maybe win a few coins a day. But only nobles can bet on mercenary duels. Jing Shu eyed Fat Chicken, who was armored up and already lying down, looking reluctant to move. It looked like today's black market coin earnings would depend on Fat Chicken. Xiaohei led them to sign up. Jing Shu frowned as she read the mercenary duel bounty requirements, finally understanding why teams didn't just collude to boost their rankings. Bals. 2,000 black market coin bounty. Whichever team cuts off all the other team's arms wins. Joel. 1,000 black market coin bounty. No weapons allowed. Knock out all the other team's teeth to win. At least these didn't require killing. But there were more extreme ones that did. Those paid much more, but were true death matches. Still, the bounties were high. Each one was tempting, and team matches counted toward promotion. So many people risked the arena. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. In just a few minutes, you could earn more than a regular mission, making it easier to get coins and rank up. A bounty of over 2,000 black market coins was considered mid-range in the black market. After all, split among a team, it wasn't that much per person. Life and death matches usually started at 6,000 coins and were only accepted by teams extremely confident in their ability to kill. Otherwise, who would risk their life for a joke? You could live pretty well just doing smaller jobs. Compared to team duels, the solo arena matches were even more interesting. Contests of marksmanship, assassination skills, poison, traps, and more. Each fight lasted just a few minutes, with rewards ranging from 100 to 2,000 coins. Winning a single match could let you live it up in the black market for half a month. The key was, as long as the match didn't require a fight to the death, you could surrender after meeting the noble's requirements and at least keep your life. Fake matches were almost impossible in the arena. Someone always had to lose a body part. Jing Shu felt the fragility of life most keenly when she saw the rows of glass jars hanging above the arena, filled with trophies from past matches. It was like the scene in The Deer and the Cauldron where Wei Xiaobao visits the eunuch's collection, an entire room of organs on display, exuding a sinister, decaying aura. The arena was filled with hands, feet, ears, eyes, even hearts and heads, all arranged into grotesque human diagrams. The proportions were all wrong, making it look like the victims had been dismembered and reassembled by a madman. Jing Shu could smell real blood and feel the corruption and decadence of the nobles' lives. For the first time, she truly understood what life was like in other countries during the apocalypse. In China, even in the apocalypse, people were like flowers protected in a greenhouse. Hey, if you want to level up your mercenary team, do the group arena matches. But you can only sign up for 2 a day. For solo matches, each person can sign up for 3. They have to control the death rate. If everyone dies, there's no one left to play with. As for pet battles, there's no limit. These damned vampires act as bookies every day and still squeeze blood from us poor folks. Xiaohei brought over the nobles' bizarre bounty tasks for everyone to choose from. Hey, let's play it safe. See those observers in the corner? They have files on every mercenary team. If a team signs up for a match, they immediately send out the info, and then a stronger team will come to wipe them out. So now the arena is mostly teams of similar strength, which makes the matches more exciting. By the way, should we buy a real-time info packet? It's only 20 black market coins and updates daily, Xiaohei asked. As the first team to sign up, we have the right to refuse any match, but we'd have to pay a 10% penalty. Knowing your opponent is important. When did foreigners get so shrewd? These middlemen were making a fortune with zero risk. Others risked their lives and they just sold information. The most important thing was that it was pure profit, no danger. Others fought for their lives, and they just sold reports. Jing Shu looked at the people in the corner and realized they all looked familiar. Weren't they all Chinese? Hey, those damn Chinese are all cunning vampires. Oh, I don't mean you guys. I mean those observers. Now, if you don't buy their info, you feel like you're at a disadvantage, Xiaohei babbled. Chinese people always find a way to thrive, whether it's business or farming. When the world goes to war, the Chinese will always find a way to live comfortably and get rich, either as traders or farmers. Where there are people, there's a marketplace. And where there's a marketplace, there are Chinese selling goods. Since they arrived, the nobles have had it easier. Otherwise, they'd always end up with mismatched teams, which was boring. Now, this system is the default. Sometimes if the nobles are entertained, they'll even tip extra black market coins. If the nobles are happy, they'll tip extra coins. Underline that, it'll be on the test. Jing Shu and Snake Spirit exchanged glances, both seeing the potential for manipulation in each other's eyes. Tank said, "Let's not buy the info, let's just sign up, play it safe for the first round and see what real mercenaries are like in the black market." "Hey, this 1,500 coin bounty is perfect for us. It's a tug of war, just like you Chinese say, a contest of strength. But see that giant pit in the middle? There's a giant python in there raised by noble Peiki. The losers get fed to the snake." But she also said, "If anyone escapes from the python's mouth, she'll pay an extra 500 coins per person. It's a thrilling and fun match." Tank did the math, 1,500 per match, 3,000 a day, but that's not enough to reach S rank. You need 20,000 for A rank, 50,000 for S rank. Looks like they'll have to take on higher stakes life and death matches, which pay 6,000 plus per round. "Fine, let's try one match to test the waters." Xiao Hei signed them up, grumbling that all team members had to participate. "Hey, this is too dangerous. I don't want to be snake food, I'm standing at the back." As soon as Jing Shu's team signed up, the arena broadcast announced that a tug-of-war match had been accepted, and challengers were welcome. Jing Shu's team was now B rank, and after bringing back the mysterious creatures yesterday and wiping out 3 other teams, they'd gone from unofficial to B rank overnight. Their info was quickly compiled by the middlemen and sold for 20 coins a copy. Jing Shu watched as, in just a short time, these people made a couple hundred coins, almost more than they'd make fighting. She almost wanted to change careers. But when the event was announced as a tug-of-war, the big guys were full of confidence. Jing Shu's team, aside from Tank and Xiao Hei, looked easy to bully. Monkey was injured and bandaged, Snake Spirit was skinny, and there were 2 women. Soon, 3 teams challenged them. As mercenaries, Jing Shu's team couldn't pick their opponents. The files of all 3 teams were sent to noble Peiki. At that moment, Peiki was trying on her cute pink dress. Hearing that so many teams wanted in on her bounty, she happily picked an opponent for Jing Shu's team. Peiki looked over the team profiles, pointed at one and said, "They've got boxers and fitness coaches? Perfect. Let them teach these Asians a lesson. My Sacramento money isn't so easy to earn." "Honorable Miss Peiki has chosen your opponent. The match will begin in 20 minutes. Both teams, please enter the arena and prepare." The opposing team soon appeared before Jing Shu's group. Each one was tall and muscular, 6 strong black men, all wearing heavy leather armor or bulletproof vests, exuding an intimidating presence. At that moment, one of the Chinese observers in the corner came over. "As a fellow countryman, even though you didn't buy the info, I have to warn you. This is also a B-rank mercenary team. They have 2 professional boxers, 2 fitness coaches, and 2 retired soldiers. Be careful." "Thanks." Jing Shu was led to the center of the arena. The loudspeakers blared a new announcement in English, explaining the match. The arena was buzzing with excitement. This was the first team match of the day, and everyone was eager to watch. The arena had thousands of seats, all packed since it was the only entertainment in town. Some people without seats crowded at the entrance. At that moment, the second arena was hosting a pet battle, a hyena versus a leopard. The leopard was fiercer, but the hyena was more patient. Hyenas are the kings of dogs. On the African savanna, only lions are their match. The hyena's infamous butt-biting technique was on full display. Once it found an opening, it attacked from behind, eventually killing and devouring the leopard. The crowd erupted in a mix of disappointment and curses. No doubt many had lost their bets. Jing Shu nudged the dozing fat chicken and glanced at Monkey's Ah Huang, who was baring his teeth in nervousness. Why was Fat Chicken so unfazed? She wondered what would happen if Fat Chicken fought the hyena. She was more interested in how much she could win by betting on herself. But that kind of trick only works once. Trying to make a fortune with fat chicken in the arena would be much harder the second time. Better to save up some money first, then use fat chicken for a big win. The tug-of-war match finally began. The first arena was quickly set up. A pit 2 meters wide and long, 3 or 4 meters deep, with 2 giant pythons chained inside. The audience seats were elevated, giving everyone a clear view of the snakes. These weren't ordinary non-venomous pythons, but the infamous black mamba, named for its speed, jet black, and among the deadliest snakes, with venom that can kill in half an hour. Not great for eating, and not as good for medicinal wine as her 5-step snake, Jing Shu mused, wondering if she should try to steal a specimen. The announcer explained the rules and handed out tug-of-war gear. Xiao Hei translated. The damn announcer says these ugly black snakes only need to eat one person to be full, so don't worry about total annihilation. Also, the rope is tied to everyone's hands, so you can't escape. The rules were simple and brutal. Pull the other team into the pit to feed the snakes. Tank frowned. So, the person in the front is in the most danger? Yeah, that's about right. And don't be fooled by my size. I'm not that strong. I'll take the last spot to add some weight. Okay, I'll go first. Snake Spirit second, Monkey third, Jing Shu fourth, Ling Ling fifth, Xiao Hei sixth. Tank assigned the positions and locked himself into the rope with a handcuff-like device. No one objected. Xiao Hei didn't know, but the others, Tank and Jing Shu, were both national-level powerhouses, easily stronger than most people. Even Ling Ling, who carried 2 guns every day, was much stronger than the average person. Damn, look at those shameless guys, all wearing heavy armor and bulletproof vests. That makes it much harder for us, Xiao Hei grumbled. No one paid him any mind. Both teams took their places, 12 people chained to a single rope, pulling in opposite directions. Whoever lost would be dragged into the pit and fed to the snakes. The crowd was buzzing with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, let's invite the Honorable Miss Peiki to give the starting command. Let's see which team will win. But before that, may I ask, have you placed your bets? Who are you rooting for? The host stood on stage looking up at the nobles lounging on their luxurious sofas, sipping wine. The arena was shaped like an inverted bowl, with the fighting area in the center. The first level was packed with poor spectators, while the second level, though small, was extravagantly decorated. The nobles sat at the rim, laughing and discussing which team had the better odds. Miss Peiki picked up the microphone. Xiao Hei translated. I have to be honest. I'm betting on the team with the professional boxers and fitness coaches. Most of the nobles are betting on them too. I might lose a lot of coins this round, but as long as everyone's happy, that's what matters. Money is just a number to me. Thank you, Miss Peiki. Please give the command. Then, 1, 2, 3, go. Go, 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 Xiao Hei shouted, putting his back into it. His life was on the line after all. Meanwhile, Tank was checking in with Snake Spirit. The rope was long, stretching out the contest. To pull a team into the pit, you had to drag them more than 10 meters. It was a test of both strength and endurance. At the start, Tank alone held the line, keeping everything steady. The 6 men on the other side shouted in unison, like a team pulling up a giant turnip. But Tank stood like a tree, completely unmoved. Xiao Hei, holding the slack rope, realized something was off. He hadn't even started pulling. Was the other team that weak? Snake Spirit sighed. What's our goal here? To win the match, Tank replied. Snake Spirit shook his head. Wrong. The point is to entertain the nobles. If you just stand there like a rock, it's boring. If they're not excited, they won't tip us. And without tips, we won't get black market coins or level up, and we'll never finish our mission. Got it? Tank nodded, half understanding. So, should I just yank them over all at once to show off our strength and make us look awesome? Jing Shu tested the rope. Her hands were locked in, but it didn't affect her strength. The lock was just to keep people from escaping if they got pulled into the pit, forcing everyone to watch as someone was fed to the snakes. But if things got dangerous, she could easily break free, so she had no worries. She said, Here's the plan, Tank. When I say pull, you pull. When I say let go, you let go. Let's make this fun. Okay, No problem? Tank nodded. Jing Shu was even stronger than him. Alone, he could barely hold off the 6 men, but with Jing Shu, they could do whatever they wanted. The tug-of-war looked bizarre. Jing Shu's team barely moved except for Xiao Hei at the end, who was putting on a show. The rest looked like they were just there for fun. Meanwhile, the 6 big guys on the other side were straining with all their might but couldn't budge them. It made people wonder if the Asian team was just dead weight, except for that 2-meter-tall giant who was clearly a beast. Then, at Jing Shu's signal, "Let go!" Tank released his strength. Instantly, their team was dragged several meters forward. Xiao Hei, caught off guard, face-planted, and was dragged along the ground, his pig-like screams echoing through the arena, making the whole crowd, including the nobles, burst out laughing. The opposing team didn't fare much better. The sudden release nearly sent them tumbling, but being professionals, they managed to stay upright. "Come on! They're out of strength! Except for that big guy, the rest are useless. I have to admit, that giant is strong. Let's pull them in and feed them to the snakes. Put your backs into it, guys!" With Tank relaxing, the big men quickly dragged Jing Shu's team to the edge of the pit. "Oh, is it over already?" Peiki sipped her wine, a little bored. She thought having 2 people as snake food would be fine. But just then, the Asians dug in and held the line, then started pulling the other team back, step by step. But Jing Shu's team was short on manpower. Soon, the experienced soldiers on the other side caught a mistake and nearly dragged them into the pit again. The announcer was excited. "Oh, thank heaven! The Asians held off a furious attack. They're charging up for a comeback, but things don't look good. They're at a disadvantage. How long can they last?" "Oh my God, the Asians are at the edge again. They can't hold on. The big guy's about to be pulled in and fed to the snakes. Game over." The black mamba lunges at the giant. But wait! His teammates pull him back. Incredible! "I can't believe it. I'm actually rooting for the big guy now." Tank swallowed hard. He'd even lost a shoe. This was way too intense. And Jing Shu's strength was insane. She'd pulled him back from the brink. The other team started to realize something was off. Sometimes, no matter how hard they pulled, the other side didn't budge. Other times the rope slackened. But every time the big guy was about to go in, someone even stronger would pull him back. But who? Besides the cowardly guy at the end, who was already crying, who else looked that strong? The Asian situation grew more and more dangerous. The other team had great endurance, and after more than 10 minutes of struggle, they were always just a hair away from victory. The pythons even leapt out of the pit several times, sending the crowd into a frenzy. Peiki and the nobles were glued to the action. At first, no one believed in the Asians, but now everyone was secretly hoping for an upset. Peiki picked up the mic and announced, "To make things more exciting, I declare, for every person the winning team pulls into the snake pit, you get an extra 500 black market coins. If you pull all 6 in, that's another 3,000 coins on top of the 1,500 prize. And if anyone from the losing team climbs out of the pit alive, I'll give them 500 coins each." Now it was all or nothing. No more just feeding 1 or 2 to the snakes and calling it a day. Jing Shu's lips curled up. The show was over. Tank, howl a few times, beat your chest, then grit your teeth and pull them all into the pit, one by one. "That's how we finish this," Jing Shu whispered. Tank felt embarrassed, but for the mission he did his best Tarzan impression. Howling, beating his chest, making a fierce face, and then, little by little, dragging the other team toward the pit. The crowd jumped to their feet, shouting, "Nice!" and cheering for Tank. Even many nobles stood up, and not letting them down, Tank pulled the first man into the snake pit right before their eyes. The starving pythons lunged, one biting off the man's leg, the other biting his waist. The first victim, still alive and screaming, tried to escape, but with his hands locked to the rope, there was no way out. His agonized screams echoed through the arena. Within seconds, only 2 bloody hands remained chained to the rope. The rest of him was gone, swallowed by the snakes. After seeing that horror, the second man tried to escape, kicking and struggling, but it was useless. 5 people's strength was no match for Tank, and in a flash, he was pulled in too. Even his bulletproof vest couldn't save him. The snakes devoured his legs in an instant. The first man, though torn into several pieces and left with only his handcuffed hands, at least died quickly. The second man wasn't so lucky. His bulletproof vest backfired. The snake couldn't bite through at first, so it started tearing into his lower body, ripping him apart piece by piece. His screams only made the arena more excited, just like the saying goes, "The louder you scream, the more excited I get." 6 people were strung along the rope, each locked into position. When the third man was dragged in, the second was left with half a body, missing both legs and arms, hanging over the pit, then dragged along the ground, bleeding everywhere. Unable to die quickly, he was forced to endure being scraped along the ground. "Kill me! Just kill me!" The third man screamed and struggled, but was still dragged into the pit. He cried out in terror, but even though he wore heavy armor, the snake waiting beside him bit off his head in one snap. He died the fastest, his body still twitching even after decapitation. No one knew if he was truly dead, and no one cared to ask. The 5th and 6th men committed suicide on the spot. As American soldiers, they knew there was no way out. They shouted that the Asians were cheating, that they weren't really this strong. The audience thought they were just sore losers, but what the soldiers meant was that the Asians were acting, hiding their true strength. Only the 4th man miraculously survived. When he was dragged to the middle, the 2 men behind him clung to the rope for dear life, turning it into a taut line. With 10 years of fitness training, he managed to do a handstand and curl up on the rope. He wore the least armor and weighed the least, so with skill and luck, the snakes couldn't reach him, and Tank pulled him to safety. The audience and nobles, used to blood and gore, found this kind of extreme escape just as entertaining, even applauding the lucky survivor. The 5th and 6th men tried to do the same, but lacked the skill. When they were dragged in, they fell straight into the pit. If the earlier scenes were about being torn apart on the rope, these 2 were chased and swallowed whole by the snakes in the pit. Each person died differently, giving the audience and nobles a feast for the eyes. The arena erupted in a new frenzy. It seemed that such cruel deaths were now routine, even thrilling, forming a twisted worldview. Jing Shu's team won a complete victory. Zhao He was moved to tears. He'd thought he was done for, and now, looking at the carnage, he shivered, nearly wetting himself. The first man's hands were taken as trophies. The second finally died from blood loss, and his purple, poisoned body was stripped of its vest and thrown back to the snakes. Peiki raised her glass to the nobles. "I didn't expect to win every bet this time. These Asians are impressive. I declare this team the winners. They get an extra 3,000 black market coins and inherit all the defeated team's property. First match, 4,500 black market coins. A huge step toward their goal. Not only that, but the defeated mercenaries' most valuable items, guns and body armor, were all sold to the black market for another 2,000 coins. That loot was private, not part of the mission's quota. Well then, Asians, will you accept my second challenge?" Peiki was in a great mood. She'd made tens of thousands of coins off the Asians and could finally shed her always loses reputation. After Xiao He translated, Tank nodded. "Ask her what the challenge is." He wanted to strike while the iron was hot, get to S rank and move on. He hated the underground black market. Peiki spoke, and Zhao He translated. Before the apocalypse, there was a popular game called Battle Royale. In China, it's called Eat Chicken. For the second round, let's have a real-life Battle Royale. The rules are simple. No weapons of any kind, not even a toothpick. You'll change into arena-provided clothes, carry a backpack, and be randomly dropped in different corners. You'll have to search for scattered bullets, gun parts, axes, machetes, crossbows, even body armor and shields. For fairness, you can't use your fists or martial arts. Only weapons found in the arena can be used to kill. The last team standing wins. Most of the gun parts are mismatched. Besides one complete gun, there are 3 that can be assembled, and 100 rounds of ammo. The rest are cold weapons. In other words, whoever finds a gun first has a huge advantage. This mode isn't perfect yet. I'd love to see a 100-person free-for-all, but for today, it'll just be 2 teams. Each kill is worth 500 coins, not counted toward mercenary rank, but the last team standing gets 8,000 coins. Peiki sipped her wine and added, If only one person survives, it's still 8,000 coins. This was naked, brutal encouragement for everyone to kill each other. Ideally, only one would survive. For Jing Shu's team, the real prize was the black market's resources, but for those who lived on the edge every day, this was a deadly temptation. Tank did the math on his fingers. If we win this, we'll reach A rank. It's risky, though. Jing Shu didn't know why Tank always counted out these simple math problems on his fingers. Xiao He trembled and knelt down. I quit. I'm not going in there. I'll be killed for sure. I can't even assemble a gun. Don't be fooled by my size. I'm even scared of chickens. He meant fat chicken. The story is too long to tell, lest fat chicken get cocky. Even if we can't use our fists, we all know our way around guns. What do you all think? The sooner we reach S rank, the sooner we finish the mission, Tank said. I'm in, Monkey said darkly. As an assassin, he had a natural advantage in the dark. If he didn't find a way to earn some contribution points, he'd be in big trouble. Of course I'm in. Guns are like a part of my body, Ling Ling said shyly, raising her hand. I'm fine with it too, said Snake Spirit. Jing Shu nodded. She had no problem at all. She had her own life-saving trump cards, and with no cameras around, she had plenty of room to maneuver. As for assembling guns, she'd just skip that and take a different approach. I'm in. Hey, I can't do it, guys. I really won't survive in there. I'll die, and then you'll all be stuck, Xiao He cried, genuinely in tears. All right, it's settled. We'll take the challenge. Once we're in, everyone go all out. Don't hold back. We'll discuss the details in a bit. Xiao He, once you're inside, either hide or find someone here. Anyone can protect you, Tank said. Xiao He was still scared. Tank reassured him, I'm not joking. Everyone here is strong. Not just against 6 people. Even 60 would be no problem. Did you forget what happened yesterday? That finally comforted Xiao He, who decided to stick close to Tank for safety. He mentally ranked everyone's strength and figured Tank was the safest bet. No one expected Tank's jinx to come true, but in a few days they really would be up against that many people. What a scene that was. The Asian team unsurprisingly chose to participate. Immediately, several teams came to challenge them. Maybe Tank was strong, but after the last match, everyone thought the team relied entirely on him. The guy who cried on his knees was a non-factor, and the 2 skinny Asian men and 2 women in the team? Easy pickings. The scene was electric. Peiki, after reviewing the challengers, finally chose a newly promoted A-rank mercenary team. This team was mostly made up of special forces, all experts at assembling and using weapons, plus a sniper and a powerhouse. Their lineup was solid and well-balanced. Jing Shu and her team changed into prison uniform-like outfits, making them stand out in the arena. They were searched thoroughly, no weapons allowed, not even in private places. If Jing Shu hadn't been a woman, someone would have died for trying. From the noise outside, it sounded like someone had been caught trying to sneak in a hidden weapon.